This challenging love story begins with a declaration: I hate you. In hazy memories, the image of a young man appears. The resentment and hatred still raw. I resent you for pushing me away. But a girl with flowing platinum blonde hair is weeping bitterly. Unable to hide her anguish, she cries out, Theodore. Then, in a fit of anger, she says, I didn't wish for your death. But the man named Theodore remains motionless, unable to do anything. Helplessly, she screams again, Theodore. But there's no reply. She collapses, her arms wrapped tightly around Theodore, her emotions still turbulent. I wanted you to be happy. I didn't want you to suffer. Overwhelmed by grief, her tears flow endlessly, her heart clenching tighter with each passing second. She wishes her resentment and hatred could be washed away by her tears. The crimson stains of blood on the ground have begun to dry. Sorrow consumes everything, and beneath it, only pure emotions remain. On the cold snow, she continues to hold Theodore tightly, declaring through her pain and despair, this is the love I've always buried deep within my heart. Her thoughts race. We thought this love was dead, but it hasn't disappeared. It's always been there, but I couldn't feel it unless I tried. Now, when it's too late, she understands that this story continues until I realize that feeling. The feeling between me, Lily Everest, and Theodore Valentino, which began 2 years ago. Time rewinds 2 years before the tragic ending, before any connection existed between them. It all started that day. The day Duke Everest suddenly spoke, or rather, issued a veiled command. I will marry you to Duke Valentino's heir. Hearing this, Lily's eyes widen in shock. She looks at Duke Everest and thinks, he's lost his mind. No, he lost his humanity long ago, so it's no surprise he's acting like this. The man Everest mentioned belongs to the Valentino family, a ducal family that has protected the northern part of the Franciscan kingdom since its inception. For generations, its heads have made a pact with a powerful spirit, but unfortunately, their foundation is crumbling due to frequent rifts within their territory for over a decade. Due to these unexplained rifts that began years ago, the former duke and his wife lost their heir, Camille Valentino. Naturally, now, his younger brother, Theodore Valentino, is the next in line. Circumstances dictate everything. Because of Valentino's controlling power, he is completely isolated. Due to the rifts, they desperately need support from other families, and the key is my family, the Everest family. Lily shrinks back, a thought nagging at her. Perhaps Everest is also responsible for the rifts in his family. Why would someone like him, practically a victim, agree to marry me? After a moment of silence, Everest calmly spoke. Duke Valentino has long been a formidable and unwavering opponent, but recently it seems the support of other families is becoming urgent. He appears to have a different plan, an exceedingly ruthless one. Through this marriage, Valentino will receive Everest's financial support, and we will seize this opportunity to usurp him. He finished speaking, looked at Lily, and declared, right now, you will resist, but in the end, you will have to submit to me. Lily, weakened, could only stand still and listen to him plan her life. Starting today, you will attend bridal classes. Lily, whatever shortcomings you have, you must compensate for them. Having already harbored no affection for Everest, now being thrust into this politically charged and calculated marriage, Lily couldn't openly express her indignation. She could only secretly clench her skirt, politely replying, yes, father. He nodded. All right, if you understand, you may leave. Lily had been waiting for this moment. As soon as Everest gave his permission, she turned and left. Her platinum blonde hair swayed gently with each step. Sitting quietly at the table, Lily kept thinking about her father's words. They say even a pupa has its own way of rolling around. Meaning, you may seem incompetent, but you have something you're good at. Just as peace settled, someone barged in, shattering the quiet atmosphere with unrestrained, attacking words that I hear Duke Valentino is famous for his handsome and striking appearance. Isn't he? Someone you could never reach. The owner of these words was Duke Everest's second son, Hessen Everest. He crossed his arms, sneered, and said to his sister, how lucky, right? Hessen said these words hoping to anger his sister and provoke an outburst. But instead, Lily sat still, not uttering a single word. After a while, seeing her silence, he became somewhat embarrassed, his tone slightly irritated as he continued. Lily Everest, are you ignoring me now? Lily calmly replied, I have nothing to say to you, Hessen. Hessen's expression changed, malice evident in his eyes. He grabbed a pair of scissors from the table and rushed towards her. How dare you ignore me? Lily flinched at his yell. Hessen, out of his mind, continued to rant, You're not even a real Everest, just low-born blood. Hessen threw the scissors forcefully, continuously insulting Lily. You think your attitude towards me will change once you become the Duchess of Valentino? He, irrational, spat out cruel words. Even in that family, you'll still be a disgrace. The incompetent and stupid Lily, huh? The surrounding servants, hearing this, wore expressions of fear. Among them, a small maid timidly approached Lily. She offered a warm smile and said, Thank you. The girl stammered, No, it's nothing. Looking at the maid's flustered expression, Lily thought, It seems she's new to the castle, because the servants here aren't kind to me. But Lily didn't show any disappointment or distress. She just smiled faintly and thought, That child will soon become the same. Then Lily shrugged her shoulders and softly said to a nearby woman, Excuse me, Baroness. May I start knitting the tapestry again tomorrow? Yes, you may. Lily quietly left the room. Suddenly, she hesitated. In front of her were two tall men walking towards her. The one on the left stood out with his platinum blonde hair, like Lily's, while the one on the right was marked by his red hair. Seeing the white-haired man, Lily softly called out, Brother. It turned out that this was indeed one of her brothers, also the next heir to the Everest Duchy, Owen Everest, and Lord Lennon, the red-haired man accompanying him. Hearing her address him so coldly, Lennon approached with a playful smile. Lord Lennon? You should call me brother too, Lily. You're becoming more and more beautiful. Hearing his teasing words, Lily didn't even look at him, casually cursing in her head. Crazy fool. If I could, I'd cut out your tongue. A few seconds later, Owen approached and told his sister, I've heard that father intends to marry you off to Duke Valentino. Lily didn't avoid the topic, replying, Yes, that's why I'm on my way to bridal class. Owen pondered for a moment, then said, Valentino, that bastard has always been troublesome. If you marry him and can restrain him, it would be a great advantage. I hope this will be useful, Lily Everest. Hearing these words, Lily once again confirmed her thoughts. I knew it. In this family, I'm nothing more than a possession and a tool. Her entire childhood up until now had been devoid of affectionate words, constantly subjected to scorn and insults. Filthy, lowly child, you must be worth what I've invested in you, Lily Everest. This stemmed from events even further in the past. The Duchess Everest had passed away long ago, but besides his two sons, Duke Everest needed a daughter to use in dealings with another family. But he encountered problems with the government and hoes, the typical English farmer, as he didn't want to waste money on useless things. At that time, Duke Everest made a cold-blooded move. He chose to adopt a child rather than have an illegitimate one. With a pleasant appearance and silvery white hair, the child, born to a maid of low birth, didn't know who her real father was. Standing there dumbfounded, grappling with the tangled thoughts in her heart, a voice suddenly brought her back. Don't worry too much, Lily. It was Lennon, standing close to her, speaking in a joking tone. If marrying Duke Valentino is too difficult, I'll marry you. Lily was all too familiar with this condescending attitude. Though slightly annoyed, she calmly replied, Thank you for your kindness. Her feet quickly carried her away from the two men. Lily finally reached her room, standing still, leaning against the door. Then she slid down, until she was sitting on the floor. The poor girl was tormented by questions about a hazy future. When will I be able to escape this hell? Does Duke Valentino really want to marry me? If I marry a duke and escape from this madness, will I be able to find happiness? Lily looked up, murmuring, No way, because she had long known a truth. The Everest had always used every trick and method to attain wealth, power, and authority. Conversely, the Valentinos were a family that upheld justice and morality. Because of this, the two families had been in conflict for a very long time. Countless lives had been lost and bodies piled into a mountain. Thinking that, Lily was certain of one thing. Theodore Valentino would never have any positive feelings towards her. A sliver of hope remained. She thought, but even so, in my heart, I still wish for it. She thought painfully, I've lived like hell for 10 years. I just need to be patient because I don't have the courage to end my own life. The reason I haven't given up yet is because I hope that one day, someone sincere and warm will reach out and take my hand. However, the harsh reality constantly forced her to remind herself, although I know it's just a fragile hope. The next day, walking around the palace as usual, now, only one name occupied her thoughts, Theodore Valentino, that I'm very curious about him because I didn't attend the first ball, so I didn't have the opportunity to meet him directly. I've only heard about him through rumors. I wonder what kind of person he is. Is he really the cold, handsome man people say he is? She lost herself in thought. If so, then, around her, whispers arose. I wonder what my partner will wear. Lily imagined Theodore as the stiff man he was rumored to be, and she told herself, he probably won't suit me at all. Walking down the stairs, as always, a mocking voice rang out, crazy, why are you dressed like that? It was Hassan, leaning against the banister. He hurled insults. Do you think your face will catch that bastard's eye? Lily looked at Hassan's eyes and thought to herself, indeed, now I understand why father cared about my outfit today. He's taking advantage of everything Lily Everest has. Thinking of this, she laughed, a cynical and bitter laugh. It was truly ludicrous. Lily, feigning innocence and charm, said, what? Are you falling for me? Her tone was flirtatious, making Hassan blush with embarrassment that you're even staring at me. Lily had scratched just the right itch. Hassan yelled, don't talk nonsense. You, go back to your room. Where did you learn to talk so vulgarly? Lily continued to feign innocence. Father told me to dress like this to go out. It's his order. Hassan roared. Why are you dressed like this to meet that bastard? Lily glided past Hassan, telling him, if you don't want me dressed like this to meet him, you should go persuade father. Hassan gritted his teeth, unable to hide the burning resentment in his heart. Lily leisurely passed him, a smug smile playing on her lips. Stepping out into the grounds, Lily strolled through the garden, thinking as she walked, I should have worn a shawl before coming out here. She recalled Everest's words. Father said that he would be tempted by my face. While strolling, the voices of nearby people made her suddenly stop. Are you going straight there? I think you should rest for a bit. Lily followed the voice. Her eyes widened and her cheeks flushed slightly, though it's unclear what she saw. Her future fiancé was here, Theodore Valentino, Duke Valentino. The moment she saw him, she unconsciously thought, the person who will marry me. Theodore spoke to the guard beside him. I've rested enough. We should go straight to the Nopat base. Gaiman, you come along too. Gaiman nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. Theodore suddenly glanced back. Following his gaze, it seemed he was looking at Lily. He stared at her without blinking. Lily stared back, dumbfounded. She thought briefly, it seems like he's looking at me. Remembering the somewhat revealing dress she was wearing, Lily blurted out, ah, it's because of my attire. Theodore slowly approached her, stood before her, and gently asked, aren't you cold? Then he gently placed his cloak over Lily's shoulders. She was incredibly surprised by this unexpected action. Theodore continued to drape the cloak around her, taking the opportunity to carefully observe the beautiful woman in front of him. He murmured to himself, silver hair, emerald eyes, Lily Everest. Theodore paused for a moment, then reminded her, this isn't appropriate attire for a stroll. Having said that, he immediately turned around. Let's go, Gaiman. Yes, sir. The two of them approached the carriage, while Lily remained where she was. Her arms clutched the cloak tightly, her eyes still fixed on Theodore. After returning to her room, Hassan, in his usual mocking tone, said to Lily, congratulations, Lily Everest. The Duke has finally accepted the marriage. It seems your and your father's strategy worked, huh? Lily listened in silence. Hassan continued to use vulgar language to belittle her. Honestly, it seems like he'll want to strangle you on your wedding night. Lily focused on her own thoughts. Just as I predicted, my father forced Theodore Valentino to marry me. The current king no longer has enough power to control the nobles. Delacroix and Albinis are the only ones powerful enough to help him. and he couldn't escape my father's surveillance. Setting down her teacup, Lily concluded, therefore, Theodore had no other choice. Hassan continued his provocation. Rather than watch the North be ravaged and erased by the rift, I guess he decided it was best to marry you as soon as possible and enlist the Everest's help. Theodore Valentino, I feel sorry for the bastard, having to marry someone like you for the sake of his territory. He then asked pointedly, as if to twist the knife, but will that brat quietly follow your father's wishes? He spoke slowly, deliberately trying to make Lily suffer. Once the situation stabilizes, he'll recover his power and find a way to get rid of you first. Hassan concluded with a venomous remark. One day you might die without even knowing it. But Lily wasn't focused on his contempt. Her mind kept replaying Theodore's words. Aren't you cold? Hassan still hadn't finished. Seeing Lily's silence, he continued. Instead, why don't you beg me? At this, Lily finally looked at him. Hassan was standing in front of her, looking at her with resentment. Lily was terrified. What's with that attitude? Hassan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He grabbed Lily's collar and yanked her towards him. Hassan looked directly in her eyes and yelled, Stop playing innocent. I said beg me. You don't want to marry him, you don't want to be killed, so beg me to save you. At this climactic moment, the sound of the door opening interrupted their tense exchange. There was another brother, just as unkind. Owen ordered Hassan Everest get out. Hassan, of course, wasn't about to obey. He remained where he stood and taunted Owen. What's going on with my handsome brother? Are you here to tie up this fool? Owen calmly explained, I need to talk to Lily, so you can leave now. Hassan argued back, why? Why can't you do that while I'm here? Owen's voice sharpened. I really have to drag you out? While I'm still being nice, you'd better leave, Hassan. The more he was shooed away, the more defiant Hassan became. No way. Are you deaf? I also want to hear what you're going to say to this vixen. Hassan grew increasingly out of control and didn't notice Owen casting a simple spell. What? I can't. It feels like something just stabbed me. His hand gripped Hassan's arm tightly. Owen growled, Watch your words. Hassan, seemingly frightened now, yanked his arm back. But not before throwing a parting threat at Lily. You wait and see. He slammed the door shut. Owen calmly began, Lily Everest. She replied, Yes, brother. He continued, I don't expect much from you, but try to charm Theodore Valentino. Your role is crucial for the Everest family to become whole. Lily responded, I'll keep that in mind. Then suddenly his voice dropped. And don't forget, Lily. His eyes now mirrored Hassan's from earlier. His words dripped with a disgusting possessiveness. Even if you marry that bastard, you're still mine. Lily's face paled with terror upon hearing this. Owen reached out, as if to touch her face. Lily Everest, until death. No, even after death, you'll always be a member of the Everest family. Don't forget. She was utterly horrified, her eyes wide with shock. Her lips trembled as she stammered, Yes, I'll never forget. Owen, please, replied, Good, very good. Before leaving, he even offered a kind, Good night, my sister. Finally, Lily was alone. She had a moment of peace after the torment inflicted by those two demons of this era. Aristocratic marriage was a transaction, a contract. Duke Valentino had previously planned an arranged marriage with the Ambinus, but he fell in love with the eldest daughter of Viscount Hamahin and married her. The resulting assets Valentino gained from that marriage were meager. Needless to say, their military power weakened, so they relied on arranged marriages to expand their wealth and influence. They couldn't avoid being vastly different from other families. At that time, their family even faced an existential crisis. Early in the morning, poor Lily had already endured Hassan's taunts. In short, for her, this was a blessing. Lily, as always, sat in her chair, her face betraying no animosity. She listened silently to Hassan's rambling. If the Valentino family's finances weren't in such shambles. He narrowed his eyes, as if to warn Lily, You would never be marrying Valentino. She softly replied, Yes, I know. Hassan was enraged by her nonchalance. His hands clenched, his teeth gritted. Lily continued, Hassan, She slowly walked towards him. Today, you look more beautiful and elegant than usual. This made Hassan extremely flustered as he had to look at Lily at such close proximity. She softly said, "Hassan, even if I have to die, I will never need your help." These words made him freeze. Hassan's lips moved, but he couldn't utter a single word. Lily brushed past him, without hesitation, expressing frankly, "I'm sick of you and Owen." She released a sentence that liberated all the pent-up emotions she had been holding inside. "I wish you were both dead." After a moment, Lily slowly walked away, hoping to reach a place that would change her long-suffering life. The surrounding space was filled with light as she walked alone through the door leading into the ceremony hall. Standing on the platform was the man she was about to marry, Theodore Valentino. But before meeting him, she had to face her esteemed father first. Needless to say, Everest was overjoyed. "You look beautiful. Congratulations, Lily." She politely replied, "Thank you, father. It's all thanks to you." But in her heart, she had long seen through him. He must be so happy to sell me for such a high price. Then he took Lily's hand and walked to the platform. They walked amidst the announcement of the bride's arrival, along with fluttering dew-fu petals, especially the praises and blessings from the other officials. But Lily didn't feel happy at all. She even scoffed internally. This is like a ridiculous play. Her eyes looked at the man in front of her, Theodore, and she wondered, will he feel the same way? The most sacred moment had arrived. Lily and Theodore slowly took each other's hands. The priest began to speak. "Right here, under the sacred union bestowed by God, between the two of you who will be joined here today." Both of them faced the Holy Cross, Theodore Valentino and I, Lily Everest. "From today onwards, we will officially become husband and wife." Nightfall, inside the mansion. Lily was sitting in her room. She had changed into a more comfortable nightgown, sitting alone in the room, lost in thought. Earlier, the servant had told her, the Duke said, "That coat is no longer clean, so you can tear it or burn it as you please." Recalling those words, her heart couldn't help but ache. But accustomed to suffering, Lily consoled herself, "It's nothing strange. To him, I'm just the daughter of the hateful Everest family. I can't hate or resent him for that." Despite this, her hands still trembled. She clasped her own hands, telling herself, "I definitely must not like him and must maintain emotional distance." But the image of Theodore in the garden that day suddenly flashed in Lily's mind. What made my heart race when I saw Theodore in the garden that day? It must have just been a momentary flutter. Suddenly, Lily stopped thinking and looked forward. Theodore emerged from the bathroom, casually draped in a robe, revealing his toned physique. This was the first time Lily had been in such close proximity to a man in this situation. Therefore, her cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes dreamily gazing at Theodore. From the ceremony until now, he hadn't said a word. Now, too, he just slowly poured wine into a glass. Suddenly, Theodore gave a sinister smile. Lily, noticing the change in his expression, was slightly shocked. Seconds later, Theodore pulled her forcefully towards him. While she was still confused, Theodore's lips pressed hard against hers. Her eyes widened in shock. He deliberately used the kiss to transfer the wine in his mouth to Lily, making her feel uncomfortable. Her hands were also tightly gripped, preventing her from moving. After a while, Lily managed to break free from this forced kiss and immediately demanded that he stop. Theodore questioned, "Stop?" Lily's mind was in turmoil. She hadn't expected anything from the first night of this relationship. Thinking this, Lily looked up and told Theodore, "Do whatever you want." Hearing these words, Theodore's eyes lit up. He pushed her onto the bed, his voice soft but serious. "It's not what I want." Theodore brought his face close to Lily's once more, the sinister smile from before reappearing. He continued, "I suppose that's what you want." She hadn't expected Theodore to be so bold and tried to resist. And "Oh, I don't." Seeing no other way out, Lily fell silent and endured. Meanwhile, Theodore didn't hesitate to leave marks on Lily's white neck. Once again, he gripped her wrists tightly. She was trapped in a whirlwind of confused emotions. I feel strange, but..." She peeked at the man named Theodore, telling herself, "This is what I anticipated, that he would treat me this way." She tried to soothe her emotions with this thought. Suddenly, Theodore's expression changed, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Just now, there was something. He abruptly released Lily's hand. Theodore's eyes remained wide with astonishment. He gritted his teeth, an expression of pain and regret crossing his face. Then he said cryptically, "This much should be enough to convince your father of everything." His hand gripped the scissors placed on a nearby shelf. Lily began to feel afraid. Theodore's sudden, strange reaction left her unsure of what to do, and she could only sit and watch him, unblinking. It was unclear what he was thinking as he raised the sharp scissors high. A stream of crimson syrup spurted out, accompanied by a weak utterance. "If this is enough for trust, then..." He had willingly stabbed his own palm, letting the crimson liquid flow onto the sheets. Lily was utterly shocked by this action. He spoke slowly, each word deliberately emphasized. "You shouldn't be forced into a relationship you don't want, right?" Theodore added, "I will do as you wish, but I won't sit idly by. If this marriage becomes meaningless, then let's get a divorce quickly. Until then, you and I will only be husband and wife in name." He spoke with certainty. While Lily remained motionless, Theodore continued to remind her, "Don't forget, we can divorce at any time." With that, he turned and left decisively. Wiping away the lingering warmth of Theodore's touch on her lips, Lily thought to herself, "Perhaps my misfortune isn't just being forced into this marriage. Perhaps I had a premonition from the very first moment our eyes met." Lily's lonely figure sat in the darkness. Her heart ached. "I don't know how I can heal this wound." A few days later, at the Valentino mansion, a carriage rolled along the road. Lily sat inside, gently lifting the curtain. Before her eyes lay the desolate, ruined scene of a village after a night ravaged by fire. Inside each house were sorrowful figures, their bodies covered in soot and scorch marks. As she passed by, they followed her with vacant stares. Lily felt as if someone had struck her head. All her senses awakened, her eyes widened, her body trembled, and her heart ached. She thought to herself, "This is the first time I've seen these things with my own eyes. I've only seen them through the news." Suddenly, she felt nauseous. The maid sitting opposite her anxiously asked, Madam, are you all right?" Suddenly, the carriage door was flung open. Theodore was staring at Lily. He said coldly, "I heard a commotion in the carriage, so I came to check. This is a sight that could offend the noble Everest." Then Theodore instructed, "We'll reach the city center soon, so please bear with it a little longer. If possible, don't look out the window." Lily felt he was misunderstanding her, so she hurriedly retorted, "That." But before she could speak, he slammed the door shut. Lily's face fell. "I'm fine," she said, returning to her seat. The maid replied, "Yes, madam." After that, Lily breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the suite made before her. She thought to herself, "I'm so lucky to have Charlotte with me." In that cold, dark mansion, no one wanted to come with me. At that time, only Charlotte cried and begged, "Please let me go with you, Mississippi." But this very thing made Lily extremely uneasy. Looking at my path, it's a thorny one. Perhaps I shouldn't have brought her along. She was silent when Charlotte suddenly whispered, "Madam, madam." She leaned closer to Lily and said, "I think His Grace the Duke is worried about you, madam." When he realized there was a commotion in the carriage, he immediately came to check himself. Lily didn't know if that was true, but she smiled to herself upon hearing Charlotte's words. A while later, they arrived at Valentino Ducal Castle. Theodore was already waiting at the carriage door. He gently offered his hand to help Lily down, reminding her, "We're here. Get out of the carriage, be careful." She gently reached out and touched his hand. Unfortunately, as soon as Lily stepped down, the slippery footmat caused her to stumble and almost fall. She gasped, and her small body instinctively bumped into Theodore. He instinctively reached out and caught her. In this situation, everyone was slightly embarrassed, but Theodore was the most surprised. Not only that, but when they separated, their lips almost touched. Embarrassed and not knowing what to say, a voice rang out, "You've had a long journey, Theodore. Welcome back." A woman in a purple dress was walking towards them. It was Lily's mother-in-law, Lady Annabella Simons. In fact, the lady was the younger sister of Rin Valentino, Theodore's mother. But because she took care of her sister's son, she was now over 40 years old and still unmarried, caring for Theodore. The reason she is the head of this family is probably because Lady Valentino's will requested that someone take good care of her children. Annabella stepped forward very politely and greeted Lily, welcoming her to the Valentino family. Lily also showed respect, bowing her head in response. "Thank you, Lady Simons. I hope you will look after me." She didn't say anything more, just told her nephew, "All right, Theodore, come inside." "Yes, Aunt," Theodore replied. As he was walking in, he suddenly realized Lily was still standing fearfully behind him. She hesitated to enter. A while later, following the guidance of a maid at the Valentino house, Lily rested in a room. The maid stood outside and gave some instructions. "This is Madam's room. If you need anything, please pull the rope on the desk." The thoughtful maid inquired, "Madam, do you have any other questions?" "No, I don't. You may leave." Lily was alone in the room, pacing back and forth. She sat down on the bed, feeling somewhat troubled. From now on, it will probably be very difficult for him and me to get along like other married couples. Confused questions about her life arose again in Lily's mind. "I don't know where I went wrong in my life. Why did my mother, a servant, spend the night with some vagrant and give birth to me?" She looked up, silently lamenting her fate. That vagrant not only didn't give his name, but also left without a trace. How foolish. Feeling helpless, she thought, in the end, I have no choice but to live like I'm dead in this house. Negative thoughts continuously surfaced. Due to her insecurity about her background, she had to remind herself, I don't need to try anymore. I shouldn't hope or expect anything. Remembering Theodore's image on their wedding night, Lily had to quickly compose herself. Whatever feelings were trying to surface, she had to suppress them. Finally, the sunlight faded, giving way to the stars. A ball was taking place inside the castle. Lily sat quietly on a chair, watching everyone. Her eyes darted from place to place, her face revealing boredom. She muttered to herself, "It's been several days since I came to the castle." Then, glancing at her husband, sitting in the chair next to her, she wondered, do I look that hateful? He hasn't even glanced at me once. Looking at the guests attending, Lily knew one thing for sure. Ultimately, this grand welcoming party is definitely being held because Everest is here. Lost in thought, someone gently called her, Lady Everest. It was Theodore. Seeing Lily sitting silently, he thoughtfully inquired, "The food here doesn't seem to suit you, does it?" But after just one gentle sentence, Theodore hastily warned Lily, "And let me tell you this beforehand. I hope that in the future, Lady Everest, you will not address me so informally. I have no intention of continuing this marriage until death." He added, "I'm sure you feel the same way, since we are both unwanted parties. So I hope we avoid showing unnecessary emotions. Do you understand?" Confronted so directly, she clutched her dress, thinking to herself, he hopes I avoid showing unnecessary emotions. Outwardly, she maintained a polite demeanor, replying, "Yes, I understand." Theodore raised his glass and replied to Lily, "Right? You should understand that, shouldn't you?" Then he drank it down in one gulp. Lily sat still, watching him with a slightly bored expression. Hey, the party ended. Lily returned to her room. Just as she stepped inside, she hurriedly called out, "Zachlot." Zachlot, hearing Lily's voice, turned around with a bright smile, "Milady." "Oh no, Funan." Seeing Lily stumbling in, her face vacant, Zachlot cried out, Milady, are you all right?" Lily clutched her forehead and said to Zachlot, "The party was much more stressful than I imagined." Zachlot was truly caring. She quickly reassured, "You've worked so hard. I've almost finished preparing the bath. Please wait a moment." "I will." Feeling exhausted, Lily suddenly noticed the scratches on the back of Zachlot's hand, still marked with red streaks. Lily stared at the scratches in surprise, frozen, in place. Then, she reflexively turned to leave. Zachlot stammered, "Milady?" Lily seemed to have lost all intention of resting. Zachlot, fearing Lily might do something irrational, quickly diverted, "I see you're not feeling well." But Lily was determined not to let it go. Her face darkened, and she spoke sternly, "Zachlot." Her face filled with worry and unease, Lily asked directly, "Are the people here mistreating you?" Seeing her mistress's demeanor, Zachlot was momentarily frightened, unsure how to react or respond. She stammered, She tried to cover up. I'm really all right, milady. I can handle everything myself. Zachlot tried to reassure Lily. I don't want you to hear such unpleasant things about me. So please don't worry. Then she raised both hands and smiled brightly. Oh, I'm very strong. But Lily understood at a glance. So that's it, she thought. She's being bullied. She turned and walked away resolutely. Zachlot hurried after her. Milady, Lily gently reassured her maid. Zachlot, I understand what you're worried about. But she also added, however, this house is full of people who hate me. Zachlot stood still, holding Lily's dress, listening as she continued. If I cause trouble, they'll hate me even more. Zachlot lowered her head and murmured, I'm sorry, milady. Lily quickly stopped her. Why are you apologizing? I'm the one who should be apologizing. The two continued to speak over each other. No, please don't apologize, milady. This matter, because of this, Zachlot finally expressed her true feelings. Because I'm an orphan. I'm all alone. Lily remained silent. After a while, she spoke. Zachlot, do you want to return to the Everest estate? Lily asked. Zachlot was utterly surprised. What? Why? Why would you suddenly ask that? Oh, then she spoke in a rush. I enjoy being with you, milady. If I go back, there's no one to welcome me. No one at all. After a while, Zachlot began to sob. I have no one. Lily listened silently as she continued. So, she thought to herself, only after hearing her speak did I realize. Just as I find comfort in having Zachlot by my side, Zachlot also finds comfort in being with me. Like two wounded animals licking each other's wounds. Lily quickly comforted her sobbing maid. All right, I understand. Hick, she gently embraced Zachlot. You've taken such good care of me. Zachlot continued to sob, milady. Then she wondered aloud, is being hurt like this because we lack affection? The next morning, the sun rose high, and sunlight filled the room. She ordered the butler, call my personal maid, and the two maids and 3 other servants who were assigned to work with her. He was momentarily surprised and asked, pardon? A moment later, 3 maids from the Valentino mansion appeared before Lily. A girl with dark brown hair spoke first. Yes, I don't know why you call me here. Lily began to inquire. Your name is Loza, isn't it? Loza, why didn't you help Zachlot properly? Do you know that the lack of responsibility in your work? Lily's eyes were fixed on the 3 of them, her gaze clearly showing anger. She suppressed her furious thoughts. How dare they bully my maid? How childish and shameless. Being lightly reprimanded like that. She lowered her head. Because we have a lot of work, I had no other choice. I sincerely apologize. She also offered an excuse. Furthermore, the Valentino mansion situation isn't good, so we servants are always busy. One person often has to do the work of 2. Lily didn't buy these excuses, her eyes clearly still holding anger. Look at this. Is she lecturing me? No matter how I was born, no matter what family I come from, I am now the Duchess Valentino and the mistress of this mansion. The other maids began to cower, showing fear. Lily only seriously pondered one thing. A servant dares to disregard even the most basic courtesy towards me? So, she continued, as the mistress of this mansion, do you have the right to lecture me if I have any shortcomings? Lily's voice was extremely firm, making the maids panic. Only my elders or my husband can lecture me. Hearing this, Loza stammered. At this moment, someone approached, a powerful voice echoing in the hallway. What's all this commotion? It was the mistress of the mansion, Annabella. She appeared with a scowling, displeased expression. She asked, Butler, explain the situation to me. He stammered in reply. Thief said I. Then someone whispered in Annabella's ear, recounting the whole incident to her. Lily maintained her resolute demeanor. She turned to remind the maids, Loza, you and the others seem very busy lately. Even so, you must still fulfill your duties. I sincerely apologize, madam. Then she gently warned, all right, I hope you'll do your job well next time, all of you as well. All 3 respectfully replied, yes, madam. Having said that, she turned and continued, all right, Lily, I've told the maids to do their jobs properly, so don't be angry anymore. If it's my will, the servants will obediently listen and not cause any more trouble. But in Lily's mind, she translated it into a different meaning. That sentence means her words carry a lot of weight in this family. More precisely, it means I have no power at all. Lily also replied openly, if they help Zach lot properly, I won't have any reason to cause trouble either. She nodded. All right, I understand. Annabella added, having just gotten married, it must be difficult for you to adapt to this environment, right? Lily politely replied, I will try my best to adapt. Suddenly, she lowered her voice. Yes, by the way, I see this is good for you, so I want to advise you on something. Lily asked in surprise, advise about what? Annabella paused for a moment, then inquired, what do you think about going out to inspect the territory? Looking at her smile, Lily guessed, so that's it? You want to humiliate me? Her hands started trembling, clenching into fists. She thought, how hateful. A sudden surge of resentment weighed heavily on her mind that I want to give up on everything. I don't want to endure this bullying anymore. Just let me die. What will happen to my body after I die? Perhaps being poisoned would be 100 times better. This is so frustrating. I can't continue like this, and I can't go back to Everest Castle either. I want to be free. But she could only suppress all these feelings within her small chest, which had already endured so much. Finally, Lily let out a sigh. Then, she put on a gentle smile and replied to the madam, yes, I'll get ready soon and go out to inspect the territory. The madam's eyes widened, seemingly surprised that Lily agreed, and simply replied, all right, all right. Lily tried to maintain a calm demeanor until the last moment before leaving. Yes, thank you very much, madam. Thank you for your concern. After saying that, she turned and walked straight back to her room, placing a hand on her chest to comfort herself. Annabella and the butler remained, watching her retreating figure. On the upper floor, a figure stood by the window. It was Theodore, his gaze directed towards the ground below, specifically at the carriage that would take Lily to inspect the area. After a while, the carriage began to move. Sometime later, a servant informed Lily, we've arrived, madam. 2 guards escorted her, guiding her carefully and attentively. This way, madam. Please be careful. Looking at the meager food rations, already smeared with mud, she thought, I anticipated this, but it's truly devastating. The most difficult issue to resolve is indeed the food shortage. Sadness was evident in her eyes. Even though I deliberately came here in the simplest attire, even this is silk? Such luxury is unacceptable. It turns out it was all a deception. Lily stood to the side, assisting the guards in distributing food to the surrounding people. Everyone scrambled to receive their small portion of bread. Thank you. We will eat this with gratitude. Suddenly, someone rudely threw a rock at Lily's head, cursing Daiwich. A commoner rushed forward, berating her vehemently. You're of the filthy Everest bloodline. The 2 guards immediately stopped what they were doing and rushed to protect her. Even after being apprehended, the man continued to shout, Hey, what are you doing? Let me go. Unite. Even if I go to hell, I will kill that witch. He continued his tirade. Damn it, Everest. It's all your fault. You, your father, those devils. All the Everests will be cursed, will pay for their sins. The uneaten loaves of bread were scattered on the ground due to the commotion. Lily was terrified, her face drained of color. She lamented in anguish, everyone blames me. She was deeply distressed, even though I haven't done anything other than come here and distribute food. It's because I'm the Duke of Everest's daughter. But in reality, that man isn't even my real father. Lily looked around, but all she saw were eyes filled with hatred. Their unwelcoming attitude made it clear. No one here welcomed her. We all hate you. Finally, after a long and distressing day, Lily returned to the castle. Salat immediately inquired, Are you all right, madam? But Lily only responded with a blank stare. There was no expression on her face. Salat asked again, Would you like some warm milk before bed, my lady? You've been skipping meals lately, and I'm worried. Lily gave a small smile, reassuring her, I'm fine. From tomorrow, I'll eat properly, so you don't need to worry too much. Salat felt relieved, but still added, You promised, my lady. You need to eat properly from tomorrow. Lily replied, All right. Salat then left the room. Only after Salat had left did Lily release the day's exhaustion in a sigh. She closed her eyes, replaying the events of just a few hours earlier. Resentful thoughts surfaced in her mind. Even though I actively helped them, I'm just an insulting hypocrite. But I can't just do nothing. At this thought, Lily opened her eyes, her gaze filled with determination. There's only one option left, to find a way. She walked towards a chest overflowing with expensive items. Holding a pink gemstone in her hand, Lily pondered deeply. Then she mused, I'll sell some of the jewelry I brought with me when I got married. Father gave them to me as a wedding gift, but I don't think he'll care what I do with them. He only gave them to me for the family's reputation anyway. Lily was filled with hope. These are all very valuable jewels and could fetch a considerable amount of gold. I can give this money to the officials to manage the territory. But at this thought, Lily felt uneasy. But then everyone will criticize me for not knowing my place and acting like a hypocrite. She imagined Theodore in a fit of rage. More than that, if I sell my jewelry less than a week after getting married, I'll likely face his wrath. That lying Everest. So, Lily thought that if she did that, it would be no different than disrespecting the Duke. She racked her brain further. After all, the only way to make good use of this money is... She walked over and opened a smaller chest. Lily picked up a necklace. This is the magic accessory Owen gave me. At the time, he had enthusiastically instructed her, use this whenever you want to secretly investigate the Valentino family. This magic accessory will help you change your appearance based on your thoughts. Lily silently thanked him. I never thought that Madman's tricks would come in handy like this. She immediately put it around her neck. With this, I can transform into a commoner or a knight distributing food, and then I'll buy food with the money I get from selling the jewelry. The thought filled Lily with excitement. That seems like a decent plan, or so I thought. Theodore had found out and questioned Lily right during their tea time that I heard you sold all your jewelry. She sat still, not moving, pretending to sip her tea to avoid the question. Disgust was evident on her face, reflected in the liquid in her cup. She cursed under her breath. That damned merchant. I paid him to keep his mouth shut, and yet he still blabbed. And then she came up with a random excuse to defend herself. I just wanted to buy some new jewelry to replace the old ones. Having said that, she silently accused herself, I'm lying. Theodore gently set his teacup down and told her she didn't need to sell her jewelry for money. We might be struggling a bit financially, he said, but Duke Valentino is still a Duke of the North. He added, with a pointed tone, that her allowance was more than enough to buy new jewelry and maintain her appearance. Lily's face fell. If only he meant it, she thought. Unable to respond, Lily simply bowed her head slightly to I apologize. Next time, I'll be more careful. Suddenly, she noticed something odd about him. Looking at Theodore's melancholic expression, Lily worried. He looks pale today. I heard he and his contracted spirit aren't getting along very well. Could that be the reason? Theodore didn't say anything more, rising abruptly that that's all I wanted to say. I'll excuse myself. He walked slowly towards the door. But before leaving, Theodore added pointedly, your decision to sell your jewelry to deal with the unexpected situation here proves you are indeed an Everest. His words startled Lily. She could only watch in silence as his figure slowly retreated. Before disappearing completely, Theodore paused and added, rest well. From now on, I won't let you see such unpleasant sights. Left alone once more, Lily felt incredibly frustrated. Doesn't he intend to ask if I was scared? A furious man nearly suffocated me. Perhaps he'd be happy if I had struggled with death. He could eliminate an obstacle without lifting a finger. Night fell. Lily tossed and turned in bed, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. After a while, unable to fall asleep, she sighed in frustration. I can't sleep. She sat up. Perhaps I should take a walk. I probably don't need to wake Zarlit. The castle garden was enchanting at night. Lily wrapped a shawl around herself for warmth and strolled leisurely. Suddenly, she spotted her husband standing still beneath a tree. Theodore? What was he doing here at this hour? Standing there, she clearly heard his soft voice. If you were here. Lily was surprised. You just said? Theodore remained silent, standing in the darkness. Lily also stood silently, watching his thin back. Suddenly, she accidentally stepped on a bush, making a noise. Theodore heard it and immediately turned to look. His face was streaked with tears. He softly asked Lily, what are you doing here? Flustered, she stammered. Oh, Theodore strode quickly towards her and repeated his question that I asked. What are you doing here? Lily answered truthfully, I was just taking a walk. He thought she was mocking him and grabbed her hand roughly, exclaiming, At this hour? I suppose you were taking a walk while conveniently following me and watching me cry. Lily quickly retorted, I wasn't following you. Pulled forcefully, she unconsciously fell against his chest. Although they had been this close several times before, Lily still couldn't get used to it, surprised each time. Theodore stiffly continued his admonishment. Sneaking around here isn't a good idea. It'll only waste your time. Lily retorted sullenly, I wasn't sneaking around. He didn't believe her, determined to accuse her. So you're saying you really went out at this hour just for a stroll? And without a servant? Do you really think I'll believe that? Exasperated, Lily brushed his hand away. Think what you want, she said. He sighed hot. Theodore turned his back and then demanded, Come with me. As he spoke, he grasped her hand firmly, and they returned inside the castle. As they walked, she suddenly called out, Wait. Breathing heavily, she thought to herself, he's walking too fast. Theodore said awkwardly, Hurry inside, and don't wander outside alone so late at night again. Hearing these words, Lily immediately reminded herself, He'll never actually worry about me. Theodore stood still, waiting for her to enter her room. She walked past quietly, whispering his name, Theodore. A thought lingered in her mind, this sounds crazy, but Lily hurried into her room and called out good night. In her heart, she only wanted to talk to him a little longer. The next morning, Lily sat dejectedly on her bed. I couldn't sleep at all. She recalled Theodore's tear-stained face from the previous night, wearily holding her head. It's because I saw him like that. As usual, Zarlet softly entered beside Lily's bed. Good morning, madam. Would you like to have breakfast first or wash up? Lily replied, I'll wash up first. I think I'll have fruit instead of breakfast. Zarlet quickly answered, Yes, please wait a moment. A short while later, a plate of fruit was placed on the table for Lily. Zarlet stood beside her anxiously, saying, Madam, please promise me you'll eat more at lunch. You're preparing to leave again, aren't you? Lily reassured her, I promise. Then she told her, Zarlet, could you tell the merchant to come before this afternoon? I need to buy a few things. Yes, of course, madam. Lily sat still at the table, letting Zena dress her while she thought, because I lied about buying new jewelry. I have to do this now. Then Lily looked over at the new maid, murmuring to herself, By the way, that maid, her name is Zena, right? She made a few mental notes. She seems more indifferent than the other servants, so she's easy to deal with, even though she doesn't seem to like me very much. But then Lily sighed. Well, most people in this castle don't like me anyway. Finally ready, Lily was now choosing jewelry. She faced the jewelry merchant, her voice laced with sarcasm. I see your taste seems rather poor. Then, she crossed her arms and stared at him with an annoyed expression. I paid him to keep quiet, yet he dared to gossip with Theodore. She thought, it seems like this man has no intention of keeping secrets. Anyone can see I'm just the Duchess in name only. A wry smile played on her lips. Lily thought to herself, but I still have ways to retaliate. So, she asked him, you said the next piece of jewelry would be the last, correct? Let me see it. Yes, madam. He immediately opened a chest. Lily silently looked at it, then listened to his eager introduction. Then, she thought to herself, an apple green flower pendant necklace? I'm sure it would suit me, but she bluntly said, I don't like it. The merchant couldn't say anything more, resignedly muttering, I understand. Suddenly, someone interrupted from outside, saying loudly, then I will buy that necklace. The person was none other than her husband, Theodore. He leaned against the doorway, silently watching them both. The owner naturally didn't refuse. Overjoyed, he said, Duke Valentino, this is truly an honor. Theodore instructed him, leave the necklace here. My steward will handle the payment. Yes, thank you, your grace. I'll take my leave now. Theodore asked Lily, despite her deliberately ignoring him. So, daughter of Everest, do you find this necklace beautiful? He gently approached her and said, wear it anyway. This is a humble gift from me to you. I wouldn't want to be accused of slighting the noble daughter of the Everest family. Lily silently pondered. He said that as if confirming I'm truly the daughter of the Everest family. How would he react if he knew I wasn't an Everest by blood? A new question lodged itself deep within her heart. Moreover, I'm not a noble. Will he despise me even more? Seeing Lily wouldn't even look at him, Theodore had to raise his voice. Hold your hair up for a moment. Lily obediently followed his words, gently lifting her hair. Theodore carefully fastened the necklace around her neck. His movements were incredibly gentle and decisive. After a moment, he informed Lily, "It's done." She glanced at the necklace, then politely said, "Thank you." Theodore seemed to be in a daze. His fingers fidgeted restlessly, hesitant and uncertain. Lily couldn't understand his actions and remained where she was. Then, she quickly left the jewelry store. It seemed she had an appointment with someone. Lily greeted politely. "I heard someone wanted to see me." It was Annabella. She addressed her, Lady Simons. Annabella replied, "Indeed. I have a few things to tell you about some things you need to know." Annabella informed Lily of some news. The day after tomorrow is the anniversary of Theodore's brother, Kamai's death. Now she understood, so that's why he was crying. She continued, "You know why Kamai died, right? He died sealing a rift. At least, that's what I know." Annabella added, "Kamai was only 20 years old then. Theodore was still very young." She spoke in a sorrowful tone. "My brother-in-law and sister also lost their lives in a sudden rift eruption. But the pain didn't end there." She continued, "And then Kamai also died because of another rift." At this point, Annabella was too overcome with emotion to continue to die. Then she expressed to Lily, "I've always held deep respect for my sister and brother-in-law. They deserved everyone's love. But how could they have died so young? There's so much I can't understand." "All right." Annabella said this and immediately shot a sharp, knife-like look at Lily. She emphasized, including Kamai's death. Lily understood the profound meaning in her gaze. She thought to herself, she definitely suspects the Everest family had a hand in their deaths. If the Everests were behind their deaths, it means they've been able to manipulate the rifts for a long time. I've never heard of such a thing being possible, but perhaps Father found a way. After a moment of silence, Annabella continued, "Kamai was a good child." She recounted how kind and compassionate he was, loved by everyone, and how he also held affection for Theodore. That's why, when Kamai passed away, Theodore lost half of his memories. She went on, "So, as the anniversary of Kamai's death approaches, Theodore becomes increasingly sorrowful. Then, she pointedly reminded Lily, we will hold a memorial service for Kamai the day after tomorrow. Normally, as the Duchess, you would be responsible for overseeing the budget, schedule, and attendees, but since you've only recently arrived at the castle, I will handle the planning this time. We cannot afford any mistakes for such an important event." Seeing Lily's continued silence, Adeline repeated her question, "Do you understand?" Lily nodded and replied, "Yes, I understand." Their meeting ended there. In her room, Lily placed the necklace Theodore had given her that afternoon on the table. She sat on her bed, staring at it. The image of Theodore filled her mind. That night, I really wanted to comfort him, even though it wasn't my responsibility. She also recalled her mother-in-law's words. As the anniversary of Kamai's death approaches, Theodore becomes increasingly sorrowful. Lily understood this as a warning, that even if she saw Theodore struggling, she shouldn't try to approach him, that it wasn't something she could comfort him about. Alone in her room, she held her head in her hands, her face contorted. "Yes, of course I know. I mustn't forget my place. But it's not easy seeing him suffer alone like that." Suddenly, her eyes widened. A question flashed through her mind. But why? She questioned the feeling rising within her. If I saw Owen, Hessen, or Lenong in pain, I could easily ignore them. Disjointed thoughts connected in Lily's mind. It's the same for Lady Simon or anyone else. Until now, there's only been one person my close maid. But Charlotte is an exception. Thinking of this, Lily continued her train of thought. Charlotte is incredibly special to me. This made it even more confusing. So what about Duke Theodore Valentino? She began to feel her heart straying and admonished herself. Stop it. I mustn't think about this. She picked up the necklace from the table, thinking, I'll end up poisoned or divorced. I mustn't feel anything. There's definitely nothing there. Lily placed the necklace inside a chest. Only one thought occupied her mind. Lock them away. I'll lock them away so they can't escape. That way I won't want to comfort Theodore anymore. but this only made her feel more uneasy. I imagined there was the small box, and inside that small box, I started to store away the things I was afraid to name. These feelings weren't mine. They couldn't be. If those feelings had names and started to talk, I would become miserable. Outside, it was drizzling, and people were visiting Kamai's grave one after another. Theodore's grave. Among them, of course, was Lily. Laments for his fate echoed around. Poor Kamai. Heaven is so cruel. A good person like Kamai deserved to live a happy life. The condolences passed, and the accusations immediately followed. But those wicked Everests. Hush, she'll hear you. Someone standing nearby reminded Lily. You should find shelter from the rain, not stand here. Why are you standing there? It was none other than her husband, Theodore. Seeing him, she was surprised. Oh, she said as always. He cared for her attentively. Please, use this umbrella. Yes, she replied. Finally, everyone returned to the mansion. Theodore escorted Lily back. At this moment, another character appeared. The person called out. Theo, a beautiful and graceful young woman called. She greeted him, thought it's been a while. The woman with light orange hair began to introduce herself. I'm Adelaide Albinet. She deliberately said to Lily, It seems we haven't met before, have we? Lily politely bowed her head in greeting. You must be Duke Albinet's daughter. I've heard so much about you. It's an honor to finally meet you today. Suddenly, Adelaide moved closer to Theodore. Then, she naturally linked arms with him and said, Theo and I are childhood friends. We're so close that we have no secrets. Right, Theo? She also had a story. At one point, there had been talk of marriage between Adelaide Albinet and Theodore. But they said it fell apart due to strong opposition from Duke Albinet. Lily watched the two of them whispering together and thought to herself, once I get divorced, she'll probably marry him if Duke Albinet allows it. Thinking this, Lily glanced sadly to the side. Adelaide came up to her and asked in a saccharine, fake voice, Oh, you look a little pale. Are you feeling unwell? Lily immediately looked at her. She thought to herself, seeing Adelaide so close to her husband, she's a lucky woman. As soon as this thought flashed through her mind, Lily immediately adopted a pensive expression. She corrected herself. What was I just thinking? Adelaide continued, You really do look unwell. Your face is quite pale. Lily politely replied, I'm fine. Please continue without me. I'll be leaving now. With that, Lily walked gracefully towards the door. Theodore silently watched her every step. It seemed he had something to say. His lips moved, but no words came out. Inside the room, the fireplace occasionally crackled. Lily sat quietly on a chair, her expression melancholic. She held a warm cup of tea in her hands and continued to ponder. Come to think of it, am I taking Adelaide's place? Suddenly, that voice emphasized in a way she could never do. Lily was now truly angry. Shut up, please stop, that's enough. Lily slammed her teacup down on the table. Charlotte, hearing the noise, immediately inquired, Madam, would you like to rest early tonight? I was thinking of some lavender to help you sleep well. She tiredly replied, All right, that sounds good. Burn some incense for me. Yes, madam. A bowl of aloes wood incense was placed neatly on the table. After Charlotte had finished everything, she left. At this moment, Lily suddenly said, Thank you, Charlotte. Charlotte grinned, That it's my pleasure, madam. Good night. The room was once again left with only Lily. Tonight, she didn't draw the curtains, letting the fragmented moonlight illuminate a corner of the room. Suddenly, Lily sat up. She quietly walked towards her jewelry chest. She gently pulled it open and took out a pill box. Lily swallowed the handful of pills in her hand. Her eyes started to glaze over, hallucinations appearing. Lily mumbled to herself, another dream. She looked around curiously. Will it be this time? If it's another nightmare about Owen, Hessen, or Lenon, I'll just destroy it. It's my dream after all. A voice echoed from behind Lily. Her husband, Theodore, approached. Once again, they were close to each other. This intimate contact startled Lily. Suddenly, she felt afraid of Theodore's strength. She stumbled backward, telling him, Don't come any closer. Theodore looked bewildered at what's wrong. Stop, Lily. What? Of all the things in the world, why am I dreaming about him? Lily kept reminding herself, Wake up, wake up, wake up quickly. The dream ended, and Lily woke up. Tears were streaming down her face. Her hands clutched the blanket tightly. Lily still hadn't calmed down, tears rolling down her cheeks. Lily held her head, encouraging herself. Calm down. The room remained silent, while Lily's mind was a chaotic mess. She told herself, it was just a dream. It doesn't mean anything. A clattering sound broke the silence. Lily startled. She immediately turned to look. Then she realized the source of the noise was her husband, Theodore. Seeing his unsteady steps, she guessed he seems to be drunk. Then she said to him, Theo, Duke Valentino, I think you've entered the wrong room. This is... Theodore walked toward her step by step, murmuring Lynn. He seemed too drunk to stand, his tall frame falling towards Lily. She rushed to support him in a panic. A slight confusion flickered in her heart that, I'll help you sit down. She helped him onto the bed, then looked around, wondering, should I call a servant? Or Zarlos? At this moment, Theodore sighed wearily. He talked to himself that I must be losing my mind. Theodore also asked himself, why did I come here? Hearing this question, a flicker of sadness appeared in Lily's eyes. Her hand touched Theodore's cheek, her mind racing with thoughts of stopping. But for some strange reason, she felt like crying every time she saw him, her heart aching unbearably and pounding powerfully. So powerfully that she wished it would just stop. Completely. Memories flashed back to when she first saw him at Everest Castle, and she felt anxiety rising within her. Because she knew her heart would ache and life would become agonizing. Lily knew her own fate, so she didn't expect anything from him, and she couldn't offer him anything either. So she had to suppress these feelings. The more she thought about it, the more heartbroken she became. Lily stammered, my lord. Theodore looked at her with dreamy eyes. Lily was once again lost in her thoughts. It was terrifying to think of someone becoming special to him. She didn't think she could bear it, especially if it involved Theodore Valentino. From the beginning of this marriage, deep down, she knew this was a love he could never reciprocate, and she shouldn't expect him to. Despite Lily staring at him, Theodore shyly avoided her gaze, gently placing a kiss on her forehead. At this moment, Lily silently prayed, I wish this moment could last forever. The long night passed. Inside the room, Lily remained still, letting Theodore fall asleep on her shoulder. Finally, he woke up. Realizing he was lying on Lily's chest, Theodore was startled. He hurriedly left her embrace, his steps still unsteady from the alcohol. His mind in turmoil, Theodore berated himself. What am I thinking? He repeatedly scolded himself. I'm out of my mind. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Theodore made excuses. This was just a mistake. I won't let this happen again. Seeing him hurrying away, Lily immediately ran after him. She rushed forward, clinging to his arm, her voice choked with sobs. Please, my lord, don't go. Lily trembled. She sobbed, please don't go. Tormenting thoughts began to plague her. Honestly, I'm not even Duke Everest's real daughter. I have no relation to those monsters. She tightened her grip and told Theodore, I don't mind at all. If this happens again. Her firm affirmation surprised him. Theodore abruptly pulled his arm away. Ice cold, he said, do you think you can fool me? Confused, she replied, what? As she heard her husband utter such cruel words, I asked this some trick you practiced before we met? It's a pity it doesn't work on me. Lily cried out helplessly. What are you talking about? Yet Theodore persisted, stop pretending. I know your father and brothers told you to seduce me. He showed no empathy, coldly stating his thoughts. Weren't you trying to catch my eye in the Everest Castle Gardens that day? His words mortified Lily. Her face flushed crimson. Flustered, she stammered, the words catching in her throat. Theodore continued his accusations. Are you still making excuses? Wasn't this your plan all along? Lily cried out in frustration. That's not true. Theodore was taken aback by her vehement reaction. However, he remained unconvinced, a smirk playing on his lips. You almost had me fooled, he continued, though I knew you were acting. Theodore turned to face Lily directly. Tell me, he demanded, how does it feel to seduce a man you don't even like? Lily said desperately, I didn't seduce you. I would never do that. At her words, Theodore's hands shot out, gripping her slender shoulders. "Your words are unconvincing," he insisted. His rough hand then grasped her chin. "Fine," he said, "I'll do as you wish." With that, he pressed his lips to hers. But it wasn't a gentle kiss. He bruised her lips, causing her immense discomfort. She whimpered, struggling to push him away. Finally, Theodore released her. Lily, drained of strength, slumped down, while Theodore maintained his cold, disdainful demeanor. "How was it?" he taunted. "What's it like kissing someone you don't like? Perhaps you don't even care." Theodore's words grew increasingly cruel. "Perhaps you wanted to go further." He sneered. "I wonder if you could warm my bed every night without demanding anything else." Even if she truly had feelings for him, his words were deeply offensive. Slap! A sharp blow landed across Theodore's cheek, the imprint of Lily's hand stark against his skin. Trembling, her lips dry, she choked out, "You." Unable to contain her emotions any longer, tears streamed down her face. Yet, Theodore remained obstinate, even mocking. Well, he chuckled, "I suppose there's no way the daughter of the almighty Duke Everest actually wants to sleep with me." Theodore's cold gaze swept over Lily. "I apologize for my presumption." He abruptly left the room. Lily remained rooted to the spot, her body stiff, her eyes wide with shock as tears continued to flow. In that moment, she wished for only one thing: that she were a monster like her father. If she were a monster, she wouldn't be capable of love. Lily sank to the floor, burying her face in her hands and sobbing uncontrollably. She asked herself, why? Why is this happening to me? Her eyes stared blankly towards the window. Time passed. Since that day, Theodore's attitude towards her had become much colder and more strained. Even when she tried to initiate conversation, "Your Grace, I have something to discuss with you," he would avoid her. "I'm busy." He'd say curtly, "Can it wait?" He'd snap, "What is it? Don't waste my time. Make it quick." Lily's hands clenched her skirt, gathering her courage. "I'm different from my father and brother," she told him. "That I didn't want this mission. I'm not marrying you to harm the Valentino family. My father forced me. In fact, I want to help you and the Valentino family." He narrowed his eyes in annoyance and sighed. "That I was wondering what you'd say." Theodore's demeanor remained firm. "If you're trying to deceive me, at least make it convincing. Your face seems very sincere, doesn't it?" At that time, Theodore frequently went to the front lines to close gaps in his territory for as little as 3 days and as long as 1 or 2 months. So, he was really busy, and conversation became even more difficult. At the same time, a sense of defeat gradually arose within me. Soon, I was excluded from all family events and felt lonely even at the smallest gatherings. Meanwhile, Lady Simone cheerfully turned a blind eye to the subtle and skillful harassment from the servants. But I wasn't hurt by these things. The only person who could ever hurt me was always Theodore. He never approved of the Duchess's suggestions to hold banquets in the capital. "Oh, you really need me to go with you? Can't you go alone?" He always responded with an annoyed and contemptuous attitude. "And I want to restore the abandoned greenhouse in the garden and distribute herbal medicines to the people in the territory. Stop doing things that are irrelevant to you. Let me tell you, you're not Duchess Valentino. You are Lily Everest." Despite my attempts to be pleasant, Your Grace, please listen to me. Please help me. You just need to be by my side until the banquet ends. I would only receive his brusque actions. "Are you trying to seduce me? Let go of my hand." He always sullenly refused me. "Seems your brother is calling. You should go see him." Gradually, I lost all hope. No matter what happened, Theodore Valentino would never protect me. At that moment, my brother whispered in my ear, "Lily, you haven't forgotten, have you?" He hypocritically said, "Lily Everest, I'm going to need you. No matter what, you belong to me until you die." My name was repeated like a habit. Lily Everest, Lily Everest, Lily Everest. It sounded like a tool. At that time, one thing was very difficult for Lily to understand. Surprisingly, there were many men who wanted to buy me. They all seemed to be waiting for me to divorce Duke Valentino. My brother was the one who would handle this. Owen would consider the wealth of those who wanted to take me as a second wife or mistress. In reality, there were many who only wanted my shell. Resentment became increasingly evident on Lily's beautiful face. Perhaps that's what they wanted, which is why they offered such sums. Usually, beautiful and easily controlled dolls are empty inside. Lily recalled, Theodore Valentino had to marry me only to protect his family's assets. It was a marriage neither of us wanted. Then she sighed wearily, but my misfortune didn't end there. The turning point of my life appeared. I fell in love with a man who loathed me and my family, and I fostered futile hope in him. That was my true misfortune. Amidst this suffocating unhappiness, I gave up, and one day, until a year and a half later. A long, long time passed, a year and a half later. Still at Duke Valentino's mansion, Lily maintained her habit of standing by the window as always. Silently watching the sky, she suddenly heard someone call her, Madam. The servant said something, and she replied, All right. The hallway, now devoid of Lily's presence, immediately became stiflingly silent. Annabella's face was extremely tired at this moment, her cheeks sunken. Seeing someone enter, she turned and said, Oh, you're here. Lily stood hesitantly at the door. She inhaled deeply and wondered, What's that medicinal smell? It turned out she had been summoned because something had happened to her husband. My husband has been seriously injured in the head. According to Annabella, he was bleeding profusely when he was first brought in, but he's stable now. Thankfully, your husband has remarkable recuperative powers. Very remarkable. Lily clutched her skirt, replying, Yes, of course. She silently recalled that moment. When I heard he'd been seriously injured while closing a rift on the battlefield, I was truly worried. Then she thought sadly, but it seems my worry was unfounded. It's all right. He's always been so strong. Still, it's best to let him rest. Perhaps I should leave soon. She turned to leave and said to Annabella, Well then, I'll be going. Annabella asked in surprise, You're really leaving? She added, You should at least wait until he wakes up. Lily hurried forward, saying, Not seeing me will be more beneficial for his recovery. Just as the two were going back and forth, a weak voice rang out. Excuse me, what do you mean? Theodo slightly parted the curtain. He still seemed to be somewhat disoriented. Lily was startled, stammering, Duke. Instead of joy, she felt fear. Duke, although he was sitting up, Theodo didn't say anything more. The room was enveloped in an uncomfortable silence. Because he remained silent, Lily felt even more suffocated. Why isn't he saying anything? Theodo remained sitting on the bed, motionless. He stared at her, but didn't speak. Then, she stood up, thinking to herself, Perhaps I should leave before he says anything. Lily stood up and said politely, I apologize for disturbing your rest. But suddenly, Theodo asked, Who are you? Lily stared at him in shock. She murmured dazedly, Excuse me? Looking at Theodo's vacant eyes, she mumbled, What did he just say? Lily questioned herself, Have I finally gone mad? I didn't mishear, did I? She couldn't think of any answer to give him in this situation. Although she knew one thing clearly, she was his wife, at least for now. Annabella approached Theodo's bed and asked, Duke, don't you remember anything? This is your wife. He was even more bewildered than she was. My wife. I'm married. Annabella couldn't stay calm. She exclaimed, You really don't remember anything? You've been married for over a year. You recognize me. So why? Theodo's answer made Lily's heart skip a beat, and then it began to race. Theodo sat there silently. He yelled, I can't remember. Lily stood rooted to the spot, lamenting. Oh my God. Lily's life was becoming complicated again. A sigh echoed within the sick room. It seems the Duke has lost his memory. Lily turned her head towards the voice. What? Theodo's caregiver said, Fortunately, he remembers all the important things. The voice began to hesitate, but when mentioning her, each word uttered seemed to cast Lily into darkness. It appears to be a case of temporary amnesia. We'll have to wait and see how his memory of you returns. Annabella quickly left the room. Lily thought to herself, So she thinks his memories can return through conversation? She wrestled with the question. What if he wants to forget me because he hates me so much? Theodo seemed to have genuinely lost all memory of Lily. A faint voice said, You can come closer. Okay, he said, beckoning her closer with his hand. She obeyed, slowly approaching him. Theodo reached out and took Lily's hand. He asked in a low, warm voice, May I ask your name? She replied reflexively, Lily. He chuckled upon hearing it. Lily? What a lovely name. Lily continued, Lily Everest. That was my name before we married. Hearing her last name, he paused. Everest. Theodo stared intently, murmuring to himself, silver hair, green eyes. Lily, still unable to believe he'd truly forgotten her, continued to ask, Do you really not remember anything? No, nothing at all, she said coldly. Then you can learn about me from others. That will tell you how you should treat me. Seeing her hastily leave, Theodo stood up as well. Wait, but Lily said firmly, I want to leave here. Please let me go. Theodo, unwilling to let go, pulled her back towards him. He pulled her close and whispered in her ear, Don't go, don't go. Theodo asked urgently, Have I done something wrong to you? Tell me, have we ended our marriage? Am I asking too much? She bit her lip. Then, without any emotion, she replied, Yes. Ask someone else. Lily cried out, I'm even ashamed. I don't want to explain anything anymore. She commanded firmly, Right now, please let go of my hand. Her resolute attitude made Theodo slowly release his grip. She didn't hesitate any longer and quickly pulled her hand away. Lily rushed out of the room, but it seemed she had been crying. Theodo kept staring at his palm, his lips murmuring the name, Lily. Theodo's study was currently lit. He sat relaxed, leaning back in his chair, one hand on his chin, the other holding a book, listening to Charlotte apologetically say, I'm so sorry, Your Grace, but the Duchess doesn't want to see you. Theodo suddenly closed the book in his hand without saying a word, leaving Charlotte feeling somewhat puzzled. Theodo put the book down, his gaze distant. He recalled what he had been told. You married the Duchess because of the Valentino family. The person also said it was like a transaction with the Everest family. For Theodo, a year and a half wasn't too long or too short time. He thought to himself, I can vaguely remember visiting the Everest house about 2 years ago. The image of a girl standing beneath falling petals appeared in his mind. Theodo was certain, I must have met someone. At that time, she had her back to him. Theodo felt a sense of frustration, thinking, but I can't remember it. Even when the girl turned to look at him, Theodo wondered, why is only the memory of her completely gone? Gone. Theodo braced his hands on the table to stand up. He suddenly asked the maid in front of him, You said your name was Charlotte, right? Charlotte, slightly surprised, replied, Yes, sir. Theodo said to her, Take me to the madam's room. Hearing this, Charlotte paused for a moment, as if considering something. Charlotte bowed her head silently for a long while, then replied, Yes, Your Grace will lead the way. Jenna stood before the door, bowing respectfully, and said, Madam just left. She said she was going out for a while. Theodore asked Jenna. She wouldn't go out alone, would she? Who escorted her? Jenna hesitated, letting out a small, Theodore watched her prolonged hesitation, his brow furrowing slightly. Jenna pursed her lips and looked down, hearing Theodore's stern voice asking, Are you trying to say that no one went with Madam, even though she is the Duchess of the Valentino family? Jenna didn't dare look directly at Theodore, thinking to herself, This isn't anything new. Jenna knew full well that, in fact, this happened often. She recalled, Madam often goes out alone. The image of Lily's solitary figure appeared in Jenna's mind. She thought to herself, and no one but Saclatte wants to go with Madam. Thinking of this, Jenna lowered her head even further and stammered, I apologize. Theodore turned around, replying indifferently, We'll talk about this later. Theodore suddenly glanced at Saclatte, causing her some unease. He observed Saclatte's tense posture and her inability to meet his gaze, surmising, This servant seems to know something. Theodore asked Saclatte, Do you know where Madam went? Saclatte hesitated for a moment before replying, I'm afraid I don't know, Your Grace. But Theodore pressed further. The other servant just said you often go out with Madam. But now you say you don't know. Saclatte looked away, replying perfunctorily, Madam often strolls along the riverbank in town, but I truly don't know where she went today. Hearing this, Theodore stared at Saclatte for a moment. He sighed inwardly, thinking, well, it seems she's hiding some secrets. Theodore placed his hand on the doorknob, resolving, Whatever they are, I'll find out. Thinking this, he abruptly threw open the double doors, startling Saklate. Saklate watched Theodore calmly walk inside, unable to help but let out a small gasp. Huh. Both surprised and worried. She wondered, is he going into Madame's room without her permission? Saklate watched, pale with fear, as Theodore rummaged through the room. When Theodore's gaze landed on a particular object, Saklate tensed further. Theodore placed his hand on a small mirror with a gleaming gold, intricately carved floral frame. Upon opening it, a look of surprise crossed his face. Theodore lifted the delicate necklace in his hand. The image of a faceless girl wearing the necklace immediately flashed through his mind. Theodore's heart stirred. He tried to recall, but everything was hazy. Theodore suddenly noticed a painting by the nearby window. He picked it up and looked it over. Seeing this, Saklate exclaimed in alarm. Ah, that's... Theodore studied the painting in his hand. It depicted a cloudy sky and a grassy field. He gazed at it for a long moment in silence, his thoughts unreadable. Saklate explained to him, Madame painted them. Theodore, still looking at the painting, praised. How intriguing. These words from Theodore surprised Saklate. She looked at him for a moment, then lowered her head, pressing her lips together. According to Saklate, it wasn't difficult to realize that Theodore Valentino could do anything without hesitation. However, through observing him at work, she felt differently, but he's usually kind to his people. Yet, the madam is the sole exception to that kindness, sadly, always. Saklate recalled the times Lily tried to endure Theodore's coldness, thinking, it's as if he's being forced. Lily's disappointed and sorrowful expression was still vivid in Saklat's mind. She sighed inwardly, thinking, and he acts more and more that way towards the madam. At this moment, Saklat's thoughts were suddenly interrupted as she saw Theodore touch a bottle. He picked up the medicine bottle. Saklat's eyes couldn't hide her alarm. Theodore stared at the bottle for a long time. Then, he held it out to the tense Saklate and said, Here. Theodore furrowed his brow questioningly. What kind of medicine is this? Saklate froze. She lowered her head and closed her eyes, hesitating for a long time as if struggling internally. Saklate stammered, This secret couldn't be kept hidden any longer. In a village with few people on the road. Lily held out something in her hand and said, Here, please take these potatoes, even though there aren't many. The other person gratefully replied, Oh my, that's enough. Thank you, my lady. A female villager turned to look at Lily, smiling and saying to her husband, She's such a kind person. She always comes here to distribute food. The villager watched Lily's kind distribution and recounted with a grateful voice. Before spring, she also distributed blankets. If it weren't for those, my family would probably have frozen to death. Some other villagers also whispered to each other, Recently, our lives have improved a lot. Those damned rifts haven't appeared like they used to. Someone said, That's right. Back then, I used to worry every day about being attacked by monsters in my sleep. They spoke with grateful voices. It's all thanks to our Lord. They praised. The Lord's power is growing stronger day by day, so the rifts and monsters don't have a chance to attack anymore. In fact, to be more precise, Seraphim was initially bound to Theodore's brother, but in the end, it recognized Theodore as its new master, so Theodore's power gradually stabilized. Therefore, he could now handle the rifts himself. Thanks to this, the Valentino family now didn't need the help of the Everest family, becoming stronger, and had been striving to regain their former power. Lily thought to herself, that's a good thing. She put on her hooded cloak, exhaled, and thought, this way, he can really divorce me soon. Whether he has his memories or not, our positions won't change. The female villager standing behind Lily suddenly asked her, Oh, are you planning to leave, my lady? Lily smiled gently and replied, Yes, I have to work in the evening. Next time I come, I'll bring some good fruits. The female villager politely said, Oh, there's no need, but we're very, very grateful. Lily smiled and replied, I'm serious. The two were chatting pleasantly when suddenly, not far away, someone shouted, How dare you block my way? The person loudly ordered, Get out of the way right now. Lily spun around, a gasp escaping her lips. That voice. Sure enough, she saw a familiar figure struggling with the villagers. The young man angrily shouted, "All of you are nothing but Veronis insects." He challenged them. "Do you know who I am?" Lily watched the elegantly dressed young man with silver hair and a furious expression, standing amongst the murmuring crowd. Watching the silver-haired man grapple fiercely with the villagers, she wondered, why is Hessen here? As she recalled, he usually brought his men to scout Verona's territory, but he had never resorted to violence before. Hessen turned, glaring at the crowd, and snapped, "What are you looking at? Do you want to die?" Lily approached a villager and asked, what's going on here?" The villager stammered, But before he could continue, Hessen roared, "How dare you insult the Everest family right in front of my face?" Lily's brow furrowed slightly. She sighed inwardly. "I see." Lily knew there had been a shift in how the people of Verona's territory insulted the Everests. Initially, it had been pure hatred, seemingly contained, but then more people began to mock and ridicule them. Hessen, while scouting, overheard their words. He flew into a rage, demanding of the offenders, "Do you want to die?" In his fury, Hessen immediately drew his sword. He told them, "I'll give you fools a choice. Get your throat slit or your tongue cut out." Hessen bluntly asked, "Choose one." "Which will it be?" The villagers defiantly cried out, "Who are you to cut our throats or tongues? The only one who can punish us is God, and it's not like we said anything wrong." Their voices dripped with contempt. Even the dogs in the street know the Everest house is a den of devils. Meanwhile, a middle-aged villager realized something and exclaimed, "Wait, that hair!" He pointed at Hessen, that he's the son of the Everest family. Hessen sheathed his sword, a sneer twisting his lips. "Even with my silver hair, that's all you could figure out? Clearly, you're all just a bunch of stupid cockroaches." He threatened them now, throat or tongue. "Which should I cut?" Hessen looked at the cowering villagers, trembling with fear, and ordered, "The one on the left, you can go first." Seeing their silence, he barked, "Are you mute? You were talking plenty before. Why so quiet now?" At this point, Lily felt she couldn't stand by any longer. She sighed inwardly, "I can't just stand here and watch." With that thought, she walked towards them. Hessen, noticing her approach, asked in surprise, "Who are you?" Lily dipped a curtsy, politely replying, "My name is Leah. I am a servant working at Duke Tino's castle." She spoke respectfully. "I sincerely apologize that my insignificant presence is hindering someone as esteemed as yourself." Lily's voice was earnest. "I truly wish to apologize on behalf of these people. Please, I beg you to hear me out." Lily explained to Hessen, "From the beginning, these people have been deprived of proper education. On top of that, they have been traumatized by the attacks of mystical creatures over a year and a half ago. Therefore, their minds are no longer sound. They have lost their clarity and spoken thoughtlessly out of the pain in their hearts. I sincerely implore you to find it in your generous heart to show mercy and forgive. Forgive them." Hessen didn't say anything, just stared at her for a moment. Then he suddenly smiled. In the blink of an eye, Hessen pointed his sword at Lily's throat. He told her, "You're quite brave for a mere servant. Your manners are impeccable, especially considering you're working as a servant in the Duke's house." Lily politely replied, "Thank you, sir." Hearing this, Hessen couldn't help but burst into laughter. He suddenly grabbed Lily's hand and pulled her forcefully, taking her completely by surprise. He seemed bored with her and asked with a smirk, "What do you think you're doing?" While Lily was still stunned, Hessen teasingly continued, "Is this a new hobby of yours?" Lily suddenly felt a chill down her spine, thinking to herself, the shape-shifting magic tool needs to work flawlessly. Before she could say anything, Hessen dragged her away. In a deserted area, Lily was thrown against the wall, the pain making her grimace and clench her teeth. Hessen stood before her, sneering, "What's with this ugly appearance? Change your face back immediately." Lily sighed, and the pendant she held in her hand emitted a mystical light. Hessen crossed his arms and stared intently at Lily as she quickly returned to her original form. Lily brushed her long hair back, her gaze becoming evasive. Hessen asked, "In this situation, you're pretending to be a servant and wandering around." He reminded her, You're the Duchess. Lily coldly replied, I have some matters to attend to. Hearing this, Hessen laughed. Ha. He grabbed Lily's wrists. Lily looked at her wrists, which Hessen had tied together with rope. Confused, she asked, What are you doing? Hessen crudely asked, Hey, do you really want to remarry a bastard like Lenong? Lily responded in astonishment, What? That's none of your business. But Hessen retorted, Why can't it be my business? Soon, Hessen dragged Lily to his horse. As they were about to mount, they heard a voice from afar, causing them to turn their heads. Stop! The voice was followed by the sound of galloping hooves. Lily's eyes widened in surprise. She looked at the man on horseback and exclaimed, Theodore. Theodore saw Lily's bound hands, his eyes filled with anger. He dismounted. Before him, Hessen raised a hand to his forehead, while Lily stood frozen. Theodore walked directly and stood in front of Lily. He angrily asked Hessen, What do you think you're doing? Theodore coldly addressed him, Hessen Everest, I order you. You'd better tell the truth. Unexpectedly, Hessen replied, Duke Valentino, since when have you cared about this abandoned woman? Theodore was taken aback. He asked, How can you call her abandoned? Hessen pointed his index finger at his own head and spun it in a circle, mockingly asking Theodore, Have you lost your memory? Did you hit your head or something? He emphasized, The woman I'm talking about is Lily Everest, the one you utterly detested. Yet now you're treating her like something precious. He looked at Theodore's averted gaze and pressed, Your actions are showing that, aren't they? Lily looked at Theodore's contemplative back, understanding that this wasn't an easy question for him to answer. Nothing good would come from him admitting he had amnesia. Lily slowly untied herself, easily guessing that her father and Owen were the type to use violence against him. This time, it was Lily's turn to stand up for Theodore. She coldly said, Hessen, you need to stop this teasing, even if you are my brother. It's not funny at all. Seeing him stunned, she wondered, Why does he look so surprised? He probably didn't think I could untie myself. Lily turned to Theodore and explained, Your Grace, Hessen was just playing a game with me. You don't need to worry, it's nothing serious. Theodore gritted his teeth and replied, Ow! He placed his hand on Lily's shoulder and asked worriedly, How can you say that? He was manhandling you and trying to drag you away like you were some ruffian. How can you simply accept it as a joke? Theodore's voice was full of indignation. A joke. Who in the world would play such a game on someone? Lily was dumbfounded. Inwardly, she exclaimed, This behavior, it's truly too much. This isn't the man I knew. Unpleasant memories flooded back. Suddenly, I wondered if he would be this worried if he were the man I knew before his amnesia. Wouldn't he have acted indifferently whether Hessen dragged me away or not? She felt this was the truth. He would never have searched for me. Lily glanced at Theodore's hand on her shoulder and coldly removed it. She thought, at this point, I have no other choice. Hessen stood opposite them, glaring. Lily closed her eyes and took a deep breath, making up her mind they'll have to try it. As if surrounded by surging waves, Lily pursed her lips and endured as much as she could, until her vision darkened and she began to stagger. They rushed towards her in a panic. Before she completely lost consciousness, someone shouted her name. Lily! Water and darkness engulfed her. She desperately wanted to cry out, I can't breathe. It feels like I'm sinking to a very deep place, incredibly heavy. Lily lay in bed, her eyes snapping open. She gasped. Ah! Charlotte rushed to her bedside. Madam, are you all right? Breathe slowly. Lily clutched her throat, trying to catch her breath, her heart pounding like a drum. However, she was also relieved, thinking it worked. I was able to get away from Hessen. Lily felt a discomfort in her throat, causing her to let out a choked ugh. Seeing her like this, Charlotte became even more worried. She leaned closer and anxiously called, Madam! Suddenly, they both heard approaching footsteps and looked towards the sound. Theodore walked to Lily's bedside, looking down at her. Lily's heart sank, her face darkening. Before she could react, Theodore sat down on the bed and gently called her name, Lily. Lily hesitated to respond. Theodore's face was etched with worry. How are you feeling? Their hands were now very close, as if a slight movement would cause them to touch. After a moment of silence, Lily simply replied, I'm fine. Theodore raised an eyebrow and stared at her, his expression filled with pity. He said worriedly, I was scared when you suddenly stopped breathing. I've told the doctor to carefully monitor your condition. Please don't skip any checkups. Lily's heart was beating very fast. She could even hear the thumping sounds, but she maintained a cold demeanor and replied, I understand. She changed the subject. Has Hessen left? Theodore calmly replied, he has returned to his residence in Salisbury. I've confirmed I'm no longer in Veronica anymore. Hearing this, Lily thought to herself, Hessen has his own residence? That's strange. She was so surprised that she softly uttered, oh. She remembered that Hessen had proudly considered himself a member of the Everest family. He often showed loyalty to the family through his actions, and as far as she knew, he had no personal property and only a few knights following him. She wondered, why would he have a separate residence? Could he have fallen out with his family? Lost in thought, Lily forgot that Theodore was sitting beside her. She mused if that's the case. Theodore, finding her preoccupied, called out Lily. This interrupted her train of thought, causing her to startle and turn to look at him. Realizing she had been distracted, she cleared her throat and said, anyway, don't worry about what happened with Hessen. It's just his rough and playful nature. After hearing her, Theodore simply stared at her in silence for a moment. Then, he scratched the back of his neck, looking somewhat helpless. He said, all right, I think you need a rest now. He offered, causing Lily to pause slightly. If you want me to stay with you. But before Theodore could finish his sentence, Lily immediately interrupted. No, Theodore was taken aback by her reaction. Lily lowered her head and bluntly refused him. Theodore was so stunned he froze in place. Lily didn't dare look directly at him. She quickly waved her hand and explained, I'd rather rest alone. I feel uncomfortable with someone beside me. Theodore stood up and replied with a helpless tone, I apologize for worrying unnecessarily. With that, he silently turned around. Theodore opened the door and instructed her, I'll leave. Get some good rest. Charlotte politely replied on Lily's behalf, Yes, Duke. You should rest as well. Theodore, on his way out, suddenly stopped. He abruptly said, Next time. Lily looked up in confusion. Looking at his back, Theodore asked, Could you call me by my name? Without waiting for Lily's reply, Theodore closed the door, leaving only Lily and Charlotte in the room. Charlotte, holding a tray, still worried, said, I was so shocked when I heard that someone had suddenly fainted. She paused, then sighed and continued, My heart stopped. Are you truly all right now? Lily smiled and calmly replied, I did it on purpose. Hearing this, Charlotte exclaimed in surprise. What? Lily smiled and repeated, I fainted intentionally. She explained, There's a way to do it. Do you want to know how? Before Lily could finish, Charlotte stepped very close to her. Lily, puzzled, called her name Charlotte. Charlotte simply replied, My lady, don't. Her face flushed, her voice a mixture of worry and sadness. Don't ever do that again. Lily stared blankly at Charlotte, then choked out, Never. Lily reassured her, All right, I won't do it again, but Charlotte still seemed unconvinced. She asked, Really? Promise me. Lily replied, I promise. Only then did Charlotte turn to leave. Lily could still hear her sniffling from behind. A moment later, Charlotte returned with a bowl of soup for Lily and said, This is warm soup. It's just right, not too hot. You should eat it to regain your strength. Lily replied, Sure, bring it here. Lily lowered her head and slowly drank the soup. Theodore's back from earlier suddenly flashed in her mind, his voice echoing in her ears. Can you call me by my name? Lily's eyes grew sad. Your name? She recalled, There was a time I did call you by your name. She still hadn't forgotten his cold rejection, his dismissive gesture, sometimes with despair, disappointment, and sometimes with hope. In the end, the waiting had exhausted her, leaving her face streaked with tears, and then I realized it was pointless. Lily reassured herself. Well then, I suppose the Duke will soon learn to treat a wife like me with indifference. She felt that it was just a fleeting illusion brought on by the accident that caused his memory loss. Lily pictured it like a brief ray of sunlight on a rainy day. At that moment, by the window bathed in bright sunlight, Theodore tossed a coin into the air. He placed his finger on the face-up side of the coin. Theodore stared at it for a moment, as if deciding on something. He suddenly sighed and leaned back in his chair. Theodore remembered when Lily fainted. He had anxiously called her name, Lily. Theodore shook the limp body in his arms, calling Lily. Hessen, who was nearby, put a hand to his forehead, his face darkening. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Oh, this crazy woman again." Hessen didn't seem worried. On the contrary, he warned Theodore, "Duke Valentino, you should be careful too. Her fainting has a purpose." Theodore turned his head and asked, "Purpose?" Hessen brushed his hands off, irritably running a hand through his hair. "Remember, controlling her body like that is her specialty." But then he added, "Oh, I'm sure it's not a problem for you. After all, you'll be divorcing her any day now." Hearing this, Theodore stared blankly and exclaimed, "What?" Hessen clicked his tongue, finding his bewildered look irritating. He crossed his arms and asked, "Why do you look so surprised? Do you plan to live with that Everest woman for the rest of your life?" Seeing Theodore's stunned expression, he continued to press. "Wasn't your plan to divorce her at the right time?" Hessen turned to leave, not forgetting to add, "When you divorce, she'll remarry Lenong Chester. You know, that scoundrel from the Chester family." Hessen's voice was full of sarcasm. "Her life is so unfortunate, as if it wasn't enough with marriage to you. Her second marriage will be to Lenong Chester." He left just like that, leaving Theodore holding Lily. Finally, Hessen threw in a parting shot that left Theodore feeling guilty. "Did you know he's been going around saying Lily was never happy married to you?" Theodore looked over at the medicine bottle on the table. His face darkened. Theodore couldn't help but exclaim what. He felt bewildered, wondering what he had done to make things turn out this way. His heart grew heavy as he remembered those words. After the divorce, she would remarry Lenong Chester. Theodore pondered for a long time. Then he rang the bell. A servant quickly entered, respectfully asking, "What do you need, Your Grace?" Theodore sternly ordered, "Bring Cavan to me. He should be in the library." A calm voice echoed from the library. "So, you've recovered your memories?" It was Cavan Wells. Theodore sat in a chair, holding a piece of paper, staring at Cavan for a moment. Then, he calmly replied, "No, not yet." Cavan asked, slightly surprised, "Then why did you call for me?" He listened intently, awaiting Theodore's request. "I want to ask before I lost my memory. What was it like between me and Lily? How did I treat her? Tell me." Cavan calmly asked, "Why are you only asking me now? I heard you went all over the castle, asking the butler and others." Theodore replied, "I wanted to ask your opinion last. I've already asked everyone else." Cavan pulled up a chair and sat opposite Theodore. He looked at Theodore and began. Actually, Cavan sat with his legs crossed, his left hand grasping his right arm. His voice held a hint of helplessness. "The way you treated her was reasonable." He paused, then added, "If you put yourself in the Valentino family's shoes." Thinking of the girl, Cavan offered his assessment, but Lily Everest's life was the opposite. "But I don't think you're a bad person. After all, she is the daughter of the Everest family." Unexpectedly, Theodore immediately corrected Cavan's words in a serious tone, causing him to stumble almost out of his chair. "Lily Valentino." Cavan quickly reminded him, "It wasn't for nothing that you struggled for a while because of her, was it?" Theodore asked, puzzled, struggled. Cavan unwrapped a candy in his hand as he replied, "Yes, the stories you told me were all very vague, so it's hard to guess their meaning." He suggested, "Therefore, it's better to wait for memory to return." Cavan also didn't forget to advise Theodore, "And don't get too close to the Duchess. You might regret it later." Theodore refused to give up, saying, "But I still want to know your opinion." His voice was resolute. "After that, I will be the one to make my own decision." Cavan tossed the candy into his mouth and couldn't help but sigh, a thoughtful expression on his face. He began to recount. "The first time you two met was 2 years ago at Duke Everest Castle. At that time," Theodore paced the hallway. Theodore bowed his head in thought, recalling what he had been told. "That I know that much too, but as you know, I'm always busy with work. But about a month ago, the Duchess had some kind of plan. That's the problem." He recounted. "Some servants gathered dead birds and rats and were ordered to place them near her window or in front of her room." Cavan recalled catching the perpetrator's red-handed point. "One of the maids I caught confessed that they had been doing it for 6 months. His voice seemed to suppress a sigh. This is bad, I thought. At first, I didn't know whether to tell you or not, and in the end, I decided to handle it myself. Theodore suddenly stopped walking. Kevin's voice still lingered. I talked to them, so I don't think it will happen again. Now, he looked up out the window, the sunlight illuminating half of his handsome face. Theodore wondered, why did I? Theodore felt remorseful thinking that, because of him, Lily Everest always had to endure gossip. She had resigned herself, never uttering a single complaint. She had suffered for months, constantly tormented by the whispers of the servants behind her back. The image of Lily, withdrawn, lonely, and heartbroken, appeared in his mind. Theodore counted 1 year and 6 months. No, to be more precise, 2 years is a very long time. If someone had to endure such hurt throughout those months, I wonder if it would be difficult to completely heal those wounds, or easier than I think. Theodore looked down guiltily, already having the answer in his heart. Of course not. He thought, perhaps the abyss in her soul is deeper than I imagined. Theodore could even visualize Lily's anguish. He thought to himself, I don't know why, but I'm sure. It is. Theodore's gaze became distant as the past flooded back. Suddenly, I remembered the words of someone who once taught me, suffering all comes from people. Sadly, although we can be happy with just a piece of bread, we become more ambitious, constantly fighting and competing with each other. Hatred and jealousy will weigh heavily on our hearts, and then bring suffering and pain upon ourselves, as if we can never escape those emotions. Currently, Theodore felt very restless and remorseful. I've always wanted to ask my pre-amnesia self. Every time I stood before her, I wanted to question myself. Why was I so harsh with her? Theodore felt bewildered, thinking to himself, even though I was attracted to her from the very first time I met her. At that time, Lily's beautiful face was so disappointed. Kevin told me this about the past. You went to Everest Castle, talked with her, and told me about your feelings. He exclaimed, oh my, the great Theodore fell in love with a woman at first sight. Kevin emphasized that you constantly talked about her. He recounted fluently, recalling every detail that you normally wouldn't notice. Kevin gave examples, such as, it seemed she was quite pained when she cut her nails too short. Kevin's voice was a bit amused, and then there's a small mole between her index finger and thumb. He teased Theodore, who was listening in a daze. Hey, are you a pervert? Who observes and remembers such things in such detail? He exclaimed, I think I'm going crazy. Theodore believed, I must have realized feelings for her long ago. He pictured himself and Lily hand in hand, happily, thinking to himself, after knowing those feelings, Theodore was convinced that I must have planned to get her out of Everest completely. Yet, he was the one who turned his back on Lily. Theodore remorsefully thought, but unexpectedly, I treated her so cruelly and distanced myself from her. Theodore put his hand to his mouth, thinking for a moment. He wondered, there must be a reason, or someone intervened. Theodore guessed, or there was some misunderstanding. At this very moment, Theodore's gaze was drawn to something that made him freeze. He had arrived in front of Lily's door since. When? Her bitter smile involuntarily appeared in his mind. Theodore clenched his hand into a fist, silently calling Lily. He walked past her door. Then he turned and walked past her door again. Hesitating for a moment, Theodore scratched the back of his neck, helpless. Perhaps she doesn't want anything to do with. Me too. At this moment, a sudden noise came from behind him. Theodore turned around to look, and Annabella was slowly walking towards him. Theodore watched Annabella smile at him, wondering why she was here. He asked, Aunt, why are you here? Annabella covered her mouth with her hand and replied, I heard Lily fainted, so I came here to check on her. Isn't that what we adults should do? Theodore told her, when I looked inside, it seemed like Lily was already asleep. It would be better if you came back later. Annabella touched her cheek, her expression regretful, and sighed, I understand. Perhaps today isn't the right time. It's better that I see her at another time, as you suggested. Theodore agreed. Yes, I was just about to go back to my office to continue my work. So the two of them walked together down the hall. Annabella suddenly asked, Theo, you still haven't recovered your memories, have you? Theodore honestly replied, No, But it's all right. Annabella quickly comforted him, which surprised Theodore slightly. It's okay. It's not an important memory, so don't force yourself to remember it. Pausing for a moment, Annabella suggested, but I'm worried. Please live with Lily the way you did before you lost your memory. She emphasized, she'll be leaving this family soon anyway. After saying these words, Annabella left, leaving Theodore standing frozen. In place, Theodore looked down, his eyes filled with sadness. Leaving soon? The woman just now, to Theodore, Annabella Seymour was someone who played a rather important role, having taken care of him for a long time. However, the reason she always wanted him to treat her like his mother wasn't simple. Perhaps not just because of the late Duchess's dying wish. Theodore held his head, wondering what if. But then he denied it to himself. No, I'm still not sure. Theodore tried to deny it. Not yet. At this time, somewhere in Salisbury, Hessen and Owen were having a conversation. Owen asked Hessen, I heard you met Lily and Theodore. Hessen's expression was unhappy. He curtly replied, just finding out now. Owen smiled helplessly, advising, you should call me brothered. Hessen angrily snapped, brother my foot. Owen suddenly suggested, tell me about it. Hessen simply replied, is there anything to tell? It's the same as always. But then he rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, actually it's not quite the same. There's something strange about him. Owen calmly asked, like he's a different person? Hessen, feeling puzzled, asked, what do you mean? Owen hinted, perhaps he's acting like he has amnesia, for example. Hearing this, Hessen exclaimed, oh, right? He's acting like someone with amnesia. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly froze, stunned for a few seconds. Hessen felt even more confused. He asked what's going on. Owen replied, what do you mean? Hessen anxiously urged, tell me the truth. What's going on? Why is he suddenly like this? Owen smiled, his eyes narrowed, and replied in a teasing tone, why is he acting so strangely? This infuriated Hessen, and he yelled, stop beating around the bush. But Owen only replied with a well. Hessen became even more irritated. He looked at the person sitting opposite him, angrily thinking to himself, that bastard, one day I'll make him kneel before me. Owen tapped his pipe on the ashtray and calmly said, you know, Hessen. He suddenly stood up and said, no matter what I do. Owen walked towards the door. Before closing the door and leaving, he turned his head, smiled, and said to Hessen, it's all for Everest. Hessen just stood there, frozen, watching the door close. Outside the room, Owen walked away chuckling, listening to the sounds of crashing objects and Hessen's roars. Inside, Hessen fumed beside the overturned, ornately carved armchair. You bastard, do you really think I have no way of knowing what you're doing? A beautiful morning in a magnificent castle, the scene was utterly peaceful. Theodore and Lily sat facing each other on blue settees in front of a tea table. Theodore suddenly closed his eyes and exhaled. Then he opened his eyes, thought for a moment, and asked at that time, why were you wearing a servant's uniform? Lily hesitated, not answering. Theodore began to recount. That day, the villagers warned me that a son of the Everest family had captured a maid from Valentino Castle. Theodore reminisced. They told me the maid's name was Leah. They said she occasionally came here to distribute food and necessities. He reassured Lily, it's all right. I want you to be honest with me. Have you been pretending to be a servant to help the villagers all this time? Hearing this, Lily clenched her hands, seemingly suppressing some emotion. Her expression troubled. She kept her gaze down, thinking to herself, I don't want to take credit for that. Could she really pat herself on the back and tell Theodore, yes, I was the one helping the villagers? Lily wondered, if I admit it, how will he react? She pictured Theodore's handsome, smiling face, wondering, will he be touched knowing I did something good? Lily's mood was heavy. She thought insecurely, honestly, I don't think I'd be happy to see him touched. Lily suddenly remembered the necklace, thinking, perhaps, I'm more curious about how he'll react. She emphasized to herself, before he lost his memory. She was picturing Theodore's smiling face directed at her, not the man who had lost his memory of hating her. Thinking of this, Lily lifted her teacup and replied, it was just a hobby. Theodore asked, surprised, just a hobby. Lily took a sip of tea and explained further, When I'm bored, I go down to the village to distribute things the people need. That's all. The tea in the beautiful cup before her reflected Theodore's disappointed face. He replied softly, "All right, I understand." Then, he suddenly said, "I have something else to ask you." Lily replied, "Certainly, you may ask." Theodore spoke as he pulled a small bottle from his pocket. "Just this." He held it out to Lily and said, "I had this medicine checked. I heard it's a sleeping draught." His voice was slightly displeased, but it's made from a highly potent herb, so if used daily, it can be harmful to the body. Lily's brow furrowed slightly, her gaze becoming evasive. Theodore said, "You really?" Theodore's face darkened. He gripped the bottle tightly and asked, "Are you using this medicine every day without missing a single day?" Lily lifted her teacup again, lamenting inwardly. Finally, this has come. She could even imagine Sellett's awkward expression. "I'm sorry, my lady." Lily replied, "I couldn't sleep, so I used this medicine." Theodore asked, "Every day?" Lily's reply startled him. "Yes, every day, without missing a single day." Theodore tightened his grip on the medicine bottle, a surge of blue energy quickly enveloping it. Lily watched in surprise as the energy pulsed, bright enough to illuminate her face. The bottle instantly shattered, dissolving into blue smoke. Lily instinctively raised her hands to shield herself. Theodore, looking down at his palm, said in a low voice, "Never do this again." Lily recounted, "Yesterday, I took 2 pills before bed." Theodore sounded incredulous. "You took 2?" Lily explained helplessly, "It seems my body has developed a resistance, so I increased the dosage." Theodore immediately stood up, turned, and asked, "Where is it?" Lily, forced to rise with him, asked hesitantly, "What are you doing?" Theodore, opening a drawer, replied, "I'm going to burn it." As soon as he finished speaking, the bottles of medicine inside the drawer were flung into the air and incinerated into ash by a powerful blue flame in the blink of an eye, all while Theodore and Lily watched. Theodore turned back to Lily and said, "If there's any left, bring it all here." Lily replied, "There's nothing left. That was all of it." Theodore pressed, "Are you sure? Are you lying to me?" Lily couldn't help but exclaim, "Why are you doing this?" Theodore asked, his voice laced with displeasure. "You really don't know why I'm doing this." Lily explained, "It's just sleeping pills." Standing beside the ashes, Theodore immediately retorted, "That's poison. If you use it long term, it will shorten your lifespan." To his astonishment, Lily calmly replied, "Yes, I know that's one of the side effects." Theodore, dumbfounded, asked, "So what you're saying is the reason you use it every day is—" Lily quickly turned and went to the tea table, sitting down. She chuckled and explained, "Don't misunderstand me. I don't care about the side effects." Theodore asked her, "Why would you say that?" He then said apologetically, "I know that before I lost my memory, I treated you cruelly." Lily lifted her teacup, listening to his sincere voice. "I know we can't pretend it never happened, but I want to mend our relationship in the future. To do that, I'll try to." But before he could finish, Lily's hands trembled, spilling her tea. She brought her hands to her face, letting out a strange, involuntary laugh that stunned Theodore. Picking up her teacup, she repeated his words, "Mend our relationship." Theodore called her name Lily. Lily replied, "No title, as you wish." She then asked, "What do you think we can do to mend this?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lily threw her teacup to the ground, shattering it into pieces and sending tea splashing everywhere. Theodore stared, stunned, as Lily's finger began to bleed. But she seemed unconcerned, turning back to him with a sorrowful gaze, smiling faintly as she asked, "How can we mend something that's already broken into pieces?" Theodore stood frozen in place. Then, in a low voice, he exclaimed, "You're bleeding." He grabbed Lily's hand, pulling her closer and asking, "I said you're bleeding. What are you doing?" He looked at her bloodied palm with anguish, saying, "You have a deep cut on your hand. You need to bandage it immediately." Lily mumbled, "Let go." But Theodore held her hand tightly, saying, "We need to bandage this before it gets worse." Lily struggled and cried out, "Let me go." Her eyes were brimming with tears. Theodore ordered a servant to call a doctor immediately. A moment later, Lily sat on the bed in her room, Charlotte supporting her. Theodore and a female doctor were also present. The doctor bowed respectfully and said, "Please rest well, madam." Seeing Lily sitting dazed for a long time, Charlotte couldn't hide her worry. Theodore approached and said to her, "Lily, it's all right now." As he reached out to touch her, Lily flinched back in fear. A tear fell onto the hand clutching her dress. She choked out a plea, "Please stay away from me." Unable to contain her sobs, she gave a bitter laugh that "I'm afraid of you." She told Theodore, "Don't come near me." Charlotte couldn't bear to watch any longer. She stepped in front of Lily and said, "I apologize, Your Grace." She embraced the frightened Lily and forced herself to make a suggestion. "But it's best if you leave now." Charlotte said, "I'll take good care of the Duchess." Theodore stood stunned for a moment, then withdrew his hand. Before leaving the room, he couldn't help but look back at Lily, who was sobbing uncontrollably. She leaned weakly against Charlotte, tears streaming down her face. The sun had risen high, and rays of light streamed window onto the floor of Lily's bedroom. Charlotte sat, dozing in a chair, her body occasionally swaying. In her sleep, she heard someone calling her Charlotte. Her brow furrowed slightly as the voice urged her. "Charlotte, wake up!" A hand reached out and grasped her arm, shaking her gently. "Charlotte." Charlotte stirred and opened her eyes. Lily was looking at her, her expression worried. "You must be tired," she said. Charlotte blinked, looking around in confusion. "Oh, madam, are you all right?" Lily asked. "What about you, Charlotte? Have you been here all night?" Charlotte's eyes welled up. "Yes, madam. You were suddenly injured and seemed so frightened. So I was worried about you." Lily comforted her that "I'm fine. Yesterday, I was just a little startled." Charlotte lifted Lily's bandaged hand and asked, "How did you hurt your hand?" Lily replied helplessly, "I broke a teacup." Charlotte gasped in surprise. "Really? That doesn't seem like you, madam. You must be very tired these past few days." Charlotte immediately stood up, gently pushing Lily while saying, "This won't do. I think you should nourish your body. First, let's get you bathed." She added sternly, "You must eat a proper breakfast today. You can't just have a few pieces of fruit." Her fussing made Lily laugh. All right, she replied. A while later, Charlotte brought in a food cart and set breakfast on the table for Lily. She hesitated, then asked, "Madam, about the sleeping medicine." Lily softly replied. She spoke calmly, "But it's all right. Perhaps it's time to stop using them." Hearing this, Charlotte clasped her hands together in delight. "Really?" she asked. She placed a hand on her chest, sighing in relief that "I truly hoped you would stop using the medicine. It's poisonous and not good for your health." "Person," Lily replied. "You're right, so I'll try burning some scented candles to help me sleep." Charlotte asked in surprise, "Scented candles?" Lily reassured her, "They're not poisonous, and they're not harmful to your health." Charlotte exclaimed, "I know, that's a wonderful idea, madam." Lily had just finished breakfast when there was a sudden knock at the door. Charlotte reflexively looked towards the sound. She went over and asked, "Who is it?" The person outside replied, "Ah, I'm Zine Shop, the new doctor who has been dispatched. The Duke has ordered me to be madam's personal physician." Hearing this, Lily involuntarily looked up. Her brow furrowed slightly, as if she was thinking about something. The woman entered, smiling as she said, "The Duke has requested that I take care of your health, madam. My main field is gynecology, but I also have experience in psychology." So this was Zine Shop, Lily's physician. Lily sat on the bed, looking at her, thinking to herself, "This woman, I wonder if she'll be fired when Theodore regains his memory?" Zine went straight to the point. "I heard madam has been suffering from insomnia." She asked, "Madam, are you aware that the medicine you've been taking has the side effect of causing infertility?" Lily calmly replied, "Yes, I'm aware." Zine's expression was slightly worried as she asked, "And you've decided to stop using it from now on, haven't you?" Lily replied, "That's my intention." Zine said, "That's a wise decision. Instead of using that medicine, I'll prepare a herbal mixture for you that will help you sleep but won't harm your health. Currently, your health isn't very good. Your immune system is weakened and—" Zine's expression became even more worried as she continued, "Your blood circulation and other functions are unstable." Her voice was a little heavy as she said, "Simply put, it's similar to the health of an elderly person." as if afraid that Lily would think negatively. Zine quickly added, "But with proper care, your health can be improved." Lily just listened silently, her eyes emotionless. Before leaving, she smiled, bowed her head, and said, "I'll see you tomorrow, madam. If you feel unwell, please call for me." Lily replied perfunctorily, "I will. Goodbye." Hearing her say that, Zine felt reassured and opened the door to leave. Lily stood silently, watching the door close. Her face suddenly darkened. Lily hugged one arm, signed to herself, "Perhaps I need a change of mood." Thinking so, Lily turned to Charlotte, who was behind her, and said, "Charlotte, let's go to the library." Charlotte replied in surprise, "Oh, yes, madam." In the quiet, empty library, Lily walked towards the bookshelves while Charlotte closed the door. Everything here was neatly organized. As Lily chose a book, Charlotte said to her, "Madam, I'll stand over there. If you need anything, please call me. Call me." But Lily said something that surprised her slightly. "There's no need for that. Sit down here." Charlotte replied hesitantly, "What?" But she hadn't finished speaking when Lily sat down in her chair. Then, she smiled and pulled out the chair next to her, gesturing for Charlotte to sit with her. She didn't say anything, just handed Charlotte a book. Charlotte's face flushed, and she stared shyly at the book to Lily. Then, she accepted it. Lily knew Charlotte could read. She'd heard that as a child. Charlotte grew up in a convent and learned from the monks there. This was a good thing. However, a maid with an orphan background being able to read drew attention. People looked at her less kindly, and the same thing happened when she came to Valentino Castle and became Lily's maid. Lily recalled Charlotte's lonely figure among the other maids and thought, "That's why I often bring her here." Lily silently glanced at Charlotte holding the book, letting her read as she pleased. Charlotte suddenly spoke, "Madam." Her face was filled with peace and happiness as she said, "Thank you." Lily smiled and began to read her own book. It was a truly beautiful and peaceful time. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a few people were whispering amongst themselves. One asked, "Have you heard the rumors?" Adeli lowered her gaze, listening as the other person said, "It seems the relationship between the Duke and Duchess Valentino has been mended." Atten raised her teacup, her eyes crinkling with a smile. The other girl said, "Many people said they would divorce soon, so I thought it would happen." She asked in a gossipy tone, "Is it true that the Duke of Valentino gave the Duchess a blue opal necklace?" She continued, "I heard he attended the auction." Her voice filled with awe and acquired it for a very high price. Adeli simply took a calm sip of her tea in response to these whispers. However, when she looked up, her eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. She knew about it, the opal necklace over 300 years old. It was the necklace of the last princess of Lacria, a country that no longer existed. It was said that she wore it on her wedding day. People were whispering that it had gone missing over 50 years ago before suddenly appearing at the auction in the capital. The girl covered her mouth, whispering to her friend who was having tea with her, "I can't believe the Duke of Valentino himself won that rare necklace at the auction." She emphasized, "And he gave it to the Duchess." Amidst their lively chatter, she blurted out, "Honestly, I thought Lady Adeli would be the owner of that rare necklace." Her friend immediately cautioned, "Shoo, she might hear you." Both of them glanced towards Adeli, their faces turning pale. Suddenly, two girls approached Adeli, extending a friendly invitation. "Lady Adeli, would you like to join us for a game of chess?" Adeli's tea-drinking paused as they added, "A place has been prepared over there." The blonde girl standing behind them suddenly had her eyes sparkling. She excitedly asked, "Lady Adeli, have you heard anything about the Duke and Duchess Valentino? Since you and the Duke are childhood friends, you must know something, right?" Contrary to her excited state, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became quiet and stifling. Adeli set her teacup down and exhaled. Then, resting her chin on her hand, she replied with a sweet smile, "Although Theo and I are childhood friends, how would I know what's happening between a married couple?" The other girl seemed disbelieving and asked again, "Really?" Adeli explained, "It's been a long time, after all." At the bustling and lively party, people were either sitting at tea tables or standing around chatting with each other. Suddenly, a cheerful male voice rang out, Well, Hello, everyone. It's already mid-August. Adeli reflexively looked in that direction. He addressed the partygoers. The summer weather in Francis is so pleasant, so this is the perfect time for outdoor activities. He smiled suggestively. Shouldn't we hold a hunting festival to enjoy this wonderful weather before it ends? This was Rattle Lancius, the crown prince of the kingdom of Francis, and the woman with the high-bunned red hair. Beside him was Iloa Lancius, the princess of the kingdom of Francis. Rattle stopped walking and declared, "So, this year I've decided to open the Astric Forest. And for this year's hunting festival." Rattle's next words made Adeli's smile stiffen. "We will invite the Duke and Duchess." Valentino. Adeli was stunned and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "What?" Following Rattle's announcement, the crowd began to buzz with excited chatter, while Adeli sat frozen in place. Rattle raised his glass, smiled, and said to everyone, "It's the first time the Valentino couple will be participating in the hunting festival together. Isn't that wonderful news?" He placed a hand on Iloa's shoulder and said cheerfully, "It's something to celebrate. Their relationship has been mended, right? Ha ha ha." Rattle's voice was full of mirth, just like us. The girl sitting with Adeli said awkwardly, Lady Adeli." Adeli's face darkened for a moment, but immediately afterward she brightened, stood up, and said to them, "We should also go over there to pay our respects to the crown prince and princess, shouldn't we?" Her friend hurriedly followed behind her, as the youngest princess ran to take Iloa's hand and exclaimed joyfully, "Sister, I'm here." Adeli and her friend arrived, smiling and curtsying. Adeli smiled outwardly, but plotted inwardly, "I must visit Verona soon. If I witness it with my own eyes, I'll know if those rumors are true or not." Meanwhile, Theodore's partial memory loss was being kept secret. Lily frowned, closing her eyes in thought, but the problem is, he's changed his attitude, making others think our relationship has been mended. Theodore sat opposite Lily, smiling at her. "Thank you for accepting the invitation, my dear Lily." Lily, holding her teacup, hadn't even taken a sip when she heard these words. Her face darkened, and she couldn't help but think, this is so uncomfortable. Lily noticed he started calling me by more intimate names recently. She wasn't used to it at all, and it seems he wants to be called that way too. Lily took a sip of tea as if to drown out the strange feeling. She reminisced, "Initially, he didn't try to get close to me after the accident. I thought he had finally given up." Lily's expression suddenly darkened, but the truth is, he hasn't given up. He's just been holding back. She thought about his recent behavior. These past few days, he's been lurking around me stealthily, and that's not all. Suddenly, he'd sent. Lily recalled Theodore's flushed face and the things she'd received from him: letters, flowers, and numerous gifts. Looking at the piles of presents blocking the hallway, Charlotte gasped, covering her mouth with her hand, while Lily exclaimed helplessly, "Oh." Lily continued to reminisce. Yesterday, he'd suddenly lost his composure and approached her again. The moment Theodore saw her, he rushed over, startling her. He spoke with earnest sincerity. "I have something very important I need your help with, Lily." It turned out the important matter he spoke of was attending the hunting festival hosted by the Crown Prince together. Lily suppressed the complicated emotions in her heart, thinking to herself, "I agreed, all for the sake of our public image." Lily's hand trembled as she held her teacup. She wondered, does he think I've opened up to him? Lily looked at Theodore, who was smiling gently at her. Feeling utterly perplexed, she thought, they say he has temporary memory loss, but why hasn't his memory returned? According to Lily's calculations, it had been over a week. Theodore's doctor advised them to wait. Lily's brow furrowed. Impatiently, she thought, but my patience has a limit. She suddenly imagined a scenario. If someone were to ask, "Isn't it wonderful that your husband loves you so much?" Lily would definitely reply, "I'd kick him immediately." She even pictured herself aggressively lifting her skirt and delivering a powerful kick. Lily wondered, how wonderful is it really? He doesn't remember anything. His previous cold demeanor flashed through her mind, that if he has no memories, isn't he essentially a different person from the one I knew? Should I forget the past and mend our relationship? Thinking of this, Lily's heart cried out, "Don't be ridiculous. Obviously, We can't just deny the past. Lily's expression turned despondent. She knew nothing can change if we don't face it. She told herself to be more rational. Therefore, kind sir, you have no memory of me. This is all just a waking dream. This thought caused the image of Theodore's gentle smile in her mind to blur. Lily thought, like a sandcastle built on the seashore, it will collapse at any moment when a wave comes crashing in. Theodore cheerfully told Lily, I heard that the prize for this hunting competition is the Arundel coral bracelet. The queen donated it. Lily simply sipped her tea calmly. The item he was referring to, the Arundel coral bracelet, was strung with lustrous pearls and crimson gemstones. It was also one of the 7 magical tools crafted by the renowned mage, Loxia, who deeply loved his daughter. None other, of course, than Queen Elomio. The story went that Loxia Arundel was an exiled mage from a distant land. At the time, the former emperor granted him a title and made him a personal advisor. Regarding his family, although Loxia's wife died young, they had a daughter together, the very one who fell in love with and became engaged to the crown prince. Obviously, that crown prince was the current king of Francis, Roderick Lancius. It was also said that not long after Roderick ascended the throne, Loxia passed away. This king, though once enamored with the queen, later began to reveal his true nature. As a result, he had as many as 10 mistresses, no small number, and all were killed by the queen. Lily thought to herself, this story is so famous, not only in the kingdom of Francis, but it had also spread to neighboring regions. She said, the queen is very generous to donate the bracelet, a memento of her late father. Theodore smiled in response. I think so too. Perhaps it's the queen's way of expressing her affection for the crown prince. He said with enthusiasm, I'll win and give that bracelet to you, Lily. I hope you'll wish me luck. Lily was baffled. She wondered, he mentions my name after every sentence. It's beyond words. Does he have multiple personalities? But then she reconsidered. He's never been cold to others, but he's particularly cold to me. Lily looked up slightly, a little dazed. There was a time when she had tried so hard to receive a little kindness from him. She looked again at the gently smiling face before her, thinking, now he's giving me the kindness I once longed for, but I don't want to accept it. Her heart sank. I didn't endure all this time just to receive this wishful thinking. Theodore suddenly said, by the way, we have to ride horses in the hunting festival. Do you want to practice with me tonight? Before he could finish, Lily slammed her teacup down on the table, interrupting him. Theodore was stunned by her reaction. Lily said coldly, I agree to participate in the hunting festival with you, only for the sake of our public image. After all, I am still the Duchess of Valentino. Theodore stared blankly for a long time, listening to her say, it seems the Duke is misunderstanding something. Everything I'm doing isn't to mend our relationship. Lily's gaze became evasive. She continued, I still feel uncomfortable around you, and Lily thought to herself, yes, I want to see that expression on his face. Like opening a box, Lily thought, the feelings inside me are becoming clearer. Now I can name this feeling. At that moment, she had held back for so long and could finally put a name to it. Resentment. She mocked herself. I thought I was no longer capable of feeling that. Lily remembered the times she had tried to run in vain because she was withering and empty. But now, resentment was surging within her. She had tried to run to him and grab him before being held back by the arm behind her. Lily's heart was heavy with the thought, he never tried to listen to me. How could he forget everything? She thought resentfully as she remembered everything. Lily's expression at that time showed anger. Back in the present, she said coldly to the man sitting opposite her, I don't expect anything from you. She asked, how can I trust you? She recalled the unpleasant memories. You turned your back on me when I needed help the most and watched from afar as I suffered under Owen and Lester's torment. Theodore was dumbfounded, speechless for a moment. Lily continued, like I said, how can you mend something that's shattered into pieces? By now, tears were streaming down Lily's cheeks. She looked at him and asked, choked with sobs, what will you do with me when I'm shattered like that too? Theodore looked at her like this, stunned for a few seconds. Lily said coldly, get out. The sound of their conversation could be heard from outside the door. At this moment, Theodore came to his senses. He anxiously called Lily, but Lily didn't want to listen. She repeated, "I said get out. If you don't leave." Lily placed one hand on the back of the chair for support, the other covering her face, and staggered to her feet. Her voice was strained as she said, "Then I will." Theodore stood up abruptly and called out, "Lily." He hurriedly chased after her. Lily remembered how she practically begged him, "Theo, no, Your Grace, please listen to me." Lily covered both her ears to block out his words. "Please, help me. You just need to stay by my side until the banquet ends." Theodore had coldly replied, "Are you trying to seduce me? Let go of my hand. It seems your brother is calling you. You should go to him." Lily felt a pang in her heart, wondering, how could I forget that cold gaze, that harsh voice, the way you shook off my hand and left, the way you abandoned me at the banquet, leaving me with those men who were like hungry hyenas, leaving me with Lester? Lily remembered how utterly alone she had felt at tea that time. Their gazes tore at me, as if they were waiting to remarry me. Even so, am I not allowed to resent you? Lily just wanted to run away from this place. She felt wronged, just because I'm an Everest, and even if there's a misunderstanding between us. Lost in thought, she suddenly tripped on her skirt. As she was about to fall, Lily unconsciously thought, even if he hurt me. A hand quickly reached out. Theodore caught her from behind before she fell to the floor. Lily heard her heart screaming, "I can't hurt him either. Can I?" Beside the tiered fountain and the beautiful rainbow, Theodore held Lily from behind, while Lily covered her face, overwhelmed with frustration. Theodore said, "Lily, I'm sorry At this moment, Lily's face was clearly etched with anger. She immediately turned around and pushed Theodore away. Theodore stumbled, momentarily caught off guard by her action, while Lily gasped for breath, exhausted. She said resentfully, "You don't remember anything, the things that happened between us. I can't accept this." Her voice rose with each word, as if she wanted to vent all the frustration in her heart. "You apologized to me, but the truth is you don't remember anything. It's meaningless for you to say that everything will change from now on." Lily felt incredibly wronged. She said indignantly, "I don't understand how you could change so much just because you lost your memory." Theodore was stunned. Lily reminded him, "You used to hate me so much." She asked, how could that feeling just disappear? But contrary to her attitude, Theodore gently stepped forward, took her arm, and said softly, "Lily, there must be some misunderstanding between us." His voice was sincere. "I will find out what the problem is, and everything will be resolved." Lily was taken aback by his reaction. She regained her composure and said, "It's not a simple misunderstanding between us. You just don't understand what I'm saying. Do you know how ridiculous this is? You're trying to solve a problem when you don't remember anything about it." Theodore calmly replied, "Perhaps losing my memory is an opportunity." He continued, "The day I had the accident and lost my memory, the first thing I felt when I saw you," he said sincerely, "was love." Hearing this, Lily took a step back and couldn't help but retort, "I don't want to hear it anymore." Theodore pleaded, "Please, let me explain." He emphasized, "That is definitely my true feeling. I don't know what prevented me from expressing my feelings for you before." Lily backed away further and yelled, "Stop this ridiculous story." She scoffed internally, "Love? I don't feel anything." The image of her desperately trying to hold onto him flashed through her mind. Lily thought bitterly, "He judges me however he likes and never listens to a word I say." Regarding her own life, Lily felt, "I'm just a possession of the Everest family. Nothing more, nothing less. I've given up everything, living as if I'm already dead. Because of that, in the future, after divorcing Theodore, I'll fall into Lester's hands." Lily had even contemplated the worst. She thought to herself, when the time is right. Lily had once imagined herself letting go to, "I'll end my own life because there's no reason to go on." And then a hand pulled her back, changing her mind. "But Charlotte is the only one who wants me to choose a different path." Charlotte had pulled her out of those dark thoughts. "She wants me to escape from here, from both Valentino and Everest." Charlotte had embraced Lily as she sobbed. She said, "I'd rather you run away, my lady, to a place where no one knows you." Her voice held a glimmer of hope. I think we can find a place to live if we sail to the eastern continent. As if sensing Lily's grief and helplessness, Charlotte cried with her and spoke with determination. You can live there with a new identity. I'll help you. The two girls leaned on each other. Lily hugged Charlotte tightly and said, You'll always be by my side. Lily wondered, should I do it? Theodore's mental strength is growing, and the Valentino family is gradually recovering. Maybe it's time to stop worrying about the Everest schemes and disappear. Lily, her head bowed, suddenly asked, What happens if your memory returns before we figure out the problem? Theodore replied, Maybe that would be a good thing. We'll know where the problem lies. Lily then asked, What if you forget the time you lost your memory? Theodore hesitated. That hypothetical. Lily interjected, stopping Theodore mid-sentence. What if, in the end, everything between us was just a misunderstanding? She pulled her hand from his and said, Please, your grace, stop. This conversation is pointless. Theodore softly called out, Lily. Lily replied wearily, I'm exhausted. She took a few steps back, the distance between them filled with the noon sun. Lily repeated, Yes, I think I'm truly exhausted. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she said helplessly, I know how my life will be. I don't have the strength to fight anymore. Lily choked back a sob. I just don't want to do anything. Finishing her sentence, Lily felt her legs give way, and she slumped to the ground. Theodore slowly knelt on one knee and said to her, We'll try, Lily. Lily's hand, pleading, Someday I hope you can. He moved closer to her, the space between them shrinking. Theodore continued, Completely trust me. Lily thought to herself, Your words are meaningless. To her, trust no longer held any power. Several days have passed, but the Grand Castle has seen some changes. After that incident, I heard many servants were dismissed. Charlotte, slightly annoyed, put her hands on her hips and said, They're the ones who were gossiping about you. Lily absently thought of them, those who had spread malicious rumors about her or had shown ill will towards her, all punished. Of course, it was all Theodore's doing. Lily embroidered while lost in her thoughts. I had thought about punishing them myself. Lily clicked her tongue. She felt Theodore didn't need to do such a thing. He was wasting his time on something meaningless. Charlotte, standing beside her, clenched her fists and said, I had planned to make those people pay. Her voice couldn't hide her irritation that they're lucky. They should have paid a heavier price. Hearing that, Lily found Charlotte's aggressive personality surprising. She imagined Charlotte in a dignified military uniform, enthusiastically brandishing a sword. Lily smiled inwardly, thinking it would be better if she were a mercenary or a knight instead of a maid. Charlotte suddenly exclaimed, causing Lily's embroidery to pause. My lady, I've been thinking about your previous suggestion. Lily put down her needle and bracelet, turning to look at Charlotte. She continued, It seems that Lord Hexen is up to something. Charlotte reported. Someone witnessed arms dealers entering and leaving his territory. Lily asked, What about Owen? Charlotte hesitantly replied, My lady, about Lord Owen. Charlotte covered her mouth with her hand and said, It seems a new mage has just joined his ranks. She spoke as she recalled, but from what I've heard, the timing of the mage's arrival, Charlotte emphasized, coincides with the Duke's accident. She continued, about a week before the Duke's departure, that mage came under Lord Owen's command. Lily set her bracelet aside, thinking, not very surprising. She felt it was strange that a small head injury could cause amnesia. Charlotte asked, My lady, do you suspect that the Duke's amnesia might have been intentionally caused? Lily nodded, replying, Yes, the Everest family wouldn't just sit back and let Valentino regain power. Lily silently made up her mind. I think I should investigate why Theodore was injured in the head. However, she thought, to get those records, I have to meet the Knight Commander, because that person is in charge of the military records. Lily felt a bit of a headache. But the problem is, I don't know that person. She wondered, I can't approach that person. Lily imagined the other party questioning her. Who are you? I'm just a puppet duchess. Thinking of this, Lily's expression couldn't hide her frustration. She couldn't help but blurt out, Perhaps I should just give up. Charlotte asked in surprise, Why, my lady? Lily gave a weak smile and replied, It's just, I think this is pointless. Lily listlessly lay down on the sofa. Just then, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Charlotte went over and asked, "Who is it?" "The Duchess is." She glanced back at Lily and continued, "Resting." The person outside replied, "I am Ambach. The thing is..." Lily was lying languidly on the sofa when she suddenly heard someone say to her, "My lady, we have a guest." The person also said, "But Lady Simon is probably out, so perhaps the Duchess will have to receive this guest." Lily raised her head and asked Charlotte, "Who is it?" Charlotte bowed and replied, "My lady, it's..." Charlotte's voice was a little flustered, "Lady Adelian Bennet." Lily sat up abruptly, exclaiming in surprise, "Adelian Bennet?" So Lily changed her clothes and fixed her hair, then went to the drawing room with Charlotte. As they walked down the hallway, Charlotte suddenly covered her mouth and whispered to Lily, "My lady, should I go and speak with the Knight Commander? I was thinking of letting him know that you wish to see him." Lily replied, "You're so clever, Charlotte." Lily smiled to herself, thinking, "She guess I want to see the military records." She praised her, "Well done." Hearing this, Charlotte scratched her head and laughed cheerfully. She said, "Thank you. Shall I inform him right away? After you're finished, please come to the reception room." Charlotte quickly replied, "Yes, my lady, I'll do that." Lily turned her head to watch Charlotte cheerfully run off, feeling relieved. But only a few seconds later, her expression turned serious. "Since Lady Simon isn't here, I don't need to be cautious." She felt she had to be proactive while Lady Simon was away. Lily walked on, speculating, "Anyway, it seems like she came here to verify the rumors." Lily knew it wasn't difficult to see that Adeli had feelings for Theodore. Lily recalled the scene of Adeli smiling brightly and clinging to Theodore's arm. She frequently visited Valentino Castle to see Theodore. Lily felt that she always acted intimately with Theodore in front of her, as if to show off. Lily couldn't help but sneer inwardly. She's trying so hard. Remembering Adeli's bright, happy smile, Lily guessed that Adeli must be very disappointed. She could tell. After all, Theodore didn't seem to have the slightest interest in her. She was just a childhood friend, nothing more than an acquaintance. The way he treated Adeli seemed indifferent and slightly unpleasant. Arriving at her destination, Lily stopped and thought to herself, "Even an outsider like me noticed, so Adeli must have felt it too." Lily looked at the person in front of her and guessed. Perhaps that's why she's so persistent. I'm curious about her expression when she finds out the rumors are true. Lily watched Adeli's cheerful and sociable demeanor as she rested her chin on her hand. Behind Adeli and Bennett's kind and lovely facade, a question arose in Lily's mind. I wonder what scheme she's hiding. Lily muttered to herself, "I'm also quite capricious, but they're the reason I became this way." Adeli, who was sitting, heard a knock. She turned her head towards the sound. Adeli quickly stood up and greeted her in a friendly manner. "Lily, been a while, hasn't it? I'm so glad to see you again, madam." Lily approached and politely replied, "Hello, Lady Anne Bennet." Adeli happily took small steps forward and said, "Oh, come on. There's no need to be so formal. Just call me Adele." Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of the sparkling necklace on Lily's neck. Adeli rested her chin on her hand, her eyes crinkling with a smile as she said, "I stopped by to visit you, madam. How have you been lately? I heard that Lady Simon and Theo are out. I hope I'll get to see them soon." Lily walked over and sat down in her seat, thinking to herself, "I deliberately wore this opal necklace." But it seems like she didn't notice it. Lily replied perfunctorily, "Nothing much has changed lately." Her attention was drawn to the cup of tea that a servant had just brought and placed on the table. Lily lifted it and took a sip. Adeli wasn't in a hurry either, clasping her hands and silently waiting for her to enjoy it. Then she introduced, "This is tea from the Eastern continent." She inquired, "Does it suit your taste?" "I brought it as a gift." Lily calmly replied, It has a very pleasant aroma. Thank you for the gift." Adeli smiled, turning her face away as she said, "Oh, it's nothing, my lady. You know how he prefers tea over alcohol." Her voice was cheerful. "I'm so eager to hear his thoughts. I hope he likes it." Hearing this, Lily smiled faintly at her, thinking, what a subtle way to flaunt her closeness with someone else's husband. She imagined, if she were someone who couldn't control her temper, she would be furious right now. Lily could already picture herself slamming the table, standing up, and scolding Adeli. How dare you? He's my husband. She felt, however, that it would only make her look unreasonable. She guessed that if she did that, Adeli might shed crocodile tears, or Lily imagined Adeli's eyes welling up as she asked, "Did I do something wrong?" "I'm sorry, my lady." This is exactly how she plays the victim and makes others seem petty and mean. Lily said, "The trade with the Eastern continent seems to be flourishing." Adeli replied, "It's all thanks to the Delacroix family. They recently opened the shortest trade route to the Eastern continent." The figures Adeli had just mentioned, the Duc de Lacroix, everyone knew, were an immensely wealthy family, controlling trade not only throughout the kingdom but across the entire continent. Besides, she continued, their territory, Donap, is located at the southernmost tip of the continent. It's a commercial hub with a mild climate and fertile land. Crops thrive there, making it an ideal location. Moreover, the southern continent rarely experiences rifts, unlike Valentino. This advantage is undeniable. However, it also means their military strength is comparatively weaker, so even a single rift could cause uncontrollable damage. That's why only the Valentino family, accustomed to rifts, can provide support. Adeli, as if suddenly remembering something, began, "Speaking of Delacroix." Lily's tea-drinking motion paused. She listened as Adeli said, "I met Lady Rosa Delacroix at the Chow family's recent outdoor party." Adeli asked, "My lady has met her before, haven't you?" Lily smiled and replied, "Yes, once or twice." Lily thought it was just a brief greeting. A brief, somewhat awkward greeting. Lily recalled that enthusiastic demeanor, a little speechless. Lady Delacroix was so overly enthusiastic, we didn't click at all. She couldn't help but admit that it was tiring to be around her. Adeli spoke again. "His Highness the Crown Prince attended the party himself." "It's quite isn't it, my lady?" Lily set her teacup down and calmly replied, "Ah, I know." Adeli continued, "The Crown Prince mentioned that he would be hosting a hunting festival soon. He also said the Duke and Duchess would be attending together. Adeli smiled, clasping her hands together, and asked expectantly, "Is that true?" Lily guessed. She's definitely waiting for my answer. She replied directly, "Yes," as His Highness said. Just then, a knock came from outside. Lily heard someone call her, "My lady, it's Zena. There's an urgent matter I need to report." Lily asked, "Zena, what is it?" Zena replied, "You must come to the Everest Hall quickly." She spoke with a slightly hesitant voice. "Lady Simon returned to the castle about 10 minutes ago, and Charlotte is being questioned by her." Hearing this, Lily's brows furrowed. She immediately left for the Everest Hall with Zena. As they walked, Lily turned her head and asked Zena unhappily, "Why is Lady Simon questioning Charlotte?" Zena replied, "I'm not sure, my lady. I only saw it from afar, so I don't know the details." As they approached, they heard shouting, "Tell the truth, Brandon." Inside the hall, Annabella, arms crossed, was interrogating Charlotte. A servant had reported to her that, yes, Charlotte was the only one who had entered the commander's room. "If it wasn't you, then who stole it?" Charlotte firmly stated, "I didn't steal anything. I'm the Duchess's maid. Why would I steal the commander's gold jewelry?" Lily stood outside, listening for a moment. She guessed she probably got caught up in this while looking for the commander. "I don't know the details, but I'm sure of two things. Firstly, she thought Charlotte didn't steal the jewelry. That's obvious." Lily trusted Charlotte. And secondly, looking at the servants, Lily thought, out of those 5 people, excluding Lady Simon, 2 of them are the culprits. Lily said to Zena, "Follow me." Inside, Annabella continued to yell, "Charlotte Brandon, you'll confess after you're punished." To Lily's astonishment, she ordered, "Climb onto that chair and roll up your sleeves." Lily gasped inwardly, "What?" Lily was incredulous. She's hitting Charlotte without any proof that she stole anything? Has she lost her mind? Watching Annabella tap the whip in her hand, Lily wondered, why is she taking this so far? Charlotte is my personal maid, and we have a close relationship. So, if Charlotte is falsely accused and has to leave the castle, I'll be completely isolated. Lily envisioned her own predicament. Without a confidant, what she could accomplish would be severely limited. She believed this was exactly what Lady Simon wanted. Lily knew that for the past year and a half, Lady Simon had been isolating and monitoring her while pretending to play by the rules. And she was doing it so subtly that Theodore hadn't noticed. She must think this is a good opportunity, Lily surmised. Or perhaps Lady Simon was behind this from the beginning. Lily then ordered Xena, "Go find the commander immediately." Then she herself entered the hall. Xena responded, bewildered, "My lady, the commander is currently—" But Lily was no longer listening. She walked inside and saw Annabella raising the whip, shouting at Charlotte, "Get on the chair now." Lady Simon's maid smirked smugly, arms akimbo, enjoying Charlotte's predicament. Lily spoke up, "What's going on here, Lady Simon?" All eyes turned to Lily as she entered. Her expression was cold and stern. Annabella feigned indignation. "Lily, you're just in time. Your maid stole the commander's jewelry, but she won't admit it, so I'm interrogating her." Charlotte looked at Lily with a pleading expression. She tried to explain, "I didn't steal anything." Lily stepped forward, shielding Charlotte. She asked sternly, "Where's the proof?" Annabella glanced at the short-haired maid beside her. "We have a witness. Serena, can you tell the Duchess what you saw?" Serena walked towards Lily and Charlotte. Her face pale, she introduced herself. "I'm the maid in charge of cleaning the commander's room." Serena recounted, "About 20 minutes ago, I went to clean the commander's room and saw Charlotte coming out of it. Her voice was laced with suspicion that I found it strange, so I intended to report it to the commander. When he returned to his room to prepare to go out," Serena emphasized, "as soon as I entered the room to report about Charlotte, the commander said his gold accessory was missing." Serena exclaimed, "I believe Charlotte stole it." She puffed out her chest and declared loudly, "I saw her enter the commander's room right before the item disappeared." Lily coldly said to Serena, "So you're saying you're the only witness? How do we know you're not the thief? You could be making this up to shift the blame onto Charlotte." She asked, "How can we trust you?" Charlotte unconsciously nodded in agreement. Lily presented her argument. "Consider this. Charlotte, as my personal maid, has a higher salary than you, a mere housemaid." Lily questioned Serena, "Who do you think would be more tempted to steal from the commander? Surely you know the answer." Hearing this, Serena trembled and clutched her skirt. She replied, "No, I didn't steal anything." She stammered, asserting really. Annabella suddenly interjected, "Lily, that's enough. Serena is—" But Lily cut her off. "Has Lady Simon searched them yet? It seems like that's the first thing we should do." Annabella countered, "I don't think it's necessary to make such a fuss. After all, we have a witness." Lily quipped, "Ah, but what if the self-proclaimed witness is the culprit? We should search everyone, starting with those present here." Annabella asked, "Is this truly necessary? I'm curious as to why Charlotte Brandon entered the Knight Commander's room." Lily calmly replied, "She was following my orders, Lady Simon." Annabella exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Lily asked her, "Is it truly so strange to think Charlotte would steal jewelry from the Knight Commander's room, simply because she was following my instructions?" Lily emphasized, "Especially considering she was there at the Duchess's request." Annabella had no other choice. She was forced to order the servants present. "Now, each of you will be searched. Step forward." And so, Charlotte began searching each person one by one. Lily stood silently observing. Charlotte, mid-search, suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, this is—" Something fell from Serena's person onto the floor. Charlotte bent down and picked it up. In her hand was an intricately carved gold ornament, set with a blue gemstone in the center. Serena's face turned pale. She stammered in denial, "No." An angry maid pointed at her and scolded, "Serena, how dare you frame someone else when you were the one who stole it? Were you also the one who stole Lucy's silver earrings?" She questioned Serena, "Would your sister be proud to know you live like this?" But a calm voice cut through the commotion, stopping the maid in her tracks. "Enough, Isla." Lily walked forward and lowered the maid's hand. Lily said, "Doing this." She looked directly into Isla's eyes, continuing, "Won't hide your own guilt. There's a truth. The innocence of a witch burned alive in a witch hunt doesn't really matter, because people just need a scapegoat for their anger, a means to satisfy their bloodlust and the thrill of tormenting others." Gradually, Lily had learned this, her gaze growing sharper. Lily thought to herself, "But as they say, to defeat your enemy, You must first understand them. For me, rather than succumbing to such base malice, I will set myself ablaze. Lily remembered Charlotte's innocent smile. It was Charlotte who gave me that courage. When she was down, Charlotte embraced her, giving her courage. Lily felt, I'm not alone anymore. Charlotte is always by my side. She's my only friend, my ally, and the one I must protect. Perhaps others have noticed this too. Lily guessed that's why they're targeting Charlotte, not me like now. Lily told Isla, unfortunately, selling the commander's jewelry won't be enough. Pausing briefly, she corrected herself. No, anything you steal in the future won't be enough to pay off your lover's debt. Hearing this, Isla stammered, What? What is my lady talking about? Lily calmly stated, Serena may have stolen the commander's jewelry, but you orchestrated it. Lily's voice was even. You dragged Serena into this as an accomplice and tried to pin all the blame on Charlotte. Isla vehemently denied, I don't know what my lady is talking about. No, it wasn't me. The other servants were stunned to hear Lily say, You plan to use the money from the stolen jewelry to pay off your lover's debt. They began to murmur amongst themselves while Lily reasoned. But using Serena was more convenient than stealing it yourself. Lily bluntly told Isla, Serena, she has 6 people to feed, so she desperately needed money and ultimately agreed to your proposal. The more Lily spoke, the paler Isla's face became. Finally, she asked her, Isn't that right? Am I mistaken about anything? Annabella stepped forward and questioned, Serena, is that true? Did Isla ask you to do this? Serena, with tears welling up, lowered her head and hesitated for a long time. She suddenly knelt down and confessed, Yes, it's true. Isla ordered me to steal something valuable from the commander. Serena tearfully explained, I only did as Isla told me. My siblings would starve without. She trembled as she said, Recently, my youngest sister had pneumonia, but my wages weren't enough to buy medicine. Serena pleaded earnestly, Please forgive me. Annabella held her forehead, sighed, and said, First of all, she turned to Isla and asked her a question that left her dumbfounded. Isla, who is your lover? Annabella's next question made Isla even more tense. Is it your fiancé? Lily and Charlotte stood in the middle, watching Annabella interrogate her. Lily thought to herself, of course, she can't tell the truth. Actually, Isla is engaged to a man arranged by Lady Simon. With her previous role as the previous Duchess's close maid, Lily recalled, Lady Simon personally arranged a marriage for her. But Isla doesn't seem to have feelings for this fiancé. Moreover, recently, she fell in love with an actor from a traveling theater troupe. If it were just a fleeting feeling, it might have been better, but she recently discovered she's pregnant with that actor's child. Lily remembered, in the end, Isla secretly consulted the village doctor. Such a coincidence, and so unfortunate. I happened to overhear that conversation. Lily couldn't help but exclaim internally, it really was just a coincidence. Lily speculated, left with no other choice. She probably planned to pay off her lover's debt before running away together. Annabella supported the sobbing Isla. She asked with concern, Isla, what exactly happened? I won't judge you, so tell me everything. Lily and Charlotte listened, stunned. Isla choked out a reply. Madame. Isla began to recount everything to Annabella. Unexpectedly, Annabella slapped her angrily and scolded, You filthy, vulgar creature. Annabella watched Isla fall, her face grim as she said, As a servant of the Valentino family, you not only slept with a lowly vagrant, but you also carry his child. Isla stammered, Madam. Annabella sternly declared, Isla, from now on you will be confined to your room. Don't even think about leaving until I give the order. Hearing this, Isla was utterly shocked. Annabella turned to Serena and said, Serena, you too. Serena resignedly lowered her head and replied, Yes, madam. Isla burst into tears, crawling to clutch Annabella's skirt and crying, Madam, please forgive me. I made a mistake. Annabella heartlessly flung her hand away and snapped, How dare you touch me with those filthy hands? She yelled at the other servants. What are you waiting for? Annabella furiously ordered, Take Isla and Serena to their rooms and lock them up. The servants immediately dragged Isla away. She wailed, madam. Lily, Charlotte, and Annabella watched as the two were dragged away. Annabella turned to Lily and said, I didn't expect you to know so much about the Valentino family servants. Lily smiled and replied, as the lady of the house, it's my responsibility to know about those who serve the family. Annabella said, I see, Lily. You're quite busy. I'm very surprised. Finishing her words, she turned to Charlotte, who was holding the jewelry, and said, Well then, Charlotte, give it to me. I'll return the jewelry to the commander. Lily suddenly stepped in front of Charlotte. Taken aback by Lily's unexpected action, Annabella asked her, Lily, is there something else you want to say? Lily said coldly, Don't cause any more trouble for my people, Lady Simon. Annabella exclaimed in surprise, What? Lily sternly replied, her words taking Charlotte slightly aback. This is my warning. If an incident like today happens again, I won't just stand by and watch. Lily's voice deepened. As I said, I know a lot of things. Annabella gritted her teeth at her words, glaring at her and stammering. Immediately afterward, Annabella raised her hand and slapped Lily hard across the face. Charlotte's face paled, momentarily too stunned to react. Even Lily was stunned for a moment. Annabella angrily asked, How dare you? Charlotte rushed forward to support Lily, anxiously calling, My lady. Lily touched her swollen cheek and gave a cryptic smile. That truth must worry Lady Simon quite a bit. She looked at Annabella with a knowing gaze. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps came from nearby. Theodore and the commander were walking towards them, and coincidentally witnessed the scene. Both Theodore and the commander were stunned into speechlessness. Lily clutched her face and cried out, Duke. Anger immediately flashed across Theodore's handsome face. He strode closer and said sternly, And Theodore questioned Annabella, What happened here? Annabella stammered, Theo, Theodore hurriedly went to Lily, gently lifting her chin, and said with distress, Your face is swollen. You should apply ice right away. Lily winced from the pain, but she replied, I'm all right. It's not that serious. Theodore angrily asked Annabella, Aunt, why did you hit Lily? Annabella tried to explain, Theo, I know you're shocked, but I have my reasons. Theodore cut her off. There's no reason that justifies you slapping the Duchess of Valentino, regardless of your seniority in the family. He warned, such incidents will not happen again. Lily held her cheek, calmly listening as Theodore reminded Annabella to take his words seriously. She looked at Theodore's furious profile, wondering what he would do to Lady Simon if something like today were to happen again. Then, Lily looked at Annabella's troubled expression, guessing that, due to her influence within the castle, he probably wouldn't impose any punishment. Annabella still wouldn't give up, trying to explain to Theodore, Theo, please listen to me. But Theodore replied, I don't want to hear anything more. I'm taking Lily out of here. He put his arm around Lily and led her away. The commander inquired about the situation, and Charlotte recounted the events. They watched Theodore and Lily leave, the trouble seemingly over. As Lily walked away, she glanced back and stuck her tongue out at Annabella, who was trying to hold Theodore back. In her room, Lily sat on a chair while Zine, sitting opposite her, applied medicine to her cheek. Behind them, Theodore and Charlotte watched attentively. Finishing, Zine put the medicine away and asked, Does it hurt, my lady? Lily tilted her head, lightly touching her reddened cheek, and replied, I'm fine. Charlotte leaned down worriedly and asked Zine, Doctor, does the Duchess need an ice pack? As soon as she asked, Lily and Zine both looked at her. Zine carefully instructed, After the medicine takes effect, you can apply an ice pack to the Duchess's injury for about 30 minutes before bed. It should be better tomorrow. She sighed and added with a worried expression, Currently, the Duchess cannot use any other medication. Zine paused before continuing. She can only use what I prepared. Theodore's expression suddenly changed. He pressed his lips together and frowned. While Zine and Charlotte were discussing, Lily, sitting on the chair, turned her head and saw the unusual expression on Theodore's face. She wondered, why is he making that face? A while later, after seeing Zine out, Charlotte gently closed the door behind her, leaving Theodore and Lily talking. Charlotte leaned in and peeked back slightly. The commander stood behind her. He raised his hand slightly, his cheeks flushed, and stammered, Charlotte lowered her eyes and reached in her side pocket. She pulled out a gold medal and smiled as she offered it here. The commander touched his neck and replied, "Oh, a gold medal. Thank you." Lily, standing a short distance away, held her flushed cheek and silently observed them. Meanwhile, the commander seemed to remember something. He touched his head with an embarrassed smile and glanced to the side. As the other three watched with varying expressions, he nodded slightly and turned to leave, saying with a smile, I have something urgent to attend to, so I'll excuse myself." After the commander had completely left, Charlotte turned and called my lady. But just as she turned her head, she was met with Theodore's impassive face and the words, "I apologize for this trouble." Charlotte was startled by his sudden apology, her eyes wide and her mouth agape, speechless. Theodore, ignoring Charlotte, who was still clutching her chest in shock, turned to Lily and said, "Lily, please go back to your room and rest. Don't worry, I'll take care of the rest." An image of Albinet holding a teacup and asking with a curved smile, "Have you forgotten me?" suddenly flashed through Lily's mind. Lily placed her hand under her chin and softly said, "Miss Albinet must be waiting in the drawing room. I'm a little tired and need a rest. I hope she understands." Theodore's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth in a look of exasperation. He reached up to touch his forehead and sighed, "You don't need to worry about Miss Albinet. You just need a rest." The door opened again, and Theodore's voice faded from outside. "Please take care of her." Charlotte closed the door again, while Lily slumped towards the bed, her body limp. Charlotte turned her head worriedly and, seeing her collapsed on the bed, asked, "My lady, are you all right?" Lily wearily replied, "I'm fine. Cup of hot tea." Charlotte immediately responded, "Yes, of course." The hot tea was brought in shortly after and poured into a cup placed neatly on the table. "Oh," Charlotte began cautiously, her hands clasped in front of her. "I waited in the commander's room. After 10 minutes, I left because he didn't return." Lily lifted her teacup, glanced at her, and replied, "I understand." She lowered her head, raising the teacup to her lips in thought. In short, she mused, the commander had to rush to see Theodore as soon as he returned. So, when he met Charlotte in the hallway, he asked her to go to the room first and wait for about 10 minutes. Charlotte, seeing her lost in thought, tilted her head in confusion, staring at her quizzically. Lily's train of thought continued, but he took longer than expected, and in the meantime, the theft occurred. The scene replayed in her mind. First, the image of a pale Serena hiding in the room, while outside, Saclotte frowned, searching for something. Serena and Isla must have stolen the jewelry after Saclotte left the room. Serena, after seeing Saclotte, must have planned to frame her. The scene shifted, transforming into the astonished faces of Theodore and the Knight Commander. And by the time the Knight Commander returned, everything had happened. If Jenna hadn't run to tell her, Saclotte would certainly have been punished by Lady Simone. Back in the present, Lily took a sip of tea and said, "She punished you without any evidence. Thinking about it makes me so angry." Saclotte was touched by her words, blushing and biting her lip, too flustered to speak. After a moment, she finally found the courage to say, "Thank you, my lady." Lily paused, her hand holding the teacup, and glanced at her quizzically. Saclotte turned, smiling brightly as she left at eye. "I'll go pick some flowers from the garden. Looking at beautiful flowers will help you get better soon." Looking at her lively back, Lily couldn't help but smile. Freshly cut flowers, neatly arranged in a pristine white vase, sat on the table in the bedroom. The light brown notebook was carefully opened. Lily held one corner of the papers in the Knight Commander's hand. Besides what's recorded here, was there anything suspicious or strange happening at that time? The Knight Commander immediately replied, "Nothing, my lady, as far as I can recall." He glanced awkwardly at Saclotte before continuing. "However, that day, a large number of magical beasts escaped from the fissure." Lily said indifferently, "I understand." The room suddenly fell silent. Lily called out, "Saclotte, let's go." Saclotte, startled back to reality, replied, "Ah yes, my lady." Just as they were about to leave, the Knight Commander suddenly chased after them, calling out, Miss Saclate. Under the watchful gaze of both Saclate and Lily, he struggled to speak. If possible, maybe next week. Lily smirked, thinking that commander has been completely distracted by Saclate. I can't trust him. On the other side, the knight commander scratched his head awkwardly, raising his hand to speak with Saclate. Only after he finished did Saclate politely bow and decline. After refusing, she returned to Lily's side, leaving the dejected knight commander behind. Saclate lowered her eyes, slightly lifting her face as she said, I'm busy. I must always be by my lady's side. Hearing Saclate's excuse, Lily couldn't help but smile. One day, the dazzling sunlight streamed through the window panes, and then a strange atmosphere enveloped the Valentino castle. The scene of Annabella slapping her that day flashed before her eyes. Lily thought, rumors spread throughout the castle that Mrs. Simone slapped me, and Theodore was furious about it. Theodore's worried face appeared before Lily's eyes. Someone must have been secretly watching me. They spread those rumors. The image changed again, transforming into the chaotic scene of Isla being dragged away by two other maids. Afterward, Isla was expelled from the castle, and Serena was confined. It seemed that because of Serena's circumstances, Theodore had gone easy on her. After all, Serena had fallen into Isla's trap. Back in the present, a voice from behind pulled Lily out of her thoughts. My lady, are you going to reply to Miss Albinet's letter? Lily leaned over and said, I'll be seeing her soon, so there's no need to reply. Instead, could you bring me the pink feathers? Saclate moved. Yes, my lady. The beautiful pink feathers were gently attached to the flowers on Lily's hat. Lily wore an elaborate pink dress, her long hair neatly tied up, and a beautiful wide-brimmed hat. After attaching the feathers, Saclate smiled and asked, Do you need anything else, my lady? Lily smiled gently and replied, I think this is fine. Let's go. The two quickly left the room, one after the other, descending the stairs. Saclate walked ahead of Lily towards a closed door. The maid standing by the door bowed respectfully as Lily approached. Lily smiled wryly, thinking seriously, how ridiculous. Once Theodore returns to his normal self, they'll change their attitudes and act like nothing happened. Lily placed a hand on her chest, her face cold as she stepped out of the castle. Of course, I don't believe Theodore's kindness will. Last, she led Saclate past Annabella, walking straight ahead. Lily gritted her teeth slightly, thinking this whole situation is exhausting. After walking a long distance, she finally stopped in front of a large carriage. Theodore's saccharine voice suddenly called out her name, My dearest Lily. Lily stiffened, her face frozen in a wide-eyed stare. Her face cold, she glanced towards the direction of the voice. The first thing she saw was Theodore's outstretched hand, clad in a black glove. He smiled and said, I'm late. I apologize for keeping you waiting. In front of the castle gates, a group of servants stood lined up beside the carriage, not far from Theodore and Lily. Lily slowly placed her hand in his large, outstretched one. She lifted her head, staring into Theodore's eyes as he gripped her hand tightly. His blue eyes gazed down intently, looking directly at her face. A thought unconsciously surfaced as she looked into his eyes. Even on cloudy days, they remained so pure. Lily looked up intently, thinking to herself, there was a time when I really loved his eyes. Time seemed to stand still as Lily thought clearly. But if I have such thoughts now, I'd rather hit my head against the carriage. Theodore, still holding her hand tightly, spoke. Your face has gone down. I'm glad it didn't scar. Lily unconsciously reached up and touched the spot on her cheek where she had been struck, thinking indifferently. He must think I'm a doll made of dough. She raised her head, looking at Theodore's gentle smile. How can someone be so kind, yet so indifferent and dismissive of my words and actions? Theodore's gentle expression in her eyes began to distort. Regardless of how he truly feels, should I say something this absurd? Lily lowered her eyes, coldly wondering. Or should I say I'm about to lose my temper? Theodore leaned closer, one hand firmly grasping hers, the other gesturing towards the carriage. Shall we get in? Lily immediately replied, All right. Theodore smiled. I've changed to a smoother carriage so you can travel more comfortably. He stood beside the carriage door, holding Lily's hand to help her in. As soon as she stepped inside, Lily, without a second thought, pulled her hand away from his. She coldly lifted her skirt and walked forward, settling herself in a corner by the window and adjusting her dress without a word. Suddenly, a movement beside her caught her attention. Lily glanced over, only to see Theodore sitting down next to her. Surprise flickered across her face. Noticing her gaze, Theodore blushed as he explained, "I'll sit next to you, just as a precaution." Lily stared at him, dumbfounded, as he continued, "Being close is the best way to protect you." Just then, Saklate, who had followed them into the carriage, also covered her mouth in surprise, her jaw dropping as she looked at the two of them, or, more specifically, at Theodore's blushing face. After a moment, the three of them settled into their seats, each with a different expression. As the atmosphere sank into an eerie silence, a young man with curly white hair standing outside the carriage lightly knocked on the window. "If everyone is ready, we shall depart." The carriage steadily moved forward. After a while, flickering lights appeared outside the window where Lily was sitting. Pale blue streams of light swirled around the carriage, dancing around it as if it were the center of their performance. The light continued to swirl incessantly. Blinded by the brightness, Lily raised her hand to shield her eyes. When the light finally dimmed, she slowly lowered her hand, only to be stunned by the scene outside. The carriage stopped in the middle of the forest, enveloped by the soft sunlight filtering down from above. Lily turned her head, looking at Saklate, who was smiling as she held a pair of white gloves. "Your gloves, my lady." Cut to a large castle built deep within a meticulously constructed courtyard. The entrance is designed like a small maze. Lily stepped down from the carriage, her white shoes taking small steps forward. Theodore followed closely beside her, ignoring the whispering nobles nearby. "This way, Lily." A lady standing not far away, holding a fan, said softly, "That's Duke Valentino." The gentleman beside her also covered his mouth, replying, "It seems the rumors are true." Lily rolled her eyes, thinking, "Those damn rumors." In another corner, Radel, with one hand on his hip, turned his back to the two gossiping people and spoke casually with other attendees of the hunting festival. "I'm really looking forward to seeing who will win this year's hunting festival. It certainly won't be me." He finished speaking and burst out laughing. Then suddenly his gaze was drawn to this side. As soon as he saw clearly that the newcomers were Theodore and Lily, Radel started his teasing again. Well, if it isn't Duke Valentino and the Duchess." He didn't let anyone else speak, continuing his monologue, first resting his chin on his hand, then turning to touch the brim of Lily's hat. "I'm so proud to see you two together. Oh my, Duchess Valentino looks paler than the last time I saw her. You should take better care of yourself." Lily, dumbfounded by his words, rolled her eyes and muttered, "The last time I saw him was last winter. No, or was it the end of March this year?" Lost in thought, Lily vaguely recalled a day at Valentino Castle. Each region has its own characteristics, but in the Kingdom of Francis, the summers aren't too hot and the winters are very cold. This year, the temperature remained low even in mid-April. The scene in her head stopped at the image of Radel blundering through the open door, excitedly yelling at Theodore, who was sitting inside. "Duke Valentino, I'm here." Lily continued her inner monologue. The Crown Prince visited Valentino Castle after the end of the cold March. He wanted to hunt the white-furred foxes that live in the northern forest. The image changed again, transforming into an outdoor scene. Radel was holding a bow, scratching his head and laughing foolishly, while Theodore and Lily, following behind, wore expressionless faces. The Crown Prince said he wanted to give the fur to the princess, but he couldn't catch any. Ultimately, Theodore caught 6 and gave him 3. "What's this?" Back in the present, Iloa touched her chin, softly asking Lily, "Duchess Valentino, can you ride today? If not, you could go inside and rest." Lily narrowed her eyes, smiling in response. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness." Hearing her say so, Iloa didn't say anything more but replied, "You're welcome. If you're not feeling well, please tell me." Having said that, she didn't linger but turned and left. Lily folded her arms, breathing a sigh of relief. Theodore approached from the side, his voice catching her attention before he even got close. "Lily, I have something for you." He stepped closer, slightly bowing his head to fasten something on Lily's chest. An intricately designed red stone was attached as a brooch to the front of Lily's collar. Theodore finished fastening it, admired it for a moment, and then said, "I've imbued this stone with my spiritual power. It's unlikely, but it will protect you in case of emergency." Lily reached out and gently touched the stone, replying softly, "Thank you," she said, then, ignoring Theodore's smug smile and the inquisitive look of a nearby lady, she turned and walked away. Behind her, the whispers started up again. It seems the rumors are true. The Duke is very attentive to his wife, isn't he? Yes, I couldn't believe it until I saw it with my own eyes. Lily abruptly turned her head, looking directly at the two people whispering, waiting for them to fall silent. She tilted her head, pursing her lips in annoyance. It's so uncomfortable being the subject of gossip. Some of them are probably betting on when we'll get divorced. The obnoxious smiles of the outsiders flashed in her eyes. Is there any hobby more disgusting than betting on someone else's misfortune? Lily silently glided through the crowd, occasionally drawn to the noisy chatter and pointing of the group beside her. She stopped, standing behind the crowd and looking through the scene ahead, seeing only the two figures of Owen and Hassan surrounded by people. Lily wondered suspiciously what's going on here. Her bright blue eyes widened, staring at the two in the distance. A moment later, Lily parted her lips, uttering a small sound. "Ah!" Owen and Hassan both glanced over at the same time, their eyes meeting Lily's. Owen smiled, and just as he was about to step forward to greet Lily, Radel, appearing from nowhere, cut him off. "Oh, the esteemed Lord of Everest is here." Theodore also stepped forward at the same time, his face serious as he firmly grasped Lily's shoulder. Confused by his unusual behavior, Lily looked up quizzically, trying to observe Theodore's expression. Meanwhile, Radel continued to address Owen with feigned concern. "Isn't the Duke of Everest attending?" Hassan, standing beside Owen, tilted his head, frowning in their direction. Almost as soon as his gaze swept over, Lily turned her head away in disgust, leaving Theodore frowning in displeasure. Just as the atmosphere fell silent, Lily, sensing something strange, shifted her gaze, thinking, "I can feel another gaze besides Hassan's." Looking in the direction of her gaze, behind Owen, not far away, a dark figure cloaked in a black robe stood silently. Who could that be? Lily stiffened, staring at the black-robed figure. The person's eyes, hidden by the hood, were lost in shadow, staring at her. Red veins crisscrossed their eyes, like a sinister demon watching its prey. Saclotte raised a hand to cover her mouth, whispering to Lily from behind, "My lady, that person is Lord Owen's new mage." After learning the person's identity, Lily tilted her head again, staring at the black-robed figure. Thinking, they said that the time this mage joined Owen coincided with the time Theodore was injured in the head. The embarrassed expression of the Knight Commander when he looked at Saclotte a few days ago appeared in her mind. She mused, there was nothing unusual in the military records I checked recently. Each page was carefully examined and turned. Only the number of magical beasts that poured out of the fissure that day and their ferocity seemed to be the biggest concern. Lily frowned slightly, thinking seriously, I have a bad feeling about this. While she was lost in thought, Owen, opposite her, spoke again, "Hello, Lily," and Duke Valentino. His dark purple eyes opened, giving off an eerie feeling as they stared directly at the others. But his tone was exceedingly friendly as he asked, "How have you two been lately?" The atmosphere momentarily fell silent as the group gathered, watching Theodore, Lily, and Owen at the center. Theodore, standing behind Lily, replied indifferently, "Thanks to you, we are well." Owen smiled, speaking metaphorically, "Is that so? It seems like you've taken a liking to my gift." Lily, standing between them, listened to their conversation without understanding a thing, asking blankly, "Gift? What gift?" Theodore leaned down, whispering in her ear, "I'll tell you after the hunting festival ends." On the other side of the garden, the youngest princess lifted her skirt, taking small steps forward. She smiled brightly, calling out cheerfully as she advanced. Sister! Having called out, the youngest princess stopped in front of Iloa, who was smiling faintly, covering her mouth as she said, "Oh, your highness." Finishing her words, the youngest princess tilted her head with a bright smile. She raised her hand and waved, calling out excitedly, "Lin, hurry up." Jindia, urged by the youngest princess, immediately turned around, replying with a bright smile, "I'll be right there." He reached back and touched his head, smoothing down his slightly long hair, while simultaneously walking towards the youngest princess and Iloa. An exquisite, pure white coral bracelet was placed neatly on a tray. At the same time the bracelet was presented, Raidel's voice rang out, introducing it. "This is today's prize, the coral bracelet." He clenched his fist and raised it high, smiling radiantly as he said, "And now, the hunting festival officially begins." Among the departing group, Hassan, standing beside Owen, leaned over, his eyes narrowing as he looked in one direction, giving off a chilling feeling. On this side, Lily silently placed her hand on a brown horse, stroking it for a long time with a serious expression. Just as she stretched out to climb onto the horse, Theodore's voice suddenly called her name from beside her, "Lily." Theodore grasped Lily's hand tightly, carefully instructing her, "A knight will escort you, so nothing will happen. But still be careful, and don't take off the brooch I gave you." Lily looked at him, replying softly, "Yes." Theodore silently looked at her, his eyes gentle, a helpless smile gracing his lips. Theodore loosened his grip, slowly releasing Lily's hand. He turned, placing his hand on his own horse, but his gaze lingered on her. Lily tightened the reins, bowing her head with a sigh, guiding her horse forward at a slow pace. After traveling a short distance, she suddenly lifted her head, her lips parting as she stared ahead. It turned out that Iloa and Adeli were riding horses in front of her. As soon as Adeli saw Lily, she happily squinted her eyes and smiled. Lily pursed her lips, scowling as she listened to Adeli's enthusiastic voice inviting her. "Lily, over here. Let's go together." When Lily steered her horse closer, Adeli smiled brightly and asked, "Who do you think will win today?" "I'm betting on Theo." Lily's eyes turned cold, a smirk playing on her lips as she looked at Adeli darkly. Suddenly, she spoke in a cold voice, "I'm also betting my husband will win." Upon hearing the intimate address slip from Lily's lips, the smile on Adeli's face suddenly paused. Adeli smirked, forcing a dry laugh. "Aha!" As the air between them stilled, the youngest princess rode up, interrupting them. She looked at Adeli with a bewildered expression. "The Duchess Valentino will naturally support her husband, Duke Valentino." "Why would you ask such an obvious question, Miss Adeli?" Lily seized the opportunity, immediately tightening the reins and riding away, leaving Adeli, her face darkening, to offer a strained smile to the youngest princess. Lily breathed a sigh of relief, thinking ignorance can be unexpectedly beneficial. How convenient. Lily rode her horse, clip-clopping along the main forest path with a group of ladies participating in the hunting party. She lifted a hand to adjust the reins, her eyes lowered in annoyance as she thought, "There must be so many insects in the forest." Lily glanced to the side with a cold expression, thinking irritably, "This is why I hate this." As she was lost in thought, someone ahead spoke up, "Duchess Valentino, you're quite well equipped." Lily tilted her head to look at the speaker, forcing a smile. Queen Eulamalantius adjusted her pace to ride beside Lily. She held a small bottle in her hand, smiling at Lily. "If you don't mind the scent, please apply some of this." Eulamalantius offered the bottle of perfume to her. "It will help repel the insects." Lily lifted her hand to accept it, politely replying, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lily paused, spraying the perfume she had just received onto herself. The moment she caught the scent, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "It smells so good." She composed herself, thinking pensively, "The reigning Queen Eulamalantius appears kind, but she is truly a formidable person. She is always generous to the weak and harmless under her protection, but ruthless to those with ill intentions." Behind her, Adeli was still chatting and laughing harmoniously with the youngest. Lily murmured to herself, the kind of person Eloise needs to be wary of is someone like Adeli. She must already know what Adeli is hiding behind her mask. Eloise furrowed her brow, carefully observing Lily before hesitantly saying, Duchess, you look paler than before. Are you all right? Lily smiled and replied, There's nothing to worry about, Your Majesty. She then added silently to herself, Why are so many people worried about my health lately? The horse's hooves continued their steady rhythm forward. Lily thought sullenly, but something feels off. What is this feeling? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Iloa, riding behind her, turned to look around. Then, she said in confusion, We've come this far and haven't seen a single rabbit. I wonder if those ahead have spotted any prey. Lily furrowed her brow, lowering her gaze as she wondered, Am I the only one who senses it? Lily carefully pondered for a long while, finally coming to a decision in her mind. To be safe, I should be cautious. There's something suspicious about Owen's mage. Just as she was about to dismiss the matter, Lily suddenly sensed something unusual. She abruptly turned her head, her eyes widening as she stared in one direction. Lily quickly pulled hard on the reins, forcing her horse, which had been moving forward, to stop, causing its front legs to rear up, letting out a long whinny. Iloa rode up beside her, calling out worriedly, Duchess Valentino. Lily looked down at the reins, not immediately responding to her, lost in thought. This is Adeli, hearing the commotion, also rode over and asked, What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lily turned to look at her, hesitantly asking, Miss Albinus, don't you feel it? Adeli, hearing Lily's question, looked blank, parted her lips, and looked forward doubtfully. Lily, after asking, didn't wait for Adeli's answer but shouted towards the front, Your Majesty, please stop the procession. We cannot go any further. Eloise, hearing Lily shout, turned around. She pulled on the reins of her horse and turned back to ask Lily, What do you mean? Eloise trailed off, silenced by a faint cracking sound from the sky, where a fissure had just appeared. Eloise's eyes widened in astonishment, speechless. Following her gaze, the sky, clear just moments before, had turned dark and ominous. A large crack in the middle continuously spewed black fumes. A clamor arose, and someone exclaimed in astonishment, It's a rift. A rift has appeared. Protect the queen and princess. A lady in a yellow dress asked fearfully, A rift appearing in the Astrix forest? The man in front of her pulled on his reins, his face pale, and replied, This isn't even the usual time for rifts to appear. Following this, the sounds became a confused jumble, indistinguishable. Rifts don't usually appear around here. This is the first time it's happened. Adeli's reddish-orange eyes widened, her astonishment turning to disbelief. She was silent for a moment before softly retorting, Impossible. To feel that, you would have to have made a pact with a god. Just as she finished speaking, a loud explosion boomed from the front, shaking the surrounding space. Lily tightened her grip on the reins, gritted her teeth, and lowered her eyes, struggling to maintain her balance. Adeli, behind her, fared no better, jolted and shaken. She cried out. A black rift tore open in the air, slowly spreading outwards. From within that rift, a jet-black claw slowly emerged, gripping the edge of the fissure as leverage to pull itself out. The rift was slashed open by the sharp, black claw, revealing blood-red eyes behind it. A monstrous creature emerged from within the rift, raising its head and clinging to the edges of the tear as it roared. Below, Lily and Adeli fell to the ground. Everyone around them looked up at the sky in terror. Lily bit her lip, her eyes wide as she stared up at the sky where the monster was crawling out. The monstrous creature, with its grotesque form, emerged from the rift and paused before the small figure of Lily sitting on the ground. Behind it, more monsters continuously flew out from within the rift. Someone in the crowd shouted, Everyone, stay where you are. Don't run. The rifts in the sky grew denser, bringing a gloomy atmosphere that enveloped the entire forest. The people below hurriedly dismounted their horses and scrambled to escape. A man, unable to dodge in time, was caught by the claw of a monster. He cried out in terror, tears streaming down his pale face. Ag. Help me. The monster opened its maw wide, raising the hand that clutched the man, causing him to scream in fear. Ag. The soldiers below quickly drew their swords and said in deep voices, "Quickly, fire the signal flare. We need to inform the crown prince." Another person, hearing this, turned and replied, "The signal flare has been disabled. I've tried multiple times, but because the person hastily turned to speak, they didn't sense the enormous clawed monster reaching for them. So, before they could finish their sentence, the powerful monster tore into them, blood spraying everywhere, terrifying the soldiers and the dukes and ladies ahead. While the crowd was in chaos, Adeli suddenly stepped forward, raising her hand and shouting, "I will use magic to stop them. Everyone get behind me." Lily, standing to the side, stared at her, thinking, the only power that can repel these monsters is soul power. She looked away at the gaping black fissure in the sky, murmuring, "While energy can be weakened or used to kill the monsters, closing the rift, the source requires soul power. Therefore, each territory needs at least one soul contract." However, the Albinus family, along with their lineage of mages, cannot create a soul contract from their own descendants. Therefore, they adopt children with soul sensitivity from other families or select them from the capital's academy. She frowned, deep in thought. Becoming the official daughter of the Albinus family means Adeli can use magic. However, confronting monsters with energy is truly difficult. Lily wasn't the only one thinking this. A nobleman behind her, holding his girlfriend, anxiously asked, "Lady Albinus, can you do it?" Adeli didn't answer him, but closed her eyes, bowed her head, and raised her hand, creating a dazzling light. Lily watched the red magical lights Adeli created swirling around her, wondering, this red light, could it be? Adeli raised her hand, and red magic arrows materialized, following her movements, ready to fly at any moment. Lily observed, thinking, the color of the energy source changes based on the nature of the magic, and red signifies attack magic. Adeli swung her hand forward, and the red arrows flew straight out, aiming for the massive monsters ahead. The red magic arrows shot forward, striking a monster's head, but they didn't inflict any significant damage. After being attacked, the monster's blood-red pupils flashed with rage. The monster furiously opened its mouth, revealing a long, writhing tongue as it roared. Lily flinched, leaning back slightly, thinking, the concentration of energy is too weak. After roaring, the monster charged towards the group where Eloise was standing, causing a noisy commotion. The youngest princess clung to Iloa in terror, while Eloise spread her arms, shielding the two. Seeing this, Lily, without hesitation, gritted her teeth and rushed forward, placing herself in front of Eloise. Suddenly, the red brooch pinned to Lily's chest flashed, emitting a stream of blue soul power. Lily's eyes widened in surprise as she watched the blue light emanating from the brooch. The soul power flashed, forming a blue barrier, like a blazing firewall, stopping the monsters in their tracks and protecting Lily and the group behind her. Lily froze, astonished, thinking this is the power of... She quickly regained her composure, carefully observing the wall of fire created by soul power, murmuring, the monsters are reacting exactly as I thought. What they fear most is pure soul power. Lily covered the brooch on her chest with her hand, her brow furrowed with worry. But this won't last. We need reinforcements before the soul power from the brooch runs out. Iloa, who had been protectively holding the youngest princess's arm, tilted her head and asked Lily with a frown, Duchess Valentino, how long can you maintain this? Lily's brow furrowed as she replied, I'm not sure. She didn't dare look away, staring intently at the soul power barrier that was holding back the monsters, praying silently, please, let reinforcements arrive soon. Suddenly, a gust of air blew past Lily, drawing her attention away from the monsters. She looked up into the sky, a question leaping into her mind. What is this feeling? It doesn't seem harmful or obstructive. Moreover, it feels like it's trying to help me. Looking through the forest towards the gray-white sky, she softly uttered, could it be? A sudden gust of wind swept up, lifting Lily's skirt and bangs into the air. She looked up, surprised, thinking the spirit of the Astrid forest. The large trees in the forest, bathed in sunlight, shimmered with dazzling golden specks. Lily's thoughts raced. It was said that all things in nature, especially ancient forests like this, become home to countless wood spirits, forming a collective and becoming the forest spirit. She lowered her head slightly. The ground beneath her feet seemed to transform into clear blue water, rippling with small swirls. But spirits don't communicate using human language. Words, common writing, and similar human inventions for communication aren't the language of nature. Lily leaned slightly, a sense of bewilderment slowly dawning within her. Therefore, someone like me, not born with the ability to perceive spirits, shouldn't be able to communicate with them. While she was lost in her confused thoughts, a voice slowly echoed, "I will help you." Lily pursed her lips, thinking, I don't understand what's happening. She stared at the fading soul barrier, revealing the monsters standing behind it. The barrier, seemingly at its limit, flickered and vanished. The monsters behind it lunged forward without hesitation. Lily didn't dare delay any longer and shouted, "Please, lend me your strength." As soon as the words left her mouth, sharp thorns erupted from the ground beneath the monsters, impaling and restraining them. This transformation happened so quickly that Adeli and her group were caught off guard, frozen in place. Before their eyes, sharp thorns continued to emerge from the tree trunks, tearing into the immobilized monsters. Lily quickly stepped back, avoiding the spray of blood. Her face paled, and her body swayed with exhaustion. I'm going to faint, she thought. Looking back, I've been pushing this body too hard. Lily's vision darkened. Before losing consciousness, she caught a glimpse of a humanoid figure with no facial features, its entire body radiating white light. I think, but this isn't just losing consciousness. It feels like someone is pulling me down. Her body gradually lost strength, and she fell backward. Iloa and the youngest princess, who were standing closest, rushed to her side. Lily's consciousness gradually faded, her vision darkening, but strange sounds echoed in her ears. We can sense soul energy from this child. Of course, she is Theodo's wife, isn't she? We know. But this power far surpasses a seraphim's imagination. The source soul power emanating from this child may have existed before her encounter with Theodo. Lily lay on the bed, her consciousness slowly returning as she gradually opened her eyes. Madam, Diane looked at her anxiously. Seeing Lily wake up, she hurriedly asked, "How are you feeling?" Lily propped herself up on the soft mattress and slowly sat up. Water. Diane handed her a glass of water. Salet, who was guarding the bedside, hurriedly left. Outside, Theodo hunched over, his hands clenched on his thighs, then clasped together in front of his mouth. Salet ran out to him and reported, "Duke, Madam has..." Theodo abruptly lifted his head, his face etched with exhaustion. He didn't hesitate to rush inside, looking at Lily sitting on the bed and calling out, "Lily." He didn't immediately enter, but stood outside, gripping the curtain and asking, "Are you all right?" Lily looked silently at Theodo, who had come to her bedside, staring at his outstretched hand without saying a word. Images from the past flashed through her mind. Theodo gripping her arm and her own tear-streaked, distraught face. I can't believe he's worried about me. Well, I suppose after all that. White tents were erected amidst the forest, serving as temporary resting places. Lily was silent for a moment, then asked, "How long have I been unconscious? Are the others safe?" Theodo immediately replied, "You've been unconscious for 6 hours. Those you protected are safe." He paused, and under Theodo's weary, emotionless gaze, Lily softly added, "Which means there are still knights who were injured and lost their lives." As she expected, outside, injured soldiers were being carefully bandaged by others, and each family had suffered casualties. Valentino's knights, and even the royal knights, had suffered heavy losses on the front lines. This was also predictable. Lily wearily rubbed her forehead, lowering her eyes and murmuring, "A memorial service will be held soon. I need to attend." Seeing her get out of bed, Theodo anxiously said, "You need to rest some more. Lie down." Salad also added, trying to dissuade Lily. He's right, madam. Lily firmly replied, It's all right. I'm fine. Theodo ignored her and bent down, protesting. No, you're not fine at all. Lily frowned, stubbornly insisting. I said I'm fine. As if to prove her point, Lily lifted the hem of her dress and stepped down from the bed, walking forward as she spoke. I'm fine. Theodo awkwardly stood in front of her, anxiously advising, You need to rest. Lily, irritated by his obstruction, raised her head and snapped. Why do you keep stopping me? Lily's voice rang out with determination. This is my duty as the Duchess. Theodo froze, his lips pressed together, and he didn't speak further. Lily lowered her eyes and walked past him, ignoring Theodo's raised hand, which he hesitated to lower to stop her. Lily reached the tent's entrance and, without turning back, said, I'm going. I'll see you at the memorial service. She lifted the tent flap, and a faint light from outside shone in, highlighting the lonely expression on Theodo's face as he was left behind. Inside, a sudden gust of wind arose, swirling fallen leaves into the air. The sky above was overcast and gloomy. On a somber day at the castle, Lily, dressed in a black gown, her long white hair tied back, lowered her eyes. She looked at her black-gloved hand, reaching towards the white flowers atop a coffin. Her fingers curled, picking up a small lily. Lily glanced at the nobles dressed in black and white gathered in the room, thinking, the memorial service for the soldiers who sacrificed themselves fighting monsters is extremely important to the citizens and nobility. They believe that if these souls don't receive proper comfort, they will turn malevolent. Her gaze swept across the crowd, then landed on Theodo's profile. The faces of the soldiers from that day flashed through her mind, but despite that, the scene suddenly shifted, transforming into a gruesome, bloody mess of flesh torn apart by the monster. Mourning the warriors who sacrificed themselves to protect others was undoubtedly necessary. Lily clasped her hands in front of her, looking past the dense crowd. Following Lily's gaze, Owen could be seen at the back of the crowd, smiling intently at her. The moment their eyes met, Lily quickly averted her gaze, her face darkening as she pursed her lips and lowered her head. Theodo approached from behind, raising a hand in concern. Lily, you don't seem well. Lily tightened her arm, interrupting him that I'm fine. As they spoke, Owen approached from afar, saying in a gentle tone, Lily, I'm glad you're all right. How are you feeling? Lily remained silent for a moment before replying, It's nothing to worry about. Thank you for your concern. Brother, I guess that Mage isn't attending the memorial. Seeing the atmosphere grow silent, Owen spoke again that I'd like to speak with Lily privately somewhere. Theodo responded without hesitation, his refusal clear. There's no need for that. If you have something to say it here. Owen raised his head, the corners of his lips lifting. Why? Can't I even speak with my own sister? Theodo frowned. Ask Hisson if you want to know why. But contrary to Theodo's resistance, Lily, who had remained silent, suddenly removed his hand from her shoulder. Without a word, she walked forward, leaving Theodo behind, slowly approaching Owen. After reaching Owen, Lily tilted her head back towards Theodo. I'll be right back, so you don't need to worry too much. Owen smiled, the air of a victor about him as he extended his hand. Theodo stood frozen, his face grim as he watched Owen and Lily walk away arm in arm. Only after their figures disappeared into the crowd did he lower his eyes, staring at his empty palm. Owen, holding Lily's hand tightly, led her down a deserted hallway. Once they reached a section devoid of people, Owen stopped, turning to Lily. It's almost time for your divorce, Lily Everest. Lily froze, her eyes widening, her expression stunned. After a long pause, she regained her composure, lowering her eyes, thinking, That's right, I wonder why he hasn't mentioned it yet. After a moment of thought, Lily calmly replied, If that's what you want, then I don't mind. I told you, Lily murmured, her gaze fixed on the ground. Lost in thought, for the past year and a half, I've been nothing more than Duchess Valentino in name. I couldn't deliver the information Owen wanted, and I couldn't make Theodore love me. He must have considered other benefits he could gain from me. Owen's hand tightened around hers, lifting it. She didn't resist, letting him control her as if she were a puppet. like when he sold her to Leon Chester. Lily's thoughts shifted, recalling the image of Owen and Marquis Chester chatting amiably. It would be a beneficial transaction for the Everest family, as they would ultimately receive a portion of the Chester family's territory and army. The figures in her mind blurred, leaving only the upturned corners of Marquis Chester's smiling lips. There was no reason for the Chester family to refuse. Leon Chester was notorious for his disrespect and perversions, so no one wanted to marry him. Lily hung her head dejectedly, murmuring, "Unless they're completely powerless." Across from her, Owen, still holding her hand tightly, suddenly spoke. "It's quite surprising, though." His tone was calm. After capturing Lily's attention, he continued, "I didn't know you had the ability to sense souls, or rather, that you developed it." Lily replied softly, "It must have been a coincidence." Owen raised an eyebrow, questioning a coincidence. He lifted a hand to his chin, the other resting on his hip. "It's possible for someone close to a soul contractor to develop the ability to sense souls, although it's extremely rare." Owen hesitated for a moment before adding, "But that's only possible if the contractor has genuine feelings for the other person." He picked up a strand of Lily's white hair, holding it loosely in his palm. "But Theodore Valentino seems to have feelings for you. He's not that kind of person." Owen lowered his head closer to the strand of hair in his hand, his dark purple eyes flashing. Could it be that he's injured his head? The sudden decrease in distance made Lily stiffen slightly. "I don't know," she replied. "Whether he's changed or—" She paused, then finished coldly, "It doesn't mean anything to me." Owen raised an eyebrow, a look of amusement on his face as he watched her. As soon as Lily finished speaking, he spread his hand, addressing a figure that had appeared not far away. "Yes," she said. Theodore, who had arrived unnoticed, listened with a grim expression as Owen continued, "I wonder what Duke Valentino thinks about this." Theodore didn't answer him, but silently walked over and pulled Lily protectively behind him, also indirectly increasing the distance between her and Owen. Lily, startled by the sudden movement, stood behind Theodore, her eyes wide as she looked up at the tall figure shielding her. Theodore ignored Owen's initial question and changed the subject. "If you two are finished talking, can we leave?" For her. Owen folded his arms, nodding with a smile. Don't tell me commended for saving the queen and the..." His tone was mocking and sarcastic. "Unbelievable, Lily. You used to be such a useless child, but now you can save the lives of royalty." Theodore looked up, frowning at Owen. "How dare you?" But before he could finish, Lily's ringed hand came up, resting lightly on his chest. "He's right, brother." Lily stepped up from behind Theodore, leaning against his chest and looking up at Owen as she replied, "Who would have thought this day would come, right? I'll go ahead. I can't keep the queen waiting any longer." Owen didn't try to stop them further. He crossed his arms, his eyes crinkling in a smile as he watched the two of them leave. On their way, Lily gripped Theodore's hand tightly, pulling him along the wide corridor. She gritted her teeth, her eyes squeezed shut, and said irritably, "Don't argue with Owen over trivial matters, especially on days like these." Theodore parted his lips, glancing at the expression on Lily's face. After a long moment, as the night air grew quiet, he finally spoke. "That bastard insulted you." Theodore tilted his head, gazing intently into Lily's eyes. "Maybe I'm overthinking it, but it seems like you're very used to things like this. Are you sure you're really okay?" Lily pursed her lips, her brows furrowed, and remained silent. She seriously and carefully observed Theodore standing before her, pausing at the unusual expression on his face. She thought, "Normally, you wouldn't care so much, regardless of whether Owen was tormenting me or not." Lily hesitated, frowning as she wondered, "If I say that, how will he react?" But then she turned around, continuing to pull Theodore forward. "Forget it," she thought. "It's all meaningless." Thinking this, she said impatiently, "Anyway, I'm not angry or resentful, so you don't need to intervene like that. It's my own problem." Theodore frowned, murmuring Lily's words. "Intervene." He quickly followed close behind her, calling out urgently, "Lily, wait a moment." But as soon as he saw Lily turn her head, Theodore froze, softly calling Lily. Lily tilted her head to look at him, her long hair ruffled by a gentle breeze. Theodore was stunned by the emotion in her eyes. Back in the banquet hall, the group of nobles who had initially gathered inside were engaged in serious conversation. But suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Everyone looked up simultaneously. Some smiled, while some young women blushed, gazing towards the entrance. Following their gaze, they saw the figures of Theodore and Lily entering side by side. Their hands were clasped tightly as they walked into the center of the room under the intense scrutiny of everyone present. The moment I noticed his hand holding mine amidst so many gazes, I suddenly understood. Lily pursed her lips and lifted her head, a new and unfamiliar feeling welling up inside her. The wall between him and me seems to have disappeared at some point, and that warms my heart. In the grand hall, Theodore held Lily's hand as they walked through the crowd, becoming the center of attention. Suddenly, someone called Lily's name from up ahead, attracting her attention. Lady Valentino. Eleanor led the way, followed by Iloa and the youngest princess from a different direction. Eleanor lifted the hem of her dress and smiled. Finally, we meet again. Theodore placed one hand behind his back and the other across his chest as he bowed slightly. Lily, standing beside him, also lifted her dress with both hands and curtsied. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Eleanor approached, solicitously asking Lily, "How are you feeling?" She lightly pressed her hand to her lips, lowering her eyes as she continued, "I was worried when I saw you faint." The youngest princess beside her quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lily's gaze drifted downwards, becoming vacant. As she heard Eleanor continue, "Of course, the worry of an old woman like me is nothing compared to what your husband must have felt." Waiting until she had finished, Lily lifted her head, smiled politely, and replied, "I'm fine, Your Majesty. Thank you for your concern." Eleanor turned her head, gesturing to a man behind her as she spoke to Lily. "It's good to hear that, but you still don't look well, so let's get straight to the point." At her signal, a male servant approached, carrying a tray with an exquisite bracelet on it. Eleanor smiled gently and said, "Even though we couldn't determine the winner of the hunt, there is someone who played an incredibly important role throughout the ceremony." The smile on Eleanor's face grew kinder, and I've decided to award this coral bracelet to that person. As she spoke, she extended her hand, and under Lily's stunned expression, finished her sentence, "It's you, Duchess Valentino." The youngest princess clung to Iloa's arm, both of them smiling faintly as they listened to Eleanor speak. "Thank you," Eleanor said, lowering her eyes and taking Lily's hand to fasten the coral bracelet around her wrist. "For saving my life, the princesses, and the others." Surprised by the gift, Lily was momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered, dipping into a curtsy before Eleanor, "That I'm very grateful for your kindness, Your Majesty." Eleanor smiled and nodded, looking at Lily warmly. Someone started a round of applause, which quickly spread throughout the room. The nobles present all gathered around them, clapping respectfully. Lily's back was bathed in the bright golden light, her hair neatly tied back, swaying slightly. But then, suddenly, someone hesitantly broke the celebratory atmosphere. But how could Duchess Valentino communicate with the spirit of the forest? Lily froze, startled by the question, and turned towards the voice. It turned out to be Norbert, accompanied by Adelaide and two of his men, standing not far from Lily and looking over at them. Duke Norbert Albinus, Adelaide's father, raised his hand and continued the unfinished topic. "I was quite surprised to learn that the Duchess has no ability to perceive spirits." As soon as Norbert spoke, the surrounding nobles were captivated, murmuring and whispering amongst themselves. Now that you mention it, Lily frowned, irritated by the whispers coming from all directions, and tilted her head, parting her lips. She lowered her head slightly, her eyes downcast, about to explain that, but before she could finish, Theodore stepped forward, shielding Lily, and spoke coldly to Norbert. "Yes, someone who has signed a pact with a god. I will answer on her behalf." It's common for those close to someone who has made a pact with a god to also develop the ability to perceive spirits. My wife may be such a case. Theodore's explanation shifted public opinion once again. A man dressed in black asked, "Close?" The blonde-haired woman beside him raised a hand to cover her mouth, adding, "They do seem close. With each other, truly." Theodore parted his lips, continuing his explanation, and of course, developing the ability to sense souls isn't easy. But perhaps the reason my wife has developed this ability, he paused briefly, then turned, his gaze resting on Lily. His hand closed over his chest, is the depth of my feelings for her. Lily hadn't anticipated his sudden confession. Her eyes widened slightly, staring at Theodore for a long moment. Theodore also lowered his gaze, staring intently back at Lily. Suddenly, the quiet atmosphere between them was broken by Elmio's laughter. Both of them froze, then turned their heads. Elmio, leaning forward on her mount, laughed heartily. "He's right, I can sense it. The two of you are truly close. To be honest, there's a lot I want to ask you, Duke Valentino. If you don't mind, shall we go somewhere to talk?" Theodore immediately agreed. "Of course, Your Majesty." Before leaving, he turned and softly called Lily's name. "Lily," Theodore hesitated, "I think it would be best if I went with Her Majesty, but if I'm causing you any trouble—" He paused, looking intently into her eyes, and said sincerely, "I apologize. I didn't intend to." With that, he turned and followed Elmio, leaving Lily standing silently amidst the crowd. That evening, back at Valentino Castle, in the bedroom, the faint sound of fabric rustling against the bedsheets could be heard. She lay sprawled on the soft mattress, her arm resting on her forehead, murmuring, I'm so tired. It's finally over." Recalling Owen and Hessen's behavior at the banquet, she thought with relief, "Well, I'm glad Owen and Hessen didn't cause any trouble." But then she remembered Hessen's persistent stare, muttering, "Although Hessen kept staring at me like he wanted to devour me. I wonder why he kept looking at me like that." Lily rolled onto her side, her mood slightly dampened. And also, the image in Lily's mind shifted, showing Norbert and Adelaide, especially Adelaide's sharp, crimson gaze directed at her. The look made Lily couldn't help but think, "It seems the way she perceives me has changed from before." But she quickly pushed aside her confused thoughts, reaching out to pull the blanket over herself, closing her eyes. "Forget it. It's not my business anyway." Since Theodore was pulled away to the princess's banquet, we might be heading back before morning. Suddenly, Lily opened her eyes. Heading back. The burning incense burner on the corner of the table released a faint white smoke that drifted around the large bed, helping Lily drift off to sleep. A place to return to, usually called home, it seemed she didn't have such a place. The night gradually grew quiet. An unknown amount of time passed, until the moon outside climbed high. Lily turned her back to the window, letting the moonlight bathe over half her body. She curled up slightly, anxiously clutching her hand to her chest. Her brows furrowed, as if trapped in a nightmare. In her dream, she saw the blood-red eyes of a monster, its claws reaching out from a crack in the sky. Lily struggled to escape the dream. She sat up abruptly in bed, her face pale, clutching the blanket tightly. The sky outside was still dim, only faintly illuminated by the moonlight. The large room was silent, with Lily hunched over, sitting on the bed. After regaining her composure from the nightmare, Lily glanced at the teapot on the table. "I should have some tea." She quickly got out of bed, poured herself a cup, and pulled up a chair. Lily looked out the window, her gaze fixed on the gloomy night sky and the rustling leaves swaying in the wind. Her eyes remained locked on the scene outside, lost in thought. Lily lifted the teacup, leaned towards the window, and stayed motionless for a long while. In the quiet atmosphere, the soft click of the door suddenly opening startled Lily from her reverie. She quickly placed the teacup on the table and stood up abruptly from the chair. As she saw the figure who had just entered the room, her expression shifted to one of stunned bewilderment. Standing not far from Lily, Theodore, having just entered, also stammered in surprise, his lips moving soundlessly. He tiredly raised a hand to his forehead and softly called, "Lily." Lily looked at the dark night outside, then listened to Theodore's voice. "I should go outside to clear my head." He held his head in his hands, gritting his teeth, but the image of himself collapsing into Lily's arms kept replaying in Theodore's mind. Though hazy, The scene clung to his thoughts. Lily lowered her eyes, silently falling into deep thought. After a while, she regained her composure, looked at Theodore slumped on the floor, and said coldly, "You're drunk." Theodore recoiled slightly, his hands still covering his face. "That I apologize for letting you see me like this." But then he lowered his hand, his eyes glazed over as he looked to the side. "It's just..." To him, the space wasn't a warm bedroom, but a blood-soaked foot lying motionless on the dry ground. "That I don't think I can easily sleep tonight." Countless spears covered in white cloth were lined up on the ground. I was standing some distance away from the dead bodies, my back stiff, control myself. "So, even though it's this late, I can't sleep, somehow." Lily crossed her arms, lowering her eyes and interrupting him. "You don't have to say any more." After a moment of silence, Lily asked, "Can you stand up?" A moment later, Theodore lay on the bed with his head on the pillow, eyes closed, silent. Lily leaned on the back of a chair, standing beside him, watching Theodore with his arm resting. On the bed, after a period of silence, she hesitantly said, "What you were going to tell me after the hunt, can you tell me what the gift my brother sent was?" Hearing her voice, he turned his head away. "Oh, it's nothing important. He sent a strange painting." Lily asked suspiciously, "A painting?" Theodore replied flatly. Derek appraised it, but he said there weren't any dangerous or suspicious enchantments on it all. So, it's been stored away in the storage room. Just as he said, the large painting, covered with a white cloth, was leaning against a wall in a dark corner of the room. Lily stroked her chin, lost in thought. Owen wasn't the type to do pointless things. He must have an ulterior motive. Theodore sat up, adding, "And he also sent a bottle of strong liquor." Hearing this, Lily couldn't help but ask with a start, "You didn't drink it, did you?" Theodore's face turned cold as he replied, "I threw it away." "Why would I drink that?" Lily seemed relieved, silent for a moment before asking again. "So, since that day, do you remember anything related to Owen or Hessen?" In her mind, Lily pictured a pale yellow space, with herself and Sac-Latte in the center, and Theodore standing opposite them with a giant question mark above his head. By now, Theodore had lost a considerable, or perhaps complete, memory of the people related to him, like how he couldn't remember anything about Sac-Latte. As if echoing her thoughts, Sac-Latte's expression was full of exasperation as she sighed, "Just forget it." On the bed, Theodore raised his hand to cover his face again, murmuring, "I only know that they are your stepbrothers." Lily probed, asking, "You don't remember anything else?" Theodore quickly replied, "I also know they are very cruel, unlike you." As soon as these words left his mouth, Lily's expression faltered, her lips parting but no words coming out. After a long while, Lily said coldly, "I'm an Everett, no different from them." Theodore closed his eyes and replied, "I know that's not true." Lily abruptly turned around, not noticing Theodore's expression and the hand that reached out to hold her back. She went to the cabinet by the wall and pulled open a drawer. Lily picked up a small, square box with both hands and turned back to the bed. She held it out to Theodore and said, "This." Theodore looked up at her in confusion. "Why are you giving it to me?" Lily didn't answer his question, but instead changed the subject. "This bracelet is a magic item." Through the box, the coral bracelet was carefully placed inside. The Arendelle coral bracelet contains powerful healing magic, capable of helping its owner recover from injuries quickly. It can even help heal life-threatening wounds. Of course, with its function being a tool for healing physical injuries, the bracelet wouldn't be able to help Theodore regain his memories. It's just... Her train of thought suddenly stopped. Lily lowered her eyes and said, "I don't know what to do with it. It would be better if you kept it." Theodore didn't take the box from her hand, but instead turned, his legs dangling off the side of the bed as he faced Lily, and "Oh, Lily, you should keep it." Lily cut him off. "I won't get hurt. This rarely happens." Theodore didn't listen to her, stubbornly saying, "But we can't rule out the possibility of it happening again. I can take care of myself, so you keep the bracelet." Lily pursed her lips, staring at him coldly. Suddenly, a soft clang rang out along with the whooshing sound of something flying quickly towards them. Lily immediately bent down, and before Theodore could react, she fastened the coral bracelet around his wrist. Theodore looked down in astonishment, staring at the glowing bracelet on his wrist. He suddenly smiled, happily saying, "I'm glad you're here with me." Lily was stunned by his affectionate expression, unable to look away. But then she resolutely turned and walked away, frowning as she said, "Now you should rest. You're too drunk." Theodore's large hand reached out without warning. He accurately grasped Lily's wrist, pulling her back as she attempted to leave. Theodore gripped her arm tightly and leaned in, bringing his head close to hers. As the distance between them shrunk, he murmured Lily's name, "Lily, Lily." The bloody scene from that day flashed through his mind. What pained him most was the image of Lily lying motionless on ground. Not just Lily, but beside her, another figure, a man soaked in blood, also lay still. Theodore lowered his head, tightening his grip on Lily's hand, and pleaded, "Please don't go." Lily's eyes widened, and she tilted her head in disbelief, looking at him. Receiving no answer, Theodore raised his head again and moved closer. He bent slightly, resting his forehead on Lily's shoulder just as she sat down. Lily blinked, trying to hypnotize herself. "Don't get swept away. I'm doing the right thing. If I have to choose someone to trust and hope in, it doesn't have to be Theodore Valentino." Theodore's hand, still firmly clasped around hers, showed no sign of loosening its grip. The room fell silent, and Lily became lost in her own thoughts. Honestly, I always wonder what the point of continuing a life like this is. And sometimes I just want to give up everything. But if I have the choice to avoid the worst-case scenario, I should take the risk. In some scene from the past, Charlotte held me tightly, both of us sitting on the ground, offering each other warmth. "If you're still worried, I'll prepare everything meticulously, my lady." So, the scene in her mind began to fade, and Lily regained her resolve. "Right? I need to make a decision soon." The next day, Charlotte looked up at the sky. Her expression relaxed. The clouds were gathering. "My lady, it looks like it's about to rain." Lily, walking ahead of her, turned and said, "Let's go back." Charlotte placed her hands on her stomach and cheerfully replied, "Yes, my lady." The two of them continued walking, one after the other, past the surrounding foliage, heading back. In Lily's mind, Owen's harmless smile flashed, accompanied by a flurry of confused thoughts. It's been a week since the hunting festival. The first thing I did when I returned to Valentino Palace was to examine that strange painting once. I had a mage come to inspect it, but they said there was nothing to worry about. Or perhaps, sometime after returning, Lily stood beside Theodore, her fingers intertwined, smiling at Derek, who was carrying the framed painting. "I'm ready to make you check it again." "Thank you," Derek replied, tilting his head. "It's all right, my lady. It's my duty, after all. You don't need to worry." Despite this, Lily's unease remained. However, after answering Lily, Derek turned to Theodore and asked, "What do you think of this painting, sir? There's something I need to check." Theodore lowered his head slightly, his fingers rising to touch his chin, and said thoughtfully, "To me, it looks like a crimson sea. Quite unsettling to look at." He shifted his gaze to the painting of the sea that Derek was holding, as if it's been tainted with blood. Lily tilted her head, her eyes flitting between the two men. "Have you ever told Owen, or anyone else, that the painting looks like a red sea?" Theodore straightened, looked at Lily, and replied, "No." The scene from that time ended there. Lily continued, thinking to herself, "When I asked others about the painting, they all said it was a blue sea." The others Lily referred to were Sacklot and the Knight Commander. Standing together, they both shook their heads in agreement. Lily pensively stroked her chin, lost in thought. Only Theodore sees the painting as red. Could this be related to his memory loss? The thought reminded her of Owen's dark purple figure in the deserted hallway. If someone with amnesia sees a red sea, then Owen might suspect Theodore's amnesia, or perhaps he already knows the truth. The more she thought, the deeper Lily sank into contemplation that if that's the case, it's possible Owen is behind Theodore's memory loss. The unusual water stain at Astrid's is also incredibly suspicious, as if someone deliberately caused it. Could the mage who was with Owen that day have created the water stain? If so, those cruel people have caused tons of tragedies, weakening the Valentino family's power. What if it really was someone from Everett? Lily lowered her eyes, collecting her chaotic thoughts. Seeing Lily standing still, a confused Sacklot called after her, "Madam." Lily stopped, staring intently at the Valentino mansion for a long moment without moving. What is this uncomfortable feeling? Is it guilt? But I'm not the one who did it. Could it be because all the tragedies revolve around Theodore Valentino? Suddenly, the clouds in the sky began to dissipate, and warm rays of sunlight shone down, enveloping Lily's body. Standing not far from her, Theodore stood backlit, his hand shielding his eyes as he looked in her direction. The warm sunlight pierced through the clouds, shining directly onto the ground below. Bathed in the dazzling light, Theodore smiled brightly and called her name, Lily. Lily's eyebrows furrowed slightly, her eyes widening in surprise. Why am I feeling such overwhelming emotions, as if a wall has been broken down? I understand it all too well, the struggle after being swept away by that wave. In the courtyard in front of the Valentino mansion, Lily stood facing Theodore, who was deep in thought. I don't want to go through that again. Thinking this, Lily moved her feet, her left leg stepping back. She quickly turned and lowered her head, wanting to leave. Seeing this, Theodore unconsciously stepped forward, wanting to stop. "Her, Lily!" Lily shouted loudly, losing her composure. "Don't come near me." Sensing her resistance, Theodore stopped, not daring to approach further. With her back to him, Lily spoke, her expression unclear. "Please, just pretend you didn't see me today. Please." Theodore pursed his lips, worriedly saying, "It's about to rain, Lily." Lily clenched her hands, her grip tightening on the edge of her skirt, which trembled slightly. Theodore, concerned for her, softly called, "Lily." He gazed intently at Lily's lonely back and said, "I came here to get you. It looks like it's going to rain soon, so don't be afraid." Lily lowered her head, silently questioning his words in her heart. "Don't be afraid? Did you know what I was truly afraid of back then?" A gentle and affectionate voice, carrying hands, cherishing precious things, everything I'd longed for since that day. Lily tilted her head slightly, her emerald eyes flickering with emotion. A tender voice echoed through time in her mind. "What's your favorite color, Lily?" Lily, still a child then, looked up obediently and answered her mother, "Blue." Lily inherited her mother's long, soft hair. In her hazy memories, her mother leaned down, a gentle smile on her face, and reached out a hand. "Mine too. The sky is always blue when the sun rises. That's why I love blue so much." Lily's mother gently stroked her hair and said lovingly, "That's right. For your 9th birthday, I'll give you a beautiful blue dress." The memory in Lily's mind shifted, a beautiful blue dress appearing before her eyes. I still remember those words, even though it's been so long. The memory ripped like paper, her mother's gentle face vanishing, replaced by Duke Everett's stern back. He took young Lily's hand and led her away. Of course, that promise was never fulfilled. After Duke Everett adopted me, Mother disappeared with the money he paid her. I buried deep within myself the memory of that blue, and of Mother too. Young Lily gritted her teeth, fear flashing across her face as she turned, trying to find her mother's figure, so I wouldn't have to remember her every time I saw the color blue. But then, a pair of blue eyes appeared before Lily, filled with tenderness. But why now? Why do I remember that now? Back in the present, standing in the rain, Theodore didn't hesitate any longer. He stepped forward, closing the distance between himself and Lily. Lily looked directly into his eyes, considered for a moment, and asked, "Do you truly care about me?" Theodore's face was wet with rain, trickling down his cheeks. His eyes softened, his lips parted as he gazed at her. He relaxed his hands at his sides and answered seriously, "When I woke up after the injury, the first time I saw you," Theodore seemed to return to that day, the moment he drew back the curtains. The first person he saw was Lily sitting on the bed. His gaze slowly lifted, stopping at the lower half of Lily's startled face. Her eyes were wide, her body angled against the light, casting her face in deep shadow. Theodore, having just woken up, parted his lips, captivated by Lily's appearance. He stared at her, frozen. He took Lily's hand and placed it against his own, lowering his head beneath the heavy rain. "I've been thinking of you constantly." Lily bit her lip and asked, puzzled why. She didn't pull her hand away, letting him hold it, but her question stunned Theodore. Why did you misunderstand me? Darkness fell before Lily's eyes, leaving only the sound of the falling rain. After questioning Theodore, she didn't wait for an answer, but thought to herself, that's a question he can't answer right now. It's cowardly, but I had to ask. Theodore's cold gaze flashed in her mind, accompanied by a jumble of thoughts. I'm so upset by the misunderstanding and the hatred you have for me, because you never looked me in the eye, and you always assumed I was no different from those awful Everetts. So, it was inevitable that such thoughts, along with the anger in my heart, would arise. The warmth you radiated, the gentleness, the affection, all the good things you showed me. Now caused me double the pain, like rubbing salt into a wound or being pierced by thorns. The scene shifts again. At some point, Lily accidentally came across Theodore and Adeli. Theodore was called over by her, but he was the one who watched her. Approach. Lily stood behind a waist-high bush, stunned as she watched them. Following Lily's gaze, Adeli intimately approached, pressing close to Theodore's arm. He simply looked away, not avoiding her touch. Adeli raised her head, her eyes crinkling in a happy smile, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Back in the present, Lily looked up at Theodore, her face wet, whether with tears or rain. I wish we could have met under normal circumstances. The rain continued to pour down. Sklat, who had been silently standing by, suddenly approached them and hesitantly called out to Theodore, Duke Valentino. She offered him a neatly folded white handkerchief, her lips trembling, her face filled with awkwardness as she looked at him. Theodore silently accepted the handkerchief and unfolded it. He draped it over Lily, saying, I've been thinking about that. Right now, I can't even apologize to you for the past. That's why I always hid my immaturity whenever I was in front of you. Theodore bowed his head, looking reverently at Lily beneath the covering, and felt flustered whenever I approached you, even when I had no memories of the past. Without understanding the burdens you've been carrying all this time, all my efforts would be in vain. He lowered his head, his eyes not meeting Lily's. However, I still want to face it. I want to find out the truth. What misunderstanding lies within those lost memories? Why did I avoid you and ignore my own feelings? Lily clutched the edge of the handkerchief covering her, silent for a long moment before asking, what if it wasn't a misunderstanding? What if you were disappointed with the time we spent together? Theodore quickly refuted her words. It's not like that, Lily. Lily interrupted him again. Honestly, she frowned slightly, lowering her eyes and smiling faintly. I always thought I was different from my father and brothers. Even though I bear the name Everest, I'm still an adopted child. Perhaps that inherent humility made me different from them. Lily's voice grew quieter, as gloomy as the dark shadow beneath their feet. But I guess I was wrong. I learned from my father and grew up with my brothers, so Theodore furrowed his brow, wanting to stop her from continuing, but Lily had no intention of stopping. She directly spoke the final sentence, echoing the words once said to her. Theodore's eyes widened, stunned by what he had just heard. Lily tightened her grip on the edge of the handkerchief, as if to give herself courage. She paused, thinking, I need to stop, this is enough. But then she continued, you said. In one of Lily's memories, Theodore frowned, his face filled with disgust as he avoided her. That I was no different from them because I was raised in that demonic place. Theodore parted his lips, his head raised as he clenched his teeth. His pupils dilated, his expression one of horrified disbelief as he stared at the person before her. Having said that, Lily didn't hide anything anymore, coldly saying, so, you should think carefully whether it's truly me, the person you feel affection for, or just an idealized version of me that you're mistaken about. She raised her head, looking directly into his eyes, a smile that didn't reach her eyes as she said, I'm not a good person. As she spoke, Lily couldn't help but recall that day, a long time ago. The person struck by the invisible arrow might not have been just her. Perhaps it was him too, who had to bear the same scar as her. But if our destinies are two parallel lines, it's not just a simple misunderstanding, but perhaps because we come from the Everest and Valentino families. Returning to Valentino Castle, The sky was now overcast and gloomy, the heavy rain continuing to pour down. In the study, Theodore sat hunched over in his chair. The room was dark, unlit by any lamp. Suddenly, a knock came from outside, pulling Theodore back from his distant thoughts. He raised his head, slightly shifting his body to look at the figure who had just entered. Carmen clutched a rolled-up piece of paper tightly in his hand, seriously saying to Theodore, "As per your orders, I've thoroughly investigated the Everest family." The light brown paper was rolled up, Carmen's hand loosely gripping it as he offered it. Theodore took the scroll and unfurled it, lowering his head to seriously examine the contents within. As if seeing something interesting, his brows furrowed, the corners of his lips twitching into a mocking smile. Carmen looked at him, speculating. It seems to be true that the Lord of the Everest family is having a rough time. Theodore indifferently replied, "It seems so." Theodore pondered thoughtfully. If what's written in the report is true, Hessen Everest harbors an inexplicable sense of inferiority towards Owen Everest. The figures of the two brothers, Hessen and Owen, appeared in Theodore's mind as he thought. If this is true, it won't be difficult to delve deeper into Hessen Everest. But Owen Everest is different. According to rumors, Owen Everest is a control freak with a morbid obsession with possession. Theodore dropped the papers onto the table, staring at the contents before saying, "It would be wiser to carefully consider the bait for each person. Provoking someone like him carelessly will backfire." He then silently added in his mind, "After all, I intend to stir up this hornet's nest." Thinking for a moment, he hesitantly said, "Carmen, my aunt." Theodore moved his finger, his index finger lightly tapping on a line of text, asking, "She's been going out frequently during the time since I married Lily. Is she busy with something?" Carmen immediately understood his meaning, replying, "I will keep a closer watch." Theodore, satisfied, continued to instruct, "Yes, find out where my aunt has been, who she's met, and specifically what she's been doing." Carmen respectfully said, "Your wish is my command." He remained standing upright, his expression stiff as he stared at Theodore. After a moment of hesitation, Carmen resolutely asked, "My lord, may I ask why you ordered an investigation into Lady Simon's past actions?" Theodore looked up at him, but he quickly averted his gaze, his lips curving into a smile. "The person I suspect the most is my aunt." Carmen asked, puzzled, "Yes, what do you mean? What are you trying to say?" Theodore straightened up, lifting his head from his hand. "She's very good at it. She's been like that since I was a child, when my parents were still alive." He briefly recalled fragmented memories from his youth. A young Theodore, small and slight, hiding behind a corner. Adults often believe children won't remember anything. They find it hard to understand. But a child's memory is better than adults think. They often remember even the smallest details. Before his eyes, beyond the corner, was Annabella. Opposite her, a maid bowed respectfully, either instructing or reprimanding the servant before his eyes. And over time, I was able to put a name to what she did. The fragments of memory shattered. Theodore summarized it all, offering a final, definitive statement. It's dividing people. Snapping out of his recollection, Theodore raised a hand and spoke to the stunned Carmen. "Think carefully, Carmen. That woman wanted to be the Duchess, but someone else took that position. What would you do in her shoes?" Carmen's eyes widened. "I don't know, because I don't want to be the Duchess." Theodore gave him an impassive look that of course you'd say that, but it's just a hypothetical. "If you were that woman, what would you do?" Annabella Simon, the second daughter of Baron Simon, followed her older sister to Valentino Castle and has dedicated over 20 years to the Valentino family. It said she did it out of great love for her sister, Run, even caring for Ren's son as her own. But is that really all there is to it? Annabella Simon certainly cherished and loved her sister, Ren. But at the same time, she was also jealous. What does it truly mean that Annabella Simon treated Theodore like her own son? But when shrouded in darkness, the gentle, affectionate expression on her face suddenly changes. Her blue pupils gleam in the shadows like a sinister, venomous snake. After listening to Theodore recount everything, Carmen clasped his hands behind his back, awkwardly lowering his head, unsure what to say. Theodore closed his eyes, the corners of his lips lifting in a slight sigh. He raised a hand and gestured dismissively to Carmen. Forget about it. You can go now. It's late. You should rest. Carmen bowed his head, his eyes downcast. Yes, sir. He quickly left the room, walking alone down the dark hallway. After a while, he suddenly looked up, a realization dawning on him. He muttered to himself, a woman who wanted to be the Duchess. That means... The next day, inside Valentino Castle, a portrait was fixed to the wall, depicting a smiling man. But most importantly, the portrait bore a resemblance to Theodore. A soft click echoed as Theodore entered the room, his expression indifferent. He reached behind him, closing the door. He walked forward, stopping before the portrait on the wall, staring at it for a long moment. Theodore parted his lips, furrowing his brow in thought. That's what I told Carmen, but there's definitely something unsettling about this. He slowly raised a hand, gently touching the man's face in the portrait. If she truly was the mastermind, why didn't I suspect her before I lost my memory? Theodore's hand rested on the painting, his usually straight back bending slightly as he spoke. Brother, what would you do? You always had the answers. Tell me, I can't figure out on my own. Theodore furrowed his brow, speaking miserably. I don't know what to do anymore. Suddenly, the expression on his face hardened, a sudden pain shooting through his head. Annabella's voice echoed distantly. Theo, even though you're bowing before Everest now, you're planning to divorce Lily as soon as you regain control of the Valentino family, aren't you? Fragmented memories flashed before his eyes. In the quiet hallway, Annabella stood opposite Theodore, speaking incessantly. Engrave this in your mind. Lily Everest was never a member of our family. If your brother were still alive. Hearing this, Theodore in the past had turned cold, glancing silently at Annabella. Theodore gritted his teeth and clutched his head, his face pale from the memory that had just surfaced. Just now, something appeared in my mind. He ground his teeth, his hand supporting his aching head, thinking, but according to the gaps in my memory, it's like trying to see through a fog. So, what exactly happened? Warm sunlight streamed through the window. Lily's long hair flowed freely, swaying in the gentle breeze. She frowned, worrying, I think I'll be scolded for getting caught in the rain. As she thought, Lily imagined the scene of herself being reprimanded by him. It's all for your own good. He must be thinking I'm nagging him for not listening. Lily hung her head dejectedly, thinking fearfully, I know it's for my own good, but isn't it a bit much? Lost in thought, she continued walking forward, then was startled by the commotion ahead. Before her, Theodore was covering his face with one hand, the other braced against the wall to support himself. Seeing his state, she couldn't help but worry. Theodore, he doesn't look well. Lily's brow furrowed again, uncontrollably recalling the feeling of her palm against Theodore's chest on that rainy day. Seeing Theodore struggling, hunched over against the wall, Lily hurried closer and asked, Duke Valentino, are you all right? She stepped forward anxiously, looking up at him. Is something wrong? Hearing Lily's voice, Theodore lowered the hand covering his face, uttering a short syllable. But when she saw Theodore's face clearly, Lily was stunned, her eyes wide with bewilderment. Before her, Theodore's gaze was cold, staring intently at her, his expression devoid of any warmth. Lily's face paled under Theodore's cold stare, speechless in her astonishment. But his look didn't last long. Theodore returned to his usual demeanor and asked, Lily, why are you here? Lily regained her composure and replied, Oh, I'm here to see Dr. Shop for a moment. She didn't linger, continuing to walk forward, but her mind was in turmoil. Just now, what was that? Theodore's expression. It was like how he treated me coldly before. The image of Theodore's indifferent face replayed in her mind. And oh, I'm not mistaken. That cold gaze, that icy voice. His demeanor was hostile. It was definitely him. The him from before he lost his memory of me. Lily lowered her head, her face pale, biting her lip. Has this moment finally arrived? The hand loosely hanging by her side clenched, the force so strong her fingers trembled slightly. Despite all their efforts, she thought, are we going to have to go back to that time? While Lily was overwhelmed and drowning in negative emotions, Theodo's voice suddenly called out to her from across the room. Lily. Lily abruptly lifted her head to see Theodo's magnified face close to hers. He frowned slightly, his eyes filled with concern as he observed Lily's pale face. What's wrong? Lily quickly turned her head, avoiding his gaze, and stammered. Nothing, it's nothing. Her eyes darted around, her lips pressed tightly together as she hesitated, thinking, I can't possibly have misunderstood. After a moment of silence, Lily took the initiative to break the quiet atmosphere. If you were going this way, did you go to the portrait room? He raised a hand to rub his neck, replying with a downcast gaze. Yes, I had some things to think about. With that said, they both fell silent again, their eyes locked on each other. A moment later, Theodo cleared his throat and glanced toward the hidden corner at the bend in the hallway. Let's go back to the room. Lily didn't refuse, quietly following behind him as he slowly walked forward. After walking a short distance, Theodo couldn't help but steal a glance at Lily's profile. After a moment of thought, he withdrew his gaze and asked, by the way, why don't you paint portraits? Lily looked up at him, replying with surprise, yes? Assuming Lily hadn't heard him clearly, Theodo hesitantly continued, it seems like you only paint landscapes and objects. He hadn't finished his sentence when he inadvertently met Lily's expression, his voice trailing off into silence. At this moment, Lily raised an eyebrow, her face expressionless as she replied, if you're mentioning that. As she spoke, she looked directly at him. Each word she uttered seeming to pierce Theodo's chest like a physical blow. Then were you just in my room? I think you were there when I wasn't present. As she continued, Lily's eyes filled with disdain. Even though this is a marriage of convenience, how could you enter the madam's room without permission? Theodo, unable to refute her words, could only lower his head and reply, I have no reason to deny it. Seeing Lily turn to leave, Theodo stammered, Lily, about that, Although he didn't finish his sentence, Lily understood, tilting her head. She sighed softly and said with a slight smile, I was just joking. Don't worry about it. Behind her, Theodo kept his eyes lowered, following Lily's retreating figure. They continued walking forward, one in front of the other, in silent contemplation. Finally, upon reaching the door to her room, Lily turned her head and spoke to Theodo behind her. I'm going in. I'll try to follow Dr. Shop's advice. She didn't wait for Theodo to reply before continuing. I probably shouldn't keep you here. You look tired, and you should rest too. Theodo had no intention of staying. Before Lily opened the door and stepped inside, he spoke gently, Rest well, my dear wife. Lily withdrew her gaze and glanced to the side, lost in thought. I wonder what he thinks about the portrait room. I can't ask him, but, as usual, a storm is coming suddenly and without warning. In the hallway, Dian embraced a small bouquet of flowers, her footsteps echoing as she walked forward. Her mood seemed exceptionally good. I found many good and rare medicinal herbs. I hope these herbs will help the madam's health. Dian, in high spirits, pushed open the door and smiled, thinking, I wonder if she's still asleep? I should visit at 11 o'clock. But then, Dian's eyes suddenly snapped open as she looked into the room, captivated by the scene within. The old woman's eyes widened, her mouth agape, and she shouted, What's going on here? From the side, Theodo furrowed his brows and coldly asked, The Duchess's medical records were stolen. He tilted his head slightly and asked Dian in a flat tone, Were you carefully guarding the door? Dian clasped her hands loosely in front of her chest and quickly replied, The door was locked, but when I returned, it was open. Upon receiving her answer, Theodo didn't press the matter further but turned his head, his lips pursed and brows furrowed in thought. Someone had stolen the Duchess's medical records, documents containing detailed information about her health. The image of two light brown papers densely covered in writing flashed through his mind, detailing everything from the food she needed to avoid to the herbs that could be poisonous. The scene in Theodo's mind shifted, recalling the disarray, everything overturned and scattered across the room. From first glance, the clinic looked like it had been burglarized. Medicine bottles and papers were strewn across the floor, but the money, valuables, paperwork, medicine lists, and notebooks were untouched. It seemed the target had been the Duchess's records from the very beginning. After a moment of thought, Theodo said to the butler, who had been standing silently beside him, "A thief broke into Dr. Shop's clinic. It's likely an inside job. Begin the investigation with the castle staff." The butler respectfully replied, "Yes, my lord." Diane loosely clasped her hand over her mouth, her face pale, worried about what to do. Just then, a steady knock echoed. Diane and the butler, still deep in discussion, remained oblivious, but Theodo heard the sound and turned. He looked up at Charlotte, who was standing outside the door, and asked, "What is it?" Charlotte lowered her eyes and respectfully said, "My lord, Madame Simon requests your presence urgently." An unreadable emotion flickered in Theodo's eyes. He murmured, "My aunt? Why now?" As if suddenly remembering something, his eyes widened. After a moment of silence, he addressed the two behind him. "The investigation will have to wait. I need to see my aunt immediately." Theodo spoke to Jean without turning his head. "Dr. Shop, please come with me." Jean, nervously clutching a paper in his hand, replied, "Yes, my lord." Theodo led Jean down the hallway towards a room at the end. Before opening the door, Theodo carefully instructed, "Dr. Shop, please wait here until I call for you." Jean immediately lowered his head and replied, "Yes, my lord." Having given his instructions, Theodo calmly reached out and pushed the door open. But the indifferent expression on his face suddenly changed, his brows furrowing in surprise as he looked inside. Inside the room, Lily sat on a chair, holding a teacup with Annabella sitting opposite her. Seeing Lily, Theodo couldn't help but ask in a flat tone, "Lily, what are you doing here?" Lily glanced at Theodo out of the corner of her eye, but didn't answer. Theodo quickly entered the room and turned to Annabella, asking, "Why did you call for me, Aunt?" Annabella didn't answer, but instead asked him, "Who is waiting for you outside?" Theodo frowned and replied coldly, "Lily's physician, Dr. Shop. And just before coming here, I heard about what happened in Dr. Shop's room." Annabella placed her teacup back on the table and asked, "Is that so? I'll be quick about this, then." Finishing her words, her eyes suddenly turned cold as she called out, "Follow." Annabella furrowed her brows and coldly asked, "Why did you hide Lily's infertility from me?" Theodore paused slightly, then quickly opened his mouth to speak. "Aunt, you are." Annabella cut him off. "In any case, I was going to tell you everything. I'm the one who took the medical records." She didn't bother to hide it as she pulled out a thick stack of medical records, closing her eyes and saying, "Even though I knew she wasn't well, you kept covering for her without consulting me. I feel like you're hiding something from me." Knowing Dr. Shop wouldn't show me the medical records, I ordered my people to search the room. The more Annabella spoke, the harder it was for her to contain her anger. She directly reached out, throwing the stack of records onto the table, and found this. Theodore didn't flinch, the expression on his face remaining cold as he said, "It's not certain that my wife is infertile." Annabella angrily raised her voice, scolding, "What are you thinking? Have you forgotten your responsibilities as the head of the family? That child is the daughter of the Everest family." Lily, sitting on the opposite chair, suddenly sighed, clutching the teacup resting on her lap. Annabella lost control, raising her voice and shouting, "If she really is infertile, you shouldn't be protecting her the way you are. Am I wrong?" The more she spoke, the darker Theodore's expression became, his eyes wide as he lowered his head. In his mind, the scene in Lily's expression on that rainy day suddenly flashed back, most vividly the tears streaming down her face and the wry smile that wasn't happy. Returning to reality, Theodore coldly replied to Annabella, who was sitting on the chair, "No, you're right. You're right." As he spoke, he put himself back in the feeling of standing in the pouring rain. While reminiscing, he thought painfully, "Why did I push you away and ignore my own feelings?" Theodore frowned and gritted his teeth, his hands crossed over his chest in a firm promise. "But I won't abandon my responsibilities as the head of the family." He added in his heart, "After all, I will face it honorably." A moment of silence suddenly passed, leaving only the echoing sound in Lily's head, softly repeating, "Infertile." The train of thought in Lily's mind continued. It could be the definitive reason for divorce in aristocratic circles. However, when Madame Simon mentioned infertility, the first thing that came to my mind was, I really don't care. A fragmented memory from her childhood, when she was led by the hand by Duke Everest, suddenly appeared, and the thoughts in Lily's head became chaotic. What good is there in bringing a child into such a tormented life? I would only bring it unhappiness. Perhaps not having children is my responsibility, which is why even when Theodore returned initially, it didn't concern me. But as soon as she thought of this, Lily suddenly raised her head, and her eyes met Theodore's determined expression. That's how I feel. But why is he? Perhaps because Theodore's resolute expression was beyond Lily's expectations. Her face was slightly dazed, her eyes fixed on him without moving. Sitting on the opposite chair, Annabella broke the silence, saying, "Theodore, I never thought I'd hear these words from you, defending the Everest family's bastard child, who might even be infertile." Theodore was silent for a moment, his gaze unwavering as he replied, "I understand your concerns, but looking at past events, it's undeniable that you lost your composure." In his memory, Annabella's face was stern, a thin, long cane in her hand as she scolded a maid. "You dare to punish the Duchess's maid in front of the other servants." With each word he spoke, the image shifted to Lily's profile, one cheek flushed and slightly swollen, publicly humiliated. Theodore lowered his head, his brow furrowed as he asked Annabella, "Is that befitting of the Valentine family?" Annabella braced her hands on the soft seat, not answering his question, but instead angrily retorting, "Theodore, how dare you dismiss the years I've dedicated to the Valentine family? Were you suspicious of the Everest family from the very beginning?" Her voice grew more agitated. "Even if my sister and brother-in-law's deaths were accidents, there are still too many questions surrounding Cammie's death." Theodore's lips parted slightly, silently listening to every word that came from her mouth. His body seemed to sink into shadow, the expression on his face swallowed by darkness. Only Annabella's voice remaining in his ears. "Isn't that why you continued to investigate?" Theodore clenched his fists, waiting for her to finish before speaking. "Now," he frowned, a pained expression crossing his face as he asked, "Are you justifying your actions by using my brother's death?" Theodore steeled his resolve, his voice cold. "I don't want to hear any more. Let's talk later." Annabella, incensed by his actions, raised her voice. "Theodore, I'm acting on your mother's behalf. It's shameful." Theodore tilted his head, his voice flat as he cut her off. "I'm the head of this family. I will decide what I do with my family." And Annabella's eyes widened, her face paling as she heard Theodore's next words. "The reason you've remained in this Valentine household until now isn't solely because of Mother's will." He placed a supportive arm around Lily's shoulders and guided her past Annabella, who was hunched in her seat. Before leaving, he added, "Excuse us." Annabella gritted her teeth, trembling with rage. As if unable to contain herself any longer, she shouted, "Yes, I don't like her. Perhaps you don't know, but that girl makes my skin crawl." Theodore stopped, furrowing his brow as he looked back at her, his hand still restless. Lily stood with her back to Annabella, one hand resting lightly on her chest, thinking, Lily Everest is completely an outsider to the Valentine family, the daughter of Duke Everest. Half noble blood born from a maid. I used to think it wasn't a problem, that one day she would divorce and leave this castle. But then, her train of thought was interrupted by a distant voice asking, "You were planning to divorce Lily once you regained control of the Valentine family, weren't you?" In a fragmented memory, Annabella had her back to him, looking Theodore in the eye as she said, "Remember this, Lily Everest will never be a member of this family." Theodore, in the memory, was briefly silent. After a long pause, he replied, "You needn't worry about that." She gritted her teeth, a frighteningly grim expression on her face as she thought, "I will never accept her as a member of this family. Worse, she acts like the Duchess, despite her low birth, and dares to seduce the head of the Valentine family." Annabella looked towards Lily, only to see her slightly lower her head and sigh indifferently. She couldn't find a trace of noble elegance in that child. In her eyes, despite having her infertility exposed, she didn't show a shred of shame, but remained brazen. I hate her mocking expression and those eyes. From beginning to end, Annabella remained hunched over in her chair, Her head bowed as she thought. The Valentine family, the territory, and the castle are precious treasures I have nurtured for so long. Annabella bit her lip, her hand tightening on her thigh. Now, I'm practically the mistress of the Valentino family. Even the Duke bows his head and respects me as an elder in the house. How long have I endured to reach this position? As if finding justification, Annabella's gaze shifted, landing on the close figures of Theodore and Lily. Therefore, I must protect the Valentino family, what belongs to me. I cannot let such a lowly person defile it. Annabella made up her mind, no longer stopping Theodore as he led Lily away. Back in the bedroom, Jean stammered, so, clutching the brown notebook to her chest, she frowned and sighed. The sleeping medication you took can cause infertility as a side effect. But that's only a possibility, not a certainty. I also noted it in the medical records. Jean looked at Lily awkwardly, quickly comforting her. Don't worry. There's a way to know for sure if someone is truly infertile. It's using a magical tool held at the Capital Medical Academy. Lily smiled and replied, I'll do that. Thank you for your trouble, Dr. Shop. Jean furrowed her brow, closing her eyes tightly. I'm truly sorry, madam. I should have been more careful about the medical records. In the future, I will carry the medical records with me at all times. Lily looked at her helplessly, giving a wry smile, thinking to herself, I don't think that's necessary. A moment later, before leaving the room, Jean, still filled with guilt, said, Yes, please get plenty of rest. I've caused enough trouble already. Lily sat dazed in her chair, her eyes following Jean as she left. Once the room grew quiet, Lily looked up and suddenly posed a question to Theodore sitting opposite her. Would you still protect me if I were truly infertile? Theodore answered without hesitation, Whatever the case, my duty is to protect you. And as for a child, we can adopt from my relatives. Lily's eyes widened slightly at Theodore's answer. Her lips pressed together in surprise as she looked at him. But then she lowered her gaze, a smile playing on her lips as she thought, I didn't know he was such an ideal man. Lily pictured herself in a dark void, her expression pained, her hand reaching out into the emptiness. I always thought he was someone who prioritized benefits above all else. The scene widened, and in the space Lily reached for was Theodore's cold back. I was a dreamer trying to reach him, but now I feel like I've become a realist. Back in reality, Theodore hesitantly said, So, shall we get back to work? Lily softly replied, Yes, you don't need to worry about me. Having received her reassurance, Theodore turned and opened the door to leave. Before closing the door, he turned his back to her and said, I apologize for putting you through this. In the room, Lily was momentarily stunned, parting her lips but not responding. But unlike the indifference she displayed outwardly, Lily's mind was now filled with images of herself and Theodore together in harmony. Those are the words I wanted to hear from him. In the past, I wanted to be someone special and precious to him. But I couldn't even make him understand what I was going through, and despite his kindness, he'll never know. I may never forget that fleeting look in his eyes. Time continued to pass relentlessly. One day, Lily deftly painted while lost in thought. Ever since that day, what I've been concerned about is when Theodore's memories will fully return. And once they do, I haven't quite pictured it yet, but when that moment comes, I probably won't be able to stay at Valentine Castle anymore. In her mind, a monochrome memory was painted. Her train of thought continued. When the Duke regains his memory, will he forget everything that happened while he had amnesia? Well, I'm not sure. The more she thought, the more Lily's conviction wavered. I've never heard of such a distinction, but it's not entirely impossible. After all, it could still happen, and I've witnessed the signs. Lily couldn't help but paint a grim ending for herself. Murmuring in wonder, is it possible he'll completely forget the events that transpired during his amnesia? Or will he remember? Her hand holding the brush rested limply on her lap. Her whole body relaxed as she tilted her head back. Even if he does remember, will it even matter? After a period of contemplation, Lily regained her composure, sitting up straight and looking at Charlotte beside her. She hesitated slightly before asking, Charlotte, do you think we could sell these paintings? Charlotte paused her embroidery, tilting her head with a bright smile, and replied, Of course. painting flowers, butterflies, and animals on commission, plus illustrations for postcards and stationery, are becoming increasingly popular. Lily said softly, I understand. As she spoke, Charlotte looked at the recently completed flower painting Lily had done, despite having never received any formal training. But you paint very well. You're truly wonderful. Lily modestly replied, No, anyone can paint like this. Charlotte disagreed, frowning and pulling out a small painting. That's not true. Look at this bird I drew. It looks more like a magical beast than a bird. The painting Charlotte presented to Lily was full of scribbles, making it difficult to discern the shape of a bird. After a moment of strained silence, Lily forced a smile and said, With practice, you'll do better. Charlotte smiled, not taking it to heart, and replied, I'm hopeless. I'm quite good at embroidery, though, so I'll focus on that. Lily followed her, praising, Your embroidery is so beautiful. It might even sell better than mine. Charlotte smiled even brighter, replying, You flatter me. After a brief flurry of chatter, the two fell silent again, each absorbed in their own work. One focused on painting, the other on embroidery, sitting quietly side by side. Lily adjusted her brush and sighed in relief, thinking, I've finished the sketch, now I just need to add color. As she concentrated on painting, a knock came from the door. Lily looked up from her painting and asked, What is it? The person who had knocked raised their voice slightly. My apologies, madam. After apologizing, the person announced the main issue. The Duke requests your presence in the drawing room on the first floor. One of Lily's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she pursed her lips, looking out as she considered the summons. In the drawing room, Seol covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes crinkling as she smiled. Duchess Valentino, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Seol Funds. Lily sat next to Theodore, a round table separating them from Seol, who sat opposite. Funds, from the Amler region? Lily asked. Seol replied frankly, her voice tinged with amusement, indeed. I'm delighted you recognize me. At this point, Theodore turned to Lily and spoke softly. I should have informed you earlier, but due to the Baroness's schedule, she arrived earlier than planned. Lily replied calmly, It's all right. Across the table, Seol rested her hands on her lap, her eyes downcast, a gentle expression softening her face. You may call me Baroness, but actually, I have another name I use as a painter. Lily asked her curiously, Oh, and that is? Seol didn't pause for long, softly uttering the name. George Reiner is the pseudonym I use as a painter. The moment she heard the name, Lily's expression shifted to one of shock, and a flush crept up her cheek. A faint image of a man appeared in Lily's mind, one hand holding a paintbrush, the other a palette. George Reiner is a renowned painter who has been active for the past 20 years, and also a painter whose style I admire. Lily bowed her head slightly, wondering, did Theodore know this when he invited her? But how? Across from her, Seol chuckled. You seem surprised. I completely understand why. The painter George Reiner is known to be a man. She narrowed her eyes, a gentle smile gracing her lips. It's very difficult for a woman to become a successful painter. That's why many female painters disguise themselves as men. It was the same for me. Seol opened her eyes, glancing at the bright sunlight streaming through the window, her expression momentarily somber. Even now, when I participate in public activities, I still disguise myself as a man. Perhaps George Reiner will always be remembered as a man. Finishing her thought, she smoothly changed the subject. I was very surprised to hear you have a talent for painting. May I see your paintings? Lily blushed, managing a shy smile, of course, but they're nothing impressive. I only paint as a hobby. Seol's lips curved upwards, bathed in the soft sunlight. She raised a hand, placing her index finger before her lips. Actually, many great works in this world began as hobbies. Then, Seol Funds inquired about Lily's hobby once more and looked at the paintings. Inside the room, Lily clasped her hands in front of her, earnestly listening to Seol speak. She was very polite, talking about my artwork, and this artist was someone I've admired for a long time. Lily blushed, her lips pursed in embarrassment, thinking to herself, this is more interesting than I thought, smiling comfortably. Our casual conversation about painting had turned into a lecture, and she didn't hesitate to share her knowledge. After some time, Seol stood at the door, cheerfully saying to Theodore and Lily standing before her, "I've had a wonderful time, Duchess." Lily softly replied, "It was an honor to meet you as well, Baroness." Lily's eyes drifted downwards as she awkwardly thought, "I feel like there's still so much to talk about. Am I disappointed?" As if sensing her feelings, Seol smiled faintly and asked, "If it's all right with you, would it be okay if I visited the castle again in 3 days?" Lily was taken aback by her sudden offer, her eyes widening in surprise as she let out a short, "Huh." Seol's voice softened as she gently explained, "I would be disappointed if our meeting ended here. I'd like us to be able to continue our conversation, perhaps." She leaned forward, grasping the doorknob, and continued with a wink, "We could become good friends." With that, Seol didn't linger, but opened the door and left, leaving Lily still stunned and Theodore standing beside her with a cold expression. After a long while, Lily asked him, "How did you know?" Theodore tilted his head in confusion, asking back, "What do you mean?" Lily voiced the question in her heart. "That Cessin Funds is George Renner." Hearing this, Theodore recalled a day in his study when he was flipping through a book and noticed something on one of the pages. Remembering this, he answered Lily's curiosity that "It seems my grandparents sponsored her a long time ago. I happened to learn about it from the Valentino family records." Lily replied softly, "I understand." She didn't continue speaking, but looked up, silently thinking, if it was during Theodore's grandparents' time, it must have been a very long time ago. Perhaps because of the Valentino family's long-standing reputation, they haven't forgotten the connection. A moment later, Lily looked at the paintings scattered on the table and asked another question, then, "How did you know about the other thing?" Theodore asked her in confusion, "What do you mean?" This time, Lily sat in silence for a long moment before replying, "That the artist I admire is George Rayner." Theodore's eyes widened slightly, staring at Lily in astonishment. A few days prior, Theodore stroked his chin, his head bowed as he paced back and forth in the hallway. As he reached a corner, he accidentally bumped into Charlotte, who was carrying a basket of clothes, coming from the other direction. The moment he saw her, Theodore immediately abandoned his circular thoughts, releasing his hand and staring at Charlotte. He continued to stare, his expression blank, for a long moment. Charlotte, flustered by Theodore's gaze, quickly lowered her head, not daring to meet his eyes. But then, after Theodore said something, she blushed and looked up. Theodore raised his index finger, pointing to the side, seemingly muttering something to Charlotte. Ending the flashback, Theodore clasped his hands behind his back and said, "I only discovered it after all the times I missed it." Lily, not understanding the meaning of his words, looked up at him quizzically. Suddenly, Theodore shifted his foot, turned, and said, "Oh, right, there's something I've been thinking about. There's a gift I want to give you." Lily, surprised, asked the gift. Theodore smiled, a gentle expression on his face as he extended his hand. Lily's eyes widened, her eyebrows raised as she looked at the hand offered to her. She didn't hesitate for long before taking Theodore's hand, allowing him to pull her forward. Theodore led her outside, stopping before a large, closed door. He didn't immediately open it, but softly asked, "Why don't you open the door?" Taking the hint, Lily hesitantly reached for the doorknob. She gently pushed, opening the closed door a crack, allowing the light from within to spill out. The moment she saw what was inside, Lily's eyes widened in astonishment. Before her was a large room, meticulously decorated. Lily couldn't help but gasp, "Is it a gallery?" Theodore, from behind, put his arm around her and gently patted her shoulder, smiling as he passed her and entered the room. Lily held her hands in front of her chest, tilting her head as she watched him walk. A moment later, she asked him doubtfully, "When did you prepare all of this?" Theodore looked at her and answered honestly, "Actually, it's been in preparation for a while." He sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck, glancing away, "But I didn't know when to tell you." His blue eyes seemed to glow, sparkling and captivating. "I was afraid I would make another mistake." Lily interlaced her fingers in front of her chest, her eyes wide with surprise as Theodore continued, "But anyway, I hope this will make you happy." He lifted his head, his expression serious as he looked directly at Lily, standing in the quiet room. He said, "I hope this place will be your own space, unbound by the name Valentino." Will you accept this small selfishness of mine? Lily didn't answer him immediately. Instead, she reached out, gently touching the surface of the frames, thinking, I wonder how many people have given me a truly sincere gift. When I lived as Lily Everest, all the gifts I received were just formalities. In her memory, a young Lily hugged a stuffed bear. The thought surfaced in her mind, though old memories have faded like an old painting. I think my mother once gave me a tattered doll when I was very young. Young Lily happily hugged the cloth doll, her eyes crinkling as she laughed. Was there sincerity in that doll? But then, time passed, the image stopping at the moment Charlotte, holding a bouquet of roses, stood in the bright sunlight, smiling. I could tea since I met Charlotte. I could feel the sincerity in every flower she picked, the ribbons she carefully arranged, and the handkerchief she embroidered for me. Snapping out of her memories, Lily seriously rubbed her fingertips on the surface of the picture frame, thinking, but now, I have the same feeling with Theodore's gift. I never thought this day would come. Lily collected her thoughts, withdrawing her fingers and clasping them in front of her chest. She bowed her head, clenching her teeth, using the shadows to hide her expression. After a moment, Lily tilted her head and replied, Of course, but you will regret this moment. Theodore, surprised by her answer, abruptly lifted his head. But then he quickly lowered it again and called out, Lily. Theodore said softly, his voice filled with sincerity, My answer is the same that day. Lily tilted her head, looking directly at him, the corners of her eyes still flushed. In Lily's eyes, Theodore's gaze was firm, focused intently on hers. Perhaps influenced by his unwavering stare, Lily fell into deep thought, murmuring, a gaze that looked straight at me without hesitation. Ah, how I've yearned for that gaze. It's his honest, pure, and resolute gaze. In the dark of night, the small, thin figure of young Lily huddled, her arms wrapped tightly around her knees, her face buried within them. The ideal that the young Lily Everest hoped for. She lifted her head, her face flushed, tears streaming down her cheeks. When I was little, I dreamed of being saved by someone with a gaze like that. In the darkness, a hand with prominent bones reached out, its palm open. Amidst countless nightmares, he was the only one who took my hand. The childishness in Lily's face gradually receded, replaced by the beauty of a young woman. She wore a long white dress, sitting with her legs drawn up in the dark space. Her unfocused eyes stared ahead, towards the outstretched hand that why past seems to have faded at some point, and I've become the me of the present. But I came back to life after meeting Theodore Valentino, the young Lily Everest, who longed for salvation. That's why I reached out to you. Back in the present, Theodore's eyes widened in surprise. Lily, he called out. Lily didn't respond. She stiffened slightly where she stood, her glistening eyes overflowing with warm tears. Someone with a gaze like that. It seems like they would save me. Just as Lily was about to reach out, she was embraced and held tightly by her past self. I can't be swayed by this. Lily lowered her head, squeezing her eyes shut, biting her lip to restrain the intense emotions welling up inside that I know because I've seen it before. I've witnessed it. Once he regains his memories, he'll forget all these illusory days. So, I can't let this affect me. Not even a little. Theodore frowned, taking out a dark handkerchief, closing the distance between them as he stepped to her side. Lily, he hesitated, lifting his hand to wipe away the tears on her face with a handkerchief. I never thought it would make you cry. Lily quickly took the handkerchief from Theodore and turned her head away. I guess I was moved. Thank you for the gift. Theodore pursed his lips, his blue eyes fixed on Lily. He watched as Lily dabbed her tears with the handkerchief for a moment, then said, Lily, look at this for a moment. Theodore took out an intricately engraved coin, holding it between his fingers. This is a relic of my brother. He also taught me how to predict the future with a coin. He held the coin between his thumb and forefinger. The result of the coin toss will be influenced by luck, and that luck depends on God. With that, he gently lifted his forefinger, which held the coin. The coin, propelled by a flick of his thumb, jumped high into the air, spinning before falling. Theodore caught it deftly, covering it with his palm facing down. "That I wonder if I'll regret this," he said, opening his hand to reveal the coin nestled inside, the leaf-patterned side facing up, and the answer is no. Theodore toyed with the gold coin, a pensive look in his eyes. A deep regret surfaced in his gaze. If his brother were still alive, he would surely scold him severely for his cruel treatment of Lily. Theodore began to reminisce about the past. In his eyes, his brother was like the warm rays of the morning sun. He was much gentler and more peaceful than Theodore, respected by everyone. No one could doubt his leadership abilities. Theodore looked at himself, feeling somewhat pessimistic, timid, and lacking in confidence. But what about me? He thought. I'm easily angered and rather sensitive. So, I feel that my brother's disappearance has left a void I can never fill. At this point, Theodore gently knelt down as if to further demonstrate his sincerity. "This is something I must take responsibility for," he said, slowly and gently taking Lily's slender hand. "Along with the past I've forgotten." Lily couldn't utter a word, her eyes filled with astonishment. He continued to express himself. "I know you hate and resent me. I feel ashamed to ask you this, but—" He paused for a moment, as if to better organize his thoughts and to give Lily some time to prepare herself mentally. He sincerely looked up, pleading for forgiveness and acceptance. "Please give me a chance to make it up to you," he implored, with his charming face and warm smile. Who would have thought that the arrogant, self-assured teenager of the past had now matured into not only a handsome young man, but also an incredibly responsible one? "Oh, you won't have to suffer anymore, and we can look towards the future." Lily still didn't understand what was happening or why he was saying these things to her. Her emerald green eyes were full of doubt. How could he be so certain? The atmosphere had somehow become romantically charged, and the room fell silent. It was quiet enough for Lily to feel the beat of the person opposite her. "It feels like I can hear his heartbeat," she thought. However, her reason wouldn't allow her to be immersed in that atmosphere. "But this feeling in my heart, it will eventually disappear," she thought, all right? Breaking the silence, she spoke. "All right." Feeling a little embarrassed, she didn't dare look directly into Theodore's eyes as she spoke, stammering, "I will trust you." And so, Theodore didn't say anything more, his hand still holding hers. Lily felt as if she understood everything about the man before her. "But I know what he's thinking from the warmth of his fingertips," she thought. Doubts still lingered in her heart, making it even harder to trust him. But if those are memories that will disappear, it's not hard to lie. Her emerald eyes suddenly filled with sorrow. "Every moment becomes a lie," she thought. Even though the sunset streamed through the clear glass windows, vivid and beautiful. Scene change outside the church. A carriage stopped right in front of the church doors. A woman stepped down from the carriage and slowly entered the church. Someone was already waiting inside. The woman gently approached the girl. In an instant, these sounds were detected by Adeli. She turned her head, and upon seeing the other person, her pretty little face lit up with a sweet smile. "That I was worried you wouldn't come," she said. "It's so good to see you." Lady Simone's face remained impassive as she looked at the girl, her eyes filled with unspoken meaning. Both of them sat down, wondering why they had to sit so far apart, making conversation so strenuous. Lady Simone spoke first. "It's been a while, hasn't it, Miss Adeli?" The young lady, naturally vivacious and cheerful, replied, "Oh my, you don't have to call me Miss Adeli. Please, call me as comfortably as you did before, Lady Simone." Her sweet face and bright smile made her endearing to anyone. "After all, it's just the two of us here." Lady Simone, without further ado, went straight to the point. "Thank you, Adele. By the way, I've also heard about what happened at the hunting festival. I never thought there would be a rift in the Astric Forest." She inquired kindly about Adeli's well-being. "Were you hurt?" Adeli responded softly, "I'm all right, although there were many casualties among the knights." In her heart, she was deeply grateful for Lily's help. Thanks to Lily saving everyone with her soul's power, there wasn't a greater disaster. Well, actually, it was thanks to Theo's soul. Each word she uttered caused Lady Simone's face to change color. It was unclear what she knew or what she was plotting. Adeli's voice began to change its tone. "Isn't it strange?" There seemed to be a hint of envy in her words. Why was Lily able to use her soul's power at that moment? As she spoke, her fingers gripped her skirt tightly, as if to restrain the anger building within her. For a while, there were rumors that things between them were getting better. At first, I couldn't believe it. Recalling the past, she continued, so I decided to witness it myself, observing Theodora and Lily's actions from afar. Her reminiscent voice lingered on Theodora's handsome face, which radiated his characteristic charisma. Adeli unconsciously gave a faint, bland smile. Not cute at all. Dismissing that negative emotion, she returned to her usual demeanor. This person is a bit difficult to understand. I don't know why Theo would care so much about Lily. Like that. Oh, right. Kind of think of it. I heard there was a confrontation at Valentino Castle recently. Lady Simone seemed displeased and sighed. That it seems the servants are gossiping again. Or maybe it was that lying little girl who spread it. Adeli looked puzzled. Resting her chin on her hand with a thoughtful expression, I was wondering where Lily rushed off to that day. So it was because her maid caused trouble. She speculated, Lily is quite sentimental, don't you think? Perhaps because her mother was a maid. She feels a sense of empathy. Adeli didn't hesitate to share her first impressions of Lily. Honestly, the first time I saw Lily, I thought she was like a flower petal that could fall apart at any moment. In Adeli's imagination, it seemed like with just a light touch, there would be no trace of her left. But looking deeper into her, how should I put it? She seems desperately self-protective, and she didn't hesitate to express her true feelings towards the female lead. That's why I call her cunning and vicious. Lady Simone, hearing this, wondered, Adeli, you're Theo's childhood friend. You wouldn't want him to be friends with someone lowly, born from a maid, would you? This question served as a confirmation from Lady Simone that I'm sure she feels the same way. Because Lady Simone began to reminisce that at the funeral, Theodora collapsed before the grave. Shared his pain. His shoulders slumped, his figure utterly pitiful. At this moment, Adeli approached and gently consoled him, comforting him. All these gestures fell under Lady Simone's gaze. Adeli glanced at her and gave a knowing smile. Of course, Theo's only friend is me. These words made Lady Simone somewhat uneasy. The young lady confidently patted her chest. Who would help Theo if not me? Images of the past suddenly flooded her mind. Images of her and Theodora during their youth. Two innocent children finding solace in each other, helping and sharing with one another. How pure and innocent that affection was. Her heart and mind arrived at the same thought. That's right, Theo. Only you were the perfect match for him. Her eyes lit up as if she had just realized something precious. The feelings he's mistaken all this time. You're the only one who can understand. The young ladies of this era always receive an education as they grow up. Sewing, dancing, social skills, things like that. Once they've gone through this process, they can be valued a little higher in the marriage market. And the goods aren't allowed to have a voice, even if it's the most precious thing in the world. However, Adeli Albinet didn't bother with being treated like merchandise. After all, she felt these things held no value. The Albinet family is a respectable one with a lineage of mages through many generations, but they don't possess any power greater than the power of the soul. So, Adeli decided to accept her fate, obedient and charming, just as they wanted. The world was generous to a naive girl. An expensive junk filled her room. The boring, unfulfilling days continued on. One day, an unexpected encounter changed her life. A tutor came to teach her, but perhaps his care and instruction were more precious than the student-teacher relationship. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Albinet. I look forward to working with you. It seems Adeli is learning to control fire, the gentle flames flickering in her palm that I really don't understand. The purpose of learning this. After all, the power of the soul surpasses magic, right? She wondered to her tutor. Will I receive a reward, like a dress, if I do well? The tutor was quite surprised, not understanding why she asked such peculiar questions. She felt quite amused. You have an interesting question. The tutor didn't hesitate to share. Adeli, I have a goal. Innocent eyes, a goal. The tutor calmly explained to her, is this the era where magic has lost its value? I want to prove magic still has its uses and increase its value. and I also want to leave my mark as proof of that. These words seemed a bit unbelievable to her. It sounds quite absurd. This reaction made the tutor find her even more special and interesting. You act mature, but it seems you're still a child. The tutor gently explained, Adalai, you may not know, but beyond the vast sea, there are countries where magic is even more advanced than the power of the soul. The tutor smiled, a smile full of faith and hope. Someday I will go there and study the things that interest me. Occasionally travel and enjoy. Freedom. In that very moment, her seemingly eternally frozen heart felt a flicker of warmth, gradually thawing from its coldness and apathy. She has big ambitions, doesn't she? Her teacher took it as a compliment. You only live once, after all. She graduated from the Royal Academy, a mage recruited by the Albinet family. Adalai liked the goal she set. Instead of flowery words, her firm grasp of practical values was much better. At that time, it was a small, insignificant flame. Gradually, it began to feel happiness. The flame in Adalai's hand still flickered, but it seemed to have gained a bit more color and warmth. So, afterwards, slowly, gently, she became accustomed to controlling the fire at will. She nurtured it, and that flame flared up. The moment the spark in her hand truly shone, as if it were expanding. Her eyes were also filled with joy, happiness, and hope. Then, once again, fate seemed to test, even mock, her will to live when her teacher passed up the opportunity to move to another country and stayed in the kingdom, leaving Adalai alone beside the flame, once again plunged into darkness. The flame could no longer light up Adalai's life. She could only stare helplessly at her teacher. What was the reason? Because of love? Why? What about the goal of proving the effectiveness of magic? What about the ambition to enjoy freedom? What was so great about this damn love that it could ruin her goals? Adalai questioned herself. After her teacher left, it made everything worse. Adalai had to admit that she didn't have the talent to nurture that flame. After that day, Adalai no longer practiced magic. It was a boring life with nothing to prove or achieve, so she decided not to seek a reason for the emptiness she felt. Someone's footsteps. Someone was about to step into her life. She didn't know if they would bring light or just further darken her already shadowy world. It seemed this time would be different. That was until she met him. Adalai stared blankly at the person in front of her. Before meeting Theodora Valentino, a boy with an irritable expression, quickly. Greet her, he said reluctantly. Hello, I'm Adalai. She replied politely, So, this must be the Duke Valentino's son, the product of that great love. How utterly ordinary. Theodora was quite irritable as a child. He only liked doing things his own way. Can we go now? I've already planned to practice swordsmanship with Camille, he said, prompting his older brother to call after him. No, you brat. I invited her so you can make a friend. Adalai understood the situation so as not to cause trouble. Obediently, she said, I'll go with him. Is that all right? Various thoughts filled Adalai's mind that I had some hope, but it seems he's still a child. He's so rude. Theodora's irritability had its reasons that I don't want to go inside anymore because I had a fight with my brother. Adalai thought again. He gets emotional unnecessarily. Seeing the two brothers, her thoughts about Theodora became even more impressed, even thinking he was thoughtless. Despite being sulky with his brother, looking at his adorable face, excitedly talking to his brother, she understood how much he loved him. Adalai brought up a topic so they could talk. He had previously mentioned feeling uncomfortable because he'd argued with his brother. Theodora's reply was simple. Because we made up. Adalai thought, this boy really doesn't think much. Theodora smiled brightly and shared with her, we argue like that sometimes, but I still like him. These words were hard for her to process. I still don't understand. Theodora innocently uttered words that astonished her. Well, that's what I say, but you have someone you like too, right? She suddenly didn't know how to continue the conversation. Adalai stammered, The image of her teacher flashed through her mind, but perhaps those images were also shrouded in darkness, no longer clear. Seeing her silence, Theodora pressed on. If there's no one like that? No way. There has to be at least one person. She interrupted his train of thought with another question. Let me ask you this. What would you do if one day your brother disappeared? His answer surprised Adelaide that I don't know. What? The time I spend with my brother is what's important to me right now. That's enough for me. But the good days never last. Adelaide frantically searched for someone. The world in her eyes was once again enveloped in oppressive darkness. Her gaze was empty, her expression vacant. Their world seemed so solid, yet so easily shaken by simple love. Theodora collapsed, devoid of all strength. She wondered, what is love? Does it really move them that much? If it's more valuable than dreams or family, then it shouldn't be this perfect. Helplessly, she gently went to his side and comforted him. In the end, that boy made a mistake in love. After that, it has to be fixed. A thought urged her on. Even if someone intervenes this time, even if the hand of fate crushes me once more, this time I won't miss it. Theodora, if it's you, I can prove this truth the moment you realize your mistake. Only then will I achieve my goal. What's mine is mine alone to complete. The once lifeless eyes now shimmered with tears of sorrow for the boy before her. Don't worry, Theo. I'm here. Adelaide discarded those childhood memories and returned to reality with a sinister smile. She spoke so, Lady Simone. The image of Lily flashed for a moment. Surely she has become a target, a thorn in my side. But try this. Looking at Lily's expression and eyes was enough to realize she wasn't very happy. Honestly, I'm a little discouraged. A few days ago, the Baroness introduced me to an exhibition, and I thought it would be a wonderful experience for myself. But unexpectedly, it was Miss Elsner's exhibition. Owen's former fiancée, Florentine Elsner. I'm not sure why their engagement didn't work out. But I heard it was because Florentine's obsession was so great that it bothered Owen. Annoying women are my type. Lily sighed tiredly. Well, I guess it's not something to worry about. Maybe Miss Elsner has already found another man. More importantly, the Baroness is having so much trouble protecting her new position. And also, this was also a rare opportunity to admire these works of art. Lily rallied her spirits. She was indeed upset about Florentine, but she couldn't miss this opportunity. Solid, at her side, urged her to be extremely careful, and if anything felt wrong, to leave immediately. Lily glanced around at all the nobles of high standing. She hadn't expected so many attendees. They had mentioned that many famous artists would be present. Lily looked around. Without a companion, she felt a bit out of place. Lily wanted to approach the Baron, but he seemed to be quite popular, surrounded by people eager to make his acquaintance. She could only look in his direction. She wanted to greet him, but it seemed the Baron was rather busy. Lily recalled Theodora had also said she would be late due to work. I wanted to go with you, but it's all right. In this situation, she could only sigh, trying to avoid interacting with others as much as possible. Her gaze wandered. Instead, she thought, I really want to see that painting. She strolled towards it. She stood there, admiring it for a long time. The painting was truly special. Suddenly, Lily turned to the side as if she had discovered something even more interesting than the painting itself. Her eyes lit up, sparkling with delight. There it is, she thought, the main reason I attended this exhibition today, the painting, Lamplighter in the Dark. Lily stood transfixed before the painting, her mind captivated by it. It was completely different from what she had heard. The life that the artist had breathed into the painting was still there. Lily gazed at it with admiration, thinking, I can't believe I'm getting to see it this close. Her eyes were dreamy, as if her soul had been drawn in by the lamplighter. If this painting were to truly come alive, she mused, this is exactly the feeling it would evoke. Everyone around her seemed to disappear, the other paintings fading into the background. There was only Lily in the painting. She was lost in her own world. Suddenly, there was a cough behind her. Ahem. Lily turned around, slightly annoyed, wondering who was interrupting her moment of immersion. Golden hair, a handsome face, and a smile. Lily was stunned, but the person before her spoke first. Lady Valentino? It was Gerard Delacroix. He greeted her with a smile. What a surprise to see you here. Delacroix's appearance interrupted her solitary state, but she was also a little suspicious as to why he wanted to talk to her. Being well-mannered, Lily curtsied first. Greetings, Mr. Delacroix. She explained her presence. I came to admire a painting here. It's a rare opportunity. His eyes lit up. Is it this one? Lily, with a neutral expression, turned to look at the man who was displaying unnecessary enthusiasm. Yes, it is. Delacroix enthusiastically shared. What a coincidence. I also really like this painting. With every word, he added a smile that seemed to brighten the surroundings. Actually, I've been wanting to talk to you since earlier. The expression on your face, while looking at this painting, was quite intriguing. Being asked this question made Lily freeze. Her face went blank. They're definitely siblings, like I said, just jumping right into it. Lily slowly responded to the overly blunt and somewhat insensitive question that it seems like you were looking at my face, not the painting. Delacroix scratched his head. What? Oh, haha, I suppose so. My apologies. The two looked up at the painting, unsure what Lady Valentino liked about it. Perhaps we could both share what we appreciate about it. Lily didn't overthink it. It's nothing profound. I simply like this painting. I saw it in a book a long time ago. Delacroix continued with his rather bothersome questions. So, as you say, you're drawn to this painting for no particular reason? It's good to be honest. Better than making something up. You know, he rambled on. Why sister used to say loves like that. She said it begins for no reason at all. Lily was getting bored and didn't bother responding. The conversation kept jumping from one topic to another. She thought to herself, love begins for no reason. She had to agree with Delacroix on that. He was right. Lily recalled her past with Theodora. It was even more cruel because there was no reason. If you're attracted to someone simply for who they are, it feels like destiny. The first thing I felt after seeing you was certainly affection. He could misunderstand that it would lead to something. Delacroix, noticing Lily's silence, finally seemed to pick up on her mood. Well, I'll leave you to your thoughts. Please excuse me and enjoy the rest of your evening. Delacroix didn't seem to want to let her go. Wait, Lady Valentino. Another voice called out, Lady Valentino. They both turned around. The person replied, There you are. I've been looking for you. Lily politely greeted her, Miss Florentine Elsner. The girl wasn't breathtakingly beautiful, but she was generally pleasant-looking. She urgently took Lily's hand. There's something I need to tell you, Lily. Actually, about Owen. Hearing this, Lily froze, her heart skipping a beat. The scene shifted to outside the mansion. Lily was pondering something about Owen. I came because she insisted I come with her. I wonder where Miss Florentine Elsner is taking me. I have a bad feeling. The Elsner family was once very prominent. This way, and Florentine was spoiled as the family's only daughter. Unfortunately, she fell in love with Owen at first sight. Miss Florentine Elsner continued to chatter about her love life, that I fell in love with Owen the moment I saw him. It was like destiny. Lily had her own thoughts. I still vividly remember the gleam in Florentine's eyes when she told me that. She doesn't seem as innocent as she appears. Florentine was a very proud person. She would be better off with someone willing to devote themselves to her. Suddenly, Miss Florentine Elsner turned around. Lily, I don't understand why she gave Lily a warning. Be careful of Owen. I'm worried about you. You'll return to the Everest mansion after divorcing Duke Valentino, right? Lily asked, puzzled. Does it look like I'm going to divorce my husband? Florentine feigned innocence. Her eyes were sharp, her mouth sweet, and she reeked of fake concern. I hesitated to say this, but it seems like your relationship has progressed. It's all an act, isn't it? Honestly, it's easy to tell. Lily froze for 5 seconds. Easy to tell. Florentine Elsner preached, whenever you're with him, you don't look happy at all. Her eyes were blank. I don't look happy. Lily wondered, why didn't I notice that? Even if we both try to appear close, someone will still notice. Florentine Elsner whispered in her ear, Lily, returning to the Everest mansion right after the divorce isn't a good idea. After all, Owen, she continued to pour insinuations into Lily's ear. He seems excessively obsessed with you. He's lost his mind, completely insane. Lily calmly replied, I've known that for a long time, Miss Elsner. Thank you for your concern, but I'll be fine, so please don't worry about it. Florentine Elsner continued to be overly friendly. No, Lily, there's someone I really want you to meet. They'll definitely be helpful to you after you divorce Duke Valentino. It's someone who has good feelings for you, Lily. Lily questioned, but aren't you the host of today's exhibition, Miss Elsner? Is it okay for you to be spending your time like this? Florentine Elsner smiled brightly. Don't worry about a thing. That person is coming to the greenhouse now. I can't escape this. She placed a hand on her chest, as if reminding herself to be cautious. She recalled what Theodora had told her. I filled the jewel with soul energy. Keep it with you as a precaution. If anything happens, I'll use this. Another uninvited guest appeared. Florentine Elsner exclaimed excitedly, "Ah, there he is." Lily's eyes turned cold. This person doesn't seem good at all. He threw open the door and entered, radiating a dark energy. He greeted her, "Lily, long time no see. I missed you so much." Lu Nong spread his arms wide. A cheerful expression plastered on his face as he slowly approached. Lily gave a strained smile, taking a few steps back. "I didn't expect to see you here, Mr. Lenong." Her formal tone seemed to displease him slightly. He sighed. "Oh dear, have you forgotten already? You said you'd call me Lenong." Inwardly, she cursed him repeatedly, but outwardly she maintained a polite facade. "Crazy bastard." He continued, undeterred. "I think it would be very impolite to call you that. There's no need for formalities between us." "Lily." Lunong gestured towards Elsner, who was nodding vigorously beside him. "Lily, I heard that things aren't going well between you and Duke Valentino. And I also know that the story about your relationship progressing is just a rumor. I heard it all from Miss Elsner." Lily's face darkened. She spoke with heavy sarcasm. "Miss Elsner is so thoughtful. Even though we're both strangers, she takes such special interest in me." Florentine feigned obliviousness to the other woman's discomfort, offering a naive smile that a stranger. "Lily, we were practically going to be family. I'm truly worried about you, Lily." Not letting her continue the charade, Lily immediately cut her off. "Have you had enough, Miss Elsner?" She ruthlessly exposed Florentine's shameless true colors. "What? You think you can regain the honor Owen trampled on by doing the same to me, just because I was his?" A cold sweat began to bead on Florentine's forehead, but she still feigned innocence. "That I don't know what you're talking about, Lily. I really just wanted to help." Lu Nong placed a comforting hand on Florentine's back, his eyes wide with feigned surprise as he looked at Lily. "Lily, how could you treat Miss Elsner like this? She sincerely wants to help us." "He's right. I'm just trying to help." Lily's face remained cold as she listened to Florentine's excuses. "From what I've heard, it seems Mr. Lun Nong cares deeply for you, so I thought only he could help you." She suddenly burst out laughing, her voice dripping with disdain, causing the two in front of her to freeze. "You two are inseparable. Even identical twins couldn't be this in sync. You're truly a match made in heaven." Lily's laughter held no warmth as she began her retaliation, and on such a special occasion. "Miss Elsner, don't you need a new fiancé to regain your reputation?" Florentine froze, her hand suspended midair. Her fake friendliness vanished, replaced by a calculating expression. "Huh? You're not as naive as I thought." She turned and walked gracefully away. "You are the daughter of the Everest family, after all." Standing behind Lenong, Florentine chuckled. "Even if it's only half-blooded." Watching her leave, Lily stood rooted to the spot, her eyes wide with shock. "Well then, keep up the good work. I'm leaving." Florentine's emotionless smile gradually disappeared behind the closing door. It slammed shut, the click of the lock echoing coldly in the aftermath. Lily grabbed both doorknobs and yanked, but it wouldn't budge. "Florentine, damn it. I'm locked in." Lenong slowly approached from behind. "Lily, I didn't want things to turn out like this, really." He clasped his hands together in a pleading, almost childish gesture. "But you kept avoiding me and refusing to understand my feelings. I had no other choice." Her hands clenched into fists, her eyes burning with resentment as she glared at him. "Lily, what's wrong? Do you think I would hurt you? I wouldn't be surprised if you did, you bastard." Lunong continued in a saccharine voice, trying to persuade her. "Lily, we were so close before you married Duke Valentino. It was only because of the circumstances that you had to choose to marry him." He extended a hand towards the stunned Lily. "But now it's over, isn't it? You don't have to live with someone who ignores you anymore." He placed his other hand over his heart, feigning sincerity that "I'll treat you well, Lily. You can trust me." The blood coursing through her veins grew hotter with each word. Lily let out a sardonic sigh. She uttered a nonsensical phrase that Lun Nong couldn't understand, that it's been 2 years. Lily clutched the necklace around her neck. 2 years. It might seem short, but it's also long enough for a person to change. Maybe I'm feeling hateful and disgusted with so many things. Dark, distorted faces quickly flashed before her eyes. She had to act obedient in front of Owen, endure the contempt and torment from Hassan, feel weak in the face of Lun Nong's filthy desires. She looked up at the sky, feeling sorry for herself. I'm sick of all these feelings. Why should I endure them any longer? Thinking was doing. Lily didn't hesitate to tell him to leave. Get out while I'm still being nice, Lun Nong Chester. What? I said get out of my sight. She cursed him directly. You filthy bastard, before I use these very hands to take your life. Lun Nong's face went blank. His expression became distorted as he tried to maintain his last shred of reason. Lily, have you lost your mind? Just realizing it now. Lily stomped her foot hard on the floor. After all the times you've treated me like trash, and having to survive in that hellhole of Everest Manor, how could I not lose my mind? Her eyes, filled with resentment and indignation, bored into him. Have I seemed normal all this time? What about me makes you so desperate to have me? No one understands my feelings. Not even you, Owen, or anyone else. She continued to curse. A bunch of idiots. You all only see what you want to see. Lun Nong's whole body stiffened, momentarily speechless in the situation. Lily's face flushed with anger, and she lost control, yelling, "Selfish and stupid Lun Nong Chester. Do you really think you can have me, you scum? How dare you?" He gritted his teeth and stammered you. Lun Nong's arm trembled as he reached towards Lily. Know your place, you stubborn bitch. His mask of kindness ripped away. He grabbed her collar forcefully. You should have accepted my kindness. You'll have to marry me after the divorce anyway. His other hand reached for Lily's necklace. Her eyes widened in shock, seemingly unable to believe his sudden outburst. Let me teach you a lesson, so you'll be obedient once we're married. But before he could do anything, some unseen force sent him flying backward. Lily was startled once again. Lun Nong fell, his back hitting the cold, hard floor with a painful groan. A deep, warm male voice called out from behind. Lady Valentino, are you all right? Lun Nong lay sprawled on the ground, clutching his side and cursing, Bastard. Do you know who I am? But as soon as he realized who the newcomer was, his mouth snapped shut. Jinya glared at him furiously. Mr. Delacroix, what are you doing here? I'm no stranger to the rumors of you being a scoundrel. But how dare you act so despicably toward a lady? Without waiting for an explanation, he quickly delivered a resounding slap across Lun Nong's face. Lily sat down heavily, stunned, her jaw slack as she stared. The newcomer was nothing short of her savior. This was the perfect opportunity to teach Lun Nong a lesson he'd never forget. But more importantly, why was Mr. Delacroix at the greenhouse? After dealing with the other man, Jinya quickly turned to check on Lily. His face couldn't hide his worry. Lady Valentino, are you hurt anywhere? I'm all right. Jinya smiled and extended his hand. Thank goodness. Please take my hand. Lily didn't hesitate and took his hand. He kept saying, please let me know if you feel any discomfort anywhere. I'm fine, really. He pointed towards the exit and said, you must be startled. Let me take you somewhere safer first. Before that, a sudden noise came from behind Lily's back. Curious, she turned to look in that direction. A figure was already standing at the entrance. Theodo's worried and anxious face appeared. He was drenched in sweat, surprising Lily. Theodo. A pair of shiny black shoes slowly stepped down from the carriage. Theodo raised a hand to shield his eyes from the bright lights. The driver's voice echoed in his ears. Your Grace, we've arrived. He stepped into the exhibition hall, his eyes scanning the area. Even though I tried to finish the paperwork quickly, it seems the event is almost over. While he was searching, a dark figure approached him from behind. This exhibition is bigger than I thought. I wonder where my wife is. A pale and frantic Florentine grabbed his arm tightly. Duke Valentino. Her expression surprised Theodo. Miss Florentine, please hurry. You must go to Lady Valentino at once. She clutched her head, feigning feared I was threatened, and I'm afraid he'll harm me if I don't obey. Although unsure what had happened, he tried to calm her down. Wait, Miss Florentine, please calm down. Please hurry, Duke Valentino. If not, her next warning instantly frightened him. sending a chill through his body. Lady Valentino will be in danger. Following her directions, Theodo ran as fast as he could. And oh, each of his footsteps, heavy with worry, echoed on the cold floor. And oh. He recalled his words to her before coming to the exhibition. I'm sorry, I can't accompany you. I'll find you once I'm done with my work here. Lily had calmly reassured him. I'll be fine. Looking at her necklace, the guilt in his heart lingered. But before he could finish, she interrupted. I'll wait for you. Theodo ran, berating himself. I shouldn't have let her go alone. I should have done everything to stay by her side. The painful events of the past continued to torment him. Why am I always too late? Even then, images of Lily being harmed, back then along with what was happening now, back then and even now, he rushed forward, panting, calling her name repeatedly. Lily, Lily. Lily seemed bewildered to see him there. Theodo. He said nothing, just pulled her into a tight embrace. Her eyes widened, shocked by his sudden action. His shoulders trembled with fear. The room fell silent, no one making another move. Lily buried her face in her husband's chest and whispered, Theodo. She then cried out, pulling him back to reality. Theodo. Theodo. She pushed him away, gasping for air. Let go. I can't breathe. Gindia, who had been standing beside them, watched the two with heart-shaped eyes, full of admiration. Theodo finally snapped out of it, hastily taking a step back. Flustered, he apologized. I'm sorry, Lily. I was just worried. Lily fanned herself, trying to dispel the lingering heat. Why were you so worried? And how did you even know I was here? Theodo answered honestly. Miss Florentine told me to come here. Florentine. She couldn't help but ask, what exactly did Miss Florentine tell you then? The more he spoke, the more suspicious Lily became. She said you were in danger. She seemed distraught, so I couldn't ask for details. Theodo glanced towards the still, unconscious form of Lenong Chester. But I didn't expect Lenong Chester to be here. He then turned to Gindia. Can you explain the situation here, Mr. Delacroix? The sudden request flustered Gindia, who scratched his head and avoided Theodo's gaze. Lily quickly spoke up. Let me explain. She recounted a story entirely different from what Theodo had imagined. Florentine lured me here and locked me in with Lenong, and Lenong tried to harm me. Theodo's face darkened with each word. Yes, I think there must be some motive behind Florentine telling you my location. Meaning, Theodo's eyes fixed on his wife. If both you, Mr. Delacroix, and I had arrived any later, Lily could have. He stepped towards Gindia and bowed his head respectfully. Mr. Delacroix, I sincerely thank you for protecting my wife. Gindia was flustered by Theodo's earnest sincerity, unsure of what to say. If anything had happened to her, I would certainly have regretted this day for the rest of my life. Theodo placed a hand over his heart on behalf of the Valentino family. I express my gratitude. Gindia gave a polite, embarrassed smile, still at a loss for words. Lenong then stirred, pushing himself up. His jaw clenched, his eyes burning with fury as he glared at the three of them. Lenong suddenly lunged towards Lily, roaring like a madman. How dare you look down on me like this? His sudden outburst shocked her that he wasn't unconscious. Theodo didn't hesitate to rush to her defense. You. Theodo's brow furrowed, his eyes suddenly blazing. How dare you? A blue flame appeared, engulfing Lenong in an instant. Theodo stepped back, calmly watching Lenong writhe in pain. Ugh. He gritted his teeth, intensifying the flames. Lenong was consumed by the intense heat, unable to do anything but scream, Ag. It's so hot. Help me. Witnessing this scene, Lily became frightened. She quickly ran forward to stop him. Theodo, stop it. His mind, lost in a rage, immediately calmed at the sound of her voice, the flames dissipating along with it. Theodore Valentino. Theodore stirred, bringing a hand to his aching head. He looked towards Lenong Chester, who lay slumped and trembling, and spoke. Lily, and what about Lenong Chester? He's completely unconscious. His face was filled with bewilderment, his mind racing with questions. What was that just now? Sweat trickled down his temples as he stared at his hands in disbelief. His power had erupted spontaneously, as if Seraphine had reacted to the situation. What? Pushing that aside for the moment, he spoke urgently. No, more importantly right now, Lord Croix. Genadia startled again at the mention of his name. We, the Valentino family, will formally request a noble trial for the incident that just occurred. He listened quietly to Theodore's proposal. Since families are involved in this incident, we will need someone to testify. Theodore's gaze and voice were firm. As a witness to this incident, I wonder if you would cooperate with the Valentino family. Genadia gave an enthusiastic smile. He readily agreed, reaching out to take the offered hand. Certainly. 2 days later, a trial was convened to decide the fate of the two families. A quiet atmosphere filled Theodore's spacious room. Lily paused with her teacup halfway to her lips at Theodore's question. Lily, are you sure you're all right with the trial today? His face was etched with worry over what his wife had just experienced. If you find it difficult to face them, I can attend the trial in your place. No, Your Grace, Lily replied seriously, setting her teacup down. Because this matter involves both sides, I can't be absent. Besides, I want to use this opportunity to put an end to everything. If that's what you want, then I'll respect your decision. Theodore sighed, his voice filled with concern. But if you feel uncomfortable during the trial, let me know immediately. All right. Lily suddenly remembered something. She hesitated for a moment before asking, Oh, since the trial will be held this afternoon, may I take a walk around the area? Theodore immediately agreed, adding instructions for an escort. Let Cameron go with you. I'll come to get you when it's time. Trials involving accusations against nobles were far more complex than those involving commoners. Due to the numerous procedures involved, even the shortest preparation time took about a week. Therefore, holding the trial just 2 days after the incident was highly unusual. And naturally, the case had attracted a great deal of attention from all social strata. Crowds gathered around the notices posted on the bulletin boards. Lily and Cameron stood at a distance, observing the fervent reactions from the public. The trial will begin soon. That Chester is known to be a degenerate. That bastard threatened the Duchess. TSK. He deserves to be torn apart by magical beasts. A man spoke up, seemingly attempting to sway public opinion. But I heard that Lord Chester has been pursuing the Duchess for a long time. Seeing the discomfort of the crowd, he hastily explained, Well, what I mean is there must be some reason why he pursued her. Cameron, hearing this, immediately flew into a rage and was about to charge forward, but Lily stopped him just in time. How dare he talk about someone like that? Forget it, Cameron. He sighed helplessly at her resignation. I'm used to that kind of talk, madam. The crowd suddenly erupted in a loud argument. How dare you? It's too early to say such nonsense. So, according to you, the madam is the reason? The man, unable to argue directly with the women, resorted to sarcastic mockery. Come on. Plenty of people talk behind the king's back, too. How can you compare the king to the duke and duchess? A young woman, standing behind, shouted clearly. Talking behind the madam's back is no different from talking behind Her Majesty's back. A stout woman, hands on her hips, yelled at him, You ungrateful men. Besides, I bet you all heard it too. She reminded the ungrateful man, the lady who has taken care of us in the city for the past 2 years is the Duchess. In everyone's eyes, Lily was a lifesaver. If it weren't for the madam, we would have frozen or starved to death out here. The woman, hands on her hips, angrily cursed. Of course, those Everetts, they deserve to be thrown into boiling water. She had previously received a great deal of care and attention from Lily. The woman's face shone with righteousness. She affirmed with certainty, but I don't think the madam, who has treated us so well, is anything like them. At this point, all the women in the village cheered excitedly. S.O. Let's just pray. May that degenerate Lenong Chester get what he deserves. There's no way our king, the protector of this city, will lose the case. Their mocking laughter quickly reached the ears of Lily and Cameron. He looked around for a moment and then said, Madam, it seems winter will arrive here early. Soon, we will have to distribute necessities to the people in the city again. Lily, beside him, immediately agreed that you're right. If so, will you come with me then, Cameron? Of course, madam. Those attending the trial had arrived early and were already seated. Adeli entered, glancing around. Aha, there's so many people here. Hassan sat quietly in a corner, separate from everyone else. Radel was laughing and chatting cheerfully, as if he had come to watch a play. A woman raised her hand to greet Adeli. Lady Adeli, over here. They chatted happily. Glad you're not late. The courtroom is packed. Perhaps it's due to the involvement of certain families. She sighed softly, inwardly cursing Florentine. That S.O. stupid Florentine. Out of all the people, she got involved with Lenong Chester. She looked scornfully at Florentine, who was sitting pale and trembling in a corner. She doesn't know that everything will be noticed by everyone because of that trash. I heard it's because of the broken engagement between her and Owen Everett. Adeli's face was full of disdain. What did she see in Owen Everett? He just makes my skin crawl. Seeing her attitude, her two friends sitting with her were a little apprehensive. Lady Adeli, you seem upset? Adeli propped her chin on her hand, staring at the other woman. Oh, is there some reason I should be happy? Huh? Oh, I thought you and Duchess Valentino. Adeli scoffed, saying nothing. Uh-huh. You think I'll be satisfied with Lily's misfortune? Just for my own satisfaction? How ridiculous. I have no intention of bringing her down in such a petty way. She looked towards Lily, who was standing further ahead. I'll handle her myself. Lily's beautiful face, her composure, and her good fortune were things Adeli bitterly resented. It would be a perfect ending for Lily Everett. After the crowd settled, the jury's voice rang out clearly. Now, we will proceed with the trial of the Valentino family. Cavan began his defense for Lily's side. 2 days ago. The defendant, Lenong Chester, was charged with unlawful detention and assault against the plaintiff, and Miss Florentine Elsner is charged with conspiring with the defendant. Lenong, covered in bandages, pointed at the lawyer and furiously shouted, "How many times do I have to say it? That woman provoked me first. Defendant, please remain silent." Ignoring Lenong's outburst, Cavan continued, "However, as you can see, Mr. Lenong Chester has claimed that his actions were in self-defense, and Miss Florentine Elsner denies all charges. Therefore, we would like to call our witness." Janadia stepped forward immediately after, reciting the oath clearly. "Witness, please state your oath." "I swear to face all accusations, should there be any falsehood in my testimony." He looked towards the jury. "I am ready to testify." Janadia slowly recounted the events of that day. On the day of the incident, when I went to the greenhouse behind the exhibition hall, I saw Mr. Lenong and Duchess Valentino there. I clearly saw with my own eyes Mr. Lenong attempting to slap the Duchess. Through the glass, I saw Mr. Lenong forcibly grabbing the Duchess's wrist and intending to raise his fist against her. Janadia spoke without a hint of deception that I believed the Duchess couldn't defend herself, so I immediately intervened. The jury listened intently, then glanced towards the defendant's side. After a moment, Duke Valentino appeared. Defense attorney, proceed with cross-examination. The defense attorney suddenly asked an unrelated question. "Earlier, you mentioned going to the greenhouse. Please clarify your purpose for going there." Janadia was taken aback. "What?" The defense attorney pushed up his glasses and smirked. "The fact that you just happened to be there doesn't prove your testimony is reliable." The lawyer pointed at him and shouted, "So, tell me where you were on the day of the incident." Janadia lowered his head and stammered, "Oh, that." He scratched his head with an embarrassed laugh. "That's because my spirit was following the Duchess on its own." His words immediately stunned Lily and Theodore. Radley and Iloa were also caught off guard by this. The judge, seated above, helplessly reminded him, "Witness, please refrain from revealing your spirit in court, as it can be dangerous." I apologize. It just does its own thing." Lenong's lawyer was bewildered. So you're saying your spirit was following the Duchess?" "That's right." Janadia nodded, looking at the yellow entity floating around him. "But this should be enough to prove my testimony is true, right? After all, a spirit is the purest entity and doesn't know how to lie. Lies, right?" The crowd gasped at this defense. The judge continued the proceedings. "Now, we will question the defendants." Kevin lowered his voice, probing Lily for her opinion. "The witness testimonies have corroborated Lord Lenong Chester's accusations. What are your thoughts, Miss Elsner?" Florentine's hands trembled, clutching each other tightly. "Yes, Lord Lenong's accusations are now clear. She straightened up and shouted towards the opposite side. But as I mentioned before, I was simply threatened. To prove this, I went to Duke Valentino and informed him of the situation at the time. Lily's face tightened, clearly showing her displeasure. So, if you question my guilt, wouldn't it be more appropriate to shift the blame to Lord Lenong? Florentine smirked. If I hadn't been threatened, her eyes widened, and she repeatedly patted her chest. There's no reason why I would have told the Duke. About it, right? Murmurs rippled through the courtroom. Florentine patted her chest confidently. I wasn't there when it happened. I was truly threatened, so I had no choice but to let the Duchess be implicated in this matter. The judge hesitated, turning to Janadia. Is there anything else the plaintiff wishes to request or prove? We will hear your testimony. Janadia recounted the events of that day. On the day of the incident, I followed my spirit to the greenhouse, and both the defendant and the Duchess were present. His unwavering demeanor immediately drained the color from Florentine's face. As Miss Florentine said, she wasn't present at the scene, yet she happened to bump into me on the way to the greenhouse. Janadia recalled Florentine's panicked expression that day. She seemed terrified the moment she saw me. It was as if she had done something truly horrific. She erupted into another outburst. Yes, that's it. I was also very worried about the Duchess. Lily remained impassive, listening to these lies with a cold expression. If I truly intended to harm her, I wouldn't have sought help. The judge questioned Janadia. Mr. Delacroix, do you recall the exact time? Janadia turned to Lily. Madam, you can testify. Florentine flinched as Lily spoke. I arrived at the greenhouse about an hour after the exhibition began. Lily's cold gaze sharpened. How terrified I felt. The crowd erupted at these words. If Miss Florentine was truly threatened, I believe she had ample opportunity to inform others within those 30 minutes, rather than waiting until she encountered Mr. Delacroix. Florentine was sweating profusely, her body trembling, her face ashen. But knowing she informed my husband after encountering Mr. Delacroix, I can only conclude Miss Florentine's actions were for her own safety, not mine, so she could escape any accusations. Lily angrily clenched her jaw. Do you have anything to add, Miss Florentine? Florentine's shoulders slumped, and she let out a low, mocking laugh. Ha! Is this what you want? She glared at Lily with hatred. Then I have no choice, Lily Everett. I'll reveal your dirty secrets and the conversation between you and Lennon Chester in front of all the nobles here. A small sound startled her. Florentine glanced down towards the nobles' seating area. Owen looked at her and gave a slight nod. His gaze seemed to pierce her soul. Florentine, embarrassed, quickly averted her gaze. The jury spoke again. Does the defendant wish to refute the accusations made by the Wyndon side? Lily bowed her head slightly and replied. Finally, does anyone wish to present any further complaints or evidence? The Wyndon side does not, Your Honor. A shrill cry erupted from the defendant's side. What do you mean? No more. Lennon slammed his fist on the table, losing control. What about this face? How could he use soul power against an ordinary person? Do you think I'll just stand here and take it? Lily snuck a glance at her husband, standing beside her. I'll sue you all. Be prepared. As the situation escalated, a figure slowly approached. That won't happen. What? Lily's eyes widened in surprise. The newcomer was Marquis Chester, Lennon's older brother. He walked up to his younger brother and immediately scolded him. Having such a rebellious younger brother has truly caused great damage to royal society. Brother, are you going to abandon your family? Silence. The Marquis sighed, rubbing his temples wearily. Lennon Chester, you must be aware of the rumors circulating among the nobility. His cold words seemed to pierce Lennon's immature heart. Until now, everything has been limited to matters you could handle yourself. So the family and I turn a blind eye. But causing such damage to the family name, I can no longer ignore it. Lily and Theodore could only stand frozen, listening to the Marquis's apology. I also want to take this opportunity to apologize to Lady Valentino. Marquis Chester stood protectively in front of Lennon, clearly taking responsibility. I want my brother to receive the punishment he deserves for this incident. Duke Everett crossed his arms and nodded in satisfaction. Rattle glanced at him with a surprised look. Silence fell over the courtroom, everyone holding their breath. waiting for the final verdict. The judge's gavel finally banged 3 times. Now, I will deliver the verdict in this case. Florentine and Lennon both trembled, their legs unsteady as they heard their sentences. Lennon Chester, guilty of assault and unlawful imprisonment. Florentine Elsner, guilty of conspiracy. They will be sentenced to 15 years and 5 years of hard labor, respectively. Lennon couldn't believe it. Forgetting his pain, he opened his mouth wide and yelled, "This is ridiculous. Why should I?" Lily sighed in satisfaction. "Serves you right. During their sentence, they will be..." She trailed off. "Men, women, and children will all have their heads shaved and body hair removed." Looking at Florentine's tear-streaked face, Lily could guess what would happen in Florentine's case. I'm sure her family will find every way to help her get out, so her sentence might be reduced to 1 year of hard labor and 4 years of probation. But the consequences she'll face won't be much better. Even so, as a noble lady, Florentine's life will be hell. No one will see her as a lady anymore. Lennon was escorted away, but he continued to glare resentfully at Lily. And as for Lennon, he won't have a chance for a reduced sentence, so he'll have to serve the full 15 years. All the pressure Lily had been carrying seemed to flow away. It's a good thing, too. Lily lifted her chin and smiled with satisfaction. Finally, I get to see that bastard Lennon Chester hit rock bottom after all this time. The final words of the jury echoed through the courtroom. The trial is concluded. Please rise. The nobles began to stand and file out. Lily, escorted by Theodore, quickly left as well. Charlotte had been waiting outside the courtroom for a long time. Seeing Lily, she couldn't help but burst into tears and run towards her. The sun had begun to set, leaving only the clouds drifting silently across the vast, clear blue sky. A quiet atmosphere settled over the solemn palace. Ellermel softly asked Rattle, "So, Your Highness, what are your thoughts on today's trial?" He sat up straight and cheerfully replied, "Lennon Chester and Florentine Elsner were found guilty, and..." His eyes suddenly became serious. "As you mentioned, Duke Everest wasn't affected at all." Ellermel sat opposite him, listening with a cold expression, even though such a terrible thing had happened to his daughter. She nodded thoughtfully. "Did I see?" Rattle crossed his arms, looking at her appraisingly. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so interested in the Duchess?" Ellermel calmly explained, "After all, she is still a member of the Everest family. To the public, even though she's an illegitimate child, everyone knows that Duke Everest loves his only daughter very much. But, Your Highness," she slowly recounted to Rattle, "the Duchess only recently began her social activities." Ellermel continued, "Before that, she never appeared in public. She seemed to know quite a bit about Lily. More than that, when you talk to her, you'll notice certain behaviors that suggest she's afraid." Rattle sat with his arms and legs crossed, listening intently. Those habits couldn't have developed overnight. He nodded in agreement. "Of course. The Duchess I saw today was different. She was very calm." He smirked slightly, meaning he looked off into the distance, also silently calculating in his head, perhaps we should try approaching the Everest family. Early the next morning, a peaceful atmosphere embraced the entire space of Theodo's castle. The sound of excited chatter echoed throughout the sun-drenched golden corridors. "Have you heard the news about the recent trial? Lady Florentine and Lennon Chester have been convicted." The maids gossiped as they worked that that's wonderful. I couldn't stand them, especially Lennon Chester. He's the worst. Madame has been through so much. Everyone was elated, laughing and talking cheerfully. They were punished for daring to touch the Duchess. "Madame looks much better. I'm so glad. But about Madame Simon..." Mentioning this person, the maid's voice suddenly lowered. "She's locked herself in her room for days. She's been like that ever since the disagreement with the Duchess, hasn't she?" All eyes turned inquisitively towards the Madame's room. "Did I bet she's gone mad." The door remained firmly shut, seemingly indifferent to the judgments around it. I wonder what will happen next. The rhythmic sound of carriage wheels rolling over the gravel road echoed. The surrounding village was deserted at this time. Everyone was gathered in the central area to receive relief supplies. Theodo stood in a corner, silently observing the joy and happiness of the villagers. His face was slightly relieved. Everything seems different from the last time I remember. Everyone's smiles and joyful voices echo throughout the village. Whether I remember it or not, it seems like I've been providing supplies to this place for the past 2 years, haven't I? But from what I see, Theodo stood there in a daze, lost in his thoughts. This place seems more lively than before. A maid slowly approached him from behind. Your Grace, we have finished distributing the supplies. The familiar face of the person surprised him slightly. You are Serena, right? Yes, Your Grace. She bowed deeply, her voice full of gratitude. Before, you were not only tolerant but also considerate of my situation at the time. I'm truly grateful. That's how I was able to quickly return to my hometown. Serena clutched her white dress nervously. I was almost kicked out onto the streets with my siblings, just because of my own stupidity. If I had been expelled from here, I really would have had nowhere to go. Theodo inquired kindly. I heard your parents passed away from illness. Yes, recently. Remembering her mother, Serena's eyes drooped with a hint of sadness. All I have left are my parents' debts and my siblings to take care of. That time was truly dark for you. So during that time, I just wanted to run away from there, to the point that Serena had considered the most extreme option, and I almost did it. But looking at the innocent faces of the children, her mind was pulled back, but I couldn't do it. Serena had borne that pressure alone, overcoming everything. So I almost did something I would have regretted. Theodo stood frozen, listening intently to the maid's every anguished word. But I am indebted to you and Madam. You saved us, so I've decided I won't have any regrets. Serena glanced sideways, her voice nonchalant. The change is closer than you think. His heart heavy, lost in thought, Theodo's lips barely moved. Change. Just then, a woman ran towards him, calling his name, Duke Valentino. She and several others approached, showering him with thanks. Duke, thank you for last time. Thanks to you, we didn't starve. I was even able to revive my dead fields with the crops you sent. A middle-aged woman leaned on Serena's shoulder. Oh my. Serena, you're with the Duke today? She gave a strained smile, glancing at Theodo's expression before stammering. I came with him to distribute the supplies from last time. Theodo remained stunned, Serena's words echoing in his ears. The Duke personally comes here to distribute supplies, so only a few servants know about it. It happens occasionally. The smiling faces around him seemed to glow, everyone excitedly chatting, their cheerful voices filling the air. Yet, Theodo's eyes held a hint of melancholy. He seemed lost amidst the bustling crowd. Before him, the light of the late afternoon sun, filtering through the glass windows, gradually receded. In the middle of the room, Theodo sat meticulously writing something in his notebook. After a while, he gently closed the notebook. Theodo leaned back in his chair, sighing wearily. His eyes burned, heavy-lidded, and he unconsciously closed them. The faces of the villagers from that afternoon slowly reappeared. Then, the image of Lily, drenched in the rain, along with her familiar, gentle voice. I'm not a good person. Theodo, filled with melancholy, silently thought, even if I hadn't lost my memories, I wouldn't have understood Lily's feelings. He took out a small gold coin, turning it over in his hand. What I need to do is understand her. His mind was filled with the image of his beloved wife. I have a vague idea of it now. Right now, I can't give her what she truly wants. Her words from that rainy night continued to haunt him. I wonder if it's really me that you're fond of, or just an idealized version of me that you've mistaken for the real thing. Theodo looked up, staring intently at the coin. Even so, having seemingly come to a decision, he abruptly clenched the gold coin tightly in his hand. Outside, it was now pitch black. Lily walked slowly and listlessly through the garden. Inside the castle, her eyes were dull as she walked, lost in thought. Back then, Theodo's bewildered expression on the day of the incident still puzzled her. His emotional state at that time was truly difficult to understand. Theodo seemed strange. He also seemed confused by the situation, so asking him would be pointless. A small, relieved smile touched her lips. But the good thing is, I won't have to worry about Lenong anymore. Yet, deep down, she knew it wasn't over. If I divorced Theodo and returned to the Everest estate, Owen won't leave me alone. She felt powerless in the face of the impending situation, and the only thing left to do was to flee into the night, as the ghost had said. Lily shook her head and looked up at the star-filled night sky. Now, she had to pull herself together. Theodo's gentle and sincere words and face suddenly flashed in her mind. "Please, give me a chance to help you." Lily's eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe what she had just thought. Amidst the sultry summer, hearing the sound, Lily immediately turned around and exclaimed, "Duke Valentino." He nodded slightly and replied softly, "I heard you were looking for me." Theodo, wearing simple sleepwear and a slightly melancholic expression, approached Lily. Lily apologetically stepped closer to Theodo. "I apologize for calling you out so late." It's all right." His face lowered, his gaze fixed on some undefined point in space. "Before you told me." Lily was a little surprised by his words, "that you weren't a good person." Her mood also darkened. "That I've been thinking a lot about that." Theodo looked at his beloved wife and sincerely confessed, "Whether I feel affection for the real you, or just an idealized version of you that I've created." He didn't hesitate to speak his mind. "No matter how many times I reconsider, I always arrive at the same answer." His face was completely serious, his gaze fixed steadily on Lily. Hearing him call her name, her heart skipped a beat. "Lily." Theodo was a little surprised when Lily unconsciously took a small step back. However, he just gave a gentle smile. "That I know that even if I ask you to trust me, it will be very difficult for you." She hugged her arm in embarrassment, avoiding his intense gaze. "Because I was the one who turned away when you wanted me to believe you." His shoulders were heavy with unspoken thoughts. "If there's something I still haven't noticed until this moment, I still want to know." Theodo spoke up, and his sudden confession surprised Lily. "That I want to understand you better." His brother had once told him, "Theodore, to be understood by others, first, you must become someone who can understand and accept others." These were words of advice that Theodore could never forget. If you try to understand them, they will also try to understand you a little more. At that time, he was still just a naive child who didn't understand his brother's every word. "Are you talking about the people in the city?" His brother gently shook his head and calmly explained, "Not just the people, but also family, or even someone important who will enter your life." Theodore pouted and quickly affirmed, "The only important people to me are my parents and you." His brother chuckled and gently stroked his young head. "You never know. You can't do everything alone. You need someone you can trust." Theodore peeked through his fingers. His brother's advice echoed in his ears as if it were yesterday. "You should find something you love, and always be true to your feelings." Theodore smiled. "Our feelings are always real." Lily was a little surprised by his affirmation. "Always?" A silence fell after Theodore's words. "I just wanted to tell you that." The next morning, while dew still clung to the fresh green leaves, Lily was already awake. She sat quietly in her room, gazing out at the dawn. Her mind was still preoccupied with last night's conversation with Theodore. Lily's feelings were in turmoil. "But if one day your heart allows it, please let me know your answer." She sighed, clutching her head in her hands. Lily rested her head on the table, feeling a growing frustration. "That I don't want to make promises like that. Even if Theodore's feelings are sincere, it's not certain the divorce will be postponed." A worry gnawed at her. "Of course. Owen won't let this go. He'll try different things." Lily ran a hand through her hair. "And Madame Seymour certainly won't stay silent and let it pass." Suddenly, her eyes widened in alarm. Lily slammed her hand on the table and stood up abruptly. "What? Why am I thinking as if I won't divorce Theodore?" She looked down at the scene below. "I've made up my mind." She leaned against the window, looking at her reflection in the clear glass. "Oh, I have to give a proper answer, even if it's an excuse." In the village, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred. The ground shook and violently split in two. People screamed and fled in panic. Monsters emerged from the earth, continuously attacking everyone. "A crack. It's a crack. Run." Countless cracks appeared throughout Duke Veronis's territory, and Theodore, as the Lord, had to go to the battlefield to close the cracks. Lily heard this news and couldn't help but worry. It's not just one or two, but countless cracks. He'll be gone for a while. She and the servants quickly went to see Theodore off. Standing before the carriage door, Theodore hesitated. He turned around quickly and softly called Lily. He took something from inside his coat and placed it in her hand. Will you take this? Looking at what she had just received, Lily froze. This is... The gold coin he treasured was now entrusted to her. Lily clutched it tightly and looked up at him, her eyes filled with confusion. That I want you to keep it. Why are you giving this to me? It's your brother's keepsake. Theodore replied without hesitation. That's why I'm giving it to you. Consider it a good luck charm. Lily's face was filled with worry that I'll be gone for a long time. He carefully instructed, while I'm away, that coin will protect you. She clutched it to her chest like a precious treasure, stammering, when you return safely, I will return it to you. Theodore looked at her and smiled for a long moment. He suddenly called her name, Lily. Theodore stepped forward, gently touching his forehead to hers. He whispered in a low voice, I will return. Lily lowered her head, not daring to look directly into his sweet gaze. The carriage slowly rolled away. She stood there, watching for a long time before softly saying, I wish you a safe journey. Clutching the gold coin, Lily stood rooted to the spot, her eyes fixed on the carriage as it gradually disappeared from sight. Charlotte, from behind, suddenly spoke in a low voice, Madam, it seems to be getting colder as autumn approaches. It seems the north will get cold earlier. Let's go inside. Lily's back remained motionless. Her gaze, filled with unspoken emotions, remained fixed on him. After a long while, Lily slowly exhaled, closing her eyes and saying, Yes, let's go inside. Lily found herself alone in a large room. Her head was bowed, her eyes filled with confusion and a touch of bewilderment. In her hand, she still tightly clutched the gold coin Theodore had given her before leaving. His confession from the previous night still echoed in her mind. My feelings are always real. Lily wearily leaned back and sighed. She shook her head slightly, trying to reassure herself. Worrying won't solve anything. I can't say anything to someone who's gone off to war. Thinking of the tense, grief-stricken atmosphere in the war-torn region, Lily felt helpless. It's not just me who's uneasy in this mansion. It was the second day since Theodore's departure. Among the mansion servants, some had family members who had also gone to war, so it was natural for the atmosphere in the mansion to be so somber. Her eyes felt heavy, all her neurons firing at full capacity. The lady of the mansion, it would be better if I did something. Lily glanced around. Usually, Madame Seymour would do everything without consulting me. These past few days, she's been keeping to her room and staying silent. She thought of the room's door, which had remained closed for days. Although I don't know the details, it seems she argued with Theodore after the incident with the stolen medical records. Perhaps that affected her. Madame Seymour is acting as if she no longer has any interest in the Valentino family. Charlotte, hands on her hips, declared firmly, even so, it's still suspicious. Lily, standing beside her, could only laugh at her attitude. She might be planning something, so please be careful. Charlotte's warning made her hesitate that, of course, her obsession with the Valentino family won't fade away so easily. Caution is warranted. The maids were busy bustling around the large table in the dining room. Lily walked over and asked softly, Are the ingredients prepared? Yes, madam. Everything is ready. She nodded slightly and then addressed everyone. All right, let's begin. Everyone, please be seated. The wishing tree. It's an age-old tradition in Veronis. You tie a knot to pray for the knight's safe return and hang it on the largest tree in the garden. The colors used for the knots are usually red, blue, yellow, and gold. Purple and black aren't used because they symbolize death. Lily picked up a blue piece of yarn. I should pray for Theodore's safe return. The maids sitting on either side excitedly whispered to each other. The Duchess is making a knot for the Duke, right? Certainly. A sudden voice made Lily freeze. But does the Duchess know how to tie a knot? How do you tie a knot? In moments like these, she could only offer a supremely confident smile. That, of course, I don't know. Lily glanced at Charlotte, who was diligently knitting beside her, and mimicked her actions step by step. How would I know, when I've never participated in events like this? This is the first time I've done this. Back then, I couldn't join them because the people in the mansion wouldn't let me. Charlotte was a very sociable girl, so sometimes people would invite her to join in. Charlotte looked at the yarn in Lily's hands and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, Duchess. Even though it's your first time, it looks so beautiful. Amazing. Thank you." Her voice immediately attracted the attention of the other maids. That nod. The multicolored yarn neatly tied in Lily's hands was truly eye-catching. The colors are so harmonious, and the shape is beautiful too. I should make mine like that, shouldn't I? But isn't this the Duchess's first time tying a knot? Everyone's attention made her a little embarrassed and speechless that you're really skilled with your hands. It's no wonder you're an artist. That's right. Lily continued knitting with them, chatting animatedly as they worked. Soon, a basket of colorful yarn was completed, neatly piled up. Lily, feeling a little stiff, stood up and said, how about we take a break? Don't push yourselves too hard. Bring out some snacks." "Yes, Duchess." Refreshments were brought to the table. While she was enjoying her tea and chatting with Charlotte, a murmur of voices came from outside. Curious, Lily immediately went to investigate what's. Just as she reached the bend in the hallway, she was startled. What the? Before her eyes were a pair of gray feet shuffling across the cold floor. Madame Simons had left her room at some point, her body gaunt, her face haggard and expressionless. She stumbled towards Lily and Charlotte. Lily swallowed hard, stammering in fear. "Madame Simons, what's the matter?" Madame Simons suddenly screamed and lunged at her. Charlotte, without hesitation, jumped in front of Lily. She thrust something towards Lily. "Take it." Lily asked in confusion. "Take what?" Madame Simons suddenly went berserk, yelling and throwing the object in her hand at Lily's face. "Take it. I said take it, Duchess." The maids rushed forward and pulled her away. From Lily. Lily, in pain, brought her hand to her swollen cheek. Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror. At her feet lay a dark purple piece of yarn, abandoned there. Charlotte hurriedly escorted Lily back to her room to rest. She anxiously looked Madame Simon up and down before asking, "Madam, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine. So please don't worry too much." Madame Simon was immediately taken back to her room by a servant and locked inside. She continued to laugh loudly or scream like a madwoman as she was dragged away. Everyone whispered and assumed that Madame Simon had gone mad. Lily uncomfortably raised a hand to her aching cheek. Whether Madame Simon's anger was genuine or merely an act, it certainly seemed like a performance. Lily was certain of one thing. Madame Simon had spent years striving to become the matriarch of the Valentino family. Someone like her wouldn't easily relinquish what she held. A nagging question lingered in Lily's mind. Why would Madame Simon pretend to be insane? What did she say to Theodore? Lily took out the gold coin her husband had given her before leaving for the battlefield. I'll have to ask him after he returns. The atmosphere in the disaster-stricken area was incredibly tense. Monsters continued to wreak havoc below. Theodore and the soldiers ran around dealing with them and all the damage. "Your Grace, there's another rift." "I know." The monsters continued to attack everyone with their fanged mouths and sharp claws. Theodore stood his ground, using his power to protect the people and fight back against the creatures. His face was covered in blood, his teeth gritted as he silently cursed the destructive demons. Watching the rifts continuously appear, Theodore couldn't help but wonder, even though we closed the rifts so many times, they keep reappearing. What's happening? Why are so many rifts appearing at the same time? A scream suddenly echoed from behind. "Your Grace." Before Theodore now was a jet-black hand with sharp, crimson claws, rapidly approaching. The Valentino territory, Veronese, was once again affected by simultaneous waves of rifts. Dozens of rifts had unleashed magical monsters, resulting in countless casualties in this indiscriminate attack. Lord Valentino was still struggling on the battlefield, and the current situation was dire. The clang of metal from two swords clashing rang out, accompanied by Radley's voice. "What do you think about that?" The swordsman fighting him seemed bewildered. "What? Rifts? There are too many rifts appearing at once." Radley recounted the situation while deftly dodging his opponent's attacks. "It's been over a week since the rifts appeared, but they say the situation is still not under control." The other man slung his sword over his shoulder, breathing heavily. "You invited me to hunt and feast so unexpectedly." Hassan, hands on his hips, spoke with exhaustion and annoyance. And today you call me out here to duel, just to tell me that? Radley chuckled knowingly I just thought your sister would be very worried. Why are you suddenly bringing her up? Looking at Hassan's furrowed brows, he clicked his tongue. Well, it's probably because you seem very worried about her. Radley's voice was laced with sarcasm. Wasn't it like that during the trial? You were very worried then. He pointed his sword directly at Radley and vehemently denied everything. Worried? No way. Your eyes look worried. But he didn't stop there, continuing to question him. Those things are affecting you, aren't they? Hassan lowered his sword and stammered. It's not exactly that I'm worried about her. His eyes darted around a long time ago. Hassan slowly recounted. I accidentally pushed her into the water. He was just a child then, not fully aware of his actions. Lily, having been pushed by her own brother, couldn't hide the shock on her face. Hassan just stood there, watching her fall into the cold lake. That image keeps flashing in my mind, and it makes me uncomfortable. After standing there in a daze, he finally came to his senses and rushed to pull Lily ashore. She was soaked, her eyes closed, unconscious. Hassan gritted his teeth, staring at his sister, his body trembling. Ever since then, I've always felt terrible. The air suddenly became still. Radley put his hands on his hips and smirked. He suddenly blurted out something unexpected, that I like you, you know. What? He couldn't help but question him. Everyone said Everests were monsters for birth, and they insisted that their nature would never change. Why would you say that in front of me? Radley laughed loudly, spreading his arms wide. But look, even though everyone likes me now, I used to be a delinquent, even worse than you. What nonsense are you talking about? Radley recalled his days living like a wild child. Everyone criticized me, saying I was beyond redemption. And then Iloa came in my life, my wife came and changed me a lot. That fateful encounter made the young heart in Radley's chest pound. He tapped his sword lightly on the floor. In the end, only people can change people. Hassan listened silently to his every word, for better or for worse. He gripped his sword tightly, swinging it powerfully towards him. Soon, the kingdom's situation will change. Hassan quickly raised his hand to block the attack. Opportunity belongs to those who are ready. He smirked, whispering between their swords, Hassan, what about you? Will you stay behind, holding your family back, or will you seize the opportunity? These words made Hassan's heart waver. The hand holding his sword began to tremble. After a moment, Hassan tensed, the veins bulging in his arms. You talk too much during a fight. He used all his strength to knock Radley's sword away. Let me. Watching his weapon fly up and fall to the ground behind him, he could only laugh. Think before you speak. Hassan couldn't help but retort sarcastically, I lost. You're not only bad at hunting, but you're bad at this too. At his criticism, Radley just clutched his stomach and laughed loudly. And you call yourself a delinquent. And time flew by like a gust of wind. Today, 2 weeks have passed since the battle began in mid-September. Lily stood quietly in the courtyard, watching the red maple leaves drift slowly onto her hand. Theodore had returned. Word was that none of the knights were seriously injured or killed. Everyone had returned safely. Lily stood in place, breathing a small sigh of relief. That was fortunate, but the problem was Theodore. Thinking of this, her face suddenly paled. He seemed to have suffered another head injury. It didn't seem as serious as the last time, but having already injured his head, shouldn't he wear a better helmet? Theodore, his head bandaged, sat proudly on his horse. He seemed fine riding, but suddenly, Lily noticed something strange about the crowd before her. No one looked relieved or happy, making her wonder why the atmosphere was so gloomy when they had returned safely. Reaching Lily, Theodore slowly dismounted. She spoke softly, "Welcome back, Your Grace." The moment she looked directly at his face, her whole body stiffened. Theodore, completely unharmed, stood before her. Sweat unconsciously trickled down the sides of Lily's face. Theodore's eyes were cold, no longer looking at her with the affection he had shown before leaving for the battlefield. Why did I feel at ease? Why did I ask so naturally? Now she knew why the soldiers were so restless and worried. Those eyes, that face, how could I forget that coldness? Lily's hands dropped, her eyes becoming vacant. Yes, that's right. The sweet smile was gone, replaced by a constant severity and ruthlessness on his face, like a splash of cold water. Finally, his memory had returned. Theodore stepped closer to Lily. His voice, cold and indifferent, asked, Where are we?" Lily gave a bitter, "You're so foolish, Lily Everest. You said you wouldn't expect anything." Under the shadow of the tall tower of the magnificent castle, the two figures stood still as statues. The space was filled with a stifling silence. His kindness, like an illusion, had finally burned away. Lily sighed inwardly, telling herself that, after all, those days were just a daydream. The image of the boy with the warm smile, a Theodore completely different from the cold man before her, gradually faded in her mind, as if he had disappeared from this world forever. Lily lowered her head slightly, her trembling eyelashes closing for a moment as if to hide her pain. Then she looked up, her bright green eyes staring straight at him, resolute to the point of despair. Facing the icy wall he presented, Lily masked her emotions with an indifferent expression and asked, "Are you asking where Simon is?" Without waiting for his reply, she continued coldly, "Madam Simon has gone mad, so the servants have locked her in her room." These words made Theodore's eyes widen in surprise. Theodore asked back in astonishment, "What?" Lily turned away, replying indifferently, "I said she's gone mad. If you're so curious, why don't you go and check for yourself?" Theodore called after her, his voice tinged with panic. "Wait." But then he just stood there, motionless as a statue, watching Lily and her maid disappear. Lily walked quickly with her head down, as if trying to escape the lingering image of the boy he once was. Suddenly, her sharp heel caught in a dip on the uneven ground. Stopping, she told herself, "Enough, it's over." Walking along the long corridor, thoughts echoed in her mind, cold and then sentimental at will. "If he treats me coldly again." Determination hardened Lily's delicate features as she gritted her teeth, making up her mind. "Then I can't trust him anymore." Pushing open the heavy door and stepping into the dark room, deep down Lily understood the sweet dream was over. With the resounding slam of the closing door, Lily knew that everything had changed, and now the tedious reality began. The door closed silently, leaving a suffocating stillness in the room. In a large, cold room, Lily curled up like a withered flower, her face buried in her knees. When she raised her head, her beautiful eyes were filled with a sadness as deep as the ocean floor, reflecting the unhealable wounds in her heart. Her trembling hands clutched her sleeves until her knuckles were white, and Lily kept comforting herself in despair. "I knew this would happen anyway. My life has always been like this. Lily, why you, why in the world?" Her painful train of thought was interrupted by a knock echoing in the silent space. Lily quickly composed herself, wiping away the lingering tears, sitting up straight like a proper lady, and calmly said, "Come in." The door creaked open, followed by heavy footsteps on the ancient wooden floor. Theodore appeared before Lily like a noble statue, his long, narrow eyes fixed coldly on her as he spoke. "I've heard strange things from the knights." "An aids." Lily tried to maintain an indifferent expression, but when she heard him say, "They say I've lost my memory," her eyes couldn't help but flick up to meet his. Theodore sighed heavily, rubbing his temples in frustration, muttering as if to himself, "Certainly my memory is fragmented. During the last expedition, I was injured in the head. I remember that clearly." Lily sat there, silent as a statue, not betraying a single emotion on her beautiful face. She averted her gaze, wondering, doesn't he remember exactly how he was injured in the head? Hypotheses raced through Lily's mind that if Owen is playing tricks again. No, most of Theodore's memories have returned, and if there's something significant, he can recall it quickly. Now, it seems like Theodore is annoyed and suspects I'm plotting something for the Everest family. Theodore looked directly at her, his gaze sharp enough to pierce her soul. Then suddenly he spoke, "I'll ask you something." Lily responded indifferently, her voice light as a breeze. "Please, go ahead." As she spoke, she slowly rose from her chair, then heard him say, "Did you?" His next words were like sharp daggers piercing her bleeding heart. Lie while I had amnesia? Lily froze, feeling as if time had suddenly stopped. Then she turned to look at him with suspicion. What? Theodore frowned, each word like a needle pricking her heart. I'm asking you, did you lie and say we were a happy couple? Lily slowly turned to face him, her lips parting slightly to utter a sound as soft as a breath. Feeling her strength drain away, Lily thought in agony, the days I hoped you would notice me, understand my pain. The loneliness of the past flooded back, leaving her in despair. And my wish to receive even a sliver of your attention is now over. Lily vividly remembered the feeling of being swallowed by darkness. But now she understood. Now, I can truly let go of everything. Refusing to let her former vulnerability resurface, she told herself, so, die. The pain of love forced her to be cruel to herself. If giving my heart to someone means suffering, then I will sever that love. It seems I am destined to be unhappy as long as I live. These bitter thoughts made her laugh, a laugh filled with the bitterness of the humiliation she had endured. Theodore stood there, bewildered, watching her incessant laughter. Confused, he asked, why are you laughing? Lily's laughter echoed shrilly in the cold space. It's absurd. Theodore, still lost, asked why. Why? She lifted her chin, her gaze meeting his directly, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Duke Valentino, why would I lie to you? For what purpose? Theodore responded firmly, his voice full of conviction. For your family, the Everest family, of course. His words only made Lily's laughter grow louder. Theodore, increasingly impatient with Lily's unusual behavior, hardened his expression. His blue eyes blazed with anger as he roared. Are you mad? I'm asking you seriously. Lily simply waved her slender hand dismissively, as if swatting away a bothersome fly. Her tone was coldly indifferent. I feel sorry for you, that you're only realizing now that you married a mad woman. Theodore, still unable to comprehend her attitude, asked in bewilderment, why are you acting like this? Lily glanced at him and replied, what do you mean? What do you mean? I'm always like this. Then, a mocking smile spread across her face, her delicate features turning frightening as she told him, so, listen carefully, Duke Valentino. I'll only say this once. Lily's heels slammed against the wooden floor, the sound echoing through the room like a hammer striking a coffin. She declared resolutely, I've hated those damned Everests for a long time. If I could kill those devils with my own hands, my life would be at peace. The image of Owen, the man she loathed to the core, flashed through her mind. Her voice trembled as she spoke each word like venom. Especially Owen. I can never forgive that despicable trash. You always think I'll do anything for the Everests, that I'm like their loyal dog. Owen's calculating eyes, like a haunting specter, continued to plague Lily's mind, making her skin crawl even in memory. The last of her restraint shattered like falling glass. Her voice sharpened like a dagger, accusations against Theodore pouring out in a torrent. Why didn't you try to listen to me even once? Why did you always ignore and hate me? I tried to tell you so many times. Lily's face was as dark as a stormy sky. Wrinkles etched deep in her forehead as she gritted her teeth, each word dripping like blood. Even if you hate me, you should know how much I hate those bastards. At least you should know that. Then she scoffed, revealing a long-hidden past. All right, you probably don't remember Leon Chester trying to harm me either. Theodore froze, his body stiff, his lips moving hesitantly as he stammered. What did you just say? Lily didn't bother to repeat the painful story. She simply turned her head away, as if she couldn't bear to look at him a moment longer. Her voice was ice cold that we had a trial. For the details, ask your aide. You should at least know enough to answer when people ask. Theodore stood rooted to the spot like an ancient tree, cold sweat plastering his shirt to his back. He reeled as if from a heavy blow, absorbing her words. In the end, I never deceived you. I never even thought about deceiving you. You were clearly the first one to approach me. In that moment of shock, Theodore couldn't accept being so oblivious to everything happening around him. He strode forward, his hand reaching out as if to grasp the truth, clutching Lily's clothes to keep her from leaving. He gripped her slender shoulders, his eyes wide with panic, words tumbling out in a rush. What happened to that bastard? Lily just chuckled dryly, her deep green eyes boring into him as if to pierce his heart. An ocean of sorrow lay within their depths. In the suffocating silence of the room, only her voice echoed, flat and cold as ice. You know, that bastard has done this many times before. Theodore responded incredulously. What? Painful memories from the past flooded back like a tidal wave. Lily's voice remained steady as she recounted Leon Chester. That piece of trash was the most likely candidate for my remarriage. Can you imagine how disgusted I felt? Not waiting for him to respond, she continued, her voice bitter with the sting of his indifference. And oh, of course you can't. You knew how much I wanted to kill all those bastards. So much. She asked softly, her tone suddenly chillingly sweet, didn't you? Then she abruptly grasped his hand, gripping Theodore's collar. Her eyes were red as a wild animal's as she hissed each word. You ignored me and hated me. Theodore's face was ashen, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at the wall for him. His ears still rang with her whispered words. Even though you knew I had feelings for you, you thought I was working for those Everest devils, didn't you? Lily's grip tightened on his hands until they were white, her lips curving into a strangely gentle smile, but the words she spoke were filled with resentment. Or did you simply not like me? Or both? Both. Theodore could only stand there, his lips moving before he finally managed to utter, ah. After a long silence, he spoke slowly, his voice low and bewildered. I never hated you. Lily remained silent, her eyes vacant, staring through him as if into nothingness. She released his hands, as if letting go of her last hopes. She spoke, her voice light but filled with indifference, each word like shards of glass falling to the floor. Then I will hate you. His hands froze in midair, like a statue standing paralyzed in a storm. Lily's icy gaze pierced his soul, her emerald eyes now lifeless as dead gemstones. She looked directly into his eyes and uttered her final words, each one a dagger to his heart. I hate you. In the gloomy dungeon, the flickering light from a few small torches cast dancing shadows on the cold stone walls, making the space even more terrifying and suffocating. A girl with a slender figure like a withered willow branch huddled in a dark corner behind rust-covered bars, her thin shoulders trembling. In waves, Adeline's face was filled with utter terror, her deep-set eyes bloodshot from crying. She sat there, constantly biting her nails as if the action could ward off the nightmare that surrounded her. The accusations echoed in her head like the pounding of a hammer. Murder is an unforgivable crime. If we do not impose heavy penalties, then society will collapse. Adeline recalled the moment the judge held up a document, hearing each heart-wrenching word of condemnation from him. Similarly, attempted murder must be dealt with. Harshly, she slumped onto the damp floor. 6 months of hard labor, followed by 6 months of solitary confinement in the capital's secret prison. Adeline was stunned when she heard her sentence, her eyes wide with despair, her mouth agape in silence. A total of 12 months in prison. In her mind, she kept questioning herself, the voice in her thoughts shattering into painful fragments. I can't believe it. How could I? Her thoughts suddenly drifted to someone else, Lily Everest. When did she seduce Duke Delacroix? How did Delacroix get involved in this mess? Genetia's face flashed in her mind. Adeline remembered the girl named Lily with mixed emotions swirling within her like a violent storm. Although I wasn't happy about her being born from a lowly servant, I truly admired Lily's beautiful face. After marrying Owen, we would have become a family. I'd even planned to treat her like a loving older sister to a younger sister. But the day Owen broke off our engagement, I discovered, he said, Lily Everest belongs to me. Only I can break her, and only I can heal her. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Owen's control is truly beyond imagination. As if seeing through his previous schemes, Adeline thought to herself. The engagement with Owen was a kind of test to see if I could become a puppet dancing to his tune. Her mind trembled as she thought back to that time. When I failed the test, Owen discarded me without a shred of mercy. She remembered Lily, the girl with eyes as deep and sorrowful as an ocean of pain. Lily, the one Owen never wanted to let go of, the one who awakened his twisted desires, was none other than Lily Everest. Adeline rubbed her trembling shoulders in the bone-chilling cold of the dungeon, her bloodshot eyes staring into the void, gritting her teeth in despair and hatred. So, I tried to ruin Lily, the one Owen was obsessed with, to avenge myself. If everything had gone according to plan, Lily would have been destroyed at the hands of Lenon Chester. Seeing Lily completely broken would have driven Owen mad with rage. Not because Lily collapsed, but because someone other than him ruined her. The thought of being pushed into this situation made Adeline tremble with unrestrained fury. Her teeth gritted, eyes blazing with hatred as she thought, "That bastard Owen, I need to see his face contorted in pain." Footsteps suddenly echoed from the pitch-black hallway, each one measured and steady. Adeline's head snapped around. Her voice, low and laced with a chillingly sweet sarcasm, said, "Looking a bit rough, aren't we?" Adeline ground her teeth, the sound audible in the silent dungeon. Each word, strained and full of resentment, seemed to be torn from her parched throat. "Owen," she hissed. She sprang to her feet, gripping the bars until her knuckles whitened. "What are you doing here?" she shrieked. Owen stood calmly, unmoved by her outburst. "I heard my former fiancé was imprisoned like a beggar," he said with a touch of mockery. "Thought I'd come and see, and check on Lenon Chester while I'm at it. Adeline rattled the bars violently, her face flushed, eyes wide, and lips trembling as she spat curses. "I'll let this go. The moment I get out of here, I'll take revenge on all of you." Owen's violet eyes remained fixed on her, unwavering, as if observing a small insect struggling in vain. He heard Adeline declare, "I'll destroy Lily Everest with my own 2 hands." A metallic clang suddenly ripped through the silence. The cell door screeched open, light from the corridor flooding in like a silver wave. Owen calmly stepped inside. Adeline could only stammer, her voice a shaky whisper. How did you open?" He held up a ring of keys, the metal glinting in the dim torchlight. Then, with a clatter, he tossed them to the floor. "Does it matter now?" Owen's voice was low and menacing. He grabbed Adeline roughly by the collar, pulling her close. His voice, a low growl, was close to her ear. "Listen closely, ex-fiancé. Lily Everest is mine. My property. I raised her, and only I decide whether she lives or dies." His grip tightened, lifting her off the ground like a rag doll, her feet kicking uselessly in the air. Then, with a contemptuous flick, he threw her back down. Owen casually dusted off his hands as if he'd touched something filthy, his face impassive as he heard her muttered curse, "Bastard." Adeline challenged him. "That's just an excuse to destroy her. Did you ever think that Lily might hate you?" Owen ignored her, his voice soft. "Well, she can hate me, but," he continued, his voice low and powerful, "she is my property regardless. So what does it matter if she hates me?" Adeline, pale as a sheet, lifted her head at Owen's vile words, her eyes wide with disgust and fear. Owen continued coldly, "When she's completely broken, she'll forget even what hatred is." A savage smile suddenly spread across Adeline's lip, as if she had just realized something. "You know, don't you?" He looked at her and finished, "That Lily Everest isn't in her right mind now." He left her with that cruel smile and cunning glint in his eyes, turning to walk away with a leisurely gait. The bars clanged shut once more with a cold metallic sound, the key turning in the lock, sealing her fate. Only Adeline's desperate curses remained, echoing in the dark dungeon. You will surely die by Lily's hand." She watched Owen's back disappear into the shadows of the corridor, her eyes bloodshot, hair disheveled, body trembling with unrestrained rage, cursing continuously. "You animal, you filthy scum." Owen continued walking nonchalantly, even whistling cheerfully. The cheerful whistling echoed in the pitch-black hallway like a grotesque melody. Meanwhile, at the grand, towering castle, standing stark against the deep blue sky, a stark contrast to the cold darkness of the deep dungeon below, the knights were dining amidst the murmur of laughter and conversation. In a corner of the table, someone spoke, their voice filled with worry and suspicion. What the hell is going on? One knight leaned on his hand thoughtfully, a look of concern etched on his face, turning to his comrade and saying, "Winning is great. But isn't there something strange about the Duke?" His comrade agreed. "That's what I was thinking too. Lately, it seems like the Duke has reconciled with the Duchess." Another knight, sitting nearby, suddenly sighed heavily and said, "And the Duchess doesn't seem like a bad person." He abruptly turned to the person next to him and said, "Most of all, it's good to see the Duke happy." The person beside him was lost in thought, staring blankly into space, his expression as if lost in his own world. Seeing this, the knight lowered his voice and asked, "Sir Cayman, do you hear anything?" Cayman startled, snapping out of his reverie, and softly replied, Cayman closed his eyes, his mind a tangled mess he couldn't unravel, knowing he was in the most difficult position. His shoulders slumped under the weight of his complex thoughts about everything that was happening. The Duke had lost his memory again, and Lady Simone had suddenly gone mad. Cayman brought a hand to his head. As he was lost in a maze of unanswered questions, he was still investigating under the Duke's command. Observing the Everest family was one thing, but how should he report about Lady Simone? He thought of Theodore, his eyes vacant, lost in his own memories, constantly asking questions about the past that he himself had ordered investigated. Cayman felt utterly helpless. He would naturally say, "Did I order such an investigation? Seriously?" and think it was strange. Cayman's eyes slowly drooped as he thought to himself. But, aside from her connection to the Duchess, the Duke's hostility towards Lady Simone was genuine. I could sense that his animosity that day was long-standing. That day, I understood that Lady Simone wanted to become the Duchess Valentino. Cayman's mind painted a complex picture of the relationships between these powerful figures. He knew about the two of them, but it was her sister who married the late Duke. Lady Simone had always stared at the Duchess's position, the one that belonged to her sister. She always watched her sister in that man. Lady Simone appeared in Cayman's mind like a dark ghost, with insatiable greedy eyes and a calculating, fake smile. Every gesture was carefully measured, and she followed her sister. No, she used her sister as an excuse to get to Valentino Castle. Cayman mechanically stabbed his sausage with a fork, his mind still preoccupied with the pieces that were gradually falling into place. Theodore's words echoed in his mind. The Duke said that Lady Simone was very good at driving people apart. Recalling the pages he had turned, the information he had searched for, down to the smallest detail, Cayman felt the final pieces of the puzzle clicking together, confirming his initial suspicions. The Duke also suspected that Lady Simone was the one who worsened his relationship with the Duchess. Indeed, when examining Lady Simone's past, I found many suspicious actions. Lady Simone always seemed like a perfect person, but nothing is truly perfect in this world. Finally, he stood up wearily, his head still spinning with countless thoughts. And then, I don't know what happened, so I'm continuing the investigation. After all, it was the Duke who ordered it. Understood. On the deserted street, figures cloaked in jet-black robes moved stealthily. Unease gnawed at Lily's mind, forcing her to reassure herself, hoping nothing major would happen in the meantime. His head was bandaged in pristine white, contrasting sharply with his raven black hair. Theodore sat, chin resting on his hand, lost in thought, when a familiar voice suddenly spoke. "Have you lost your memory again?" He clearly remembered the image of a tower-high stack of papers being slammed onto the table. Calvin, his face flushed with anger, his throat strained as he yelled at Theodore. "So, I've prepared everything, the things you've completely forgotten. Read it and judge for yourself." He closed his eyes. There was no way Calvin would lie about something like this. Why did he suddenly get so angry? If this is wrong, then he remembered Lily's furious appearance a few days ago, her hair disheveled, her eyes brimming with tears, and her trembling lips uttering bitter words. In Theodore's mind, amidst the maze of fragmented memories, a nagging question arose like an unhealed wound. Then how can I explain her anger? Theodore leaned on the table and slowly stood up. Suddenly, he froze mid-motion, his body stiff, his eyes widening in surprise as they landed on something lying alone on the floor. His eyes narrowed in curiosity and suspicion. What's this? Theodore bent down and picked it up. My handwriting, a diary. As if realizing something, the expression on Theodore's face froze, his eyes widening. He stammered, "This is—" On the street, two cloaked figures in black cautiously entered a sparsely populated alley. Charlotte led the way with quick, decisive steps, occasionally pausing to look around before turning back to softly call, "My lady, this way." Lily slowly followed her. Suddenly, a voice called out from the distance, the clear sound breaking the alley's quiet atmosphere. "Charlotte, long time no see. I've been worried since I haven't seen you lately." Charlotte's lips curved into a bright smile upon seeing the person. Harriet, after greeting Charlotte, respectfully removed her hat and addressed Lily. "I've heard so much about you from Charlotte, Duchess Valentino." Lily softly replied, "It's a pleasure to meet you." Despite the evident shyness on Lily's face, Harriet cheerfully continued the conversation with a constant smile. "That I knew you would come. Unfortunate ladies often go through this process." Lily thought to herself, her pride slightly stung. Unfortunate ladies? We both left the castle tonight with a purpose. The usual procedures referred to the route and destination of their midnight escape. Harriet placed her hand on a map spread out on an old wooden table. "Indeed, it's all part of preparing to reclaim what's left of my life." She held the map, her gaze fixed on it, thinking hopefully with this Theodore and Owen won't find me. Having finished, she rolled up the map and turned to Harriet. "My clothes and jewelry are useless now. Could you sell them all and exchange them for gold?" Harriet readily agreed. "Ah, of course. Leave it to me. I'm very good at selling for a high price." Seeing that everything was settled, Lily said, "I'll return in 2 days and bring more clothes and jewelry." Harriet responded cheerfully, waving her hand slightly. "All right, see you in 2 days then." Harriet watched their retreating figures and waved goodbye, her clear voice echoing in the quiet space. "Charlotte, it was lovely seeing you. See you later." Charlotte's cheeks flushed at the warm farewell. Lily pulled her hood close, her mind absorbed in plans for the future. Suddenly, Charlotte softly called out beside her, "My lady." Lily turned to look at her. She offered a reassuring smile, like sunshine dispelling dark clouds. "Don't worry, everything will be all right." Lily looked at her lovely smile, a warm ray of light reaching her cold heart, and unconsciously curved her lips into a gentle smile. Her lips moved slightly as she softly replied, "Yes." After a while, they had ventured deep into the forest, with towering ancient trees standing like silent giants, and arrived before a small, gurgling stream. Lily slowly removed her black cloak, revealing simple yet elegant attire. Charlotte hurried to Lily's side, her face etched with worried, "My lady, we must return quickly." Lily agreed. "All right, let's go." They walked along the small path in the deep forest when Charlotte looked up at the overcast sky. She said worriedly, "The sky looks like it's about to cry. It might rain before dawn." Lily, hearing this, slowly looked up at the gray sky, her eyes fixed on the drifting dark clouds. Her mind began to drift back to the past, to indelible memories. It was like this back then, too. However, now I will face it properly so we can fulfill our promise in the future. It's a lie. But now, how he feels about me doesn't really matter anymore because I've decided to kill my feelings. So everything is all right. Lily looked up with her beautiful eyes, reassuring herself that everything was truly all right. When she returned to the castle, she happened to run into Theodore in the large hallway. He suddenly asked, "Where have you been?" Lily stopped and softly lied, "I went for a picnic." Theodore slowly walked towards her and said, "I heard you weren't feeling well." Lily avoided his gaze and replied, "It's not so bad that I can't go out." Theodore persisted, "But your doctor said otherwise." Lily started to lose her patience, feeling cornered. She replied, her voice slightly raised, "Of course my doctor has to emphasize caution, but to me, it's not that serious." Theodore, hearing her insistence, could only stand speechless, his eyes betraying his worry and confusion. Theodore hesitantly changed the subject. "Where did you have your picnic?" Lily replied, her voice light and emotionless, "By the river near Valentino Castle." Theodore knew she was lying. He said in a low voice, "I sent knights to look for you, but they said they couldn't find you by any river." His words startled Lily slightly for a moment. Theodore furrowed his brow slightly. He said to her, his voice gentle but firm, "Be honest with me. Where did you really go?" Lily raised her head, her tone sarcastic and bitter. "Why? Or do you think I'm plotting something against the Everest family?" Theodore sighed and said, "I just want you to be honest with me." Lily scoffed. "Well, in my opinion, I don't understand why I should be honest with you." Theodore was taken aback. "What did you just say?" Lily replied indifferently, each word like a small knife stabbing into his heart. "Did I say anything wrong? We've never had the habit of reporting our daily activities to each other." Then she turned to leave, brushing past him and leaving behind only a callous sentence. Her voice as light as a breeze, but as sharp as a knife. "So stop this mind game. Please get out of my way." Suddenly, Lily felt dizzy. She lost her balance, her movements faltering for a moment, her eyes widening in alarm. Lily fainted and collapsed, her slender body falling freely through the air like a withered flower, leaving Theodore and Charlotte in shock. The only sound remaining in the air was Charlotte's panicked cry, "My lady!" Fortunately, Theodore reacted quickly, darting forward like an arrow and catching her in his arms before she hit the ground. In Lily's blurred vision, she only saw two figures like blurry streaks of color in her fading sight, along with their panicked voices echoing incessantly, "My lady, are you all right? Quickly, do something." She didn't know how much time had passed before Lily slowly opened her eyes. She blinked to clear her vision, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, then slowly sat up. Suddenly, Lily heard Theodore's voice beside her ear. "Are you finally awake?" Only then did she realize he was carrying her. Flustered, Lily squirmed and pushed against his chest, repeatedly saying, "Please put me down." Seeing this, Theodore gently set her down, but kept his hands outstretched to steady her. Just then, a maid rushed over, calling out breathlessly, "My lady." She hurried to them, hands on her knees as she struggled to catch her breath. She turned and bowed respectfully to Theodore. Lily also stole a glance at him. Then, without a word of farewell, she turned sharply and walked quickly towards her room, as if fleeing. Theodore followed, stopping before her door, but Lily quickly slammed it shut. Her whole body slumped like a wilted flower. Lily collapsed on her bed and covered her eyes with her hand. "I won't thank him. It's a kindness I don't want to accept." Theodore hesitated at her door, while conflicting thoughts swirled in Lily's mind. His kindness, his warmth, perhaps even his sympathy. Then Theodore unconsciously lowered his door. Lily had made up her mind. I prepared for the divorce and my escape. Her mind held firm to her intentions, unwavering. As long as I'm not caught until the day the plan is carried out, everything will be fine. A pang of sadness struck her. After all this, we'll soon part ways. For days quickly passed. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway, accompanied by a frantic voice calling, "My lady." Lily, engrossed in her book, heard the panicked voice say, "Something terrible has happened." At the call, she barely lifted her head, her sapphire eyes glancing indifferently towards the door. Lily spoke softly, but her curiosity was evident. "What is it?" The maid swallowed, trying to regain her breath. "Lady Simora." Between gasps, Charlotte struggled to convey the news, but she's trying to break into your room. Lily's blue eyes widened in surprise. Somewhere in the mansion, the crashing of breaking objects rang out, mingled with a wailing cry. "Let me go." Lily and Charlotte rushed down the hallway, hearing the panicked voices of servants trying to intervene echoing throughout the long corridor. "Lady Simora, you mustn't. You need to go back to your room." Annabella was frantically smashing everything within reach. Two burly servants strained to restrain her thin but surprisingly strong arms as she shrieked. I said, "Let me go." The room looked like it had been hit by a tornado, with objects scattered across the floor. Lily approached Jenna and asked quietly what happened. Jenna stammered as she tried to find the right words to describe the awkward situation. Oh. Lily glanced at Annabella, her blue eyes darkening with undisguised disgust, a frown creasing her brow. Meanwhile, Jenna's steady voice continued beside her. When we came to clean with the other maids, we found the door open and saw Lady Simora ransacking the entire room. Lily thought to herself, I can't believe this. Raising her voice in mockery and contempt, Lily looked directly into the eyes of the frantic woman before her. Why don't you stop pretending to be crazy now, Lady Simora? Hearing the biting taunt, Annabella slowly turned her head, her cracked lips moving as she uttered a single, hateful word, you. She struggled free from the grip of the two servants and lunged towards Lily, her gaunt hands outstretched like the claws of a beast, muttering accusations. It's all your fault. In that moment, a firm hand grasped Lily's shoulder, pulling her back. Theodo wrapped his arm around Lily's shoulder, his dark brows furrowed, his voice low but authoritative. Has Aunt truly lost her mind? Annabella, like a madwoman, reached out a trembling hand to touch his shoulder, her voice turning strangely gentle as she whispered, Theodo, my nephew. With a sharp, dismissive gesture, Theodo flung Annabella's bony hand away. Escort my aunt back to her room immediately. The servants obeyed instantly, replying, As you command, your grace. The two tall men led Annabella away. Theodo glanced around the room and said in a low, calm voice, This room is a mess. I'll have the servants tidy it up. Lily subtly moved away from Theodo's hand on her shoulder. Her mind racing, she tried to calm herself amidst the chaotic thoughts of secrets potentially discovered. It'll be all right. I've put away everything important, like the escape plan documents. Lily bent down, her slender fingers picking up a few scattered papers on the floor. Her heart felt lighter when she didn't find any crucial documents amongst the scattered papers. Not here. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. The divorce papers are gone. Lily turned, her eyes wide with panic, quickly scanning the room, wondering, were they? Did they fall on the floor? At that moment, Theodo bent down, his long fingers picking up a piece of paper. Lily spun around as she noticed his action. Theodo froze like a statue, his deep blue eyes fixed on the paper in his hand. Time seemed to stop in that moment. Theodo's voice broke the silence. What is this? Lily straightened, knowing there was no way to hide the truth any longer, and decided to be straightforward. As you can see, it's the divorce papers. Theodo's eyes flickered with confusion, his voice hoarse and bewildered. You say divorce papers? Lily answered frankly, Yes, I prepared them in advance to avoid any trouble for you. I've already signed them, so please sign them now. He hoarsely asked her, Do you really want to divorce me that much? You prepared these papers without discussing it with me first. Lily nodded slightly. Let me be clear. Didn't you want the divorce? She looked at the man before her. Her voice was cold but firm. Actually, this is the perfect time. Please sign it quickly. I'll give you the other 2 copies to sign as well. Theodo stood rooted to the spot, trying to find words, but only managing a broken, hesitant. The atmosphere was thick with tension as the two stood facing each other. Theodo finally spoke, his voice low, almost a whisper, filled with pain and pleading. You don't want to be close to me anymore. Surprise flickered in Lily's eyes. After a brief moment to regain her composure, she lifted her chin, her voice as cold as ice. I told you before, Theodo. I hate you. 3 short words, but they carried a destructive power, making Theodo recoil, the pain evident on his handsome face. She glared at him, her delicate brows furrowed, her voice sharp and resolute. I am not someone you can hurt and abuse as you please. In a sudden, unexpected move, Lily forcefully snatched the divorce papers from Theodo's trembling fingers. Then she turned her back, her voice emotionless and firm. I will send you the divorce papers later. Please leave now. Theodo froze, staring at his motionless hand, suspended in midair. Finally, like a warrior accepting defeat, Theodo slowly turned and walked away, his shoulders slumped. Lily stood there, her head bowed as his footsteps faded, her slender hands resting on the large table. She thought to herself, I won't speak to him again in the future. There's no reason for me to continue longing for someone who has hurt me so much. Meanwhile, in another room in the vast mansion, Gavin sat opposite Theodo and asked, his voice full of curiosity. Are those the divorce papers? Theodo, sitting across from him, simply replied with a short yes. Gavin crossed his arms, leaned back in his chair, and looked at Theodo's distraught appearance, his mind filled with speculation. They must have argued again. Gavin thought worriedly. With Theodo's temper, he won't back down easily. He suddenly asked, his voice blunt and straightforward, "Listen, did you argue with the Duchess about preparing for the divorce?" Gavin's direct question made Theodo freeze, as if struck in a vulnerable spot. He sat in silence, not answering Gavin's question. His averted gaze made it clear to Gavin that he had hit the mark. Knew it, Gavin thought, a sense of satisfaction creeping into his heart. That difficult temperament. He couldn't help but think of Theodo's aloof exterior. Theodo seems perfect on the outside, but he's quite clumsy in relationships, especially with those who have a significant influence on him. Gavin crossed his arms, leaning back in his chair, speculating, his body relaxed but his mind sharp. With his amnesia, it seems he's only acting on instinct. Gavin began to form his own theories, his eyes sweeping across the room before settling back on Theodo. Theodo, with no memories, seemingly unable to control his emotions, whatever they may be. There must be some misunderstanding or some complication in their relationship. Then he leaned forward, a helpless expression on his face, his eyes full of sympathy, and gently pressed a small candy into Theodo's hand. "Here," he said, "have a candy. You need sugar when you're feeling down." Theodo slowly took the candy and asked, "Do I look that bad?" Gavin sighed and replied, "Yes, very, very much so." Then, as Theodo looked at the candy in his palm, he started slightly. The emerald green candy was beautifully wrapped in shimmering foil, nestled in his large hand. For some reason, its green color reminded him of Lily's eyes. He quickly put the candy down, as if it had suddenly become hot in his hand. Gavin began to brainstorm solutions, his mind racing with various scenarios and options. Regardless, with the divorce papers, she's not one to just sit idly by. He thought of Lily's gentle appearance, but fiercely strong personality. She may seem rather indifferent, but daring to argue with Theodo shows she's not an ordinary person. He also remembered Charlotte, and the Duchess's maid. Her name is Charlotte, right? The maid is young but wise and knows how to navigate situations. She'll definitely be a helpful aid to the Duchess. Then, as if realizing something was amiss, Gavin touched his chin, his mind lost in complex thoughts. Wait, could they be planning to run away in the middle of the night? But the Duchess is in a very weak state. Thoughts and denials churned within Gavin's mind like waves crashing against the shore. And oh, that can't be. Preparing documents in advance to expedite a divorce is a typical tactic of noble women. Usually, they choose to flee in the dead of night. He began to consider the consequences. If it's known a noblewoman ran away in the middle of the night, it won't just cause a stir within the territory, but rumors will spread throughout the kingdom. Then, thinking of Everest's people, he added, "Moreover, if it reaches Everest's ears, they'll definitely sue us, claiming the fault lies with the husband." Gavin sighed and leaned back against his chair, slightly bewildered. The Duchess has made a wise decision. If she doesn't draw the line now, it will complicate matters between the families, leading to battles between the two sides and many other troubles. Suddenly, he glanced at Theodo, the man sitting silently like a stone statue. However, he thought, Theodo will eventually acknowledge his feelings and accept the Duchess. A shiver ran down Gavin's spine as he imagined a different scenario. But if she escapes before that happens, I can only imagine what will transpire. If the Duchess truly intends to escape, we need to take necessary measures. Suddenly, Gavin stood up, his voice serious and resolute. "Theo, this is my advice for you." He sat opposite Theodo and slowly said, "Your aunt will cause trouble for the Duchess at any time." He offered a temporary solution, his tone sharpening. "Tightening security is a good idea. We need to prepare for situations we can't handle, like this time. You should also talk to the Duchess." Theodo pondered Gavin's words, his eyes contemplative. Ultimately, Gavin remained unsure of his own advice. He swallowed, "That's what I said," but, seemingly misunderstanding Gavin, Theodo stationed 2 soldiers to stand guard in front of Lily's room. Gavin stood in a corner, his eyes wide with astonishment as he watched the two soldiers standing like statues before Lily's door. He thought helplessly. He should talk to her, not monitor her every move. He recalled Theodo's serious and determined face as he'd said, "All right, I'll take action immediately." At the time, Gavin had felt a sense of unease. Does he even understand what I mean? Everything was arranged and carried out according to Gavin's words, but according to Theodo's own rigid and extreme interpretation. From then on, the Duchess wasn't allowed to leave without the Duke's permission. Every action was closely monitored. Even stepping into the garden required the Duke's consent and the Knight's supervision. Lily remained indifferent, gazing out the window, calm as a still lake. Charlotte, however, paced anxiously, her beautiful face etched with worry. "It's been 9 hours, and the Duchess is still like this," she fretted. Gavin stood there helplessly, lost in thought, his hand covering his forehead and his eyes closed. He calls it protection, but it's clearly confinement, he thought, distraught. Even if I offer more advice, he won't understand and will just mess everything up. He doesn't understand anything. Distance, a flicker of hope in his eyes. That for the Duchess to give up on this idea. Lily remained seated, her eyes vacant, staring into the void before her. Gavin truly wasn't sure, anxiety rising within him like tide. He could only hope that his suspicions of her planning a midnight escape were just that, suspicions. 2 days passed quickly. Everything maintained a tense stillness, like the quiet before a storm. A maid carrying a tray of food walked softly down the hallway. The two guards at the door brightened at the sight of her. They playfully teased Charlotte. Charlotte laughed in response. "I brought some snacks," she said, handing the food to the guards. She then stood at the door and called out, "Madam, I brought you some snacks." Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. "Oh." Entering the room, Charlotte saw Zine sitting and drinking tea. "Would Dr. Shop like some?" she asked politely. Then, in a lower voice, "Where is the Duchess?" Zine replied softly, "The Duchess is napping. She's been struggling with insomnia and just managed to fall asleep." Zine smiled gently. "Let's have our snacks now, shall we?" she said to Charlotte. Charlotte, however, kept glancing anxiously towards Lily's room, her eyes filled with unconcealed worry. She hesitantly agreed, "Yes, all right." Outside, the two guards ate and chatted, their laughter echoing, oblivious to the plan unfolding behind the door they guarded. A soft click echoed, as light as a falling leaf, the sound of a door opening. An empty plate sat beside a figure sitting on the floor. Zine, inside the room, watched as Charlotte carefully observed the hallway. "Are they asleep?" she whispered. Charlotte looked at the two guards dozing on the floor, their hands slack, crumbs still clinging to their mouths. "Yes, it seems they've eaten everything," she replied softly. Zine held a small bottle of sleeping draught, thinking to herself, I secretly added some sleeping draught. I never thought I'd use it for this." Lily's delicate necklace swayed slightly with her movements. Ready, she opened the door and spoke to Charlotte, her voice soft but firm. "Let's go, Charlotte. As a precaution, until we leave Veroni's, please continue to call me Dr. Shop," Lily instructed carefully. "Yes, I'll remember," Charlotte replied obediently. Lily paused, glancing back at the table, her steps slowing. She walked over and placed a paper on the table, her mind a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. "I've written a divorce decree, and the information I gathered about the crimes the Everest family may have committed," she thought, her gaze distant that IT might help him. "Because this will be the last time, I want to leave all the bad feelings behind." Lily lowered her eyes, a hint of sadness in them. "Even though he hurt me, he's not entirely a bad person," she thought, her throat tightening with a sudden pang of emotion. Looking down at the flower-shaped pendant in her hand, she added, "Just like how? I can't bring myself to throw this necklace away." She wasn't sure what emotions surfaced when she recalled old memories with Theodo. Perhaps they were lingering regrets she hadn't realized contained within this necklace. The voice in her mind grew fainter. Lily stared blankly for a moment, then slammed the necklace down on the table. She resolved, let all of this go, along with this necklace. Charlotte turned and softly called to Lily using a different title, as instructed. The young woman's voice trembled with worry. Dr. Shop, come on. Lily collected herself and nodded. She stepped forward and softly said, All right, let's go, Charlotte. Let's leave everything behind. Charlotte and Lily walked out the door together, leaving the castle. They carried with them thoughts, anxieties, and hopes swirling in their minds, heading to a place where no one would recognize them. Rapid footsteps echoed in the quiet space, like a drumbeat signaling a daring escape, breaking the stillness of the late night. A carriage was parked in a darkened corner. Harriet stood beside it as if waiting for someone, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings. Seeing Lily and Charlotte hurrying towards him through the night, Harriet breathed a sigh of relief and waved, calling softly, This way. He opened the carriage door urgently. It's this carriage. Hurry up. Charlotte stepped forward and then turned to gesture Lily. Her pale face clearly showed her worry under the dim moonlight. Dr. Shop, please get in first. Lily, under the guise of a physician, climbed into the carriage, her small hand gripping the side. Worry still clouded her mind. Thanks to this disguise, I could escape easily, but eventually, someone will discover the sleeping guards and report to Theodo. She speculated, based on his actions so far, he'll likely try to find me. After all, knowing his personality, my running away in the middle of the night like this will make him furious, and this will become the talk of the kingdom. I can clearly imagine how the story will spread. I feel sorry for Theodo, who will become the center of all the gossip, but the rumors will die down quickly. She opened her eyes slightly, her gaze filled with a deep sadness like a bottomless ocean. Lowering her eyes in sorrow, she murmured to herself, This is the best choice for me. Lily thought about her future freedom, a flicker of hope appearing as she reassured herself, the only way for me to find happiness. My life has always been plagued by misfortune. Even so, I still want to spend the rest of my life in peace, in a place without hostility, without nobles, without Everest. She looked forward to life after escaping, without Valentino. If I can live like an ordinary person. Then Lily looked at Charlotte, who was anxiously watching outside through the window, her tense face reflected in the faint moonlight. Lily's heart swelled with both sorrow and gratitude. And if I can finally close my eyes, then I pray that happiness will come to Charlotte. I don't think I'll feel sad anymore. Lily also looked out the window. Looking at the brightening sky outside, her mind drifted into thought. My short time in Verones, wasn't it relatively peaceful compared to living in Everest Castle? She silently pushed away the past. So, let's forget all the pain and only remember the happy memories. Later, when I think of Verones, it won't hurt anymore. And I'll be able to smile and say, there were days like that. Lily tiredly closed her eyes halfway, then gently reached out to the thin curtain, her trembling fingers stroking it lightly as if caressing a memory. In her mind echoed the words of farewell, goodbye Verones, goodbye Theodore. At the castle at this moment, the dawn light also shone softly through the window. Pains. Theodore lay sleeping, his handsome face slightly creased in a dream, then suddenly startled awake, his body tense as if sensing something ominous. He sat up abruptly, rubbing his temples. Theodore also suddenly realized the unusual atmosphere. The castle was strangely quiet. He slowly got out of bed, suspicious, thinking, what is this uneasy feeling? Opening the door and stepping out, Theodore walked along the long corridor. Then he suddenly frowned as he noticed something, his sharp eyes like knives looking towards the end of the hallway, his heart beating faster. Theodore froze, watching the two guards in front of Lily's room, fast asleep and neglecting their duties. They were still deep in sleep, unaware of Theodore's arrival. A feeling of unease washed over Theodore, causing him to hurriedly burst through the door. The room was still silent, the space as quiet as a frozen painting, only the figure covered by a blanket lying on a large bed, without a sound. Theodore silently approached the bed, each heavy step as if dragging the whole world with him, his eyes never leaving the motionless form. Then he reached out and pulled back the blanket. His eyes immediately darkened, his whole body stiffening at the unbelievable sight before him. Theodore stared at the back, lying on the bed. the room's atmosphere seeming to freeze with each of his heavy breaths. His eyes, sharp and full of suspicion, swept over every line of the blanket. He forcefully pulled the blanket covering the face away, revealing Diane's face, sound asleep. Theodore called out, his voice ringing like a command. "Wake up, Dr. Sop." Diane blinked her eyes and woke up drowsily, letting out a sound of doubt. She sat up with a start, realizing with alarm that Theodore was standing next to her, and stammered loudly, her voice trembling. "Oh, Your Grace, what is it? Is it?" With displeasure in his tone, Theodore threw the blanket to the floor and said, his voice as cold as a blade, "I was about to ask you the same thing. What happened?" Diane responded in a flustered manner, as if trying to hide something. The Duchess called for me because she couldn't sleep. I remember drinking the tea she gave me." Hearing this, Theodore turned sharply to look towards the tea table. He immediately saw the divorce papers, a gold coin, and a necklace lying on the table. Theodore stammered, speechless. Theodore stepped forward and picked up the coin, carefully observing it. Looking at the old gold coin in his hand, he kept asking himself, his inner voice becoming urgent. "My brother's coin? I couldn't find it, but why is it here?" Then he picked up the papers next to it, the rustling sound echoing through the quiet space. Diane slowly called out, her voice trembling, "Your Grace." At this moment, Theodore's face paled, and he could only whisper her name, his voice like a heavy sigh, "Lily." Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of something. The flower pendant necklace shimmered with a beautiful blue light, like a sparkling memory. A faint memory flickered in Theodore's mind of him personally fastening this necklace around her neck. He remembered his feelings from the time of his amnesia, the voice in his head becoming tormented. "I kept denying it, but after I gradually accepted it, everything became more painful." Questions relentlessly plagued his mind. How could this be? She's Duke Everest's daughter, the woman treated no differently than their pawn. That's what I thought before. Theodore stood frozen. The necklace in his hand suddenly fell. Diane panicked upon seeing his figure dart away. She ran after him, calling out, "Your Grace." Theodore slammed the door open and rushed outside. The once tranquil, magnificent castle was now in chaos due to the Duchess's disappearance. He turned and shouted, his voice echoing throughout the space, "Depart." The soldiers responded in unison, "Yes, Your Grace." Theodore frowned, his gaze piercing the distant horizon like an arrow, filled with determination and resolve. He left behind only a resounding shout carrying his determination. "Faster! I must hurry, I must find her." Then he glanced in one direction, perhaps having spotted a clue. He turned his horse and galloped off, questions swirling in his mind. Southeast, could she be planning to take the bridge over the Herman Canal to Donax? This can't happen. I haven't had a proper conversation with her yet. It was a tone filled with genuine care and affection. His memory returned to the moment he had accidentally picked up the diary on the floor. When he read the words written by his own hand, he discovered his feelings for Lily, and he was certain there was some misunderstanding between them. He pondered deeply, questions like shattered fragments in his mind. There must be some misunderstanding. It's puzzling. Why was I so at ease with my amnesia? 2 years have passed since I first met Lily. The difference between then and now is undoubtedly due to the confidence in my own power and the feeling of stability of a well-organized environment. I gained all of that after meeting Lily post-amnesia, things I couldn't have before. I know my own shortcomings better than anyone. I'm still not good enough. I have to strive to become more perfect. That's why I'm obsessed with perfection. Constantly being the center of attention also puts pressure on me, so as not to disappoint the retainers who always support me. As the sole head of Valentino, I have to be extremely meticulous in everything and can hardly relax. An old memory of Lily resurfaced. Perhaps that's why, when she softly called out, "Your Grace," the timid young woman didn't leave much of a good impression on me. The unfamiliar feeling Lily gave me was too much. Even at the wedding ceremony with Lily, he hadn't let go of his guard. I married my enemy's daughter, so I couldn't give her my heart. He had acted distantly, reflecting his thoughts at the time. That's why I kept denying it. He had always been the one to neglect her, never once truly listening. Lily's harsh words, spoken in anger, now echoed in his ears. You have to understand how much I hate those bastards. At least, you should know that. Not even once. Even when she crumbled under false accusations. Even during those difficult times, I was foolish enough to believe those scraps of paper. He remained stubborn in his foolish thoughts, feeling disappointed in her. I hurt her for over a year. Though his feelings were different, even though my heart knew Lily was innocent, he coldly pulled his hand away from her desperate grasp. He didn't even bother to look back at her, indifferent to her feelings at that moment. The more he dwelled on his thoughts, the worse he felt about himself. She always tried to stay by my side, but I continuously trampled on her heart. Theodore closed his eyes slightly, asking himself, how can I ever atone for this? Her words from that time flashed through his mind. I told you, Theodore. And then Lily's last words echoed. I hate you. As if falling into a dream, he saw Lily, her gentle smile beautiful amidst a lush green meadow. Theodore slowly approached and whispered, I know. He confessed his feelings. I will never be forgiven. He continued to pour out his heart to Lily in this illusion. And I know that I denied everything for so long that there's no turning back. Lily in the illusion suddenly asked him, do you regret it? Theodore's eyes widened in surprise. Then he lowered his gaze, giving a sad smile as he replied, yes, I regret it very much. Lily's hazy figure suddenly vanished, leaving him standing there alone with the thought, that's why. Snapping out of his reverie, Theodore gritted his teeth and spurred his horse forward. He galloped ahead, hoping to see her again. There's so much I have to say to you. Like the gold coin he thought he had lost, now returned to him. He, too, longed to see her again, Lily. Late at night, in a large room, a figure slept soundly. Theodore, his head resting on a soft feather pillow, slept dreamlessly. Suddenly, a familiar voice woke him. I really don't know if it's okay to keep going like this. Rubbing his eyes, he dragged his tired feet towards the hallway. What if something happens to you? Theo will have to succeed you. If you don't teach him anything, won't that cause problems? Theodore saw his half-brother and his mother engrossed in a serious discussion, something he couldn't understand at the time. But it's all right, Mother. I'm holding up just fine. Camille gave his mother a gentle, reassuring smile. And Theo is still a child. He should be enjoying his childhood. He can't go through something like this so early. There was one thing Theodore was certain of. I was never raised as the heir, because that position originally belonged to my brother. His back was tall and dependable, but also seemed burdened. Theodore stood in the shadows, observing for a long time. Then he clicked his tongue softly and returned to the warmth of his bedroom, a responsibility I couldn't bear. In those peaceful days, then, the happy days didn't last long when the naive child discovered a large pool of blood in his house. Theodore's eyes widened in shock. Before him was a floor drenched in the color of blood, the pungent smell also rising strongly. And naturally, the position of successor after his brother's death weighed heavily on Theodore's shoulders, only after belatedly shouldering that responsibility. Finally, I realized that I couldn't go back to the time when I was a child. In the following days, the entire castle sank into silence. The belongings in his room remained scattered just like the day it happened. The days of living off his sacrifice were nothing short of hell, the unclosable cracks widening day by day. During that turbulent time, more than 100 villages were attacked by monsters. Not only that, but his brother's presence seemed to linger around the castle. And worse, his brother's soul, Seraphim, wasn't easy to control. Theodore was like a lost soul, dazed all day. He often stood before Camille's portrait hanging in the large hallway for a long time. Theodore was always the subject of whispers and gossip. Since Camille has passed away, the position of head of the family will be inherited by Theodore, right? But I heard he hasn't made a contract with his soul yet. The pity of those around him made him tired. Weren't the cracks still spreading? If only Camille were still alive. Theodore leaned helplessly against his brother's picture and softly called, "Brother." Dark circles under his eyes bore the marks of many sleepless nights. Seraphim won't agree to a contract, so how can I protect the territory from these cracks? He always clutched the gold coin that Camille had given him before he died. What should I do now? There was no reply, nor could he find the answer he desired. The disaster spread like spilled ink. Hope dissolved like a piece of soaked paper. Even knowing this, Theodore kept trying to find a solution. Looking at the scattered papers on the table, he tiredly racked his brains. The damage was too great. Countless questions arose in his mind. Had something like this ever happened before? The cracks were expanding so fast they were impossible to count. But at least those with souls from other regions are coming to help. If Valentino's position continues to shrink and we only wait for support, then this territory will be finished. Theodore's heavy, tired eyes closed at I in this situation. Even if Everest uses underhanded tactics against Valentino, it will be difficult to hold out. He constantly blamed himself. All of this was because he had failed to make a contract with Seraphim. Theodore pushed himself up from the table and stood. He walked towards the window and reached for his cloak. Putting it on, he thought, first, I have to do something. Suddenly, heated arguing erupted outside the door. What's going on? A servant rushed in to inform him that Valentino's relatives had arrived. After a conversation with these uninvited guests, Theodore lost his composure and shouted, "What are you talking about? Telling me to give up the succession?" He vehemently refuted their suggestion. "I am the head of Valentino. This isn't something you can decide on your own. Isn't your position rather weak right now?" Faced with their disdain, sweat poured down his face. His teeth clenched as he tried to suppress his anger. What do you think you can do in that position? You can't fill Camille's shoes alone, can you? Or do you have another way? The relatives didn't hesitate to gang up on him, using their words to belittle the young boy. You can't even form a contract with a spirit, can you? The situation outside the battlefield is extremely tense. The death toll and casualties were constantly rising in just a short period. Bodies lay scattered, the stench of blood permeating the air. Theodore walked alone along the desolate battlefield. His feet felt heavy as he came to a standstill. Blood splattered across the young man's face during the battle. Theodore cried out in despair, "Seraphim." His mournful call echoed softly. "Why won't you answer me?" He looked at the cooling bodies that I need you to. Theodore's burdened shadow stretched long on the ground that I need strength like my brother now. He looked at his blood-soaked hands, trembling from the fighting, and asked himself, is it because I'm not Camille Valentino? All the humiliation and pain he had suppressed for so long came pouring out. Theodore's face flushed as he sobbed. Is it just because I'm alive? He remembered the carefree days, remembered Camille's gentle smile and caring attention. The taunts of his relatives haunted him like a ghost. If it were Camille alive and not you, everything would have. Theodore dropped his hands and stared at the blazing fire ahead. Tears streamed down his face. It's my fault. Theodore collapsed to his knees. Looking up at the gloomy, death-filled sky, it's all my fault. All the doors in the room were closed tight. Not a single ray of light could penetrate Theodore's private space. His brows suddenly furrowed as if he were about to wake up. Theodore rested his head on the familiar pillow and slowly opened his eyes. He looked around at the quiet surroundings. Suddenly, a worried voice called out, "Theo, are you awake?" Beside him was Zine, who seemed to have been there for quite some time. Theodore clutched his aching head and sat up. He trailed off, a sudden jolt of pain making his head spin. Zine placed her hands on his shoulders. "It's all right, lie down. You can't do anything in this condition." She continued to soothe him gently, "But I'll take care of the rest." Zine smiled softly, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Now, your only remaining relative is..." There. Zine gently helped Theodore lie back down on the bed, stroking his damp hair. "First, get some sleep, and then we'll talk." Her gaze grew heavy. "Sleep well, Theo." This aunt's face gave him a feeling of familiarity. It reminded him of his gentle, deceased mother. He remembered the happy days when his mother would caress his head. He remembered all the moments spent with his whole family. Theodore slowly closed his eyes, shutting away the painful past intertwined with happiness. The number of rifts and monsters was increasing like a flood. In this situation, where a proper contract with a spirit couldn't be made, if this continued, Valentino would collapse. While urgent support from other families was needed, the best solution now was to marry the daughter of the Everest family. even though Everest was the center of the opposing force against the Valentino family. Faced with this proposal, Theodore couldn't help but hesitate. This was a matter concerning the lives of the residents. In his territory, his face darkened as he stared at the hand extended before him. Honor and pride no longer mattered. Theodore decisively reached out and grasped the elderly hand of the other person. The next day, Theodore quickly departed for the Everest family's mansion. He slowly took heavy steps down from the carriage. He looked around the mansion. His attention was suddenly caught by an unfamiliar figure. Soft, long, platinum blonde curls danced in the cool breeze. Theodore's eyes widened. Silver hair. The other person also seemed quite surprised to discover his presence. Emerald green eyes. The breathtakingly beautiful girl was none other than his fiancée, Lily Everest. Theodore's whole body suddenly stiffened. In that moment, I felt the same loneliness as him from those eyes. He didn't hesitate to approach her and offer his cloak. "Are you cold? I thought we might share something in common." Gavin had been waiting for Theodore at the door with his arms crossed. "Welcome back. How did it go?" His eyes suddenly narrowed. "Where's your cloak?" Theodore calmly replied, "I lost it." "Huh? What?" He gave a curt reply and then walked straight inside. "That I don't know." Theodore's eyes were slightly troubled after the encounter. He softly called to his attendant, "Gavin, do you think? The next questions caught in his throat. "Can we live well together? Putting aside the conflict between our families, if she can understand the loneliness I felt in her eyes." A nameless hope suddenly arose in his heart. Then, maybe she'll understand me too. Despite this, when he stood before the picture of his family, Theodore couldn't utter a single word. "That it's nothing. Even if it's a baseless hope, I want to believe in it." However, not long after, bad news quickly arrived. "Look at this, Theo." Annabella brought a letter to Theodore. "I knew it. From the moment she agreed to the marriage, I felt something was strange." Her hands trembled as she cupped his face, sobbing, "The Everest family. They killed your brother." Dean's expression was one of utter devastation. He knew that, yet he still agreed to the marriage. But Theodore couldn't show any emotion. His hands fell limp. All hope seemed lost. The wedding day soon arrived. The priest's voice echoed throughout the cathedral. "Here, joined by the sacred bond bestowed by God, the two of you shall be united this day." Theodore's face remained impassive as he placed the wedding ring on his wife's finger. His eyes didn't meet hers, but instead looked towards the back. A familiar figure suddenly caught Theodore's eye. His pupils widened in undisguised horror. This was his punishment for seeking comfort and understanding after surviving alone. Immediately after the wedding, Lily rushed to find him and explain. "Duke Valentino, please wait." She placed a hand on her chest, insisting, "I'm different from my father and brother. In fact, I didn't want this marriage either." His expression remained cold, her words falling on deaf ears. "So, I didn't marry you to harm the Valentino family." He only noticed the image of his brother that seemed to constantly linger behind Lily. "And why father forced this upon me?" Ignoring her explanation, Theodore turned and walked away. "Duke Valentino," Lily cried out desperately from behind him, "I also wanted to share the medicinal herbs to help the people in your territory." Theodore couldn't contain himself any longer. He spun around and yelled, "Stop wasting my time. You're not the Duchess Valentino. You're an Everest." Her beautiful face flushed crimson as she reached out to him pleadingly. "Theo, no. Duke Valentino, please help me." Her pleading image instantly reminded him of his brother's bloodied form before he died. "Please help me. You just need to stay by my side until the banquet ends." His face paled, his eyes suddenly losing focus. Theodore forcefully flung her hand away. "Let go of me." Lily was so shocked she couldn't speak. Those days of surviving in hell have left me broken, unable to think about anything. Day after day, Theodore continued to live a life he considered to be his own personal hell. His face held no trace of comfort, especially when he saw his new wife. Lily's presence in the castle gradually became familiar. They passed each other like strangers. It seemed that after their argument, she didn't even bother to speak to him anymore. Theodore's mood wasn't any better than hers. Moreover, he had another obsession. Theodore never dared to stay near Lily for too long. why brother's ghost always appears like her shadow. Lily's skirt trailed forlornly across the cold tile floor. She wandered alone in the vast castle. Therefore, I don't want to see her or hear her voice. We both gradually distanced ourselves from each other for self-preservation. I chose to isolate her. I only learned later, but no one told me that doing so would unintentionally isolate me as well. The country situation worsened day by day. A few gold coins weren't enough to improve anyone's life. And the people I won over by sacrificing my self-respect couldn't prevent all the cracks from appearing. In the end, the territory fell into the worst possible state. Due to the attacks of the magical beasts, the residents lost their homes. Then a drought hit, destroying crops and livestock. People scavenged for the filthiest things to fill their stomachs. Fights broke out constantly due to starvation, leaving the hungry residents desperately clinging to scraps of bread. The soldiers struggled to deal with these issues. Even Theodore himself witnessed these disputes firsthand. Laments echoed everywhere. "Oh God, your grace, what are we going to do?" The people cried and pleaded with him. "When will the magical beasts stop appearing? If we can't grow anything, we'll all starve to death." They continued to lament their helplessness. "There's not much livestock left. If we lose them too, then we, adults sobbed like children, has God abandoned us?" Faced with this scene, Theodore could only stand frozen before the chaotic crowd. "Duke, please save us." He gritted his teeth and stammered, The title of head of the Valentino family. I could feel the weight of it once more. Camille's shadow mingled with the crowd, seemingly visible only to him. I can't just stand here and watch my brother's shadow. His gaze, once fearful, now turned to resentment that I should have been that shadow. He didn't know that there was still a figure waiting for him at home. I cast aside all my honor and pride. Lily always looked out the window whenever he rushed to the battlefield. If I have to offer more, Theodore silently resolved, then let this remaining soul be burned to ashes as well. He and the other soldiers frantically charged towards the giant beasts, but in truth I sincerely hoped. He roared, blood splattering across his face, that what's left inside me won't be burned away. A sudden aura emanated from behind him. Camille stood behind Theodore, a powerful blue light radiating from him and transferring to his younger brother, as if saying, I will have enough strength to protect him. Feeling that power, Theodore's whole body froze. He glanced back and saw Camille's figure fading. The blue flame suddenly flared up, as if burning the other's soul. Soon, Theodore's brother was gone. There, a rumor soon spread that Duke Valentino had successfully made a pact with his spirit, a glimmer of hope in this barren hell. Upon receiving this news, the people were like those in the desert finding water, raising their hands in thanks that we are saved. The Duke will protect us. The soldiers were also overjoyed. Now we can fight back against the rift. Amidst the jubilation, Theodore stood above, observing everyone through a small window. His eyes were tinged with sadness. I don't feel any joy at all. Theodore turned and strode out of the room. He leaned his back against the door and whispered, Why did you change your mind? You've never answered any of my questions. Before, that light immediately appeared, flitting before his eyes. I guess it because of my brother, Seraphim. He looked up, his voice laced with sarcasm that you've always obeyed him. So I suppose you want to protect the things he left behind, right? It continued to flit back and forth, swirling around Theodore. Because I could never be like him. He silently watched its every movement. Seraphim just quietly burns with warmth, just like my brother. Theodore slid down the door until he was sitting on the floor, feeling the warmth of the light. I seek comfort in that warmth, even though I know there's no place for me there. Outside Adelaide's mansion, a messenger appeared. Her maid looked at the letter with a puzzled expression. In the corner of the envelope were two very cryptic initials. Yes, what? The young girl quickly ran into the mansion. Arriving at Adelaide's door, she politely knocked. Adelaide, who was enjoying tea in the hallway, called out, What is it? A letter has just arrived. I've come to deliver it to you, Mississippi. Oh, bring it in. The maid obediently presented the letter. Adelaide quickly took the brown envelope neatly placed on the tray. As soon as she opened it, She couldn't help but chuckle. The maid standing next to her was bewildered by this expression. Who sent that letter to make Miss laugh like that? Adelaide suddenly turned and shouted, startling the maid. Were you standing there for? Get out. Yes, I apologize. The maid hurriedly grabbed the aluminum tray and ran out. Adelaide stared at the letter, smiling with immense happiness. Her cheeks flushed, her voice filled with satisfaction. It seems the world is finally on my side. She quickly tossed the letter into the nearby fireplace. Of course it is. It has to be. It's only fair. The thin paper, meeting the high temperature, immediately burst into flames. A twisted smile spread across Adelaide's deceitful face. I've had feelings for Theo for a long time, but only heaven knows about the relationship between Adelaide and Lady Jean. At first, it was just a normal social relationship, but the frequency with which she called me over to confide increased. The situation in the territory is gradually improving. It also makes me feel relieved, but it's still so annoying that people from the Everest family are still at Valentino Castle. Adelaide, outwardly obedient as a puppy, listened to everything Lady Jean shared. It's been a year since I started secretly exchanging letters with Lady Simone. One day, she began to confide in me about her worries. She always feigns sympathy for Lady Jean, that I completely support you, Lady Simone. After several months of conversation and constantly affirming my loyalty to her, one fine day, she finally achieved her goal. Finally, she began to open up to me, of course. But deep down, Adelaide continuously cursed her. I never intended to truly support her. What a fool. Because she knew the older people get, the weaker they become. As they age, their vision narrows, and they become hesitant when faced with something unfamiliar. Then, finally, they only accept what they're used to. Lady Simone was no exception. Although iron, not blood, flowed through her veins, she couldn't avoid weakening with age. Even so, her pride remained firm, to the point that even though she opened up, she still wouldn't reveal everything to me. Adelaide cheerfully dropped a sugar cube into her teacup, humming a tune. Because of that, I haven't been able to grasp the details about the Valentino family, but it doesn't matter because I've successfully pulled her to my side. She picked up her teacup and took a sip. Moreover, today, her eyes were glued to the letter burning brightly in the fireplace. She even informed me that Lily Everest had tried to escape in the middle of the night. A malicious smile appeared on Adelaide's face. Such an easily manipulated person. Who would have thought she'd accept my proposal so readily? She recalled that day when she visited her privately, as usual, Lady Simone. As she sat listlessly, Adelaide suddenly exclaimed, "How about this?" Her eyebrows furrowed, her voice carrying a hint of enthusiasm. Could you pretend to have amnesia for a while? She slowly approached, a barely perceptible, twisted smile on her face. If Theodore doesn't understand your feelings, then at least try to evoke his sympathy. Thinking about it, Adelaide couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even I find it funny, but Lady Simone seemed to think the idea was reasonable and immediately followed through. She cheerfully placed her teacup back on the table. Well, it's true. After all, I've always been very thoughtful towards her. With her perpetually gentle and sweet demeanor, she was certain, both Theodore and Lady Simone, everyone must think I'm a good person. Adelaide shrugged, but isn't that right? I always treat those I cherish well and respect them with kindness. She reasoned, if I get angry or act rudely, there's always a reason behind it. That's the case with Theodore's fiancée, just like with Lily Everest. Adelaide always gave Lily a look filled with defiance that you're the villain, not me. She quickly stood up and strode into the room. All right, now that Lily Everest has left Theodore's protection, Adelaide excitedly chose a beautiful red dress for herself. It's probably time to get to work. Just then, the sound of something falling to the ground caught her attention. A sparkling, bright blue butterfly hairpin lay on the cold floor. This color immediately reminded her of the person she hated with a burning passion. If only she would disappear, Lily. Adelaide decisively stomped on the piece of jewelry, shattering it. If only she would disappear, then everyone could be happy. While Adelaide was busy with her schemes, her enemy was busy escaping. The sound of hooves echoed continuously through the deserted forest. Two carriages, one carrying horses, the other carrying luggage, followed each other along the forest path. Inside the carriage, a necklace with intricate designs swayed gently in the air. Lily quietly examined the object before her with extreme care. She sighed softly. It seems like the magic circuit has reached its limit. It's no longer usable. Remembering the time it had accompanied her in helping the villagers, her heart softened. Even so, I made good use of it. It was the magic tool Owen gave me to uncover Valentino's secret. But Lily clutched the pendant tightly in her hand. I really can't bear to throw it away. I think I'll keep it as a memento. Seeing her somewhat distracted, Salos quickly spoke up. And why, lady? Are you all right? The maid carefully reminded Lily. It's October now, so the weather's really quite cold. She smiled faintly and replied, yes, I'm fine. However, Lily's face was already flushed from the cold air drawn in through the gaps in the window. Actually, I'm not fine at all. She looked out at the scenery outside, that we've safely escaped the Veronis Duchy and reached the main road, but we still have to cross a mountain. Lily pulled the thin blanket around herself tighter. Even though it's a shortcut, it's really cold in the forest. Her gaze dropped to her close, maid beside her. Besides the cold, her biggest worry was... Harriet's hearty laughter still echoed in her head. Ha, bandits. Don't worry. Compared to us mercenaries, they're just like children. What could be more dangerous than hungry bandits, especially on a mountain like this? Lily closed her eyes, leaning back with the intention of resting for a bit. Bandits are sure to know this terrain like the back of their hand, so I'm worried they'll ambush us from somewhere unexpected. Just as that thought finished, the carriage suddenly braked, causing both of them to lurch forward. Lily pursed her lips in fear. No way. Really? Speak of the devil. Oh dear, I told you to knock before opening. My lady is easily startled. Salos yelled angrily as a man's cheeky face poked in. Harriet, oh sorry, I forgot. My sincere apologies, my lady. Salos stepped out, sulking. Why did you stop the carriage? You said we had to leave here before dark. Nothing serious. I just thought my lady must be very cold. Harriet took a small stone out of his pocket and held it out in front of them both. Here, take this. It's very warm. Lily's eyes widened in surprise. That's writing in the mage's language, so it must be a magic tool. As soon as she received it from him, Salos couldn't help but exclaim, my lady, it's really warm. She gave it to Lily without hesitation. It really is. Thank you, Salos. Right? This must also be a magic, too. There you go, she said shyly to Harriet. You didn't have to do that, but thank you so much. It's nothing, my lady, Harriet replied, giving her a playful wink. It should stay warm for about 4 hours. Now, please rest comfortably. Lily watched the door close with a sense of relief. She suddenly moved closer to Salos, surprising her. Why, lady? Lily clasped Salos's cold hand, and I'm cold too. Let's stay warm like this. Salos seemed flustered by her mistress's action. Thank you, my lady. Don't mention it. It's only natural. Lily looked directly into Salos's eyes. By the way, about my title, I'd like you to call me Lily from now on. Salos waved her hands in a fluster. What? I couldn't possibly. How could I dare? But calling you my lady now feels a bit. Their awkward conversation continued. Then, could you just call me miss? That's even worse, my lady. The carriage traveled through the deserted forest, following the path. However, they were unaware that within the dense trees, dark shadows lurked, waiting to attack. The carriage carrying Lily and Salos rolled steadily through the desolate and empty forest. They sat close together, sharing the warmth from the stone Harriet had given them. Their negotiation continued. You can call me Mista. I can, my lady. Lily sighed, trying to be open. Salos, you have to understand. Salos interrupted firmly before she could finish. Out of course, I understand. But, to me, you will always be Lady Lily. She spoke to Lily without hesitation, and I will always be your Salos, my lady. Her words gave Lily pause. She had once told Salos that she wasn't the Duke Everest's illegitimate child. Yet Salos still treated her like a noble lady. Her hands intertwined, and she let out a soft sigh. Lily rubbed her hands together and spoke softly. I think you're truly a wonderful person. The compliment surprised Salos. Someone as strong and resilient as you can surely live well anywhere. Lily looked out the window and whispered, "If only I had better health." Salos's lips tightened, a bitter taste in her mouth that I'm sorry I can't stay with you longer. Say that, my lady. Salos continued to reassure her. Who knows, maybe we can find some kind of miracle cure in the Eastern continent. They say such medicines truly exist there. A positive smile quickly appeared on her face. No one can predict the future, right? Lily's eyes began to well up. It was this maid who had always silently supported her. Let's run away, my lady. Let's go somewhere where no one knows you." Salos didn't hesitate to pack their belongings and quickly lead Lily away from the Valentino mansion that will live there with different identities. "I'll help you." Looking at the warm hand clasping hers, Lily couldn't help but feel moved. If it weren't for Charlotte, what kind of life would I be living now? She began to speak softly. "Charlotte, thanks to you being by my side." But before she could finish her sentence, the carriage braked abruptly once more. Charlotte hurriedly clung to the person beside her, letting out a startled cry. Several screams echoed from outside. Charlotte stammered fearfully. What was that?" An arrow shot in from outside, whizzing past both their faces and lodging itself into the wall behind them. The two of them froze, their bodies trembling as they stared at the large weapon. Charlotte's face paled, and she immediately spoke. "My lady, we need to get out of here now." She forcefully pushed open the door and pulled Lily's hand, dashing outside. The two of them ran without stopping into a nearby thicket, not daring to look back. The bandits and Lily's escort were engaged in a fierce battle. Charlotte led Lily to hide behind a large rock some distance away. Lily, catching her breath, looked back to observe. Why are there so many bandits? There must be dozens of them. She saw Harriet fighting intensely against the bandits, among whom there seemed to be 17 mercenaries. Overwhelmed by their numbers, he was caught off guard and slashed on his left arm. Lily, worried and frightened, gritted her teeth. This isn't good. At this rate. Just then, a bandit spotted their hiding place and immediately shouted, "Look, there are women hiding over there!" The dirty, brutish men, weapons in hand, slowly advanced towards the delicious prey before them. Charlotte quickly stepped forward, shielding Lily. "My lady, hide behind me." A bandit lunged forward and grabbed Charlotte's collar. Lily immediately rushed forward, grabbing his arm and trying to push him away. "Let go of her, you brute." Charlotte cried out in alarm, trying to stop him. "No, my lady, my lady." Hearing this title, the bandit threw the maid aside. He grabbed Lily's hair with his filthy, rough hand. "Ooh, that girl called her my lady. So this one's a noble." Charlotte sat stunned, watching the horrifying scene unfold before her eyes. A real beauty, a treasure. This one will fetch a high price. Her face flushed with anger. Charlotte couldn't help but yell, "You bastard!" Her hand clenched around a large rock beside her. She grabbed it and charged madly towards the bandit. "Get your filthy hands off her!" Startled, he let go of Lily's hair and hurriedly backed away. "You?" Before he could react, an arrow flew from somewhere and lodged itself in the bandit's forehead. Charlotte and Lily once again froze, watching the body fall before their eyes. The other two bandits quickly met the same fate as the fat one. They collapsed one after another, seemingly without a breath left. A familiar aura surrounded Lily. Its footsteps hurried towards them from the thicket ahead. Genetia's face, filled with panic and worry, quickly appeared. Lady Delacroix, seeing that they were both unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm glad you're safe, Duchess Valentino." Genia stepped forward to help Lily up. "Are you hurt anywhere?" "No, thanks to you." Charlotte suddenly embraced her, sobbing loudly. "My lady, that bastard dared to touch your hair." "I'm all right, so please calm down." "Charlotte, my lady." Lily looked questioningly at the lights swirling around Genia. "Just now, that was, my soul. I can move to other places quickly using the power of my soul. Of course, only to places I remember." He glanced around the desolate forest and asked, "But why are you here?" "This area is dangerous. There are many criminals hiding around." Lily offered a flimsy excuse. "I just happen to be here." You happen to be here? He clicked his tongue and turned to lead them out. Anyway, I have a cabin in the mountains nearby. Let's go there and rest for a bit. I can treat the injured there, too. Genetia's next words made Lily's face pale. I'll inform the Valentino family. She rushed forward to stop him. Don't. This action made him somewhat confused. And oh, please don't inform the Valentino family. She weakly clutched his sleeve, and the Everest family, too. The atmosphere became somewhat strained. Delacroix, seeing her frightened expression, understood. I see. He smiled brightly. All right. Lily stared blankly at his attitude, a question mark appearing above her head. Yes. Delacroix smiled reassuringly. I'm on your side, Dutch, so don't worry. I'll definitely keep your secret. She wondered with some confusion. Does he know I'm running away? In fact, before she could finish her sentence, Delacroix cut her off. When night falls, the air in the mountains gets bone-chillingly cold. It feels like midwinter. He then advised, moreover, that's when the animals become active, so we might encounter bears or wolves. It's as troublesome as running into bandits. Meanwhile, Charlotte rushed over to Harriet, anxiously asking, Are you all right? He quickly shook his head. Delacroix explained, Since they need first aid and rest, you should spend the night at the mountain lodge. Lily replied, flustered, Thank you, I'll do as you say. Delacroix summoned a magic circle. Then I'll use magic to transport you and your subordinate to the lodge. A shimmering golden light swirled in the air. He announced cheerfully, It's perfectly safe, so don't worry, my lady. The brilliant light enveloped Lily. After a moment, she vanished from the forest. When she arrived, Lily kept her eyes closed against the brightness. She slowly opened them and found herself standing before a large hotel. The interior of the hotel was quite eye-catching. The bears that live around here have thick, strong fur, so I come here to hunt them. I also often stop by to deal with criminals like just now. Guests chatted animatedly. The mountain scenery is beautiful, so I often come here to relax. Lily looked around curiously. Hearing this, she deflated, imagining the hotel perched precariously on a cliff face. The scenery? From the outside, it looks exactly like the Demon King's castle. Lily, a little embarrassed, still complimented Delacroix. You have unique taste, I must say. It's certainly better than being ordinary. He scratched his head, flustered. Really? They walked down the hallway, chatting as they went. I like freedom. Currently, as the heir, I'm quite free, but once I inherit the dukedom, I'll be completely bound, won't I? Delacroix clenched his fist, a hint of disdain in his voice. I utterly despise that idea. So, before that happens, I plan to travel extensively. I want to find truly beautiful places, so when life gets too tiring, I'll have somewhere to escape to. Lily, standing behind him, made a face and thought to herself, Is he picking out places to be lazy? Delacroix mentioned his sister. On the contrary, she doesn't much like going out. Although she's very sociable, she prefers staying home and chatting. Lily sighed in exasperation. I wonder if the spirit of the wind chose him because he's so free-spirited? Looking at him rambling on, she wondered to herself, how should I describe these siblings? Like the blazing sun at noon. Unconsciously, she thought of Theodore's back. He was completely different. Lily suddenly stopped, her eyes widening. Then she shook her head, quickly reassuring herself. What am I even thinking? Delacroix turned and asked, What about you, Duchess? Do you enjoy traveling? She hesitated slightly before replying, Well, I suppose I'll know when I start, whether I want to or not. Seeing this, Delacroix froze. Then he broke into a bright smile. Suddenly remembering something, he said, Oh, speaking of which, I have something I want to show you. Lily asked back, bewildered. Me? He waved his hand, gesturing for them to follow. Yes, it's not far from here. Hearing this, she and Charlotte exchanged glances. Walking along the hotel corridor, he enthusiastically guided them. This way. Lily obediently followed behind. After a while, they arrived. She stood before a pristine white curtain. He held a cord, ready to pull it open. The curtain was drawn back, and Lily was so stunned she froze. Behind the curtain was a beautiful black and white painting. This painting was the work of an anonymous artist once favored by the emperor. She approached it, a lone wanderer in the pitch-black night, holding a lamp with a faint light. Delacroix stood beside her, smiling as he watched her. Lily was still lost in thought. I still don't understand why this painting captivates me so much. Her gaze was pensive, never leaving the painting, but I think I don't need to know the reason. He spoke. As my sister always says about love, it always begins without a reason. Images of Lily and Theodore appeared, but their eyes were hidden. That's right, like loving someone. Her whole body lit up as if she understood all its meanings. I just need to know that this painting is special to me. Lily smiled brightly, analyzing. The light from this lamp, though faint, is eternal because it's perfectly preserved in the painting. She looked up, sunlight illuminating her beautiful face, even in the deepest darkness. This light will never fade. Never. Since I was little, I've constantly yearned for someone to save me. So I deceive myself. A small but lonely Lily sat in a dark room, that Theodore would be my savior. I unconsciously nurtured the hope that marrying him would be my escape. An escape to permanently break free from Everest's control. But in reality, Lily couldn't hold on to that retreating figure. Lily looked down at her delicate hands and wondered, was I wrong to believe I couldn't save myself? She gave a mysterious smile, even though that can't be true. Delacroix, seeing her overwhelmed with emotion, quickly asked, Duchess Valentino? But Lily immediately retorted, I am no longer Duchess Valentino, nor am I Lily Everest. His face fell at her words. She turned to look at him, the sunlight reflecting off her beautiful but sorrowful face, her voice tinged with bitterness. I am just Lily. Delacroix remained rooted to the spot, taken aback by this change in her. After a moment, he said, All right, Lily, now, I will show you to your room. By now, the sky had grown dark. They were at the hotel. She slept soundly in the bed, sinking deep into a dream. Lily opened her eyes. She curled up, wondering, so cold. Is this a dream? Lily looked around. Suddenly, a frightening voice echoed, making her jump. I see. So you're stronger than you look. She turned in bewilderment towards a voice. Cautiously, she asked, Who's there? In the darkness, the voice replied, You can't see me yet. She searched everywhere, but saw no one. A little panicked, she asked, Who is it? Who's talking? Glancing behind her, Lily speculated, A child? No, it sounds like an older person. The voice remained silent. Then it said, I need to go back further into the past. Farewell. Hearing this, she cried out in alarm, What? And rushed towards the source of the voice to stop it. Wait, hold on. But it was too late. Lily gradually drifted out of the dream. She blinked her eyes open as Charlotte anxiously called, My lady, please wake up. Lily rubbed her eyes and sat up groggily. She asked, puzzled, Charlotte? Charlotte's face was a mixture of worry and fear. Lily looked out the window. Dawn was just breaking. What is it? It's still early. Charlotte urged her, sounding desperate. My lady, please get dressed quickly. We have to leave immediately. Still drowsy, Lily asked what. Charlotte hurriedly replied, I'll explain while you dress. As she dressed, Lily anxiously asked, What's going on? Charlotte, preparing her coat, reassured her, Don't be afraid, my lady. Then she said something that drained the color from Lily's face. Duke Valentino. He's here. The shawl in Lily's hand fell to the floor. Her mind froze. She echoed, What did you just say? Helping Lily into her coat, Charlotte explained their plan. We'll hide in the villa's secret area. Lily asked, confused, Secret? Charlotte explained, It's underground and very cold, so you need to dress warmly. Fearing Lily would be cold, she frantically bundled her up, adding a shawl, gloves, a hat, and another scarf too. And please wear these gloves too, my lady. Outside, 2 men stood guard at the door. Inside, Lily's mind raced with questions. What about the others? When did he arrive? Charlotte patiently answered each one. They're pretending to be Delacroix's servants. Duke Valentino arrived about 10 minutes ago. Delacroix is keeping him occupied. Outside, Delacroix greeted Valentino with a cheerful laugh, as if nothing were amiss. The 2 men walked along the corridor. Charlotte pointed to a painting. She gently opened the painting. Behind it was a staircase leading down. Charlotte softly said, This way, my lady. Lily looked on, full of curiosity. How can there be a place like this in the villa? She crouched down, staring into the darkness below. It looks like something out of the Demon King's castle. But she eventually started to descend. Charlotte, walking ahead, reminded her, "Please be careful with your steps, my lady." Lily glanced at the flickering candle beside her, feeling a little apprehensive. She walked while looking around, their footsteps echoing in the space. Charlotte announced, "We're here, my lady." Lily, on guard, followed behind. "We've come down quite far." Below was a spacious and clean room, fully furnished. Lily still couldn't believe her eyes. "I can't believe there's a place like this." Knowing her worries, Charlotte said, "This place is protected by a concealment spell, so will be difficult to find." She bustled over to the fireplace. "Please sit down, my lady. I'll light a fire for you." Lily offered, "I'll help you." Hearing this, Charlotte immediately refused, making Lily freeze. She worriedly instructed, "Your body is very weak, so rest is most important." Seeing Charlotte's firmness, Lily obediently sat down. "Thank you, Charlotte." She sat in front of the fireplace, lighting the fire, her voice polite. "You don't need to thank me for what I do, my lady." Charlotte struck a match and asked, "If I were the weak one and you were healthy, you would do the same, wouldn't you?" Lily smiled gently and replied, "That's right." In the cozy space warmed by the crackling fire, the two were chatting happily. "That's how it is. So you don't need to thank me." "You're right. Thank you." "Again, I said you don't need to thank me." Charlotte went to the chair next to her and sat down. Lily rubbed her hands, curiously asking, "I wonder what's happening outside?" Charlotte scratched her head, wondering aloud. "They said this villa has been here for about 5 years, so the concealment spell must have been used since then, right? It'll probably be all right. I'm sure Duke Valentino won't find this place, my lady." Hearing this, a worried expression gradually appeared on Lily's face. The firelight flickered on their shoes. "Theodore is probably trying to finalize the divorce proceedings before the rumors of my running away in the middle of the night spread. That way, Valentino's honor won't be damaged." She replied coldly, "I'm sure that's his only goal. After the divorce, he won't care what I do anymore. He'll probably feel a little pity. Suddenly, her eyes turned icy, tinged with a small glimmer of hope. "Actually, I wish he cared about me, even just a little. I wish he worried about whether I could take care of myself while running away." Lily glanced at Charlotte. "I hope he worries about that, even just a little." Charlotte was stunned by Lily's words. Seeing this, Lily laughed helplessly, wondering to herself, "Come to think of it, have I ever told Charlotte these thoughts?" Then she said aloud, "I know it's just a pointless fantasy." Before she could finish her sentence, Charlotte interrupted her. "But, my lady," she asked, "you no longer hope for Duke Valentino's sympathy, do you?" Charlotte gently explained to Lily, "Now, you should only hope for your own happiness, my lady. That's why you chose to run away in the middle of the night." These words caused Lily to fall silent. She agreed, Charlotte's right. "Now, I've decided to live for my own happiness. Pity, concern, affection, or anyone's salvation, I don't need them anymore." Because Lily put in all her effort, but only received indifference in return. The me from back then and the me now are completely different. Now I understand that I have to stand on my own 2 feet. Lily stretched her hands out closer to the fire. Charlotte smiled brightly and said loudly, "You're right." Looking at the blazing fire and the hearth, "I've decided to let go of everything and leave. So I have to let go of everything, even what's in my heart." Her eyes softened, looking somewhat sad. "Oh, please, don't look for me. This time, I really mean it. Will Lily's hopes be answered? I pray you will forget me." The scene shifted to the basement. Looking at the brown bearskin hanging on the wall, Delacroix asked, "Do you see the bear hanging at the door?" He then proudly boasted of his achievement. "I caught it myself. The wolf and deer heads in the hallway, too." He turned to the person beside him. "Come to think of it, I heard you're a very skilled hunter." Across from Delacroix was the stern Theodore. He spoke up, suggesting, "Perhaps you should join me for a hunt sometime, Duke Valentino." The sound of horse hooves echoed quickly on the dirt road. He rushed forward. I followed Lily's trail all the way here. Theodore pulled the reins, stopping. He gritted his teeth, glancing around. On the road were scattered patches of red blood, as if a struggle had just taken place. Based on the traces so far, Theodore deduced, you have to go through this road to get to the Herman Canal. So Lily might have stopped at the mountain villa in this area. He looked at the villa in front of him. Theodore groaned, thinking about the confrontation he needed to face. The problem is the owner of that villa is Delacroix. He dismounted and led his horse. Even though he's only the heir, he's still a high-ranking nobleman. To search here, I need to ask his permission. Thinking of a name, Zen Delacroix, his face darkened. Shattering the silence was Delacroix's chattering voice. S.O. As I was saying, he chuckled, explaining, when I mentioned inviting the emperor to this villa, he looked very excited. Theodore was exasperated by this talking machine. Having been declining the search for a full 15 minutes, he continued to chatter, and then she said, the princess said. Theodore was helpless. He hasn't stopped talking for even a second. He ran a hand over his face. I know Zen is talkative, but this is a bit much. Perhaps he's doing this on purpose. Theodore lowered his hand and said sternly, enough. Seeming a bit tense, Delacroix hesitantly asked, What? Theodore's face was dark, his eyes sharp, as if he wanted to devour him alive. Let's stop this pointless conversation, Delacroix. Down in the basement, Zach Lott sneezed repeatedly. Lily, sitting beside him, froze, worriedly wondering, I wonder if Ren is all right. Delacroix was dumbfounded by the glare. Lily asked tentatively, Did you say pointless conversation? Theodore didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the main topic. I know Lily is here, and you're hiding her. The person being mentioned was currently having a casual conversation with Zach Lott by the fireplace. She seemed to have overheard their conversation. An outsider like you. Hiding her is a criminal act. His face darkened, his voice hardening like a warning. I'm sure you wouldn't want an accusation sent to the Delacroix family, would you? Theodore gradually persuaded him. So answer me quickly. Where is Lily? Delacroix sighed. He's not lucid enough to listen. Duke Valentino. As he spoke, he lifted his teacup. How many times do I have to tell you? The Duchess Valentino is not here. Sipping the sweet tea, he was strangely calm. I'm just visiting my villa. No matter how you threaten me, I really have nothing to tell you. Delacroix asserted his authority as the owner of the villa. S.O. Stop being unreasonable and give up. Hearing this, Theodore remained silent. After a moment, he abruptly stood up, and Delacroix showed a hint of surprise mixed with a bit of joy. Is he giving up? But no, things weren't as he thought. Theodore turned around and ordered, Rain on. Divide the knights into 6 groups and search every corner of this place. Report to me immediately if you find anything suspicious. Fearing exposure, Delacroix angrily slammed his teacup on the table and shouted, Duke Valentino, no matter how urgent the matter is, this behavior is unacceptable. This is my villa, my private property. You are trespassing. However, Theodore still didn't seem to care, asking a question that made Delacroix freeze. What about the fact that you're hiding my wife? Theodore brought his face close to Delacroix's, his eyes sharp and fixed on him. Isn't that illegal? Theodore's eyes at this moment were not normal. They were deep and held a hint of helplessness. He's lost his composure. No, this is... Looking deep into those blue eyes, Delacroix seemed to realize something. The look of someone driven to a corner. He recalled the time before, when Theodore was still lucid and shook his hand. At that time, he had... Then he probed. Duke Valentino, calm down. Have you forgotten who I am? I am. Theodore cut him off. The heir of the Delacroix family, of course I know. This answer made Delacroix tremble, asking himself, if you know, then you should. Suddenly, he thought of something further in the past, his whole body slumping. No. If we keep arguing like this, a battle between 2 people with a soul contract will break out, and Father will definitely be furious. Delacroix turned, silently making a decision. But above all, I don't want to fight him. He sighed. Then, facing the truth, all right, do as you wish, but I assure you, no matter how hard you search, it will be futile. Although somewhat apprehensive, he still threatened. Just know that I won't forget what happened today. Someday, I will file a lawsuit against Valentino for this damaging act. Theodore, upon hearing this, didn't bother to reply. After searching the entire large villa, He asked again suspiciously, just to be sure. Really nothing? His subordinate replied resolutely, Yes, my lord. We haven't found anything suspicious. Delacroix, listening from behind, breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, Theodore still couldn't believe what he had just heard. Impossible. Lily's trail leads here. His hand clenched with determination. I'm certain of it. Less. Then he asked, Is there a hidden space in this villa? Delacroix jumped at the question, but tried to remain calm. Theodore channeled his water attribute magic power to search around. Seeing this, Delacroix hurriedly ran to stop him. Wait, have you lost your mind? Duke Valentino, are you really planning to fight me? What? Theodore gritted his teeth, wondering, if I don't do this, you won't tell me. He seemed almost crazed, his gaze deep with the fear of losing something precious. Delacroix was taken aback by his unusual behavior. He recalled memories of their childhood, when Theodore was still an innocent, carefree child. Ew, Delacroix began, equally stunned. Looking at the man who was so different from the one he once knew, he asked, Why have you become like this? Theodore froze, his eyes wide. Delacroix slowly walked towards him. Do you not value your family and your territory? Don't you? Delacroix couldn't help but question the frantic man before him. You need allies now to face the Everest family. Yet you're about enemy of me? Are the Valentino family and the people of Veroni so worthless that you're willing to throw them away on a whim? Isn't this the Valentino that your brother entrusted to you? I know, Theodore cried out in anguish. I know I've gone too far. Theodore couldn't help but reproach himself. But what can I do to atone for what I've done? He lamented. How am I supposed to live? Unanswerable questions tumbled from his lips. You don't understand. How much I wanted to kill those bastards. He continued, his voice filled with despair. Why don't I ever understand anything? Delacroix didn't know what to say, just stood there listening. His thoughts drifted back to the past. He gazed ahead somberly. I wanted to be free. I didn't like being bound by responsibility. Delacroix turned, looking curiously at Theodore. When we were younger, I thought I needed someone who could understand me. The scene of Theodore laughing and playing with his family flashed before his eyes. That's why I wanted to talk to you more. Perhaps it was because I felt we both shared the same struggles, as if a thin thread bound our minds. However, when he lost his family and became the head of the Valentino family, the day had been bleak, the sky overcast and gloomy. Delacroix stood at a distance, watching the sorrowful figure, so different from the Theodore he knew. I thought I couldn't understand him anymore. Theodore sat before the graves, Lily beside him, offering comfort. Delacroix wondered, how could I, someone who always yearned for freedom, understand someone who constantly bound himself? Delacroix fell into deep thought. I promised myself I wouldn't become like that. He then turned and walked away. I won't become someone who self-destructs. Those thoughts had made him flee. But now I understand what tormented him so. That fire was called guilt, and it had been Theodore's constant companion. The magical energy now only lingered faintly around Theodore's feet. And perhaps, Delacroix thought, I hope he won't be consumed by that fire. He slowly began to speak. So stop this fighting. Each word seemed to jolt Theodore awake, his eyes widening in surprise. Delacroix, with an air of utter helplessness, suggested, Perhaps what we need to do is talk honestly with each other. Delacroix stepped closer to Theodore. Even though we've never had the chance to do this before now, I think it's what I want to do. We could have been good friends. Memories of their past camaraderie, when they were as close as brothers, flooded back. He extended his hand, offering, What do you think, Theodore? He looked at the outstretched hand as an invitation. Theodore was called. He hesitated slightly, but then extended his own hand. I'm sorry, Theodore mumbled. Thank you for saying that. Seeing that Theodore seemed calmer, Delacroix was so relieved he felt tears welling up. And oh, I should be the one apologizing. Honestly, I'm hiding Lily, so I feel very guilty. He then gave a helpless laugh, looking at Theodore, and bluntly suggested, I'll see you out. I have a few things to take care of. I sincerely apologize. After this display of hypocrisy, Delacroix went down and gave each of them a sparkling stone necklace. You two should take these. He then carefully instructed them. These are transformation artifacts. They can only be used once, but the effect lasts for a week. They should be useful for disguises. Delacroix devoted himself to helping her escape. I'll help Madame get to the Herman Canal. With Venice's power, I can speed up your carriage and horses. Lily was extremely grateful for his kindness, thanking him sincerely. You lent us a carriage and even gave us artifacts. On top of that, you're using your magic to help us. Thank you so much. Delacroix, pleased by the praise, still maintained a bright smile that it's nothing. I'm doing this because I want to help. Simply because I'm afraid that someone will continue to bother you. Moreover, I feel I can only be at ease once you've left safely. Lily, seeing his pale complexion, sympathized. It seems like Theodore has caused you a lot of trouble. At the luxurious villa, sunlight began to appear. All right, let's go. At the Herman Canal, large ships were setting sail, preparing to depart. A gangplank was lowered. In the distance was Delacroix's carriage. Lily and the person inside the carriage peeked out from the curtains. Just as expected, he's here. She turned to ask the person opposite her, Mr. Delacroix, are these artifacts easily detected by magic sensors? He rubbed his chin uncertainly that I'm not sure. As far as I know, the possibility of detection depends on whether the creator of the artifact has lower skills than the creator of the magic sensor. Looking at the necklace in her hand, Lily's face darkened noticeably. The necklace was adorned with a brilliant blue stone. She looked at it, silently appraising it. Benjamin Works, a rather unfamiliar name. Usually, magic users engrave their names on the artifacts they create. She then clutched it tightly in her hand, sighing. If the user likes the artifact, they'll remember the name and buy other artifacts from that magic user, like a brand. He doesn't seem to be a famous magic user. Looking at Theodore's subordinate using a sensor to search for information about her, she dejectedly wondered, what now? There's no way Theodore would use a sensor from an incompetent magic user. Her expression became cautious, her brow furrowed. Trusting in luck, the only option left is to leave it to fate. Lily took each step carefully to, I feel sorry for Theodore, but what he considers honor is a matter of survival for me. She feared imprisonment, having to flee from their chains. If I'm discovered here and divorced, I'll fall back into the hands of the Everest family. I can't imagine what will happen then. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she calculated, I have to avoid that path to death. The subordinate was checking each person boarding the ship. He shouted next. Lily prayed silently, hoping for a miracle. If God exists, please help me this time. She cautiously approached the sensor. Frozen in place like a statue, Theodore was standing nearby, observing the situation. Lily glanced at him, reassuring herself, it's probably just my nerves. Calm down. The sensor activated, a circle of magical energy surrounding her. Lily's face paled with worry. She almost held her breath. The subordinate said, pass. Lily was momentarily stunned. She slowly walked past him. Suddenly, a voice called out, stopping her in her tracks. Wait. It was Theodore's voice. Lily turned to look at him. Fear of this man gripped her heart. She clutched her skirt tightly. Seeming to sense her fear, Theodore turned away. His voice sounded almost apologetic. Nothing. You can go. Lily nodded slightly, then coldly brushed past him, boarding the ship step by step. The subordinate's voice rang out again next. In the town, people bustled about, a lively scene of buying and selling. Transactions continued to take place. Charlotte looked around the new place excitedly. Wow! Looking at the bustling market, she couldn't stop praising it that it's so crowded here. This is the port city of Belos. In the language of the merchants from the eastern continent, they call this the Green City. Charlotte held the itinerary in her hand, calculating the time. They said the ship to the east will depart in 2 days. We just need to be here 3 hours before departure, so we still have plenty of time. Lily, standing next to her, nodded in agreement. You're right. She then asked, come to think of it, Harriet warned us beforehand, didn't he? He said the Shadow Guild is active in this city. Lily thought of those mysterious people, the Shadow Guild, a group operating in the shadows, mainly carrying out illegal activities. She recalled what Harriet had said earlier. Our Rainwood Guild also takes on missions, but we don't harm or kill anyone. The Shadow Guild is different. Most of them are ex-convicts, and their activities include human trafficking, kidnapping, and assassination. She had been shocked, asking, so those dangerous people operate in this area? It had denied it. Actually, only in certain places. He had told her about this mysterious place. As you know, my lady, Donak is the most prosperous region in the kingdom, which means there are countless dark corners for criminals to hide. And what's important to note is that this city, in particular, is extremely bustling with various trading activities, attracting a large population, and also has a large market. This is the ideal hunting ground for them. After listening, she had rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Oh, there's a guild like that. He had continued, and there are also rumors that the Shadow Guild is colluding with the Albinet family. Hearing this, she had been stunned, her eyes widening in surprise. She had quickly asked, "What did you say?" That secretive mage family. Harriet had rubbed his neck, shaking his head slightly as a reminder. "I don't know the details, but it's better to be cautious." Her gaze became cautious, especially the Albinet family's daughter. There are so many bad rumors about her. In Harriet's imagination, she's incredibly cruel and vicious. But in Lily's imagination, she's gentle and virtuous. I always thought her true nature was different from her appearance, but I didn't expect her to be involved with criminals. She clenched her hand. Anyway, it's hard to predict people. It's best to be careful these next 2 days. Interrupting her thoughts, Charlotte called out excitedly, "Oh, right, my lady." She beamed, pointing into the distance. "Let's go to the beach." Charlotte was incredibly excited, as if seeing the ocean for the first time. "You said this is your first time seeing the sea, right? Let's try dipping our feet in the water and collecting seashells, my lady. It'll definitely be fun." Lily sighed helplessly. "All right, let's go." They strolled along the white sand beach. As she walked, Lily thought to herself, "Come to think of it, Charlotte hasn't had the chance to travel like I have. The sun's rays illuminated her pure beauty. From now on, we'll travel frequently, so we won't have any regrets later." The two of them strolled, enjoying these wonderful moments. 2 days later, at the hotel, Charlotte suggested, "My lady, try this." Lily looked at the object in front of her, her face turning as pale as a sheet. It was a round pill, as black as coal. She asked hesitantly, "What is this?" Charlotte carefully explained the pill's uses. "This is made from medicinal herbs from the eastern continent." Holding the pill in her hand, Lily grimaced, "Ugh." Charlotte continued, "It will help you recover your strength, my lady. Harriet bought it for you." Hearing this, Lily felt even more nauseous. Seeing Charlotte's concern, Lily resigned herself. "I understand." Charlotte smiled. She was officially petrified, speechless. Seeing Lily hesitate, Charlotte froze and asked, "Aren't you going to take it?" Although reluctant, she couldn't refuse Charlotte's kindness. Her hand trembled as she brought the pill to her mouth. With the pill in her mouth, Lily's whole body shuddered. Charlotte cheerfully asked, "It's not that bad, is it?" She said something that made Lily freeze. "There are 29 more pills, my lady." Surprised. 29. Charlotte added, "You have to take one every day." She nudged Lily, who was despondent from the shocking news. "All right, let's get going." She shuddered, remembering the strange things Harriet and Zen had given her. Certainly, after resting at the inn and eating the nutritious meals Zen and Harriet brought, I feel much better than when I was at the villa in the mountains. Thinking about waking up in the morning with her body full of energy, she chuckled, especially since I've been able to sleep for more than 6 hours straight without being startled awake, which is a big change from waking up every 3 hours like before. Charlotte, from behind, leaned close to her face and said flatteringly, "My lady, I'm really happy to see you eating and sleeping well these past few days. I couldn't ask for anything more than for you to take good care of yourself like this." Lily gave a strained smile in response. "Yes, I'll try." Suddenly, a figure approached. "Humph, Harriet," he replied softly. "It's me." Charlotte ran over, curiously looking at what he was carrying, and asked, "What's that? Is it more important than me?" Harriet opened the box, revealing several pitch-black bottles of medicine inside. "Ta-da!" Charlotte then introduced the contents. "It's also medicine, but this kind is much better. If you take it with the medicine you took today, it will be much more effective." Hearing the word medicine, Lily immediately interjected, "Wait." Charlotte, who had already opened the lid of the medicine bottle, froze when she heard Lily call out. She then poured a pill out of the bottle. "My lady, here you go." Lily, feeling apprehensive, still accepted the pill. "All right." She gently put it in her mouth and chewed, muttering, "I can be completely healthy before crossing the sea to the eastern continent." The scene changed to the ship. Charlotte, holding a large suitcase, said, "It's almost our turn." Lily softly replied, "Yes." Harriet also arrived at that moment to see them off. Charlotte smiled brightly and extended her hand. "Harriet, thank you for everything." He politely shook her hand, but didn't forget to tease, "Don't mention it. Even if you miss me, don't cry." Lily and Delacroix stood at a distance, watching the two of them say their goodbyes. "Look who's talking." Suddenly, Delacroix turned his head away. Lily, noticing something unusual, asked, "Mr. Delacroix, what's wrong?" He blushed and replied awkwardly, "Ah, it's nothing." He then explained, "I'm just envious." Looking at the bustling crowd in front of him, Delacroix confided, "I've always wanted to travel around the world, but now you two are fulfilling that dream." Before me, Lily comforted him, "Someday, you'll have the opportunity to visit the eastern continent too." Hearing this, he was momentarily stunned. Then he smiled gently, "I hope so. When that time comes." Suddenly, a loud shout broke the current atmosphere. "Back off! You there, get out of the way!" They quickly stepped aside, curiously asking, "What's going on? What happened? Who is that?" The sound of a horse galloping echoed through the streets. Theodore, riding on horseback, rushed towards them. Seeing this, Lily's face turned pale. She called out in astonishment, "Theodore!" Theodore gracefully dismounted his horse. Lily, somewhat frightened, hid behind Delacroix. She then changed her hair back to its white color. She slowly said, "Duke Valentino, I had a feeling something was off from the beginning." While unbuckling his horse's reins, he said, "This is clearly the first time I've met that maid, but her expressions and gestures are strangely familiar." He then stared intently at Delacroix without saying a word. Suddenly, he spoke in an accusatory tone, "Did you deceive me?" The question startled Delacroix. He stammered, trying to defend himself. "Duke Valentino, please let me explain." Seeing this, Lily stepped forward to defend him. "Mr. Delacroix only helped me out of the kindness of his heart." She coldly asked Theodore, "Why would you go to such lengths just for this?" Her question rendered him momentarily speechless. His face clearly showed fatigue as he stammered, I still have something I need to tell you." Hearing his words, Lily's face darkened, and a shadow seemed to fall over the atmosphere. She responded without any courtesy, "I don't want to hear it." He seemed to have anticipated her response, but still looked slightly saddened. Suddenly, Delacroix shouted, "Ventus!" A gust of wind enveloped Lily's body. She was stunned by the scene before her. Then, she and Charlotte were transported elsewhere, much to their astonishment. Seeing her disappear, he frantically and angrily called out Jean Delacroix's name. Jean Delacroix. He ignored his cries, focused only on Lily. "Since we've been discovered, I'll help you too." "Run, Lily," he angrily asked Delacroix. "Why did you do that?" Delacroix shouted, stopping him and defending himself. "Duke Valentino, this is for your own good. This won't solve anything." At this moment, Charlotte was pulling Lily along as they ran for their lives. They kept running, afraid of being caught. Lily's face was pale, and she felt unwell, thinking, "I'm exhausted." Seeing her stop, Charlotte turned back and asked, "My lady, are you all right?" Before she could finish her sentence, the two were separated by the dense crowd. Charlotte fearfully reached out, trying to grasp her. "My lady! My lady!" Lily was just as panicked, shouting, "Charlotte!" Suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere, giving her no time to react. A drug-soaked cloth was pressed tightly over her mouth, preventing her from crying out. She couldn't resist and gradually lost consciousness, her limbs going limp as she collapsed to the ground. Some time later, she was lying on bare ground, unconscious. Her eyes were closed with no sign of waking. Suddenly, water was splashed on her head. This caused her to wake up, struggling to sit up. She opened her eyes, looking at her surroundings, and whispered, "Where the hell am I?" She suddenly became calm as she took in the scene before her. A strange, vast place with withered trees and the sunset stretching across the sky. A shrill voice called out from behind her. "You brought this upon yourself, Lily." Confused, she turned her head towards the source of the sound. "It's Adeli." She was standing with a group of strangers, their faces covered with cloths. Adeli's cruel face displayed a look of excitement as she spoke. "From the beginning, you shouldn't have married Theo." Too weary to react to the person before her, Lily simply stated her name. "Adeli." Adeli began to insult her in a haughty voice. "You should know your place. A lowly, illegitimate child like you. How could you think you were worthy of Theo?" Her eyes narrowed, looking somewhat vacant. "I've waited so long, worked so hard to be by his side. But you stole that position in an instant just because you were lucky enough to have a good father. Don't you think it's unfair?" As she spoke, she kicked Lily's head. Hearing this, Lily wondered, "A good father?" A voice echoed in her head. "He adopted me only out of greed and then brought me all the misfortune in the world." She recalled the terrible past she had endured. "I will always hate the Everests until I die, and it will always be that way. What do you know about me to say such absurd things?" She glared at Adeli with vacant, hateful eyes. Finally, she spoke. "Is it because you've always been treated like a princess that you can't see the reality before your eyes, Adeli?" Adeli asked, confused. "What?" Lily calmly reminded her. "If you keep doing this, then someday, everything will come back to haunt you. That's how the world works." At Lily's unexpected advice, Adeli froze. Then she burst out laughing, mockingly. "What are you talking about?" She lowered her fan and asked seriously, "Do you know anything about my plan?" She spoke as if toying with her. "Oh, don't be so negative, Lily Everest. I'm giving you a chance to start over." She gestured towards a dark abyss. "See that hole over there?" Lily shuddered at her demeanor. A giant pit yawned beside her. Adeli continued her mental torture. "It's not just a hole. It's a prison. More precisely, a panopticon. It's a circular structure underground with thousands of single cells stacked on top of each other. Anyone who goes down there never returns. The pit is bottomless. You can't see the bottom." Adeli deliberately explained further, seeing Lily's stunned expression. "It's an ancient prison, but so cruel and terrifying that it hasn't been used since the founding of the Francis Kingdom. They say the only things left in that hole are the lingering souls of those sentenced to life imprisonment." Then she gave a sweet smile. "But there's a good side to it, too. It said that if someone manages to climb out of the pit, they'll have a new destiny." "A new destiny?" Lily asked curiously. Adeli patiently explained. "For example, someone unlucky could have their luck reversed, or a beggar could become an emperor." Circling back to her original point, Adeli cunningly asked, "What do you think? Isn't this a golden opportunity to change your miserable life?" Men in strange hats grabbed Lily and forced her to stand. Adeli added, "So, either stop clinging on and disappear down there forever, or jump out yourself and try to change your fate." Lily was brought before Adeli, and their eyes met, face with her fan. "Good luck, Lily Everest." Then, without mercy, they pushed her into the pit. Lily was too stunned to react to what had just happened. She could only watch Adeli's triumphant figure. Gradually, Adeli grew smaller and smaller until she disappeared. "I'm terrified of water." Memories from Lily's past surfaced. From a time Tymason pushed me into the water as a child. His face was so panicked then, and so was I. Every time I fall into deep water, my body freezes and I can't breathe. I don't even know how to swim. I read about it in a book once, but I've never practiced. A cave suddenly appeared, but her train of thought was interrupted. A pale hand emerged from the water. Perhaps my survival instinct is stronger than I thought. It was her. She dragged her soaked body ashore. Her face and mood were utterly wretched. She thought wearily, "I thought I was going to drown." A voice echoed in her head. I never knew what it meant to cling to the past, or if I'd ever experienced that feeling before. But when faced with death, the desire to live suddenly burned fiercely within me. She wiped the water from her face, telling herself, "That's right, not now. I can't die like this." She thought of Charlotte with a pang of guilt. If I die here, Charlotte will be heartbroken. I don't want to become someone she'll only remember with pain. She ventured deeper into the cave, her heart heavy with thoughts. I want her to be able to smile someday when she remembers me. A little sad, maybe, but also relieved. That's the image I want to leave in her memory. So I can't die here, she reassured herself. Her footsteps heavy, she began to mutter, I don't care about superstitious things like changing fate. I just want to get out of here. See Charlotte, and the image of Theodore flashed through her mind, startling her. She shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts. First, I have to find a way out. Wringing out her hair, she thought, where am I? Looking up, she already had an answer. I think I'm on the bottom floor. A child's voice suddenly echoed, making her jump. Help me, she thought to herself. A child's voice? The child's cries continued without end. She recalled Adelai's words. They say the only things left in that pit are the lingering souls of those imprisoned. For life. Fearfully, she surmised, is it a ghost? Pull yourself together. If I get distracted by that sound and can't find a way out, I'm done for. I have to focus. The child's voice called out again, Mommy, surprising her. She looked towards the source of the sound, cautiously deciding to approach. When she arrived, she was met with another surprise. A flame hovered in the air above. It was the source of the sound she'd heard. She stood motionless, staring at the strange sight. Before her, fear mingled with disbelief as she thought, it's a ghost, isn't it? I thought that was just superstition, but the thing suddenly cried out even louder, making her jump. It gradually took shape, the sobbing spirit of a little girl. The girl sat on the ground, crying and calling out, Mommy. Lily didn't know how to react to this situation. She reached out and gently touched the girl. Lily softly soothed her, there, don't cry. Seeing the girl calm down a little, she asked, who are you? Who are you? Why are you crying here? The girl sobbed, I'm trapped here. My parents left me. Why? Lily asked, confused, why? The girl hesitated before answering, because I'm a cursed child, so? The girl couldn't hold back and started crying even louder. Lily felt awkward, unsure how to comfort her. After a while, the girl calmed down and asked Lily, do you want to get out of here? Lily quickly replied, of course. Is there a way? The girl's voice was dejected as she spoke. Yes, but it's very scary. The two continued talking. Scary? Yes, you have to awaken something terrifying. I tried, but it wouldn't accept me because I'm a descendant of a magical beast. The girl snuggled into Lily's arms as she spoke. Lily murmured, a descendant of a magical beast. Her thoughts drifted back to ancient times when magic and sorcery were still poorly understood. People always believed that mages were descendants of a magical beast. This child must have been born with the aptitude to become a mage. Lily thought sadly, but in ancient times, people feared those like her, calling them descendants of magical beasts, and threw her down this deep hole. The little girl continued to tremble that if you really want to awaken it, I can show you where it is. She didn't wait for a reply before quickly adding, but it's very scary and dangerous. Do you still want to awaken it? To escape from here? Lily replied shortly, yes, that's right. She met the little girl's innocent gaze. Then the girl agreed, all right, because I like you, I'll tell you. The little girl turned to do something with the mushrooms. The mushrooms began to glow. Then the little girl started to lead Lily away. Follow me. Be careful. After a while, it seemed they were almost there. As they walked, the little girl made the mushrooms along the path glow. Seeing Lily's interest, the little girl said excitedly, it's amazing, right? These mushrooms glow when I touch them. Lily gently replied, you're right, it's amazing. Lily looked at the mushrooms, lost in thought. They look like normal mushrooms, but eating them would probably kill you. She felt a pang of discomfort that I'm so hungry. I didn't feel earlier, but this situation is making me so hungry. If I can't get out of this hole, I might actually die. She remembered finding a spring along the way, but that wasn't enough. The little girl led her further. After entering another cave, Lily asked, so, that scary thing, is it in this cave? The little girl quickly replied, yes, but it's very scary. It's best if you don't wake it up. Lily responded, thank you for your concern, but I have to get out of here. If waking it up is the only way, I will. The little girl looked a little sad at this. The little girl sighed, all right, I'll tell you where it's sleeping. She carefully directed Lily this way. As Lily walked, she looked around, thinking, come to think of it, why do those mushrooms only glow when she touches them? Because she's a ghost? Maybe because she could use magic when she was alive. Over here, the little girl's call startled Lily, breaking her train of thought. The little girl stood before her and said, "It's here." In front of Lily was a huge stone box. Lily hesitated. "Ah, yes, a coffin." She stared at it, stunned. Then she approached it for a closer look. It was almost 2 meters long. Lily turned to the little girl and asked, "So, that thing is sleeping in here?" The little girl replied, "Even when I fell down here, it was still sleeping soundly in this coffin. There were others besides me at that time, but no one escaped. They all died here. Gradually, fewer and fewer people came here, and in the end, it was just me." Lily listened intently as the little girl continued. "After being left alone, I kept asking myself, was it my fault? Did I do something wrong? I just wanted to make my parents happy." Lily looked at the little girl and thought, I don't know exactly what this child did, but from her words, I just wanted to make my parents happy. Perhaps she used magic to create something to show her parents. She must have hoped they would be surprised and praise her. But back then, everyone was afraid of magic, so this was just a tragedy caused by her being born. Wrong time. She's completely innocent. Thinking this, she reached out to the child. Hugging the little girl tightly, she comforted her. "It's not your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. You're not a bad child." Holding the girl, Lily felt as if she were seeing her younger self. "When I was little, I wish someone would say those words to me. Back then, I also wondered if I was bad, which was why my mother left. Was I really that useless? Was it only natural for Owen and Hessen to bully me? No, it wasn't. If I could meet my past self, I would tell her that. You're not a bad child. You didn't do anything wrong, so don't be sad anymore. No matter how much pain I've endured, I haven't forgotten Charlotte's kindness towards me. And Harriet, mischievous but always sincere and kind. And Zen, who always helped me even though he had to suffer a lot. This world isn't completely dark. No matter how desperate things get, I now know there are people who will help me find my purpose again, and I want to share that feeling with others, just like they shared it with me." Looking at the still crying child, she repeated, "Really, it's not your fault." After the girl calmed down, she guided Lily. "Thank you, Mississippi. Now, I'll show you how to open this coffin. Here, do you see this inscription?" Lily observed carefully, writing. Seeing a series of characters, she thought, "I don't understand what it says." Suddenly, she was a little surprised. This character? Looking closer, she felt it was identical to the character engraved on Theodora's coin. She wondered, so that coin is as old as this coffin? Suddenly, the girl beside her spoke, interrupting her thoughts. Lily looked over at the girl and saw her patting her chest, letting out a breath. Phew, that was nerve-wracking. "Now, I'll read this inscription. You repeat after me. This thing only reacts to the voice of a living being." The girl, ready, said, "All right, let's begin." Lily agreed. "Okay." The girl closed her eyes and read the inscription on the coffin. "Dreams are born with the emergence of intellect, and every being with a soul has dreams. The power of dreams transcends time and space, but its principle is submerged in chaos." Lily also closed her eyes and repeated the girl's words. "If you yearn for the power to control your beliefs, awaken the great dream slumbering here. But remember, the great dream will test you." A purple aura appeared around the coffin along with the words she recited, that if you fail, all your memories and soul will be devoured by the great dream. The name of the terrifying being slumbering here is Sonia. As the name was spoken, the coffin began to crack. Standing within the purple aura, the girl reminded her, "Be careful, Mississippi." Lily tried to suppress her fear. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Hello, Lily." Finding the voice somewhat familiar, she wondered. This voice, it continued, "I met you before." Lily asked, "So was you back then?" It replied, "No, it's me now." Confused, Lily listened as it laughed. "Are you surprised I'm speaking your language? It's quite simple. I am a soul born when intellect formed. Anyone who can think can dream. That's why I exist. I am the ruler of all dreams and what lies hidden in the subconscious. And you have met me before." The purple stream of air gradually formed the shape of a giant snake in front of her. Lily's eyes widened in terror. It continued, "And you have met me. This has happened before, and it will happen again. Then it transformed into a small snake and crawled on her hand, saying, "Dreams transcend all barriers of time and space. The past, present, and future all influence each other. Now, I will explore your memories to understand who you are. If I am interested in what I see, I will make a pact with you. But if I don't like it..." Hearing this, Lily became anxious, sweat beading on her face. In the next second, the small snake transformed into a massive python with sharp fangs. It declared, "I will devour you." Lily's eyes widened, her pupils reflecting the image of the python and its sharp teeth. Next, she felt like she was falling from a great height, accompanied by its words, "Sweet dreams." At that moment, countless memories flooded back in a flash. From the most recent memories to the oldest, I even saw the future. But then, I forgot it immediately. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't remember. Like a dream, I couldn't recall. As she was in utter despair, its voice echoed again. "I see. Congratulations, Lily. I like you. I will stay by your side instead of devouring you until you die." The answer surprised her. She didn't know how to react and just stood frozen. Seeing this, the little girl called out worriedly, "Are you okay? You look pale." The answer surprised her. She didn't know how to react and just stood frozen. Seeing this, the little girl called out worriedly, "Are you okay? You look pale." Only then did Lily react, turning to the little girl. Perhaps due to her body temperature dropping momentarily, she said, "I'm fine, don't worry." The little girl still looked uneasy, but before the little girl could finish her sentence, Lily called out a name, "Sonia." It responded with laughter, "Ha ha ha." Lily looked at it and said, "We need to get out of here. Can you help me?" "I can help, but you will die before you reach the surface. But if you are willing to trade a memory, you can regain some strength." Lily asked in surprise, "Is that possible? Can I forget a memory? Completely forget it, get it?" "Sonia, if you wish." "Shh. Now choose. Which memory do you want to forget?" Lily fell into deep thought. Those painful, horrifying memories, 2 memories of pain. I could forget them all. If I can forget those painful memories, will I be happier? She clenched her fists as if she had made up her mind. Lily said in a loud voice. She stared at it, dumbfounded, then approached and observed it, almost 2 meters close. Lily turned to the little girl and asked, "So, that thing sleeps here?" The little girl replied, "Even when I fell into the pit, it was still sound asleep in this coffin. There were others besides me at that time, but no one escaped. They all perished here. Gradually, fewer and fewer people came here, and in the end, I was the only one left." Lily listened attentively as the little girl continued. "After being left alone, I kept asking myself, was it my fault? Did I do something wrong? I just wanted to make my parents happy." Lily looked at the little girl and thought, I don't know exactly what this child did, but from the words, "I just wanted to make my parents happy," perhaps she used magic to create something to show off to her parents. She must have hoped they would be surprised and praise her. To show off to her parents. She must have hoped they would be surprised and praise her. But in those days, everyone was afraid of magic, so this was just a tragedy of being born in the wrong era. It wasn't her fault at all. Thinking of this, she reached out to the child, holding the little girl tightly. She comforted her, "It's not your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. You're not a bad child." Holding the girl in her arms, Lily felt as if she were seeing herself as a child. When she was little, she had wished someone would say these words to her. Back then, she also wondered if she was bad, which was why her mother left. Was she really that useless? Was it natural for Owen and Hessen to bully her? No, it wasn't. She would say if she could meet her past self that you're not a bad child. You didn't do anything wrong, so don't be sad. No matter how much pain she had endured, she couldn't forget Charlotte's kindness towards her. And Harriet, mischievous but always sincere and kind. And Zen, who always helped her even though he had to suffer a lot. This world wasn't completely dark. No matter how desperate things got, she now knew there were people who would help her find her purpose in life. And she wanted to share that feeling with others, just like those who had shared it with her. Looking at the crying child, she repeated, "Really, it's not your fault." After the little girl calmed down, she guided Lily. "Thank you, Mississippi. Now, I'll show you how to open this coffin. Here, do you see this inscription?" Lily observed carefully, writing. Seeing a series of characters, she thought, I don't understand what it says. Suddenly, she was a little surprised. These characters? Looking closely, she felt they were identical to the characters engraved on Theodore's coin. She wondered, so that coin is as old as this coffin? Suddenly, the girl beside her spoke, interrupting her thoughts. Lily looked over at the little girl and saw her patting her chest, taking a deep breath. Phew, that was nerve-wracking. Now, I'll read this inscription. You repeat after me. This thing only reacts to the voice of a living being. The little girl, ready, said, "All right, let's begin." Lily agreed. Okay. The little girl closed her eyes and read the inscription on the coffin. Dreams are born with the emergence of intellect, and every being with a soul has dreams. The power of dreams transcends time and space, but its principle is shrouded in chaos. Lily also closed her eyes and repeated the girl's words. If you yearn for the power to control your beliefs, awaken the great dream slumbering here. But remember, the great dream will test you. A purple aura appeared around the coffin, along with the words she recited. If you fail, all your memories and soul will be devoured by the great dream. The name of the terrifying being slumbering here is Sonia. As the name was spoken, the coffin slowly cracked open. Standing within the purple aura, the little girl reminded her, "Be careful, Mississippi." Lily tried to suppress her fear. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Hello, Lily." Feeling a sense of familiarity, she wondered, this voice. It continued, "We've met before." Lily asked, "So is you back then?" It replied, "No, it's me now." She didn't understand its meaning. Suddenly it laughed, "Ha. Are you surprised I'm speaking your language?" Well, it's quite simple. I am a soul born when intelligence takes form. Anyone who can think can dream. That's why I exist. I am the ruler of all dreams and what lies hidden in the subconscious, and you have met me. The purple aura gradually formed a shape like a giant snake before her, causing Lily to open her eyes wide in terror. It continued, "And you have met me. This has happened before, and it will happen again in the future." Then, transforming into a small snake that crawled onto her hand, it said, "Dreams transcend all barriers of time and space. Past, present, and future all influence each other. Now, I will explore your memories to understand who you are. If I am interested in what I see, I will make a pact with you. But if I don't like it," hearing this, Lily became anxious, sweat beading on her face. The next second, the small snake transformed into a massive python with sharp fangs. It declared, "I will devour you." Her eyes widened, her pupils reflecting only the image of the python and its sharp teeth. Next, she felt like she was falling from a great height, accompanied by its words, "Sweet dreams." At that moment, countless memories flooded back in a flash, from the most recent to the oldest. I even saw the future, but then I forgot it immediately. No matter how hard I try, I can't remember it. It's like a dream I can't recall. While she was in utter despair, its voice echoed again. "I see. Congratulations, Lily. I like you. I will stay by your side instead of devouring you until you die." The answer surprised her. She didn't know how to react and just stood motionless. Seeing this, the little girl anxiously called out, "Are you all right? You look pale." Only then did Lily react, turning to the little girl and saying, "My body temperature probably dropped for a moment. I'm fine, don't worry." The little girl still looked uneasy. Even so, before she could finish, Lily called out a name, "Sonia." It responded with laughter, "Ha ha ha." Lily looked at it and said, "I need to get out of here. Can you help me?" "I can help, but you will die before you reach the surface. But if you are willing to trade a memory, you can regain some strength." Lily asked in surprise, "Is that possible? Can I forget a memory?" "Forget it completely," Sonia affirmed, "if you wish. Now choose. Which memory do you want to forget?" Lily fell into deep thought. Those painful, terrifying memories, 2 memories of pain. I could forget them all. If I could forget those painful memories, will I be happier? Bad memories don't bring anything good. Even if I remember them, it's useless. Maybe this is my chance. But if I choose to forget a memory, will I still be myself? A painting that is no longer whole, missing a piece, can that be called happiness? She clenched her fist as if she had made a decision. Lily said in a loud voice, I won't forget any memories. This surprised the little girl below, who looked up at her. Sonia also looked at her in surprise. Lily thought, even if just one memory disappears, I won't be myself anymore. She slowly closed her eyes, continuing her train of thought. If that's the case, what's the point of prolonging my life? Sonia spoke up, truly admirable, startling Lily out of her thoughts. Herself, Lily looked up at it and asked, admirable? It replied, yes, most people would choose to trade a memory to live. Lily looked around as she thought, because choosing not to trade is also choosing to live. I will leave here still myself, without losing any part of me. Suddenly, the little girl suggested, Miss, I'll give you my memories. This surprised Lily. What? The little girl cheerfully replied, you can trade them for life. I'm just a remnant of lingering regret here, so I don't have many memories. They probably won't give you much life, but I still want to help you survive. Lily protested that, oh, you don't have to do that. I've always been sickly and... The little girl interrupted her, which is why I want to give them to you even more. I hope you'll be healthy and live a long life. As she spoke, the little girl's image began to fade. Then it transformed into a blinding yellow light. Lily frantically tried to stop her. Wait. By the time she opened her eyes, the girl's countless memories were flooding her mind. Hey, aren't you a monster's descendant? My grandma said so. The hell she did. She said your mom messed around with a monster, and then you were born. The little girl stammered in protest. That's not true. The boy didn't let her explain. Don't lie. You're lying. My dad said he saw it too. He said you used monster powers. As he spoke, he threw rocks at her. Dirty monster, go. You're a beast. Unable to bear it any longer, the little girl turned and ran, running to the door of a house. She opened the door and stepped inside. I'm home. She was startled to hear, are you trying to get me kicked out of the village again? How was I supposed to know she was a monster's descendant? She was never like this before. Why did she suddenly become like this? Are you sure you didn't mess around with those monsters? How dare you say that? The little girl stood there witnessing everything, softly calling out, Mom, Dad. Hearing her voice, the two turned around to look. Then, she didn't know whose large hand grabbed her small arm. A moment later, she was being pushed toward a cliff, bewildered, asking, what about my parents? Why am I here? The little girl fearfully cried and pleaded, please, let me go home. I promise I'll never do it again. But they were indifferent to the child's pleas, continuing to push her towards the deep abyss. When there was no way back, the little girl cried out in panic. No! As she fell into the abyss, the child continued to call out, Dad, Mom. It was heartbreaking. Lily stood there, witnessing everything, but powerless to do anything. Back in reality, her face was covered in tears. Those were all the little girl's memories filled with loneliness and despair. The little girl reached out her small hand, wiping away the tears and comforting Lily, as if it wasn't her own story. Don't cry. It was a long time ago. I'm okay now. Maybe I've been in this deep hole, just waiting for someone to comfort me. If someone would just hug me, comfort me, I think maybe I could stop crying. The little girl threw herself into Lily's arms and said, Thank you for hugging me tight. I hope you also have someone who can hug you tight like that. Lily listened as tears streamed down her face. Finally, I'll tell you my name. Please remember me. The little girl's image faded. My name is... Not long after, she saw the sun begin to rise. Her cane tapped on the last step. Sonia spoke up. We're here. Lily finally climbed out of the abyss. Leaning on her cane, she gazed into the distance. The long journey had finally exhausted her. Lily collapsed, letting out a breath, then another. But a sound surprised her, and she looked up. In the distance, she could faintly make out the figures of a group of people on horseback approaching. Who is that? Beside her, Sonia complained. You really need to take better care of yourself. How can you live like this? Lily thought, but still, I held out for quite a while, didn't I? It's a good thing I found a cane along the way. From now on, I need to focus more on recovering. I need to go back now. Sonia called out. Lily, that person. Lily responded absent-mindedly. Huh? The sound of galloping horses grew closer. The figure on horseback became clearer. He stopped in front of her and called out, Lily. She stared in astonishment. Theodore jumped off his horse and walked towards her. Lily was too stunned to speak. He called out again, Lily. Sonia quickly hid behind her. Lily looked at him, puzzled. How did he know I was here? When Adelaide brought me here, she most likely used teleportation, because Theodore came here on horseback, so it seems like he couldn't pinpoint my exact location. He knelt down, concerned. Lily, are you hurt? Are you in pain anywhere? I've been looking for you for so long. Looking at him, her mind raced. What should I say now? He reminds me of when he lost his memory. Suddenly, she asked him, Theodore, do you remember what you said to me on that rainy day? He looked surprised. What are you talking about? She didn't answer, thinking to herself. He still hasn't regained his memories? I thought he hated me, but if he really came all this way just because he was worried about me. If the look in his eyes that day wasn't an illusion, if this time things can really change. She looked up, about to call out to him. Theo, when Sonia cried out in alarm. Lily. A mouthful of blood splattered onto the ground. Both of them stared in horror. Lily didn't understand why she was vomiting blood. Theodore cried out her name in alarm as she collapsed. Lily. Lily. Not long after, they arrived back at the mansion. He rushed inside, frantically ordering, Get Dr. Shop here immediately. Hurry. The butler stammered, Yes, yes. He quickly laid her down on the bed. Dr. Shop arrived and began examining her. He clutched her hand tightly, worried. Lily, please. Dr. Shop meticulously checked her condition. Then she reported to him, It seems that Madam's body is exhausted due to overexertion. The hematemesis could be a sign of internal organ damage. She hesitated, then continued. However, there's something strange. Theodore tensed. What do you mean? Dr. Shop said thoughtfully. Madam's health has improved significantly compared to before. The last time I examined her, her condition was much weaker than it is now. It's strange how quickly the madam has recovered, and even stranger that her internal organs are damaged despite her improved physical condition. He asked again, so Lily's body looked better, but her organs are damaged? Yes, that's exactly right. Dr. Shop clasped her hands and continued. Forgive me for saying this, but I suspect someone has harmed the madam with something like poison. Then we must conduct a poison test immediately. Can you do it now? Yes. I will also prepare medicine to help restore her internal organs. Give me a little time. It will be quick. I will conduct the poison test now. Saying that, she took out a silver hairpin and pricked Lily's hand with it. Then she exclaimed in surprise. Impossible. Theodore, seeing this, asked, What's wrong? Well, she showed him the results. The test came back negative, sir. There's no sign of poisoning. He tiredly rubbed his head. I understand. Dr. Shop, seeing this, suggested, Your Grace, perhaps you should let Charlotte and me take care of the madam now. It's best you get some rest. You could collapse at any moment, sir. Charlotte also appeared at Lily's room. He glanced at her, then recalled the image from earlier when he chased after Lily. When he arrived, he was stunned to find only Charlotte sitting there, sobbing, with no sign of Lily. Back in the present, Charlotte looked at him with resentment. He turned and walked away, wondering, is she blaming me? That maid has the right to blame me. It's all my fault. Halfway down the hall, he turned back and told Dr. Shop, If Lily's condition changes, inform me immediately. She nodded in agreement. If I had tried to persuade and beg her forgiveness then, I wouldn't have lost her. She wouldn't have been kidnapped, and I wouldn't have to see her lying motionless like a corpse like this. So it's all my fault. He glanced back at the room, but caught Charlotte's gaze. He then walked out. I don't have the right to be here. Thank you for watching today's video. Our story continues with many exciting developments ahead, so don't forget to like and subscribe to support us and not miss the latest episodes. We wish you relaxing and enjoyable moments. See you in the next video. Thank you for watching.